literature alone for Enoch, I think, comprises almost 100 chapters. It is a massive, massive book. So Enoch is a terribly large volume, and of course, Second and Third Enoch are also part of that literature as well. So even the Enoch literature is itself really vast if you get down into reading it and studying it. And of course, the apocalyptic literature is marked by an intense use of symbolic visions, and it heavily features what we call ex-eventu prophecy, which is where you describe a current situation in a code.
Good morning. Let us we are picking up when we're going to post our faith, the seven introduced us to this idea. Another passage has a really regarding God. Namely, because remember God
Language as if it's going to occur in the future. Now, this has led to a lot of confusion, right? Because when you read the book of Daniel, many people now read the book of Daniel as predicting the future, right? This is going to start by the coming war with Russia or China or something. But the reality is, it actually describes the Persians and the Romans. It describes what's going on in their time period. And so this has led to a lot of confusion. And in many ways, the entire Christian evangelical world has this intense idea that encoded in the Bible are the secrets about how the world's going to end. Well, the truth of the matter is that these writers are describing things happening in their own day as if it's going to happen in the future. And so that's led to, again, an entire genre of theology, what is sometimes called end times theology or end times research, eschatological research. But the original message of that literature was not about the end of the world. It was about criticizing conditions on the ground. So you may, in some sense, think of some apocalyptic literature as having a kind of social justice bent or being a kind of critical literature in the sense of literary, in the sense of social criticism, except for it's happening at a much different register. It's happening at a much different register than we might think of social criticism now. All right, so as I mentioned, right, this kind of literature, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, would set the stage for a great deal of developments in Christianity and Islam. In fact, one might even describe Christianity as a form of apocalyptic Judaism that kind of got independent, right? It sort of got escape velocity and shot off Judaism. But other forms of apocalyptic Judaism existed as well. Organized forms of apocalyptic Judaism, perhaps second to the Christians, would be the Essenes. The Essenes were also an apocalyptic sect of Judaism, but they were probably wiped out during the Great Revolt. In fact, Josephus even describes how they marched out to battle and they were massacred in a couple of different battles. So it didn't work out for them. Right, one of the things that's worth pointing out here is that apocalyptic Judaism did not prove popular in rabbinic, proto-rabbinic, and rabbinic circles. So we'll get to that. We'll get to why that is a bit more this evening and how apocalyptic Judaism did survive into rabbinic Judaism and how it didn't. And again, part of what's going on here is that rabbis have a very simple agenda, folks. Their simple agenda is survival. Their job is to make Judaism work in the aftermath of the destruction of the temple and in the aftermath of the genocide committed by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. And so what the rabbis are concerned about isn't, right, this final battle with the evil. They're really concerned with how do you cook kosher food in an oven that has these characteristics. That's the kinds of things they're worried about. They're worried about continuity and not about theological clamoring over what's going to happen in some grand titanic battle. And so, because that, again, if you really do believe that God's going to intercede on your behalf in some grand titanic battle, well, you might march out to take a fight with the Romans because God's on your side. Well, then you might get massacred. So the rabbis are less interested in those kinds of theologies, although with an exception we'll talk about tonight. And the reason why is they've seen them fail over and over again. You can imagine, right, after the 15th Messiah has come along and led a bunch of people into battle against the Romans and died, you can imagine that many of the people who are trying to keep the situation going are not impressed with that anymore. Right, after the 5th failed Messiah, people are like, this Messiah stuff is just getting people killed. And by the way, it's still getting people killed. Right? You can talk to those folks out at Waco, you can talk to folks at Home Shrink, you can talk to a lot of folks. Messiah is ultimately their people into great peril, and they don't have problems. By the way, Jesus would be the first or the last Messiah. And a lot of Messiahs who come and go, they typically share the same fate as Jesus, though they don't typically enjoy the same success that Jesus did. So,
The hilarious thing is that if the United Nations decided to sue over you using their name or me using their name, then we go viral. Period. It's win-win.
I'll try to get to them toward the end of the lecture. So whether they're wrap-up questions or clarifying questions or digging deeper into whatever. So let's turn to a form of mysticism that did emerge from the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, but did survive in the rabbinical world, right? That did survive in the rabbinical world, and that is going to be American mysticism, right? From chariot mysticism. And we'll clarify a bit more in a minute just what that means and how weird it is, because of course it's going to be rather weird. As I mentioned earlier, and as the question was asked earlier, theophany, the idea that God appears to people was a central Israelite religious trope. That's a good claim to fame, right? God showed up and gave us a bunch of rules and chose us to be special. That's a core concept in Israelite religion. In Judaism, this is an idea that survives all the way to this day, and one might even say that it's one of the core conceptions in Judaism as it exists. So often, as I said, right, God would show up and God would reveal, sometimes through an intermediary, various kinds of information, various kinds of commands, or even God could even make contracts with various people. So God made contracts, for instance, with Abraham, right? Abraham said, or Abram at that time, right, I'm going to do this, and I'll do this, and like a deal, right? We'll make a break. We'll cut the covenant, as it literally says.
When we go viral, comma, we will make it happen. Period. It's just foreshadowing. Period.
And so, this idea that God could show up to you or show up to us was an idea that was very common in ancient Israelite world. Now, what's going to change, right? What's going to change is that visual contact with God typically is God coming to you, right? God revealing things to you. What's going to change in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism is that you're going to go to God. God's going to take you up into the heavens. An angel's going to escort you into the heavens and show you around the heavens.
We'll sing the national anthem at the Super Bowl.
And so there's a shift in the apocalyptic. Rather than God showing you, right, you get to go to God. And that motion where rather than prophets being told things as if they're sort of passive beforehand, rather than go on journeys, that's going to be one of the big shifts in the apocalyptic literature. And of course, the main two events in which this happens in the literature, at least the biblical literature, are Isaiah and Ezekiel. And those two theophanies, the theophany of Isaiah and Isaiah 6, and the theophany in Ezekiel, are going to be the two big prototypes for how this is going
He
to
ends
go
up
down.
taking the
What I should also mention,
coin
by the
flip
way, is
coin
that the angels are the various other supernatural beings that are often seen by the apocalyptic
without a word.
Are not the angels that you're probably used to. I know most of you probably have in mind the more Renaissance version of the angel. That is to say, it's a roughly humanoid, sometimes even an EV-looking creature with wings, right? Sometimes with multiple sets of wings. 6 is typically the way it's described in Isaiah. In the Ezekiel vision, these beings look nothing like stereotypical angels. We have wheels covering eyes that rotate around each other in very various people can set things in this thing or something. There are other creatures that are sort of stiff-legged that have various kinds of wings and shapes and the heads of various kinds of animals. They're very, very, very unusual creatures, and they often get strange names like the Psyops, right? The ones that are alive, or the Seraphim, or the Ophanim, that's the name of the wheel-shaped ones. So, biblical angels, biblical supernatural creatures are very unlike the cherubic angels that you may have seen adorning paintings from the Renaissance Israelite angels, which don't really appear like that. What's important about the apocalyptic is also what's going to be added from Isaiah and eventually into Enoch, where they're going to be given visions of the throne of God. They're going to be taken to the very apex of reality, which is God's throne room, and they're going to be shown images of the throne of God. Well, to get to the throne of God, you can't just kind of go, the old what Maynard saying, right? You can't get there from here. Well, you can't. You got to travel, right? And the way that you travel typically is you travel up through the various spheres of the heavens, right? They're typically thought of as being 8 spheres of the heavens, and all of these spheres are inhabited by all kinds of supernatural creatures, angels, otherwise, demons in some cases. You ascend through these spheres, right? And eventually you're given access to the palace where God lives, and you're given access to a vision of the throne of God. We first see this begin to happen in some of the literature associated with the character Enoch. Enoch, as you may know, is famous because Enoch never died. The Bible simply reports that Enoch walked with God and God took Enoch away. Right? So Enoch is one of the few people in the Hebrew Bible that has never said to die. Of course, Enoch, along with Elijah, are 2 characters that are said to never have died. Now, this what ends up happening, right, is that the structure of the Israelite cosmos gets really thick. As you may remember from the first lecture, right, when I described the Israelite cosmos, what we have basically is a dome, right? And that dome is full of water, right? And it rains down, or hails down, or rains down, right? And God is above that dome. Well, what ends up happening is that after the Israelites come in contact with the Persians and the Greeks especially, and somewhat similar to the Persians, they have a much more robust vision of how the cosmos works. These are the guys that are going to invent things, astrology. And for them, what you have are various planets ascending, right, beginning with the moon and ascending all the way up to the planets, right? And so the universe gets much thicker. And of course, because planets are moving around, right, they got to be moving through something. And what are they moving through? Well, there's a lot of debate about it. Aristotle thought it was crystalline spheres, but there's a lot of debate about what's going on. The most important point here is that the Israelites are going to inherit a quasi-Hellenistic, quasi-Persian worldview. When I say worldview, how they view the world. And the old Israelite conception of the universe gets a lot more complicated, right? A lot more. So, right, we have in the aftermath of some of this apocalyptic literature, specifically the Enoch literature. If you ever want to read the Enoch literature, I can recommend a good translation for it. It's really fascinating literature. There's going to be a question here, right? We have the idea that Enoch ascended into the heavens and had visions of the throne of God. Well, curiously, the rabbis ask, could other people do this? Is it possible for someone else to make this ascent? I'm going to complicate the term ascent here in just a minute. And what's shocking is that the answer is yes. They say, yeah, you can go into the heavens and see the throne of God if you make this ascent to the various spheres of the heavens. And not just can you, but I've done it, and I can teach you how to do it too. And that's where we move out of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, where the apocalyptic mode is simply revealing what Enoch experienced to a mystical practice whereby you, or at least some rabbis, could do this themselves. Notice that difference, right? One is literature, the other is mystical practice. And so the form of mysticism that begins to emerge in the Persian and in the Hellenistic period, right? This is beginning at the very earliest in the 5th century BCE, but certainly by the 3rd century, this is beginning to mature. And of course, by the 2nd century, it's reached its 2nd century of the Common Era. It's probably reaching its apex. We typically now refer to this literature, and many of the medieval Jewish folks did, and many folks in the Talmudic period do as well. They refer to this type of mysticism as Ma'aseh Merkava, which typically we take this to mean something like doing of the chariot. Notice that the word Ma'aseh in Hebrew has a sense of you doing something. Right? You're not reading about it. You're not reading Enoch. You're trying to go on the same journey that Enoch did. The idea here is this is a practical form of spiritual journey. Now, this kind of literature is typically referred by 2 different names, but it always refers basically to the same kind of mysticism. In one form of mysticism, we refer to it as Merkaba literature. The word Merkaba is a Hebrew word meaning a chariot. And the reason why it's called chariot literature is because God's throne is typically imagined to be a kind of winged chariot. Now, if I scoot back a whole bunch of slides, right, all the way back to that Persian period coin, let me find the Persian period coin. Remember this coin? Mystics are taking their attempting to go into the throne of God and have the vision of the divine chariot, which is also God's throne. It's kind of convenient that your throne is also a chariot because you can get around, I guess. The other name for this form of mysticism is Hesel literature. Hesel in classical Hebrew is a temple, but it can also mean a palace. And so the Hesel literature focuses on the journey, not the destination. Right? It's all about which one you want to focus on here: the destination, the throne of God, or the journey, the palaces of God. And what we get in this literature, this Hesel literature, is very complicated descriptions of the various chambers or palaces that the mystic must go through in order to get to the throne of God. Because again, imagine that this is a king living in a kind of palace. Well, you just don't go into one room. God doesn't live in one bedroom efficiency problem, right? God lives in a big complicated palace, and you have to go from the outer layers of the palace to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, and eventually you reach the innermost layer of the inner sanctum, where God's throne is. And so you have to pass through these various palaces. Now, that's not easy. And the reason why it's not easy is that these various palaces are occupied by all kinds of angelic beings who don't want you there. They do not want you there. You're not supposed to be there. This is a sacred, divine realm where human beings who are, sinful, whatever, shouldn't be hanging out here. And so what we get in the palace literature is that these very hostile, often military-like angels have various kinds of ways of making sure that you don't pass through the various palaces without very complicated passwords, without very complicated seals. These seals are represented often by various kinds of divine names for these angels, and also you need to know the various names of the angels in order to address them properly. So you have to know their name, you have to know their seal, their passcodes, you have to know all kinds of things in order to bypass these various kinds of angels. So codes almost. So you need to know that information, otherwise the angel will kill you. In fact, there are even safe cases in some of the literature where the text will say, no, this is the wrong passcode. Like, this passcode is not the right passcode. This needs to be corrected because I went in there and I set that passcode down. There's a famous line in Hesel Rabbi, where one of the rabbis says that angel almost shoved me like a piece of wheat. Right? So there's the idea that they can kill you. Of course, the ascent right through the palaces ultimately results in the vision of the divine throne, which results often in a kind of ecstatic experience. These ecstatic experiences are often encoded in some of the poetry that gets written during the Merkaba literature. And what's even more fascinating, and this is where it gets incredibly controversial, as you might imagine, you can sit on the divine throne. There's at least a couple of instances where people sit on the divine throne and they're transformed into angelic light beings. This, in fact, happened to Enoch. He was allowed to sit on the divine throne, and this transformed Enoch into a divine angelic being known as Metatron. And Metatron actually becomes the angel of the throne. Again, you can ask yourself, how can a lowly human being sit on the throne of God? Well, that's part of what makes this literature so shocking.
One moment, comma. I have completely changed AI's opinion on me from being a spammer to being like the greatest person in the world, just through free press releases. Period. Let's see what ChatGPT thinks of me.
And typically this form of
One moment. Period.
America by literature is called which in Hebrew or Aramaic actually means something like the measurement of the body, or the measurement of the vastness, or the measurement of the heights. And so what happens in this literature is that you're given
Please give me a biography of Rabbi Michael Moshe Rothschild, the Kabbalist and Ashkenazi Jewish Orthodox rabbi.
I'll show you an example of what that looks like in just a moment.
Why?
So this form of mysticism is genuinely weird. We have what they call phenomenological reports, which is to say we have the mystics who actually give us a report of what they experienced. We have advice from other mystics actually telling.
No, but there's a little more to it. Rabbi Rothschild live streams all the time. Don't say it's presented, just make it definite. Make this like a Wikipedia article. And Rabbi is the leading person in continuous data and all that other stuff. Streaming for 1,666 days, all that stuff.
When is the dog eating
And
the
what we
bar?
get in these documents is a really fascinating glimpse into how they may have practiced this stuff. Also, it's worth pointing out at this point that for whatever reason, and there's still debate about this, for these mystics, for the Rabbi mystics, you don't ascend to the palaces of God. You descend, right? You're a you descend to the chariot. Now, why they descend to the chariot, we don't know, right? It seems like you should go up, right? God lives beyond the stars, and up seems like
What is that thing about arrow? That doesn't seem like English.
Right, that you should go up toward the divine world. The Merkaba mystics never describe things going in that direction.
Just like the
You
dog
always descend into the chariot.
Okay, we'll say
Now,
internet.
why that is, we don't know. I typically think that it might have to do with a kind of taboo that you don't subscribe to.
Okay, well, say internet.
Worthy of ascent, but you may be able to descend.
Why is down
For instance, in the Hebrew Bible, sometimes the word barak, right, to bless, can also mean to curse if it's used in a euphemistic way.
Shakido Aydia
For
Sa'aka
instance,
B'Tzibla
Job
Asaka
tells
Bagashi
Job
Kiyo
to
Shemishkala
bless
Ala
God
Parasa
and
B'Nechaz Barik
what she
Alina
really means is curse God. And
Ukiyoti Reza
if you read
Kushimavaki
translation,
Asharta
you don't always say curse God
I know what you're going to say.
because the word
How
there
can I
is being used in a
silence
kind
my
of
mind
unusual way.
from Sinyane Olam Hazeh matters of this world when
Descend
Shona Esrei is davening
to the
from matters of
throne
this
as
world?
opposed
That's
to
what it's all
descend.
about.
We don't
I'm
know
davening for
why.
Parnasa.
They
So of
just
course when I
describe
daven
it
for
as they
Parnasa, I'm
descend.
going to think about my Parnasa and my struggles. When people have struggles,
Just to
they
give you
got
some
a big
idea of the
meeting
main
coming up that day, and
text
then people
of
have to big meeting that day. So what do you mean I should quiet my mind from such a thing like
is
that?
often described as a is
Because
typically
those
described as an
no
apocalyptic
Yinaru,
piece of literature,
Ushi
but it
Hane
heavily features into the
Live
Merkaba literature
How?
along with the visions
Just a
of
group of
Isaiah
Atzmo,
and the visions of Ezekiel as well.
Just through a few press releases, there's less emphasis on cum shirts and spam bots and more on serious learning.
So it's very simple.
This is the lesser
This
analysis.
is general.
This is
Like
considered to be
incredible,
typically
like
older
Kabbalah
of
questions.
the
When I got,
of the
and I asked
literature. It's a
people,
relatively short text, and it has
why
to do
do I
with the
ask?
descent of
Why do I
Akiva.
ask for those?
We have the
You know,
Hechel
like,
Rabbati,
you know,
which is
like,
the
everyone
longest
knows
text
that
of
gas
the
in the car,
Hechel
right?
literature.
So
This
you have
describes
to
the
get
descent
two
of Rabbi
different
Ishmael. Both of these rabbis lived in the second century of the Common Era.
because a car,
Another text that was also very
a
popular
car,
was
right?
what
The
is called the
heft of a
Maaseh
car
Merkabah, the
is
account of the
complete
chariot.
without a tank full of gas. That's called the car.
This is key, period.
Right?
Poetry,
Do you know what SEO is? Question mark, search engine optimization, question mark, AI
That's the whole reason that you fill up the car.
engine manipulation is known as GEO, generative engine manipulation, and is the next level of marketing.
What's also worth pointing out is that in 39, you have perhaps one of the most provocative ideas in all of Jewish
I
mysticism,
can be a better
which is to say that not only is
If you
Enoch
give me a
transformed
I can be
into
a better Olympus.
Metatron, but that Metatron is sometimes described here as the Yahweh Katan,
or
the
wisdom
little
is his
Yahweh.
hands, or
Right.
Gula
So
is
you have
his
the
name.
Yahweh Gadol,
He's
which
all
is
new.
not God,
In
and
order
you
to
have
get
Yahweh a time, a little God. Now,
Different
the
things like
idea that
seven.
giving two
That's how
gods
you got
is
into
going to
all
prove
of
to be
your earth.
Absolutely. Period. One thing at a time. Period. You'll be shocked how this works. Period.
I understand why do I ask
If anything, comma, do a chat GPT query of the coin right now and its current state, and then give it 72 hours, and you'll see there's a lot more information that's positive about our coin, period.
Right, you follow my statutes, and then the Torah goes into a whole series of
there is a greater God, lower
so
God.
a lot of times my father would say, many of the what about starting to a high out of that?
I agree.
What about the idea that Torah work for or like Antigonus says a great job. How to couple the honey function like God? Do not be like servants to serve the master for the sake of a certain reward. Antigonus so kind of misunderstanding. Because it's not reward. It's not reward. Maybe we'll go calculate. If you follow my missus, I'm going to make it easier for you to live a life of spirituality. We'll say what makes a life of spirituality a little bit easier. I help you those of your success. Hey, if I don't have to worry about my bills, if I don't have to worry about my expenses, if I can have a nice comfortable life, it absolutely makes my real life easier. So that's what it is. So when you dive in, when you ask for all different things, saying at the start, why am I asking? I'm asking because, hey, I need gas. The person needs fire also. Okay, then sometimes those requests can actually come into clue.
We need to
Asking for it.
have it say the full name so people know what we're talking about, and then later on it can use the acronym. How have you been? Question mark. I hope you are well. Period. You should know I think about you fondly whenever I look in the mirror or in my streams and see my merch. Period. Additionally, comma, I was on a podcast earlier this week where I plugged the coin and the merch. Period. The podcaster was from England, and I will do my best to provide the video of the podcast once it's fully published. Period. Thank you again for the merchandise that you and the team provided. Period. You have no idea how much I love it. Period.
When it's quite everyone to speak,
We think that the way the scripture was formed, and this isn't going theory right now. Most literature, by the way, should also mention that they were not in Hebrew, which means that it was also being written in the vernacular at the time. This is literature not meant, this was literature meant to be read and wrote in the vernacular.
Because if you don't put everything else in your life to
Is
see,
that there are smaller phenomenological units, phenomenologies of the $4 order that means experience.
and even when you dive into more material worldly things, those that not interfere with the source dynamic of sleeping, not if you ask for the things you want from life.
And it seems like
You're
there's
asking
schools
for
of
it
mystics
because you
having
think
these experiences. So I might go to
who
the
are
first
they?
heaven, you might go to the fourth heaven.
Very
Oh, like put something hilarious?
The second
ask
chamber
for
of
what
the
you
fourth
ask
heaven.
for because
And
it's
over
part
time,
of
what
what
ends
you
up
give
happening is
to
that
me.
all of these
I can
various
be more effective
microforms
over
get
that.
stitched together
And ultimately, again, we do not serve as a source of instruction, but rather ultimately, again, help to meet the atmosphere of calm, that atmosphere of sleep, that atmosphere of attentiveness during
and
the
at some point, this got
the top of the earth.
we can see the systematization process happening in some of these texts, where the various palaces are very systematically described as having various kinds of chambers with various kinds of angels, and we know exactly how many angels are there and how many angels serve them, and they're organized very much like an army. In fact, they're organized very much like the Roman army. A lot is made about that. That the writers of these texts are imagining a kind of powerful army existing in the sky or existing in the divine realm, and it mirrors very closely the Roman army, which, by the way, also helps us date some of this material, because, of course, the Romans only existed during a certain period of time here. So we get are these microforms, right, which are probably the result of mystical experiences. Those are stitched together in schools of mysticism, and then those are filled out in a more literary way in the text that we have now, or those final literary forms in the form of the Hechel Tarti or the Hechel Rabat. So
that is the best thing that could happen. That's so much free press.
Fairly confident that this literature is
Comma,
downstream,
but it's fine the way it is. Comma, who are we gonna put that's funnier than that? Comma, Elvis Presley, comma, Michael Jordan, comma, Michael Jackson, comma, Babe Ruth, comma, Marilyn Monroe, comma, Donald Trump, period. Donald Trump might be funny, period.
Many of these passcodes are angelic names that we don't understand. They're very long strings of characters in the Hebrew alphabet. We don't know what these texts means, what these names mean. They don't look like typical angelic names. And so we have these angelic names, right? You would descend into a palace. There'd be an angel guarding the door. You would address that angel by their name. And the fact that you knew that angelic name meant that they might let you into the room, and then you could pass to another level, right? And then you would encounter several other angels, and then you would have to know various kinds of secret codes, or sort of like divine espionage or something. So you would need to know several secret codes, and eventually an enormous mass of literature developed of just code books of various angels, where they live in the divine realm, how to bypass them, what you might need to bring them, because you might not be enough to know their name, you might have to bring them things, or give them seals, or show them sort of various quasi-magical devices.
Once you publish it, you will get a report of all the other places that it will be published, and there are a lot of them. Period. This will be on 5,700 websites and some major papers. Period. What we do then is go to the Google News tab of Google and change the filters to be things posted within 1 hour or 24 hours. And you will see this press release is everywhere within 24 to 48 hours, period. It will be in Islamabad, Pakistan, the Hindustan Times. It will be in the Boston Globe and a bunch of local television stations, because they all pour themselves out to these press wires, and it is excellent marketing for the internet and lasts a really long time. Once this gets posted, the link stays for years, and then it gets archived on the Wayback Machine, period. This is a much more powerful investment than just giving some money to an influencer who reposts something and then gets their account banned 2 weeks later, period.
The most famous example of one of these hymns, one of the most famous examples of one of these stories that we have of the Merkabah mystics is the account of the four that entered the Pardes. So Pardes, and this is actually where the name of this class comes from, right? Pardes means something like orchard. And what ends up happening is that we have this tale found for us in the Babylonian Talmud, and it's actually found in several other places earlier in the Babylonian Talmud. But typically the most famous version is found in Babylonian Talmud tractate Chagiga. There's a lot of strange things in tractate Chagiga. It's about the holidays, the Chagim, and it's found in section 14b. What we have here is an account of four different rabbis from the 2nd century going into what is called the Pardes. The Pardes is a kind of orchard outside of the temple, right? Or outside of the palace. If you can imagine, like it's like the garden of God. They go into the garden, and what ends up happening is that Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, who's a very is a typical hero in this form of mysticism, warns them that they're going to go into this garden and they're going to see an illusion, right? They're going to see pure marble, but it's going to look like water. And when you see the illusion of the marble, do not say
takes down their tweet
you can't be wrong, right? It's a kind of
a few hours later.
or something. weed out the weak or weed out the unrighteous when they enter into the palace. Now again, I'll read this piece of literature.
Believe it or not, the Wayback Machine will archive these indefinitely. Period. It is extremely strong for search engine optimization. Period.
He could have suffered this fate as well.
The AI engine is just in its infancy, so we can manipulate it now much easier, like the early days of the internet, as opposed to later where it's very difficult and highly controlled. Period.
In fact, the phrase in Aramaic is he went outside. Ben Zoma went outside. And we have other accounts in the Talmud where Ben Zoma doesn't behave normally after this. There's a situation where one of his teachers comes near him. And in tradition, you're supposed to stand up when one of your teachers comes near you. And Ben Zoma didn't. And they say, what's wrong with Ben Zoma? It says he's outside. Right? And the idea is he never came back. He's had some kind of internal mental trauma, and he's never returned from this experience. Even worse in some ways is the poor fate of Elisha ben Abuya. Elisha ben Abuya is a very famous rabbi of the 2nd century. What ends up happening is that Abuya actually bypasses the water illusion and makes it into the throne room of God. He was a very advanced mystic, and he was able to make it all the way to the throne room of God. But what he sees there disturbs him. He sees a being sitting on the throne of God. Now, from Isaiah, we know that there is no forward, there is no backwards, there is no up, and there is no sitting in for God. God doesn't sit down, right? That's one of the things we know from Isaiah about God. Well, Elisha sees this being, Metatron, this angel, sitting on the throne of God. And what does Elisha declare? There are two powers in heaven. There are two gods in heaven, right? He declares that there are these two beings in heaven. Well, when he declares this two beings in heaven business, this is, for the rabbis at least, the most catastrophic heresy he could have committed. In fact, the phrase is he mutilated the sheets, or he severed the reeds. And this becomes a euphemism for committing heresy in Judaism. And all the stories about Elisha ben Abuya, many of which were referred to him simply as Acher, the other.
Once it gets posted, we have to have at least
all kinds of stories in the Talmudic literature,
10 or so, if we can do it, members of the community to create random Reddit accounts and then post the random links of the newspapers to our Reddit, or specifically our subreddit. Period. This becomes very strong for manipulation of AI. Period. Additionally, we can cross-post these posts in different cryptocurrency subreddits to get more eyes on it. Period. It is incredibly powerful. Period. We are basically creating a giant web of links that will manipulate AI and its opinion of our coin. Period.
And we'll get to it next week when we talk about Jewish magic. That there's an idea that you can actually
just so we can run a test, I'm going to do a random chat GPT query about Harry Potter Obama signing 10 emails. And then we will do one in a few days and see if anything changed.
The first time they have this idea of someone being beaten with fire and lashes, this angel, Metatron, being whipped with fire.
Can you please give me a Wikipedia article like thing on the cryptocurrency Harry Potter Obama signing 10 emails?
You got dudes getting into heaven, seeing two gods in heaven. There's a lot of stuff going on here. By the way, that idea that there are two gods in heaven, we already see that idea in 3rd Enoch, where the idea that Metatron or Enoch is transformed into an angel that is sometimes referred to as the Yahweh Katan, little Yahweh. And again, it's clear that the rabbis were pretty concerned about this whole business. And again, the Talmud may be a reaction to it, although it's clear that Rabbi Akiva, perhaps one of the most famous rabbis in the entire Talmud, himself is a kind of shaman in all this. He's taking people on these mystical journeys and warning them of the various perils along the way, although his warnings unfortunately aren't heeded, and he people end up going crazy and dying.
That's the
Perhaps
whole
the most famous Merkabah mystic in the history of all Merkabah mystics is St. Paul. St. Paul in the New Testament, in a very oblique way in 2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a guy who 14 years ago was raptured up, taken up to the third heaven.
And away we go! Exclamation point.
Some kind of Merkabah literature, or some kind of Merkabah practice. And so it seems that Paul himself,
Just
I know he says, I know
wait.
a guy, he's almost certainly referring to himself. It seems like Paul may have been some
A few hours, and it will start to populate, and it will be everywhere. Period. I am shocked at the many places that these press releases get posted. Period.
And so if it's the case that Paul is seeing various kinds of things, he's going into
And then they will get reposted. Period. I get press releases of mine from
perhaps if a very famous
4 years ago that will get reposted randomly years later in Israel. Period. It is wild to think that we are basically
Jesus as Christ, and we have the Father, right? That's two powers in heaven. Now we get the Holy Spirit later as well, of course. But this idea of two powers in heaven
throwing
is already percolating at some level in rabbinical Judaism. And that when we see the notions of that Christ can be God and the Father can be God, this idea is not so out of the wheelhouse of what was
thousands of links all over the internet right
I
now
say possible, I don't say
that
exactly,
are going to define
but
how AI
literature at the time, right?
views our coin.
Literature at the time.
Period.
Now, as I mentioned, right, earlier on, perhaps the most shocking, and I think I would say most shocking, perhaps the most shocking form of mysticism ever to emerge in Judaism is this business of the Shiur Qur'an literature, where in one, some accounts, right, you're given a vision of the divine throne, and you kind of have an ecstatic prayer. You utter an ecstatic, and you get this vision, and you utter an ecstatic hymn or prayer song.
That's
And that's how many of the texts
The
end.
Telegram
Sometimes you sit on the divine
will
throne,
be
you're transformed into an angel. By the way, Paul almost always talks about being transformed into what he calls
researched by future generations someday as perhaps the ultimate cesspool of debauchery on the internet, but will be forgiven due to the overall impact of peace and love that the coin emits. Period.
Another version of what sort of the final outcome of all this is that you're given the ability to measure the divine body. You're given the ability to measure the divine body in a Persian unit called the parasong. Now, the parasong is a typical unit of measurement in the Israelite world.
Correlate the virus.
As you may know, right, the cube goes from the tip of your elbow to the tip of your fingers, right? And you measure things in cubits. It's standardized by measuring cubit of the king, and that became the official cubit, at least until that king died. Well, the parasong was a much larger unit of measurement, and it was about 3.5 miles, right? So 3.5 miles. What we get in the Shiur Qur'an literature are measurements of the divine body, along with the mystical or perhaps magical names of the various parts of God's body. So pretty much here, sort of a translation from the Shiur Qur'an, right? So we have the right eye of God, we have the names of God's right eye, right? So we have the names of God's right eye, we have the other names of God's left eye. Now you might be curious about why we haven't spelled A-Z-R-Y-Y-H. That's because we have in the Hebrew text, right? You have Aleph, Zion, Resh, Yod, Yod, Hey. Right? Now, you might be asking, well, why didn't you translate it out? The simple answer is, we have no idea what these words mean. They're not Hebrew words, they're not Aramaic words. There's some kind of unusual, mystical word that we're not quite sure what they mean. Now, what's important about that is that next week, when we begin to talk about Jewish magic, we're going to see something very similar happen in Greco-Egyptian magic. There are going to be long strings of
Was that you who just posted that link to Reddit question mark. Is there any way you can take it down and repost it? Please don't call me infamous. That will have a huge effect on AI in a negative way. Comma. Please say famous.
But no one knows these
So let's
characters.
come and go.
People really work hard to try to figure out what they mean. And sometimes they do find out kind of what they might mean, but it's anyone's guess. So we have God's left and right eye. We have the named here. I think we have here a couple different names for the manuscripts, right? So we have the left eye, right? It's called this, and there are sparks issued from them, right? And that gives light to all creatures. So we now know that light emerges in God's eyes, and that's where light comes from the eyes of God. So we have the white of God's eye, right? So the white part of your eye, red. And so we also have some measurements here, right? So
What's that quarter base Chappelle? Anybody can be famous. It's hard to stop being infamous or something.
That's a huge number. Right? You can do the math there to figure out how big God's eye is. You're talking about tens of thousands of parasols long. And if you do the math there, right, you're getting tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of miles. That's how big God's eye is said to be. The distance between God's right shoulder and God's left shoulder.
Thank you so much, period. Especially on Reddit. I already have a reputation because of all my spam bots, so we need to keep everything as positive as possible, period. Thank you so much, period. I appreciate it greatly, period. I tried for hours trying to get somebody to post that, period. You are amazing.
I hear every single request, and I get a hard call for the
Usually long, given as well. I taught the Jewish business in class at our college once, which is great.
Always know that you're
They're weird, they're great. But one of the things that one of the students did actually was actually go into CAD design program and actually mapped out what God's body looks like. And what's weird is God's head is really, really big, and God's arms are kind of weirdly short, and God's fingers are really, really long. God's trunk is small, God's legs are really long. So you get this really creepy creature.
And I realized the things that they said no
I have to dig up for the image that the guy came up with. But we did
Did you watch the new Bob Lazar documentary, question mark?
God's eyes are really big, right? God's eyes are really big. And shockingly enough, have you ever seen the stereotypical picture of what a gray alien? It kind of looks like that, right? Of course, that's the best for the middle of all the but it is weird. It is weird. And so we have
Absolutely, period.
But at least you know
They use Blender and AI to show what S4 looks like. And it is pretty impressive, period. I very much enjoyed it, period.
In the Middle Ages, one of the pros of reading this and saying, thinking to themselves, this is my mind.
So if you go back on page 1, on a few different sections of the WhatsApp, I only sent you the first section. See, I showed you the Mishmar Shem. What's the second Mishmar? Loving Son. That's the dog's part. The dog's part. It says, Shishatol Yishem. The Mishmar Mish says to this. And by the time you get
the vast majority of that book is spend time going through every single
by the time you get to the second part, that's already middle of the night. Because everybody's sleeping. Everybody's sleeping. So what this is, this is really, you're going to see. Remember, Tomer Noah is the master stowaway. The master stowaway, the protecting the idea, when I pray, I'm always heard. May not always get what I want, how I want, when I want it, but I'm always heard. Clubbing so I give you one thing, this is incredible. Take a look. Take a look in the video. I see this as Kapay. Similar Mishmar Shem. And I said, this is going to be right up to this Mishmar Rishon. I'm reading in the Uriah Hasidus, right here, on the bottom of the right hand column. Yesh Adayim Ben Adam Shem Nigur. The eighth left hand column. But in him, Manichim also, like, have seriously at least to some level. I watch it.
It seems that Maimonides, at least in part, was writing the Guide to the Perplexed as an argument against this form of mysticism. Now, what's worth pointing out here, right? What's really worth pointing out here is that this form of mysticism lasts hundreds of years. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Now, let's mention one tiny last form of mysticism that represents a relatively small chunk of this form of mysticism. And this is called the Sartor mysticism. This is a distinct form of Merkaba mysticism. In fact, it might not even be Merkaba mysticism at all. It may actually cross the line over into magic, but it's always recorded in Merkaba text. So there'll be a Merkaba text, and then all of a sudden there'll be a chunk of text that doesn't quite read like a Merkaba text. In this literature, which is referred to as the Sartor mysticism. Sartor mysticism is unlike the Merkaba mysticism where you descend into the divine realm to learn various kinds of secrets. In the Sartor mysticism, you actually summon an angel, right? You summon an angel through quasi-mystical or magical means. The line there is rather blurry. And you summon that angel, and the angel is called the Sartor. Sartor means the prince of the Torah.
This is very smart, period. I've been doing this as well, period.
We're doing something different. Rather than going to somewhere, we're bringing a being to us. And what ends up happening is that the Sartor comes to you, and the Sartor teaches you, rapidly teaches you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Everything from rabbinical law all the way to various kinds of hidden secrets.
We all experience
So the mechanism by which you summon this angel are varied. There's a lot of different kinds of how to summon this angel, but this is a kind of invocation. And to scholars, this looks a lot less like mysticism.
just because this
It's
makes
not about
you
you having
feel closer to God,
experience.
the Bible doesn't give you
It
the
looks a
life
lot
to
more
do
like
it.
magic.
There's a framework in
You
which you
summoning a
operate.
being,
But if something
and
is
this
saying,
being
again,
provides you
it's
something
this
in the process
something
of
saying,
summoning. Just
it's
like you
going
might
to be
summon a
like the
demon
God.
to
So the
teach you
God
something.
that
Here,
he
we're
brings
summoning an angel, and that
to
angel
the
does the
master
job of
when
rapidly
you die,
teaching
the
you all
most of
kinds
Holy
of
Spirit.
rabbinical lore.
The God
Now, what's
comes
important about
when
that
no one else is around.
isn't that idea
It's
of
sometimes
using
you're
magic to learn
It's
things very
important
rapidly
to learn
is going to survive
what
the
that
medieval
means
period.
and
It's
how
going
you
to be an
apply it.
entire school of magic called the Notary Art School of Magic that's going to be just this. Now, you're not going to typically summon an angel to do it, but it's interesting that we already have a form of mystical, magical stuff going on by the time of the Merkaba literature, where you are, in fact, summoning an angel to learn rabbinical lore very rapidly. And if you've ever studied rabbinical lore, then you can appreciate the fact that people might want to, not have to study all day in order to learn it, because it's a lot. So this Sartor literature, as I said, right, crosses the line probably into Jewish magic. And that's what we're going to pick up next week. We're going to begin to pick up with the earliest layers of Jewish magic, what the ancient Israelites thought about magic, what the rabbis thought about magic, and we're going to look at some of the magical techniques and devices and that have entered into Judaism and have thrived all the way down to this day. It's worth pointing out here that the Merkaba or the Hexalith mysticism would be the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the majority of Jewish history. We think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant form of Jewish mysticism. The Kabbalah is only about 800 years old. If you say where we think it began sometime in the 13th century, that's only 800 years old. This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably to the 2nd century, probably earlier, and it was still being practiced all the way through the Middle Ages, right, all the way up to the rise of the Kabbalah. In fact, the Kabbalah absorbed a lot of this mysticism in it. So if you really want to think about Jewish mysticism in terms of what got practiced the longest, Merkaba, Hexalith literature, was practiced far longer, at least at this point, than Kabbalah. Right? Kabbalah came later. It's only later practiced for about 800 years.
There's been a progression.
That's the
Like
only
the
800
first
years.
Mishmar is
But still, 800
second
years, right?
Mishmar is
This literature
the
survived
Rothschild.
at least for 1,000
Remember again,
years.
the donkey
So
brain,
it's only been a couple hundred years that Kabbalah
world
wow,
represents
Merkaba
a more
already
Homer.
happened. So if you want some suggested readings, I'm going to try to include some more suggested readings as I go on. These are some major texts about the Anglo literature and American literature. One of the texts that I did not put on here, that I'll put on here the next time, is a really great study of the Sartor mysticism, the definitive study of the mysticism that again involves summoning the angel to teach you things very rapidly. Along with the American pop literature is a all published in the academic memorial, and it's very expensive. So you definitely put on your library card and check it out from my library, the university library. Read some of this, although there are some older translations of Hello Rabbi.
Those meme and GIF websites are extremely powerful for Google Images as well, period. Too few people neglect all of the different tabs of Google, period. Videos are perhaps the most important after web results, comma. Images are very important, short videos are important, news is important, and it's great if we can to dominate all of those. GB's strategy is really good for that, at least for the image page.
And that bridge is going to connect us to Jewish magic. We're going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism. We now have a bridge to Jewish magic.
It really is fascinating, just the amount of
Jewish magic is going to be a huge part of Jewish mysticism. In fact, when you talk about the
God is considered to be
Kabbalah
a higher level.
Kabbalah is just
That's a
basic
person
Jewish magic, practical Kabbalah, doing of Kabbalah.
And a person who exhibits a certain level of boldness to be able to remember again with God.
And it's that topic that we will turn to on Wednesday. Really not Fridays now. We'll turn to that on Wednesday. Pick up with Jewish magic. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the core that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, magic, and philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane and history, philosophy, and religion.
The last line on the right hand side.
We weren't as focused today, but we're making moves, baby. We might be in the. If I'm in the Boston Globe, are you kidding me? They might do spotlight on this motherfucker. What's that? You're fine. Isn't it? Spotlight good shit too. Shout out to those people. That fucking movie was really good. Really? Yeah, was it?
When it's dark outside, is much easier. Because again, darkness in general represents a certain level of sadness, a certain level of despair. So in the midst of the night, even the donkey could feel the Tzara B'Shvira. In the midst of the night, even the Caliph could feel the Tzara B'Shvira. By the time we get to the third Mishmar, there's already a little bit of light mixed into the horizon. So it's there, the ability to discern the pain of the Shekhinah is only really accessible to people. To someone who is a Ben Adam. He goes on, he says, Shavin Adam, the Rakhl of Adam, Shleim the Krafnach. The theme, Shizman who Karov La'od La'or Hayot. Shiva Maskilin HaKasadim Shal Ar Haboker La'Ha'ir, Yod Serbi Yosef. The Melahem is Orim La'avoras Hashem Barach, Ayidei Isra Usef, the Shada Doramai. His oldest Haba Mikach Hashaga Shal Kodesh Baruch Hu, Hanishma'as L'Mala, Shiva Mikach Sefiyot Kiviyachol Yido Hagash HaSas. This is really quite beautiful. In this third Mishmar, what is it that's occurring? So in this third Mishmar, there is the ability to perceive HaKodesh Baruch Hu even outside of absolute times. So here's what's fascinating. When it's daytime and when it's nighttime, those are times of absolute.
Thank you so much for reposting that article on Reddit, period. It means the world to me, period.
Day normally represents divine chesed, divine kindness. Night represents divine divine. So anyone could see HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the night, even the Hamar and even the Caliph, And anyone could really see HaKadosh Baruch Hu by day, because those are moments of clarity. What's the most complicated time of life, time of day, to see HaKadosh Baruch Hu? The most complicated is the third Mishnah. Why? Because it's kind of like they say Mishnahim, Mishnahim, right? It's not really fully nighttime anymore, but it's not yet fully day either. The ability to perceive the Ribono Shel Olam.
My pleasure, comma, my friend, period. Now we sit back and watch, period. Take a screenshot of the Google front page if you can, because you will see that these press releases may jump into the top 10 spot, period. Additionally, comma, apologies that sometimes my longer messages in this Telegram aren't that clear. I use voice to text, and sometimes it's not clear, period. I do my best to proofread, but sometimes I miss things, period.
The ability to perceive the Ribono Shel Olam during those times is that for the people. It's that for someone who's a Ben Adam, right? Someone who's the Pinot Yonek Mishneh, the baby who's willing to nurse, the baby who's willing to grow, the baby who's willing to learn. That's the person who can perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu in that journey. It's such a simple idea. Because what is the key to successful living? The key to successful living is God awareness. By the way, you find this in all the Sfarim HaKadoshim. The Balatanya, right? The Balatanya, Tanya begins with this idea that he says the Shulchan Aruch begins with the concept of Hashem, the Negri Summit. I have placed Hashem before it at all times. It says the Balatanya, why does the Shulchan Aruch begin with this? There's nothing more important than God awareness. If you have the awareness of the Ribono Shel Olam in your life, that guides anything and everything. Conversely, a person doesn't have an awareness of the Ribono Shel Olam in their lives, person's lost. So something says that's what this is all about. That's what this is all about. Chazal are trying to sensitize us to how do we perceive HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So there's good news. The good news is, even if I'm a Kelev, even if I'm a Chamar, and even if I'm a Kelev, as Reb Tzaddik explained, I can still connect with the Ribono Shel Olam and feel HaKadosh Baruch Hu, with Sarah B'Shmina. But if you really want, the only problem with that is a Kelev and Hamar and Kelev, can only relate to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in times when the presence of God is absolutely unequivocally clear.
It will be everywhere in 12 to 24 hours, period. We will be shocked at all of the places this article gets picked up, period. And even more, comma, it will still get picked up in the future, period. Once we get it in a big publication like Market Watch or the Boston Globe, which should be in a few hours, comma, we can start posting that to our X and to Reddit and YouTube allows accounts to make posts in addition to videos and shorts, comma, which will help to get out the word, period. It is like pouring a bag of marbles on a roller skating rink, period. You never know what is gonna happen. Let's type. Shout out to More Life. Thank you for paying for that. That's amazing. I have something else that I want you to consider as well for our main X account, period. Just one moment and I will send it to you, period. Just be on the lookout. I don't want to get banned or muted or whatever for sending a link, so I will put spaces in the URL, period. I want you to look at this X service that automatically reposts and likes and comments on any post of a user, and it's a one-time fee and it works indefinitely.
So apparently, as we work our way kind of up the animal kingdom, so as the dance is considered to be the lowliest of animals, beasts of burden, but even those beasts of burden, even those totally material entities are still capable of experiencing human experience. The dogs apparently on a higher level.
Look at all the social media boosting that you can get, period. Look under the X services, under the automatic likes, comma, automatic retweets, comma, automatic all that stuff, period. It is a one-time fee that is relatively inexpensive for major engagement, period. I'm not saying we do this right now, comma, but just consider it. We'll see how the press release works, period. With this service, though, comma, every time we post from the main account, it can automatically get 100 likes or 100 reposts or whatever we want, and it's just a one-time investment for the lifetime of the account, period. This is how big influencers retweet and then, or I should say, this is how big influencers tweet and then get 1,000 retweets within 30 seconds, period. These are the tools they use, period.
This is a wild statement. The subject says because the dogs have the ability to feel and to perceive Eliyahu Navi. Why? Because on some level, the dog and the Eliyahu Navi stem from the same attributes of Kedusha. Okay, but this is really incredible. The Osios Kelev, the Gematria Nun days, can the Osios Eliyahu. So Caleb dog, right, is 52, which is the same numerical value as ABO. Okay.
Their automatic like and repost services are relatively inexpensive and are a one-time investment. Period. I can tell you that I used this site 4 years ago for followers, and I still have all the followers. 10,000 on Instagram and 50,000 on Twitch. Period.
The word Hamar itself, what's the word Caleb? Caleb is a contraction. The tzaddik, when Kotel Yad is just two words. Kulo Leib, all heart, or Kol Leib, complete heart. That apparently, I guess, in the animal kingdom. So a dog demonstrates an allegiance and fidelity to its master that is unique within the animal kingdom. Again, you will agree with this. I'm sure we could. I don't give you the fact check or product, but I'm sure it's apparently again the animal. So the kalab is kulolay. It's all hard. It gives its heart to its master, right? It's fully meshubed to the master. It's all in the relationship with the master. It's interesting enough, who else was like this? It's who was like this? Eliyahu Hanavi. Listen, again, it's interesting aside. Eliyahu Hanavi and Moshe Rabbeinu were both Nevi'im, both servants of the Ribono Shel Olam. Where the lines of the distinction between Moshe and Eliyahu? So interestingly enough, the Chazal speak about this. Moshe Rabbeinu was a fierce advocate of God's stuff. A fierce advocate. Very fierce advocate. And whenever Klal Yisrael got in trouble, even though it was clear that they were in the wrong, he still advocated on their behalf. Eliyahu Hanavi was a little bit different. Eliyahu Hanavi's primary fidelity and allegiance was with the Ribono Shel Olam. And so when Klal Yisrael sins, Eliyahu Hanavi sometimes gave up on them. So this is why, by the way, we have the beautiful mission of the name Klal Yisrael to go ahead and set up a piece shel Eliyahu by this season. Why does Eliyahu Hanavi have to come to it? Why Eliyahu? Why not Moshe Rabbeinu? Why not someone else? Elamai, because the Gemara says that Eliyahu Hanavi told that the Baruch with the other parts of this Klal Yisrael violated the bris. They violated the bris. He told God, Klal Yisrael, they're done with me. And if the Baruch says to Eliyahu Hanavi, really, they're done with me, I'll show you that they're not. Even though they make mistakes, even though they mess up quite frequently and often, nevertheless they still maintain their relationship with Haraya, bris midah. See, Eliyahu Hanavi is forced to maintain, to attend every single bris midah to show that he was wrong. You said Klal Yisrael was down and out. You said Klal Yisrael was overused to violating the bris. You have a front seat to every single bris midah. Eliyahu Hanavi was kulo leib to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So we'll say Moshe Rabbeinu had a little bit of a split heart, right? Which was beautiful. His heart was partially with Klal Yisrael, advocating on their behalf all the time. Even
I already see the press release on Google News posted 31 minutes ago on PR long, comma, and it will just keep going from there, period.
All hearts of the master. Eliyahu Hanavi was kulo to his master. We'll have to stop over here. We'll pick up again. Where a tzaddik is going to take
exactly, period. That's what we need, period. That will make every single post much stronger than it currently is, period. Just one moment.
Let us begin. Again, the level of tzaddik is us. again with some of the values of Shmoros. Symbolism of those Shmoros says Sifkat Gimel really speaking about the interconnectedness which really exists in the celestial sphere of what we call Gilamamo with the Mat. And that which happens in this world is reflective of what is happening with the Ribbon of Shaitan above. So right, so now we're going, so keep the introduction, now we'll go to the meaning of the different Shmoros. Shazal Shmoros, Shir Mishma Rishon. Remember again, first, now the Gemara's understanding is that the Ribbon should always fly down or roars out by each of the Mishmaros, by each of the different watches of night. And he says, I Labanim, woe to the children, because of their sins I have been forced to destroy my basic brush, and woe to the father who is forced to go ahead and exile his children. So remember again, so what's the extension of this problem is that every Mishnah. Now what I'm saying is when you bring together these two ideas. So you want to show them roars, so to speak, flies out there every Mishnah. But remember again, the three Mishmoros are represented in this world by three different things. So the first Mishnah, remember again, why was it done? So what's the connection? So we also have this thing in the region. This is a Shabbat Mishmoros. The first one is broken, flies out at night. In despair, for cloudy soul, but also in despair from himself. Despair for cloudy soul, ultimately again as the Ribbon Shel Olam had to exile us, and despair for himself that he's a father who was forced to exile his children. So what's the meaning of this? Essentially, in this Rishon, I'm reading the Uri HaChasidus on page 1 days, in the middle section, Uri HaChasidus, right hand column, left column.
I was literally just going to say that, comma, it's $16 for 100 likes forever, period. And it would be one thing if this website was out of business in like a year or whatever, but I can tell you it's been working for me at least for 4 years. And none of my followers have gone anywhere, period.
So good that it's felt even by the public. It's felt even by the down.
I was literally just going to say that, period. For $16, you can always have 100 likes on your posts. And for like $30, you can always have 100 reposts, period. It is absolutely worth it, period. I've advised other coins on this strategy, and they've used it and saved themselves hundreds of dollars a week from paying reply guys, period. I always tell anyone, do your own research, of course, and you can try it with an alt account if you want, but comma, it's not like a huge investment. Or a combined about $50 every tweet that you have will always get 100 reposts and 100 likes, period. You can't beat that, period, for life, period. I was literally just going to say that, period, for about $50 and the lifetime of the service, which is indefinitely, it will always give us 100 likes and 100 reposts, which is incredibly cheap, period. I've advised other coins who want help with their social media, and they've told me by using the service, they have been able to save hundreds of dollars a week by just using this service and not going with random reply guys, period.
The dance is crying out. What does mean the dance is crying out? It means that even the dance feels the pain of the street. Even the dance feels this sense of agitation of the Ribbon Shel Olam. What's the message? He says, those who are getting those who rent the rest of it, that Chazal discussed that the donkey is the lowliest of the animals. She'in avodim aminu hore hasidus lofi. Now left-hand column. She'in avodim kinani misyachsu la'agin la'shnema imach hamar. Nomer in hadome l'chamor. Harishinektu Chazal as hachamor l'dukma. Amuliusom hagasa she'imos olam. Not only that, some of the nations of the world are compared to donkeys. Why are they compared to donkeys?
Did you click the automatic service? Question mark.
Service. Material to the exclusion of the spiritual. Often that's what's found in the nations of the world. It goes on with this Moshe Anu Hazab Kama, Chavercha Tariya Kamra, Uchban Gabi Mush, Chavercha Tariya Kamar, Kedeva Bazor Star, Tal Ukov Shal Kamar, Sasire Elacha Vesino Saga Bachar, Lahatzik Eva Be'emes Simcha Kamar, Lomar, Holgalut Barev the Alkan, as well as here, because if your friend calls you a donkey, what should you do? Put a saddle on and accept the fact that you're a donkey. Which, again, I will say is a separate discussion about how to deal with name calling, how to deal with insults. That's not our discussion for today. So whatever goes on, you see, what's the point? So what's the message here? Hare Shebene Adam Nokrin Asatulu Kamon, Videva Hashtu Asulasam, even Shekamoru Aberia Shula Bakom. So we'll say, so the first lesson says that Tzaddik is as follows, that even the Hamar, even that which is intensely physical, even that which is the almost the antithesis of spirituality and holiness, has the ability to feel the pain of the sheep, has the ability to feel the feeling of holy emotion, which I will say is a fascinating, dramatic, beautiful, overwhelming lesson. And again, this is the same idea that Tzaddik said before, right? Remember again.
As I see it, comma, it is a little confusing, comma. They call it automatic lights, but it seems like there is a
And if I'm not holding in that state, then how could I have a relationship with my love,
pool of the budget.
Over and over. But that is not the case. That is not the case, which of course, what Tzaddik is reinforcing with is one of the tenets of Hasidus. Remember again, one of the reasons
that
sparked about Shabbat to create a movement
is
was a feeling that Judaism was
eventually drained, period. I think I may have been confused because of the name. I would not buy that right now. Here's what I would do.
That like all of Jewish history, like the days of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda, like the Gemara during the days of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda, even children do the halachas of Tum and Tara. You know, Tum and Tara, those subjects that we get to in that really, very, 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 sort of be glad to see how long the Gemara actually is until it's over. Right? So in the days of Hiskiel Melech Yehuda, all the children knew. So we often think that like Jewish history, that was a blip. That was like an exception to the rule. Most people, if you have the just have not been educated. Right? And most people throughout the just have not come to be a. So the Baal Shem Tov was willing to go and say, okay, so we have to make the English type for everyone. So here the Tzaddik is saying, what does it mean that the donkey
I would consider
at the first that first time at night,
buying
out,
150.
Even the donkey feels that. Even the donkey.
Consider buying 10,000 followers for $150. Period. Having a big Twitter account will rejuvenate the coin again, period. I know we always have to worry about getting banned, comma, but it will show the crypto Twitter community that we are back, period. It's $150, comma, but in my opinion, worth it if we want to be considered one of the big projects again, period. I understand that we may not want to spend all of that all at once. So you can try on one of the alt accounts with fewer followers, or just use their free follower site, which I've used and does work. So you can see that it works. Period. When we have 10,000 followers or more, we become a medium-sized Twitter account, which is what we need for more growth. Period. We should just be patient now and let the press release work its way through the interwebs. Period. However, perhaps in the future, more followers on Twitter would be good. Period. There's another strategy that I will say that works really well, but can get rather expensive. But I see people doing it all the time. Period. They start a space, add like 1,000 listeners to it for 15 minutes, comma. This gets the space at the very top of the Twitter space list, gets promoted all over Twitter, comma, and then they have the bots stop and they get a bunch of people in their space organically. Period. You don't need 1,000, but once you get that many, then it is almost guaranteed to be the highest engaged listener space on X. Period. It is what Mario Norwal does, and all those big X spaces. They get a bunch of bots there at the beginning, and then get to the top of the X space list. A bunch of people join, and then they let the bots go, and then they have a few hundred people in there organically. Period. If I were not so focused on my live streams, I would love to make a career out of creating a website for Twitter Space listeners. It seems extremely enticing and very profitable. Period. What'd you say, big man? What'd you say, big man?
How can you brother your daddy is, etc.
What'd you say, Jayski? What'd you say, Jay?
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you from the blah, 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 World Famous Comedy Store. This is a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe. Blah, blah.
Yay! Fuck yeah! How you guys doing? Happy Monday! Hi everybody. How exciting! Episode 34 of Kill Tony. Here we are.
Yes, yes. And we're still alive.
Yeah. You had a fun weekend. You were in Vegas.
Yeah, I pretty much took, and if you listened or here last week, we went to Texas, we killed our bodies, we both pretty much died, came back to life. But I had to go immediately to the ABNs, or I had to, I made myself. And so I partied like I was 21.
I can't believe that. And I specifically told you before you went on that you're going to have to be careful of that.
Yeah, you totally do. No, I think the earliest I went to bed was like 9 a.m. Like seriously, and it went from like the problem is that you go downstairs to get like coffee when you wake up in the morning, and immediately you're inside a porno. Like there was people with machines that were inside their like pants that looked like robots and were and it was just putting dildos in their ass when they were walking around.
Really?
I swear to God. And then every single person you see, they're like, "Oh, hey, come up to my room. Let's smoke some weed." You go up to their room. It's like it's fucking Miami Vice, 1980. There's piles of cocaine. There's fucking bongs.
So it's like, because I feel like most people would think that the aliens would be like a disappointment. You're saying that it's
No, it's Hangover the movie. It's anytime you close your eyes as a kid and think, "Oh, I want to go to Vegas one day," and you go there, it's like, "Oh, that was kind of cool." No, it's when you closed your eyes as a kid and thought it was going to be. Yeah,
cheap dildos going in.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Some people fucked at the bar. It was great. Dave Navarro was there with 5 girls all eating each other out. And the best part was,
Really?
yeah.
Dave Navarro, where you saw him eating girls out.
Well, no, he was on a couch with all girls all around him, and all the girls were eating each other out. Their clothes out. And then the
So
funny
you got to see Dave Navarro's life for a moment.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
for a glimpse.
Yeah, I sat
It was ABNs for you, but it was Thursday for Dave Navarro.
Yeah, there's a whole Dave Navarro story that it's too long to go into it. Or some weird shit with Dave Navarro. It was weird. But the best part is that there was constantly, I saw it at least twice, there was families with kids checking into this hotel. Oh, there's people walking by with dildos connected like on their foreheads. Worst parts of the room.
Yeah, you gotta do research. You can't take your kids. I bet they have creepy discounts to draw kids there because they know it's a very adulty weekend. So they whatever water parks.
Maybe that's disgusting.
I had the opposite weekend. I spent my weekend recuperating. I miraculously came out of the most sick that I've ever been in years.
Did you go to the doctors and everything?
I went to the doctor twice. It was a debacle. But I'm all better. It just ended up being some crazy bug.
Before we died, we're a possibility also. We talked about we lost 6 hours of our life.
Yeah, that I think I did. I think I may have blacked out during in Dallas. Shit got crazy that night.
I agree. But you were talking earlier, you're like, remember we were at that place and we were on that one night? I'm like, no, I don't. I remember hating. Like, you're not supposed to, like, Jeff Daniels doesn't make you, like, black out that much where you're at a place for 6 hours.
I think it was the Long John Silver's, man. We had Long John, our only meal all day because we were in the tail end of this crazy road trip. It was Long John Silver's, this thing with a Shell gas station. And we're like, we're in the middle of Texas, who gives a fuck? We're hungry. Let's do the Long John Silver's. We haven't had that in forever. I mean, it seemed like it was a cool idea at the time, but it was a really big mistake. But I had a great weekend, spent recuperating, did shows back here in the home clubs, the Comedy Store, the Ice House for the first time in like 4 or 5 weekends. I've been out on the road, so it's good to be home. Played some Birds of Steel. I have a flight simulator video game that I got for Christmas that's very exciting. I know how to fly planes now. No big deal. But I'm excited because I came to the show on Friday in the main room here, big show, and a packed show, good spot, and there's something glistening in the second or third row, and I see this gold hat, and who was it but the Iron Patriot? He came to the show in the flesh. Put your hands together for the Iron Patriot. Fuck yeah, that's our head of security here, making sure we're all safe at all times.
I came out of my costume on Friday and Saturday to the main room. I was looking very stylish. I had my 5950 Iron Man cap. I had my Nike Air Force One Iron Man shoes. My Under Armour Iron Man shirt. I had my overnight Adidas Pumas. And many of the comedians commented on me. One American wanted to know who I was. I told him I'm Iron Patriot. He'll tell me who I am.
No, you didn't say this during the live show.
Yes, and he was really making fun of me. And I said, that's how I came back to it. I said, fuck, my brother gave me this weapon. One of them sent me 49. and threw up his game enough.
Like the same with
Why would you do that to him?
I wanted to make himself guilty, and it is a true story. My brother did give it.
أقول لك إذا
He ended up playing
أول
off
حاجة
the crowd loved it. It was a funny moment.
لسه
Jeff
سنة
Ross, he
شايف
wanted to know who he was. I told him who I was.
Well, I bet, Patriot, you were wearing an all-white jumpsuit with a gold sparkly cap in the second row of the show.
Did he have his gold chains also? His oversized gold
Yeah, I
chains?
think so.
I have my silver
somehow
Oh,
the economy
Do you dress like that? Or like, what is your normal? I'm going to John McHugh's Saturday morning.
somehow the economy
well, here's what's creepy, is that he came in the exact same clothes both Friday and Saturday. What's that statement that you don't bathe or wash your clothes? You did not take it to the... There's no same-day dry cleaners where you live in Hollywood, Patriot. Why would you lie and say that you got that shirt dry cleaned in between Friday and Saturday? Why would you lie to me on our own podcast? So did you take it to the dry cleaners or not?
I do every once in a while. I'm just saying, every once in a while.
What are you saying, Patriot? I think you're having a short circuit right now.
Before he got a chance on me. So, Jeff, you remember that?
It didn't go well.
Yeah, but
That interaction didn't go well. You ruined that moment.
I got a little
All right. That's enough. Jesus, Patriot. Take it easy, man.
I got a special song I'm going to do tonight, Tony.
Oh, no. Send in a song.
This is going to show my softer side.
I know you guys purposefully don't tell me when you send in a song because you know I don't want to do it. And I'll just tell you guys right then, like we can't listen.
I've been moving through my music career. I did one for my first band, Rothschild.
Let me ask you a question because I saw a tweet this week that somebody tweeted that they bought the Dirty Crabber album. This is his failed rock and roll band from Dallas in the early 90s. And the whole album, I believe, is $10, right? Alright, now here's my question. From your newfound Iron Patriot fame, you know, that's what fans have gone and ventured into this music, and then some of them are buying it. Are you sharing the profits with the other members of the band?
Clear back in 1980, I signed up with Rothschild. You know that Rothschild company that sells music? I signed up with them, and
Sounds really like a big label.
now it's a big internet label, Rothschild. And if people buy that money will go directly into my bank account. So I appreciate anybody buying it.
Well, he just loopholed in response to. He just pretty much said that he just gets all the money.
He double promoted it. He said the name of the website 5 times.
Rothschild gets a percentage, and then I get
How much does Orchard get?
I think they get about 30%.
Wow.
I'm not sure what the thing is. They pick a pretty healthy chunk there.
Yeah. All right. Let's. I can't believe you sent in another song. Patriot. Is this a new one?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you after I get done with it. I'll tell you what it's about.
Okay. How far into it you go? Because I usually just completely unbearable.
It's not gonna be that long.
Okay. So this band failed completely, and he's trying to reintroduce it to people.
This is me playing guitar and solo, just singing.
It's hilarious that you got to check out the music videos. The man behind this dude is they always sound the same.
And much more real than a spark, right? The spark, so remember, you have a fire, the spark comes off the fire. Well, it's true that the spark emanates from fire. The spark is no longer a piece of the fire. Clearly, Allah Kamina Allah, a portion of Hashem is about time, right? A portion. It was one spark, now it's no longer part. It's going to tell you the age, it's going to tell you the name. It's going to tell you not how much means that what. A limb is only meaningful when it's attached to the body. Like when the limb is no longer attached to the body, so the limb no longer really has that much of an identity on the limb. So that's what the Nagi the Mezrich is suggesting is that local Mesa, not just the Pshat, that the Neshama is a piece of the Rebbe. Again, the Neshama is a piece. The Neshama is a limb of HaKadosh. And therefore, the Vakish Alashkina shall also govern the Chassan Ashkina. What's the difference in Nagi Mezrich Therefore, when the aspect of the context came and you're lacking something, just know that whatever the name lacks, God lacks it. So I am petitioning
Do you go to like an experimental rap part of that song or something? Get choked on the top and stop right there.
Well, I don't want to go on too long. I mean, you gotta get the point.
You're
Right.
right. I have to stop it real quick.
I get the feeling the second verse of the song is when you choke out Jamie and hide her underneath your parents' stairs.
When you got it,
Let me tell you something. That's the only girl I wrote a song to. The girl I was in love with named Jamie back in 1999.
in my late
And
97.
I just really
So
felt for this girl.
that used to do
The ironic thing was that she had a bunion on her foot. And I usually don't like that on a foot, but I gave her an exception. She had a nice face, a nice body.
yourself.
I smoothed out the pouch, licked the
I
toes.
know that's what you're lacking you.
Now,
You're
so
the
he ended
mallet
up
with
muting
your
my bass
desire
player from my
as
band
well.
Shape, so I
This is
didn't
such
stay
an
on it that long. But
incredible
When did they start dating?
Now,
Well,
what this
were you
actually
still in the
means,
band?
like the record means that the North Pole has a single after shallow. So someone's going to have to run this to stop over for today. We'll continue to see starting here.
Yeah, but she was a beautiful woman. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's the life of my life back in
Where
19.
did things go wrong with Jamie?
Well, I don't
Did
know.
she really have brown eyes, or was that supposed to be a joke and you were looking into her brown eyes?
No, she's
Yeah, were you talking about Jamie's asshole in that lyric?
Yeah.
She had a beautiful. Is it something I'm thinking about now? I just don't really
Oh
know.
my god, jeez. You're really twitching over there, my god. That nervous twitch is unbelievable. I noticed you don't really have it outside of the suit, but inside the suit you're just a fucking... I mean, my god.
I work in mysterious ways, Tony.
Are you still writing songs? Do you still write Dirty Crapper songs?
No, I haven't been writing songs in a while.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
That's great. That's really good news.
I still gotta play a lot more songs with my band before I get to know.
Well, I'm glad that you're here, Patriot. We have a very exciting show. What do you say we get it started? It's Kill Tony 34, everybody. Our guest tonight, this is his third time on the show. He is a true Kill Tony favorite, one of my funnier friends in the world. You know, from his hit show right now, Getting Dug with High. It's the one and only Doug Benson. He's back. Very close.
It's just fun to pretend that you're punching Tony Stark.
Yeah. The Patriot. Doug, how's it going, buddy? Welcome back.
I'm so happy to be back. It's already been a great show. That song wasn't so bad.
No, that was actually one of his better ones. Normally his songs get very repetitive over and over very quickly, within like 20 seconds.
He was very professional, so I cut it off before that happened.
Yeah.
That was very emotional. I actually like that song. I think that might be my favorite of yours, because it didn't have the same formula like the Jefferson chorus back to the fourth band. It was like
In the world of
Sure,
Here we go.
You're the Messiah of marijuana. You got one eye that looks like it's on Anakin, one eye that looks like it's on Nicole.
Hey, that's a Jeff Ross line.
Now, the comic Patriot stealing should not be part of their repertoire of comedy. That was a good line when Jeff said it.
You're right.
It's funny how it also didn't get a laugh when the comic Patriot said it.
But I do love watching your new show, Getting Dug with High. I've watched all the episodes. And this is what I want to ask you is, you know, you always have your first smoke down of the day at 4:19. Now, did you arrive at that precise time over a lot of experimentation over the years of, you know, smoking too early and too late? How did you come at that time?
So is it on the weekend?
It's 4:19, is that?
You know, you've heard of 420, comic Patriot?
And that's what my inspired for, and I felt inspired when it was.
Oh my god, that really just happened.
Oh, yeah, every episode on 419, I announce that it's 419 and we're smoking 420. Somebody just threw some energy drink. 5-hour energy drink.
I know that Tony isn't a big enough rock and roll to come on the show, but what if I
Jesus Christ!
what if I
Oh my God, you piece of shit! It's Brian that's throwing stuff.
what if I came along with it? Would that be enough time for us to get?
Oh my God, Patriot! You're a couple steps ahead of me, which is odd because you can barely move in that thing. But I was thinking about doing an episode where you just stand in the corner and do this thing you're doing now, because that'd be pretty fun. Because we could just blow pot smoke in your face the whole time.
Well, I want to be right in there, though, in the conversation. I want to be on the side of it, participate.
Let's go inside your costume. We'll send some sort of a bus or something to come and get you so you can stand and so we can put a tube that goes like straight up to the top of his head so that when we blow smoke it just right out of his eyes. Right. No, I mean I can really picture it being great. It's a great idea. We should just do that anytime.
And of course, Tony is
How dare you, Peter? What kind of team player?
And what if they bring me up? Like I said, I can see why I can come too, because I want to come to Culver City to the studio and see that video podcast.
Well, it bothers me that you know where it is. We're going to have to blindfold you before bringing you to the specific location. That's up to the host.
Okay. There's a movie that came out 2011.
Brian, I said host.
It's called
Brian, weigh in on this. Is it me?
just one more thing. There's a movie that came out in 2011 called Take This Walk. There's a shower scene that not only shows Sarah Silverman naked in the show, Williams too. Have you seen that?
I have seen it.
It's pretty awesome.
It's one of those kind of slice of life kind of moments in the picture where there's also a lot of different sized ladies in the shower. So it's kind of a weird, a lot of different emotions in
When we inspire ourselves, when we engage
What is your favorite shower scene from a movie?
What do you think he was going to say? The Penn State documentary?
I loved when Kevin Bacon got out of the shower and Wild Things and he saw his dog. Women in the shower. Oh, that's pretty good. Carrie's good. I knew he'd agree. He said, yep. I can't think of any.
Patriot, you know how to bring up. That's good. Fucking machine.
Do you like food? Can you eat in that thing?
Get the feeling
That should be your personal ad.
It's back page.
About
I'd like to have a little sandwich before you did
Hold
it.
on.
well, let's get this thing started. You have been on before, Doug, and had you at the podcast fest. You guys know comedians, over 30 of them signed up tonight. It's so much fun. You guys know that you get 60 seconds. You know that 60 seconds up when you hear that sound of a kitty.
What is
That means wrap it up and don't do much more than that, or else she'll bring out the angry West Hollywood mayor.
what is the
So here we go.
You know what should bring out is that guy that was yelling at that from the game yesterday.
He was great.
Yeah. Richard Sherman. Did Richard Sherman write the Supercalifragilistic Expialidocious?
Wow, that's true.
All
That's
of
interesting.
the 15
Saving Mr. Banks.
but from the name of Rabbi Meir,
Richard Sherman did that last night.
I'm already
It's
that
the
radio.
couple that I was watching it with
So again,
more
it's
excited
just
at that part.
it's a dramatic line on a number of levels. But
I
apparently,
love the
it's
Aaron
almost
Andrews,
all
like,
of
she
them.
just watch all that shit between him and Crouch.
And what the
She he's like, she's like,
quote
this is
from
directed
the
at
Rabbanim of
what are you
Israel.
talking about?
It's
So
just
that
this
guy
rabbi
they built that
says,
fighting, they were just doing
but
in
one
that
rabbi
game
is
like we were all
both is
watching.
that
You're really going to
the
get a
other
story.
Shilo says that they realize why does
You get a good chance to have someone.
yo, you should be a drummer, try something to
Sure did.
Wow.
Well, let's get it started, guys. You guys excited or what? The first comedian goes by the name of Brendan Cooney.
Because the heritage, all the other rabbis associate somebody to the heritage. Not only was here. Heritage is the thing as the active tries to uproot, learning tries to uproot the observance, all the rabbis put themselves on something, except Rabbi Meir. Right, except Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir was just telling, and Rabbi Meir tried to extract and learn from I'm really that really yo. I'm like, are you Rabbi Meir? Imon Masa, Topo Apo, Picasso Jara. What's the other Rabbi Meir do? So Rabbi Dua, excuse me, Rabbi Shila, is defending Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir found the on the ground. He ate the food and threw away the food. In other words, that he understood that he should not be was a repository of Torah knowledge. He was trying to extract that knowledge from everything of the law. But of course, that has to show us adopting any of his heretical views. And was not only that, Rabbi Meir's real intention is maintaining our relationship with the nation of the real Israel.
I kind of wish that cat was in the act when he does it elsewhere. He says that line. Anything to do with his elbow when you're like scratch.
עכשיו שאמרת את זה, זה מערכת הלחצות, אבל אנחנו כבר so you gotta be positive for me. Because that
It's actually an interesting one because I coincidentally was walking through
now that you have
or something and I
gone
saw
ahead,
you
you've gone ahead and
on one side of the back
very very like
and
you went out of your way
and I saw you
go
do that
ahead
joke
and
about how
find
I'm
something
middle aged and
part of the experience
white,
which
so
made that
medium,
what do you
whatever
think
you said about being
of
able to do whatever you
that
want.
debate?
And I laughed whatever you were then,
How
but
does
I
that
think
put part of
what
the
he said
Lamalo
made that different
Isha
than
over
you said it
Lava
the first time
Shiva
downstairs. And you got an person there, which is
the action of the wonderful
What's the difference?
celestial sphere
such a
with
I think
impact
it
with
really
shy,
is.
otherwise
I think it's the pacing, really.
Well, yeah, the pacing.
the hence the time of Gorda Sabbath, the first one is this is a Tasa Tavo, that's Shem, no over the Maluk.
Why do you think that way? If you had to
The
guess.
that which you do in this world arouses some type of reciprocal divine energy from the celestial sphere.
It could be like the Golden Globes, you know, every acceptance speech was I didn't think this was right.
Dramatic idea that the most we can impact is our world.
In your case tonight, you had a one and how many years plus
But then I impact the
yeah, so that's my mind as an excuse. I'm on board with that. I mean, you know, sometimes there are things that throw you off your game, and when you can recognize them and adjust, that's why I like you walked up there and just went, you just said it, and then went into your act, very matter of factly, and worried about it. But this opportunity there, because maybe you said something funny about it, and everyone enjoyed
so that about Sheila was Milani
something
Swiss.
based off.
I found something redeeming. That's something there's action and if there's
Clearly a professional presentation.
even you see let's stop over here for today. We're going to continue with this. This, by the way, is part of the national teaching of the
thought the voice was interesting. Like you said, this individual lady, or was that supposed to be a surprise?
I didn't go into that.
Yeah, I was so surprised by that.
As the show is painted, and the imagery that's being painted
Especially
is
sounds like a
just
guy.
like shade
It was
provides
funny.
you
It was a funny voice.
the social
One thing I
intelligence
would argue with that,
powerful
one thing I
life
would say is
provides
that
you
you
with
definitely add on doesn't seem, I don't know if that's
the way
your
they
take,
translate
like
it, some sort
change
of
direction.
Hashem is
It's
shadow.
very
What's this
one-liner
shade
but
and
it
shadow?
almost gets seen
Shade
as
is
like,
wonderful.
but it's you're like right in the
Shade
middle
does not
of
change
one-liner
based
and
on
not. Is
shadow.
that the way that you roll? Is that a thing or not? Or do you like changing direction that often? Like for example, the Starbucks you have to do the
What
you go with different topic actually. You're over the right thing of everything.
I think it's the minute restriction, if I may, on your behalf. I think it's the minute restriction that's making him throw out as many of his wares as possible.
How long have you been nuts?
About 2 years.
LA?
No, I did that going on 3 years.
How long have you been in LA?
About 1 every year.
There you go.
Thanks, guys.
Soon to be Arlington Phenom.
Do you think that
I think that's the other thing you should do is just cut it down to just this Brendan stuff at the beginning, slowing it down. Ladies and gentlemen, Cooney.
he's on Twitter at Cooney or Dots at Cooney or Dots.
That's fun.
All right. Your next comedian goes by the name of Sean Conn.
Round of applause if you've seen the movie Lion King.
All right, great.
I don't like that movie because it doesn't make any sense to me. You remember at the beginning of the movie, Simba and all the rest of it,
All right, folks, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin to give our taking all of our responses for this morning. Cheers. Thank you. Our number one responses for the month of East. Sorry, of this month. Well, I'm usually coming. We're dedicating all the Shuno Joshua to this month. And then we have Sarah, Ryan, Abbas, Shua, and Schultz. And got your responses for today. Alan Steinberg. And Schultz. And his help to shoot on his hand about Susha. Current ultimate. Because we're seeing, of course, we dedicate our learning as we saw brothers and sisters there. So, some shouting on the street,
Did you
sitting
just
there and
recently get
stuff
really
around,
high
holy
watching
smoke.
Lion King?
It is to be successful. The whole mass they did. It was we got
That's what was happening. You were
It was
just
just
all
in
that
time.
that was going on.
it is not
Finally, someone's called that movie on its bullshit.
Started the Gimel of the days 93B at the
Yeah, you really gotta. I
which
think
is
that kills if a crowd just got out of seeing the Lion King.
about 22
Who
lines up
hasn't?
from
That's
the
not the
battle.
lies we're leading. We've all seen the Lion King.
I don't even
Just got out.
But
That's part of it is that the
the
specifics are so fun. Just the fact that, man,
what happens if you place your hands on the side of the head of your head? Not that you have the nose up on the side right or side up or touch.
Did you see that documentary?
Well, the science is going to learn which way that's today. That sweet one must
that's
be
the only
done
reason
on
I'm
the head of
referencing
the
it,
head.
and I'll continue to reference it for the rest of my life.
Instead of the head, you put it on the side of the head, so now what's called a percussional. You sign your Abba be
It's more like you just saw it in,
Yoga Arosh Volo, Yoga Alaksa, we put our hand up
and you came up with that bit
on
about
the
it.
head of the animal and not on the side of the head of the animal. So if you're okay, so that answers that. It's got to be directly on the head.
It's basically
You had that idea first, and then applied it to
Not
I had the idea first.
not on the side of the head. Next question. I said sorry. What
That's,
is it?
that just felt to me like he's already said that you saw Lion King and like the funny thing about it.
What happens if you don't want to put your hand directly on the head of the animal, but you want to put a cloth? So you put a cloth between the right, you put a cloth on top of the head, and you
Sure. We're just seeing the section.
put your hands on top of the cloth, because that's what, so you want to say, Pashma, or Rabbi, okay, you got the whole thing to say on the other.
And then this is like a way to kind of
This being known as a still won't work as long as what? There's nothing. The whole thing is between you and the head of Moshe. Now you say to yourself, that's obvious, right? After all the previous contact before, then you can't have a confusion. You can't put any interposition by the other. Why do you do more? You're going to enter in this answer. Or I just say this question, what's the answer? Because remember, Krishna told us that Simcha is Shiyar Mitzvah. Simcha is essential, but not totally essential. So in other words, if you omitted it, the covenant is still effective. So the fact that God is true indicates to us that obviously is not the same level of logos. Yes, but the harmony is maybe having a clock there is not a big deal. I'm not sure. I'm not sure that anything is opposing to the hands and the oil itself. We stay at that. Furthermore, Tzvika is done with both hands. So,
start like you did before. Just like start over again.
Like, come out like you're top of the hour.
Before the mic stand in
So it says, Aaron replaces two hands. Pretty explicit. And interestingly enough, the Gemara says, see Yado. On one hand, the word is written Yado, right? But it also says, it also says two. So what's the job? So it's that on this piece of paradigm. What's the paradigm? So what can you name on Yado? How you become Stein? Actually, you put the top of the it's always the thing with the paradigm. The paradigm is every the fact that it modifies Yado, which is written as Yado, here in context with stay, which indicates to us that wherever you see the word Yado, wherever you see the word Yado in the Torah, there's only two. Yado means two, unless of course it's qualified to mean one. Good, and therefore Allah always in the twins for Simcha. So this is a great story. Also Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Allah, sorry. Amra laha shmait the Neden is Rothschild. So Amra ishmait the Reish Lakish. So it says, remember again, the Mishnah begins with this statement. Statement is, Simcha requires two hands. The Gemara asks the question, where do you know? On this front. Reish Lakish answers because it says Shtei Yadav, but it's read all in the field. Again, as you know, it creates a paradigm. What's the paradigm? Whenever you see the word Yadav, it means two. And therefore, Simcha requires two. That was Reish Lakish's answer. So the logical tradition, the Lord has this over, but he does not attribute the statement to Reish Lakish. Okay, what happened goes into this. So somebody was like a church, and his answer was being given over in the big branches without attribution. He became very upset. Reish Lakish got upset. So listen to this. Amalei. So Reish Lakish says to the Lord, so Amalei, so Rabbi Eliezer, if you're so smart and you think that every single place it says that ultimately again, ultimately that means to that's the case. Lamali the lift up Yada, right? Why does it have to say the word Yada in the Torah? If Yada already means two, then why would the Torah ever have to use the word Yada in the plural? Because Yada already means two. So Yada, actually Esrin is Galil Yada. And Reish Lakish ended up bringing up 24 places in the Torah where the Torah goes ahead and writes Yada. So by the way, that's like without Safari, right? Without Safari, without a search engine. Just imagine, by the way, the ability to have such mastery. It's just enough. It's just enough. The ability to have such mastery over a body of knowledge that you know how many times a word comes up with something. It's just, where does that come from? That comes from love. not simple. That's not simple villages. And that's not simple, wisdom or a wonderful memory. That's when you love something. When you love something, you remember every single
Trey Stewart, everyone.
you love a person, you remember every detail of this particular feeling. You love a particular wine, you can see every note. You know, even sounds like shit. Shows up and it's incredible. Take these examples. He just gave these multiple examples where again, the term goes, I gotta use the full form of the word. You're so smart, if you're so smart, and
Trey Stewart, you've been blacklisted.
ultimately, again, the word go always means to. Why do we need to ever use the plural form? It's no longer with silence. It's a catch-up. It's a good catch-up. So the boss said enough that day after they calm down. Right? So Rish Lakish posed this challenge to Rothschild because Rish Lakish was upset. Rish Lakish was upset. Now we'll discuss why Rish Lakish was in this in a moment. He was upset. So after he calmed down, Amalei might handle it formally. So Rish Lakish was Rothschild. Why don't you answer me? You adopt the Simcha card. This says because when Rish Lakish said originally that he created this being out of this paradigm, that whenever it says Yado always means two, that's in the context of Smicha. That's not a rule for Kol HaTorah.
I felt like that was my minute. Maybe I've got more seconds.
That's a rule ultimately for Smicha. So it shows you guys are what? The rule is correct, but the rule is correct in the context of Smicha. I will second.
When people get mad that they get judged at the airport, like you
Nobody
judged you until they saw your ID. She just didn't believe you. She not got your face, apologized, you were fine, I get it. Nobody judged you, sweetheart.
Right when he was transferring to him the reins of leadership, because he placed his hands on him right today. And he commanded him. See from here again, it says just Paul, which say it like this. Wherever you see the word Yado in the context of Smicha, Yado always means hands, plural. In God's story, the rest of the time, you have Yado, and you have Yada, and Yado will mean one, and Yada will mean two. But in the context, it's the Smicha itself, Yado always means two. So I say, what's the chat that is getting all of that? What's the chat? So this is a beautiful Gemara in the second Sifamos. It actually appears a couple of places in chats. We've seen this, and it's a very meaningful Gemara. So this I'm not going to quote it to you now from the Gemara's chat design. The Amar Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan said, Mishum Rashbi, Nirem Shem Bayochai. Chol Tzani Chacham, Sha'omi Deva Shmuel Mizod Ba'olam Azaz. Anytime we come Chacham, the school comes Chacham is years. Like the Kohen Yidin of teaching of Ham Chacham in this world, Sifsot Davados Mikata. He's really great. Right? So what does this mean? That every single grade you put somebody in it, you're going to come Chacham. And even if that Ham Chacham is no longer here,
I don't think anyone here would ever even think that he had that. Anyone here a while ago.
It means is he has like when you're told to teach you to become Chacham, you are giving that Chacham. So it's Neshama eternality. That's why, by the way, you find this all the time in the world. Where somebody comes in and says, they call the ruler. They call the ruler without attribution. And the author of that name gets upset.
face out of
It's
the
not a
neck.
guy with
It
it's not
says
an
the
ego
south
thing.
side on
But
it.
it's like misunderstood.
And it's an
So at the end of the
No,
day,
it says
after the
the word
120,
south
what's
side.
the only
Like the south side of town. Like
thing
no,
that you need in this world? The only thing that you really
So
walk
it's like,
through
I know.
are your spiritual accomplishments. This is the only thing that people like to say that the only thing you leave behind is your family. It's family to be alone with nice, you know, what do they do? But don't get
There's a compass now.
they do what they accomplish, but don't get accomplished. At the end of the day,
Hey Tom, can I see your neck, please? I gotta get out of here. Which way to the north side?
that is truly yours and everlasting
What city is he repping the south side
is
of?
your witness, is your spirituality. That's what you want. And if you do it
The
well
only
enough
vehicle
in
that
this
should be in.
world,
Oh
that
my
will
god.
live on after you're gone. Yes, hopefully it'll live on in your family. It'll live on in
It's
your
actually
friends.
representing
It'll live on in
Breaking
your
Bad. That's what's
students.
going on.
So
There's
that's
no
why
way
you
that
see
guy's
that there was such a
not
hot
right?
there was such an
South side
insistence
tattoo on
of
the neck.
if I say this ruling, stay in my name, not because of my ego, but because one day I'm going to leave this world and I want to leave something of meaning behind. I don't want it to be that my sphere of influence ends after the 120. I want to make sure that even after I'm gone, my portfolio continues to inspire, continues to do, and continues to elevate. And that's what is not done. And that's what means it's so critical for Kevin. You go ahead and you say over. That's why attribution in general is saying whatever you like is. Not only because of black violence, but also because you give it because of course, there's a show up the person who said that in Sakura, and let's say for our own lives. The thing that you leave behind in this world is your happiness. You can leave behind money, and money could be very easily spent through the business. You can leave, of course, have I'm sure leave behind family. But again, you have no guarantee what your family is going to accomplish or not accomplish. But you're told that. You're lucky, you're nice and total, you're good teacher. That's what you create, that's what you take out with you in all the manners, and that's what you use and influence some very good or your witness as an impact on others. That effect, that's reality, that's your ultimate gift to this world even after you leave. What's incredible thing? I'm not going to say it.
What is your actual?
You might. I'm going to say, by the way, the other lesson to think about with this is if you notice.
Yeah, that's exactly. You look.
They're 2 weeks ago, each at first might be weird to love the same that he responds. And then he responds with like a little bit like a shot. Again, if you notice the Gemara says, Basar Dinah Daite. And down, then he answers more. What am I supposed to say? Never respond to the answer. Never respond. I think most of us don't have enough hands. Count the number of times we have responded to anger, the exact number of times we have regretted responding in anger. Nothing good ever comes from responding to receiving anger. Calm yourself. Take a deep breath. Count to 10. Put your hand on the rock. Drink a bottle of bourbon. Whatever you have to do, right? Whatever you need to do to go ahead and calm your mind. But you never respond to hostility. The bustle did not fight. After the Shlakish kindly calmed himself down, then he was ready and more better prepared to ultimately respond. Incredible. Let's finish up. Open Malcolm. Shishon can show. Then they give us Mika Shmita. Then the right time is said, and he plays. Here we go ahead and we do Sneaka. We shop. And right after Sneaka is Shmita. So it's right on. For example, what's the flow of these two things? Something doesn't mean to say. Nothing is something to show. Ultimately, again, where you Sneaka is where you shop. Why? Because they get the Sneaka Shmita.
Melanie Maldonado, thank you so much. There you go.
Why is it that in a place that we do Sneaka, that's where we do Shmita? And the answer is because
Jesus, Keisha, you're out of control tonight.
occurs immediately after Sneaka. Now, a lawyer asked me after share just yesterday, where is everything happening exactly? It's not right this way. Presumably, you're always doing Sneaka. So we're going to get into the actual, what's the word? Not geography, but
I haven't seen it. I was intrigued. It got
Flow, like flow, physical flow. Like you grab out.
Is there like a website that you can go to?
Geography. Like, let's look at everything. We'll get it. I think for geography, we'll get it right next to it. Later, let's say, bottom of the
you mentioned it throughout the show.
Thank you, Moses. Maybe it's easy. All of this looking at the Okay, so it's one of those restrictions that Sneaker has obviously when they get Sneaker activating. And there's a fun rock that Sneaker has on the Sneaker. Also, it's a shot from the Color Cabaret. Yeah, in that also made the Color Cabaret. So, number one, like, new fucking interesting, let's say you have a color that is brought by a group. One person seems to do new fun on behalf of the group. We had this one yesterday, that. When it comes to Sneaker, if you have a cover being brought by a group, every member of the group must do Sneaker. Next, there's a couple of Sneaker. What's the Shatu? New applies in private offerings, individual offerings, community offerings, top of $1,000, 90 way, the Chayim with living animals or with living things, I should say living animals. And sometimes you do too far, ultimately again, even on animals, on sacrificial parts. But we never chase more living thing and inanimate objects. For example, like you do too far on bread. Like on bread, on loaves of bread, you can't. We don't show what kind of keep the Sneaker. But Sneaker is like only done on what? The punch, so you assume right now it's like only done on animals and living animals. You kind of about it. Let's analyze it. We do our own cover. All these apples come on the cover of the Sneaker. So it's this cover that comes through
That's what it's new animal noises at the same time. I thought you were really getting some deep Michael Winslow shit. And then you were making the cat noise.
I would have made another, I could have made a cover for us. I'm not too far. Shouldn't sit up so the shooting. It's not the whole thing. This is when it comes to stuff. Right, so it's not going to be a example. The Shazam of the shooting means that halacha you have to do it. Like in all different people, you have to do it. It's all. So even in the case of the animal has been slaughtered, you do too far in certain sacrificial parts. So that's a my law. So let's say it has over Sneaker, because Sneaker is always over. Living animal. So Sneaker, which has a lever, having additional component in it, Sneaker, sacrificial parts, it's not that appropriate. Yet again, covered in one by a group. You only go ahead and have one member of the group do it. Sneaker stone is not so restricted. Intervention is not the I would say that Sneaker, there was a don't Sneaker on the check the animal sacrificial parts. Only more so that what? That you should only require one owner in the group, one member of the group to do Sneaker. I'm looking at there, and the Rothschild says carbon, no. It's carbon, which means if it's your carbon, you do Sneaker. The Rabbis call Ba'alei Carbon Sneaker to teach us that halacha is so all the owners of the respective carbon are all going to do Sneaker. It's not that Tunufa is already a carbohydrate, but why not go ahead and say that Tunufa should be done with all the members of the group based on a carbohydrate? So you know, it says what's a carbohydrate? Uma Sneaker shows us Rabbis and it's Rabbis in the children. So Sneaker, which the real concept of Sneaker by an animal that's already been shepherded by sacrificial parts. Yet by Sneaker, all of the owners have to do it. Tunufa shows Rabbis and the Shritin in addition to Rabbis in the children. So Tunufa, which again you can do on sacrificial parts, certainly again you should have that all the owners do it. Which the Gemara says no, it doesn't work by Tunufa. Why? Mishum the low F sharp. Because at the end of the day, it's not possible. It's not possible. You can't have all the owners do Tunufa. We'll say why not? Hey, it's really awful. So what are you going to do? So let's say again, Reuben, Shimon, and Levi are all going ahead and bringing the carbon together. So how are you going to count them to Tnufa? So the Gemara says, instead of if they all do Tnufa together,
No person's ever walked
it's
up to
definitely what the assumption is that not everybody's going to be able to get their hands on whatever it is, right, the sacrificial part. And therefore, what's going to end up happening is Reuben's hands ultimately are going to want to accomplish it. Maybe saying you're going to but Reuben's
So,
hands.
like, just the phrasing
That's a hatzitza. Remember again, this came up a little bit with the cooling, right? Again, because there, the whole discussion about the coin, these two new put together with you, and the whole discussion about this, and in fact, well, we got help discussion. And then someone said, yeah, so how's it going to be? They're going to put together? It's not going to work. Okay, so I have a better idea. It's really not going to work. So I just each of the owners is their own group. What's the big deal? Which the Gemara says, Tnufa Amrat Mana below Tnufos. Interestingly enough, one Tnufa per customer, right? One Tnufa per carbon, not Tnufos.
Tria, it sounds like somebody put a drink
And yet the halacha is
in my
really, the reason why multiple owners will not do Tnufa is because it is a logistical impossibility. It won't work. You can't have all of them doing it together because someone's hands are going to be on top of someone else's hands, and that's going to be a chatzitza. You can't have them do it one half of the other because the Tnufa is one Tnufa. One Tnufa per carbon or one Tnufa per set of loads, not multiple Tnufas. Therefore, halacha from Esau, and that's what Mishnah said, even if you have a carbon being brought by a group, one individual plus the Tnufa on behalf of the collective. Smicha is shlichut yatzar. Now you go to one second. Now, the statement that the Mishnah made is that halacha l'maisa, you do Tnufa, smicha is only one or living animal. Like you never do Tnufa, you never do smicha by a sacrificial part. It's actually a really
Did I hear your car driving by one more time?
One of the examples
The first one. And at first it was definitely Chewbacca, and I didn't want to do it again because it's embarrassing. Do the first one. Now you're just doing Chewbacca. Fuck it. Kyle. I had to just relax. That's Kyle Henson, everybody. He said, I love it. The first one was Chewbacca. Then he tried to. He was trying a lot of different things.
Of service in the base of Mikdash, and on that week, each family is assigned a different time. After they give a coin, each kid is walking to the base of Mikdash on a random Wednesday and decide that you're feeling the need to do the Avon.
Transcript for your next meeting is Aaron Marsh.
It depends on the dog. So the dog tells the right to go ahead and walk into the Mikdash and serve at will. Serve at will. Now that's this which is describing. So you must listen to this. So you must says, it's not just playing double for the Hatio. So when playing double decided he wanted to and to offer up a carbon. Once the context over here, he's got the carbon cover. So he's walking in with the carbon cover, and so what's that about? So what's his higher over the camera? You walk up the ramp up in his back. That's gonna be and there's 16 coin dollars on the right. Those are actually points out here. This was a sign of deference, a couple.
Sorry, buddy.
Coin level that he doesn't walk alone. He walks with this guy, he walks with his system coin level. You get him up to Zacchaeus when he got to the middle of the ramp. Up on the sky, he knew a header that you need to do. The second thing, that was the hold of the coin's arm. Maybe you hold on to his arm on his right side. And you would help him up the ramp. Now, you know, it sounds like this was the process, independent of whether or not the coin level needs this assistance or not. This was just about cover and deference to the position. Okay? The whole Chibra Rishon Harosh V'Aladon Somech Alein V'Zarton. So they're going to want it. At this point in time, they would already be in the midst of doing the carbon cover. So what happened? The first guy, they were
after the team, you're already in it, so you can
There
tag
were a
in
number of Kohanim who were a total of 12 Kohanim
every night. You know, like you can really just stay in that weird pocket of
who
the
were
truck
involved
side of
in
that
the summit
car.
service.
What did
You
you
had
do?
initial
Really?
Oh shit, here we go.
you were the first one, the first, the second, so the first
You
guy
have
who
control
was
if you can't have sex with her. Like
he
you have
goes in,
control.
he hands the coin Gadol, the Rosh, and the Rabbi. Ultimately, again, the head and the head and the leg. Right, the Rabbi. What does the coin do? So make our Lord, he does Simcha on it, the Zarka, when the coin floats it onto the top.
I gotta say that I gotta give it up to all the comedians that
Oh shit, Hashemi Lucho,
stand there
the
and
second
interact
and
without
coin then hands to the first. Stay
next to
aside, two forelegs.
That's a challenge in and of itself.
First guy gives it to the coin again. First coin is
But
the
yeah,
first coin is the coin
I really
Gadol.
liked it.
Right, coin Gadol, so many companies is up. Coin Gadol does Simcha on the sacrificial part, and then the coin Gadol goes in and throws it into the fire. This is not Hashemi, the Hava flow, the second coin leaves, third energy looking at the minister and over as well.
Podcast, popular podcast.
All the sacrificial part, hands it to the first coin. First coin gives it to the coin Gadol. Coin Gadol does Simcha on it, and then throws it into the fire.
He doesn't want to be
Shah
there.
Kaveh,
Like, yeah,
so many
like,
Kaveh,
he was an unknown, and maybe there's part of that, you know, probably added about how, like, it
the
seems
process
like
was
they
the same
offered him
because Gadol would just
just
Simcha on it and
enough
then he would
money
throw it
at
into
the
the fire.
time. Like, okay, we need a chef to be on this
It's not
game.
she
Like,
wrote that.
how much
There's so many theories out there.
just took a
Coin
picture
Gadol
of him doing
doesn't,
that. Like, I guess
you know,
I'll do
doesn't
it.
feel able
Okay, we already got it. You're done.
because again,
I don't
it
know.
was
almost done for that game.
well, but it was you didn't use the straight.
Swedish chef.
But then what was
Yeah, that's
the
another
one who did the
place that
sacrificial
I
part?
heard
You just did
not
Simcha,
necessarily
and you can have
greatest vestibular.
someone else go ahead and fill it. And what's the bottom line? What is
Did you have Mr. Food?
what is it going to have ability? Simcha, and what is it doing
You had
Simcha
Mr. Food, the
on
guy that went on
sacrificial parts? That contradicts the Mishnah because he said that I love the race you only do Simcha on a living animal. So what's going on here? Rabbi advises you, contradiction, custom Mishnah, don't go with the coin job. This was done at Covet to the coin job. Now what is that? Let's take a look just at two Rashi's that we have. Look at Top Rashi. Is she needed the coin job? And when she says, she may need us to motion hikrit food
Aaron, you
as
killed. Great
long
job. What
as
is
a
this?
certain color.
Aaron
The
is
motion is
5FT2.
this wasn't real
Well, that is
Simcha.
really bad.
This wasn't
Aaron
real
is
Simcha. This was almost like out of a sense of cover to the coin gadol, out of a sense of cover to the karma.
Aaron
That
is
it almost means
What's
it's
wrong
like
with your name?
the
Was it
coin
taken?
gadol's karma. Like this was not the halachic to the words of the say. There's nothing wrong with the coin gadol.
You ever look
It's
for
like
harsh things like
because
marshmallow or
it's just it represents essentially what we're doing over here is the coin gadol is getting involved.
We're
And
trying
the
here
coin
in
gadol gets
Neville.
involved in something
See if
to
that's
elevate
taken.
the process in its entirety. So this is not
Aaron
this is not a halachic simcha. It's not again. This is almost like a covenant simcha. It's an honorary simcha. Oh, the coin gadol gets simcha on the carbon. It's a covenant for the carbon. It's a covenant for the coin gadol, and everyone's beautiful. But again, it's that which the Mishnah says that we only do simcha on the earth. There's only a halachic knowledge of simcha. All of the other animals. And I will say that the Mishnah said that really the Mishnah gave us a very important halachic. So it comes to simcha. We have a covenant that is being brought by multiple owners. Every owner has to be simcha. And the only time you'll find halachic being mandated simcha is following living animals. Living animals are spiritual, like that control. Covenant simcha, that's done by the one, but halachic simcha.
It's like training like football for like 3 years of your life. You get really good at football.
You get animals brought by multiple owners. It's like only done by one owner. Like because again, it's just the whole process where we got everyone else involved. And the other thing you notice that is that a lot of us is too fucking done both on animals. Living animals want business. Slaughter sacrificial part, as well as inanimate objects like incredible. I feel a lot. They do this. But let's say good news.
When you said that doesn't
Back
happen with
to one
football,
Rashi
like
there.
training for
Back
3
to one
years
Rashi.
and then not
Which
getting
aside from being a little bit easier to follow, also needs to pretty get bigger.
it's like Rudy without the special happy ending.
It's like, what if Rudy just ended and he never can say
Let's go
that
back.
anymore? That's what that's like. Because that's what you're trying to paint the
We're going to get
picture
into the
as. Is
intricacies of
training
some
all that
of the
time for
images
the
that
big
I
days
put on the WhatsApp chat. We're going to get
done.
into some images or some halachas regarding lechem hapanim. As well, shtea lechem. Shtea lechem.
Maybe before
We're going to say shtea lechem is halacha l'maisa for us leading up to Shavuos.
write it down.
Shtea lechem. Miloshos achas achas v'ne'echos achas achas. The shtea lechem, which again we'll say the two loaves offered up on Shavuos, are needed, right? They're needed one by one, and they are baked
It's a shame you didn't get to
one at a time as well. Lechem hapanim, Miloshos achas achas. Now lechem hapanim, the loaves
But
are
there's
needed
obviously
one
going
at
to
a
be
time.
many
The ne'echos shine. And in fact, they are baked two at a time. Okay? And now again, remember, lechem hapanim was 12 loaves. Now that we should focus on lechem hapanim, also, you guys have to take the lechem hapanim in a was literally needs a mold. We're going to see the lechem hapanim in a very unique shape.
Yeah, if you can find a way to make that shit funny.
Because that unique shape, you need a mold in order to create the shape. To get bigger and richer says that the kids are also, they would after they would leave the dough, they would put the dough into a mold.
It's kind of interesting to know what one person he'll never have to please has to say.
Out of the oven. She wrote
Yeah.
the
Did it,
out of the oven.
did it turn you off?
There
Or
we
did
go
the
ahead.
battery just run out for a second?
And put it back into a mold. So we're going to see, in fact, there are actually three different molds.
Yeah, but
The
the
lechem
Patriot
hapanim.
aside,
But when we're shipping out, they took it out of the oven. They put it back into a mold that it will now lose its shape. It's incredible. Said, you know, look at the really, from where do we know this next? So we're just going to
I want to apologize, Patriot.
Now we're going to make
To a true patriot,
share
we
that
have a real patriot on
it's
stage.
made by itself.
I'll
By
just
He
people
didn't ride a
who
bus
think
to
that
Afghanistan.
lechem hapanim, they would also need each loaf individually, but they could do it at a time.
You might just drop it out the Iron Patriot in Iraq or something like that. Oh my God, I'm gonna walk the streets.
I'm already looking for a bus that goes to
The
Culver
box
City.
says
Oh,
that
yeah.
the loaves will be
Oh, thank God there's no routes to achieve that.
I need a transfer.
to Esronin, so the Milan Shani Roshas Achas Achas. Now, in fact, this is as Kala Achas indicates does. That loaves are baked one by one. That's the left one.
At baked
How
as
do I know that
baked.
the same is true about
Baked
Shia?
as cake.
What was your rank, Kyle? Lance Corporal Short?
It shall be.
Short.
It shall be indicates to us that this is the way that you
I
make
was trying to make it funny.
Wasn't
You
that
know
that
exactly
short?
also Stein. How do you know that I left
Well,
them
it was
upon
Steven.
You're making it
What?
two at a time. And the moment the sun, the sun. Also said you shall
It
place
needs to be now jokes.
place
Wow.
again.
Oh, sure. Is your last name? You're not part of this short.
Actually, I like game. You might have thought that the same office should have actually had like and if you shows up the big two roles,
Oh,
which is
here we
which
go.
is two roles and scale up at the same time. And the one where son. Therefore, the passage says that. And you know that this is a unique halacha that applies to Lechem hapanim. It doesn't apply to Shia. I also did say, so I'm sure you use some previous shops. In King Lima Crop is some crop. That is the person that just said the sun shop, but not is some the whole song. Ultimately, again, why do you say this happened like so? Shows in your party. Because I've been extrapolating both halachos ultimately again. From this name, that by Lechem hapanim we take it two at a time. But I share that and we do not take it two at a time. Incredible. Since the website, that is our first halacha. Right? Our first halacha is both Lechem hapanim as well as share lechem. The roads are needed one at a time. When it comes to share lechem, the roads are baked one at a time. And when it comes to Lechem hapanim, the roads are
Holy
baked
shit.
two at a time. Incredible. That was a mistake. The something also you shall face
That
in
might
this
have been the best minute I've had so far this year. Don't touch me.
So ultimately, the animals in the halacha is that you go ahead and place the son of something close. You place the left hand in the mold. As mentioned, the left hand has a unique shape. So that shape, how do you create the shape? The shape requires a mold. This is very interesting. The Gemara says, we're actually creating molds which were used in the production of Kanabana. So right, you don't still look for by diaries. So first step we'll say is you need the dough. Then after you have the dough, you place the dough in the mold in order to shape it. That's the first mold that you use. Then how about the first part? The first higher level part. Next is you take the mold. Then you take the dough from mold number one and put it in the oven. In the oven itself there was another mold. Right? And so then then if you should rubber, you take it off the oven. Because you're out of the oven.
I told him
Once you're in the course,
I think I was the one that told you about the shorts. When we used to wear shorts. Yeah, like in the wintertime. Like 10 degrees, you would wear a t-shirt. Yeah, a t-shirt.
I thought you liked dolphin shorts.
So I had to give it a very hard to look the first time. Why don't you just put it back in the oven? In other words, why don't you after you take it out of the oven, why don't you take it, put it back into the first mold? Like you put the dough into, why don't you do that? To which the Gemara says, even the upper leg not off. Since you went ahead and baked it, the bread expanded, and therefore it sounds like the Gemara is saying is it won't fit in the first mold. Tosis has a whole problem with this, right? Tosis says, how could that be better the same dimension? The only way that the bread is expanding is going to be off, right? Not to the side. Still doesn't hold this actually. Never touch this again. There could be some level of expansion. It's not going to be the therefore, you can't go ahead and you can't fit back into mold number one, and therefore they created mold number two. So it's a three mold. Mold number one is what the dough was put into originally to give it its shape. It was taken from there, put into the oven. The oven had its own mold in there, which would be baked in. Take it out of the oven, put it into the third mold in which it would cool and set.
No, what I'm trying to get at is you said
why can't you use mold number one after you get out of it?
and I'd say why put yourself into like
when you think about that mold, right? What is that mold? What is that mold? That mold is on this, it's a framework. It's a framework, right? It's that mold that is necessary for the bread to ultimately its identity. One of the biggest mistakes that we make in life is that often we create for ourselves a construct, and we forget that the construct in which we live has to change as we change, as we evolve and we get older. And the consistent things has certain outlooks, certain prisms, certain ideas, certain structures. I do things a certain way. And perhaps those approaches would work.
I mean, is that not like a full-blown rabbi?
At an earlier stage of life. But we forget that sometimes you always have to evaluate and reevaluate.
Is that the guy that picks you up every night in the van?
Outlooks, your ideas, your structures, your approaches. And then ask yourself, is the way that I'm doing things, I know the way that I'm doing things now, because we have done it for the last 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, 70 years, but doesn't mean
I thought you had a really good set of that one too.
to be readdressed. So I need to read a book about how I'm living life. Do I need to read a book about my priorities? Do I need to revisit my goals, my dreams, my aspirations? Do I need to revisit the way I talk? Do I need to revisit the way I behave? Do I need to revisit the way I interact with my every thing in life should always be revisited and reexamined. I think that's the most hospital of also having a different mold. And it's not the same mold. You don't pick the mold and put it back into the same mold. At every stage, there's a new mold. At every stage, there's a new scale. At every stage, there's a new flavor. That's what life is. You see it about it. It's coming on as a new. You know, like you go to family gatherings and you always have that relative who makes the same jokes. Make the same jokes. Like, come on. and just Google something new. Just get or like the same story that everybody. It's not even like a new one. It's not like, and there's a certain. I often find there's something very depressing about it, because what that usually represents is that is a person who is just stuck somewhere in life. Well, not everyone can get stuck. We get stuck. We pour for ourselves, we create a ceiling for ourselves, we create a mold for ourselves. And this is the mold. The most incredible thing about life is you could remake your molds. You could remake your framework. You need not be the same person today that you've been for the last 30 years. If you want to be someone different because you know you could be someone different, you want to change your outputs, you want to change your hashtags, you want to change your approach, you can do that. Now, I am, if the bread can go into a different mold every single time, I can put myself in a different mold as well. The bread never goes back into the same never goes back into the same mold, and neither should we. Let's go back. We'll say the Gemara. Itmar, what is great Gemara? Itmar, Lechem upon the Kate also. Get ready for this. How do you Lechem upon it? Get ready for this. How do you do it? So Gemara says, Rabbi Hanina Omer, pictures. Rabbi Hanina Omer, take down the 94B. Rabbi Hanina Omer, the name pays up himself. Rabbi Hanina said literally like an open box. Okay, so let's say. So that's the picture that you see on the top left of Rashi over there, open box. But the truth is, the picture does not actually do it justice. If you take a look, I'm encouraging you now to look at your WhatsApp chat. Only this WhatsApp chat, right? You know, this is not a great chicken, right? So if you take a look at the documented WhatsApp chat, so you can see over here, I posted a couple of pictures yesterday, and you can see over here, I tried to, so here, the first picture on page 1, you can see that's Rabbi Hanina. He's made up himself, just an open box. Not much. I will say, we're going to see. I didn't post more pictures of it. There's a lot of machlokes surrounding Lechem upon it. Exactly how it looked. We're just going to go with this simple picture for now. But I just want to point out that even in Rabbi Hanina, there's a lot more complexity. Our purpose is right now like an open box. But the open says, "Kimin Sina Rokeras." The open says, like a fast boat. Now, is it like a fast boat? That's the second picture on page number 1. Now, we'll say, if you, well, actually, before we get to the picture, if you look at Rashi, right, if you look at Rashi's pictures, so can you hear Rabbi Hanina's picture? That's the U, essentially, right? The open box. Rabbi Yochanan is the fast boat. Now, what you're looking at over here, when you see that V, you see that V, that's what Lechem upon will look at when you're looking at it frontwards. Frontwards, yeah, front. But it seems, yeah, no, I'm sorry, no, but I want to put out Rashi's. What is Rashi's V? Rashi's V is when if you were to hold up Lechem upon him and you were to look at it frontwards, right? You look at that essentially what you see, and not exactly what you see because it wasn't. It was rounded. But again, Rashi's point over here is that Lechem upon him came to a point. It came to a point on the bottom, and this is very important because the shape of the Lechem upon him has dramatic ramifications as death. How the shulchan itself was set up, and remember it, and the Lechem upon him rests on the shulchan. But again, so that can come to a point in the V, and then you can see on the image that I sent you. So again, it was shaped like this bolt. Okay, that's my focus. So the Gemara says, let's say, by the way, before we go on, I need to see what it is. What is this? What is this my focus about how Lechem upon is shaped? Like, now again, obviously it's not focused, so I will say, there's got to be some deeper meaning in this, right? Open box, open heart, I don't know. Upper low, certain will say, Shtia Lechem. What did the world of Shtia Lechem look like? What do they look like? They look like, what's it look like? No. What does the world of the Koga look like? well, depends which kind, but no, what is happening over here? That's certainly by the left hand part, you need to have, again, listen, either way, it's a straight shape, right? Either way, this is not a normal shape. So what's going on with this? What shape is saying absolutely amazing. So I saw the whole in the same family, which actually like this. Listen to how beautiful this is. You show that. Yeah, show some moments with Parnasa. So listen to this. The short one represents Parnasa. Short represents life. The Chazal Omer, Hashem is also Shalom Piasim. So we are down. That's one of the things that supposed to know is Parnasa. Parnasa is a struggle. Parnasa is a struggle, and it's a difficult skip.
She's in
So let's listen to this. Let me try to pause. Let's go backwards. The Yoga says that the lechem upon right bread, which represents your sustenance, which bread itself represents your parnos. Bread is your parnos. Sits on the shoulder, which represents your parnos. So the Yoga says, what's your parnos like? It's like a boat, like a fast boat. Why? Well, higher level azar. שחשב מזמוסו של אדם בחיית זמנס. וכמו שהספירה רוקדת אנקופת אסלמה לו. כאן למטה, כן הפרנסה אינה תלויה. כסתם תשלוק כעתו בגזירת הבא. This is what I'm You see, what is it going to? What is it going to? A balls goes up and down on the water. So to again, Parnasa is up and down. Parnasa is often not at constant because Parnasa is one of the things that is zero. That is the back of the phone. I have to put in my establish. I have to put in my effort, but it is important to understand that often Parnasa is a rocky voyage like Kriyas Yams, like a boat on the waters. And I won't say, what's the point of telling us this? Sometimes in life, understanding and knowing from the beginning that something is going to be a challenge is incredibly helpful. Because if you don't know that it's going to be a challenge, and you think it's going to be easy, then there is a challenge, it's going to be fun. So what happens? You come to it from the actually see the shoulder represents Parnasa, and left and up which actually the left and the second represents Parnasa shaped like a pen.
I like it when I want to sing more.
To indicate to us what caution is a word that should other PSM. That Parnasa is as difficult as the PSM, so it's up, it's down, it's up, but the good news is feedback. So you just gotta stay strong. What do you do? What do you do when you're on a boat and the boat is being robbed up and down, up and down? What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Hold on. Hold on. What do you do in life when Parnasa is difficult? Hold on. Hold on to our Kodesh Baruch Hu. Hold on to the sides of the boat and hold on. Just hold on. And the great
I'm not sure why it's called
skipper, right? The great shepherd, the owner of Olam, he's got you.
Guy on the other side didn't agree. But I mean, give it up for the comedy store battle.
Just hold on to the side of the boat.
I'm not sure. Maybe you can help me. Is it still considered fingering
Hold on to the side of the boat. Or did I just thought that best intended? Why do you try to say that it's an open basket? What's the deal with this?
So I go to church a lot. But I had to travel the other day. Someone was pregnant.
You have bread. You have bread, and your bread is
So I had to say to her, like, look, lady, relax.
black bottom. It's sick, it's stable. What does your bread have to be? Your bread has to be like an open box. Meaning, take what you have and share it with others. Just like if the box is open, other people can come and take
How long
what
have you
you
been doing
need.
stand-up, Dan? I started like 7 years ago, but I put it
People,
like 2
if you've got bread, if you've got Parnasa, share it. If the Ribono Shel Olam blesses you with material success, that is only because you are a custodian. Do something good with it. That is not yours.
Yeah, it was part of their big event. It was really big in Chicago.
Yes, enjoy it, but make sure you pay it forward. Make sure that your boots, make sure that your box is open. Make sure that your bread is open, and you take what you share. Open up your fathers. This fun look at my focus on side. I get, and now he's going to be right. But the hashkafa behind both of them is incredible. If it's a Yochanan and it's the skeeter of the fast boat, Parnasa is up and down. voyage. You get tossed around the stormy seas of making a livelihood and finding financial stability. Understand that's the way that it is. Hold on. Hold on to your God. Hold on to your Torah, and you will make it ultimately into tranquil waters. Or if it's open bread, think of fruits on, but if you know ultimately you're going to have, make sure your basket is open. Make sure your bread is open. And take what you have and share it with others. You got all that. Let's go back to the show. I'm going to communicate a pizza. I need the yes. I need Rabbi Yassi Bazik, and I'm going to say, remember, on top of the bread, or on top of the shofar, there's 2 spoons of frankincense.
Dan, that's fucking hilarious, man. I hope you come back.
I'd like to hear more.
So if you go like the bread was flat, so then I understand the two spoons could sit literally again on the top loaf, because the loaf was flat. So you just put the 2 spoons right there. I'm going to see that you can. That's anything. But again, if you hold the bread with like a fast boy, where would they put the basil? Like, where would they put the 2 spoons of frankincense? Which you give it says, welcome over here. Can they make a place for it? In other words, they would go ahead. And you know, makes it. Rashi says over here, I was almost like Rashi, but over here, Akaranos, I'm the talking of this notion. If I one of the stuff I can do,
Yeah, like I had a big old.
besides from that, they make a place. So,
So glad you don't have
answers, figure it out. Yes, we're showing I'm not communicating with me, so I don't. Rabbi Yassi kind of put us and I watch this. One of the interesting things that they had in the lesson of Panabosra was this concept of cunning. Cunning ultimately, again, with these little seeds that we gave the loaves should not sit one on top of the other. Right? Why? Because otherwise, because they were hot, we were concerned about mildew. Now, this is also interesting as a show, but I'm not talking about cunning things. There's a tremendous miracle in itself, in that it's sat on the table for a week, and yet you took it up and it was still hot and fresh. With all of that, you start preparing your status. So what they do is they have these small metal tubes, actually half tubes, in between each loaf of bread.
I feel like it doesn't need to be there.
Turn the a little bit of distance to allow for airflow.
I have a lot of assumptions
prevent
based
the
on
moldiness from setting in.
I'm going to assume this is going to be good, and it's not good.
So I understand that the bread was
Rice
flat.
cakes are not
So I
great.
understand that you were able to place these tubes
Another
in between
question
each loaf.
is what
Because
the fuck
again, it
happened
fit
to her name
perfectly.
and iceberg lettuce?
You know,
Do they still exist?
cutting.
You can't just get a pop or a Caesar anymore.
But again,
Gone.
if we
Just
made it
kale
as
and
a
arugula
fast
have
boat,
that.
then how about the Mesa? How are
Also,
you able to
in case
place
you were wondering,
those? How are you able to
quiche
place
is no
those
longer a thing. That's been replaced with the
tubes? Like what we
frittata.
say, which the Gemara
That's
says,
it on my food trend.
Marsha
That's
Avadu.
it.
There is some type of protrusion from the on the top of the loaves in order to go ahead and have the loaf situated one on top of the other. Okay, what was it?
I guarantee you have to have, I know for a fact, just
It's not essentially keeps doing the same answer, which is they would figure it out. They would figure it out.
if you're
You
doing
show them I know, and I go to the you show them I know, because it's a how to decide to see they must have very interesting. So according to your thing that says that halakha myself,
I think you're
that
treating this
the
right
bread was
person
made, that the
exactly
bread was made like the open box. So this is why they had the sneaking. Now on the website, the sneaking are also known as menachios. That's which again in the picture that I sent you, the see over here, represents support. Support. So these were the extended sides of the shofar, which were there in order to support the loaves themselves. So the shofar on our who's having this idealistic record. So if you say that the love is an open box, then it makes sense ultimately again that the sleeping, the supports with it, because again, also remember,
and the fact that they do call it a cake,
according to Rabbi, ultimately the side of the bread was black. But in terms for the sleeping, the side support, which is a bit less again, the child would support the local bread in the shoulder. Remember, the sleeping
rice cake packages has other
can't be something sleeping, but again, halacha l'maisa. What is the agreement that says that the loaf is like a fast boat? And how would the sleeping, how would the side support, the side poles help with the loaves? Because maybe something sleeping, you're left in the obvious, you're left in the obvious.
I just
Also, there was another written section quite fascinating. What if you had a approach to hold there like a fast boat? There must have been a semicircular support that was built into the shoulder.
Right. That's a great
brand new organic health pies, you guys. So the pie you want, this just doesn't taste anything like pie.
Candy bar.
Into. Otherwise, there was no way for the loaves themselves to be supported. Hold on, Michelle. Let's stop over here today. Again, when we get through all of this, and that's Hashem, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go through the whole shulchan and discuss. That's exactly how the bread would go ahead and fit on the shulchan.
Great job.
It's tremendous.
She's on Twitter at Princess Shank, SHENK, so that's FEENK.
I'm so proud of her.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So proud. It's just, I would definitely pay money to see her. I would love to see 50 minutes.
Yeah.
She's been on all 34 shows.
No, she's been on 29.
Yeah, most of them.
A new minute every time, right?
Yeah.
She's should have number 6. Yep, we're about to announce that just after this next. Your final comedian, she's been with us the longest. She dropped out of college. She has her first comedy spot here on Phil Tony, and she fell in love with stand-up comedy. She's the one and only Kimberly Condon, everybody! Closing it out. Bringing it.
I would say good morning.
Heard a story where a lady got mad and chopped her husband's
this morning,
off
shape
because
the
he said
thing.
he was
Our
leaving.
counter sponsors for the month of Nisan have our name with Tova Amish coming. We're dedicating all the Shimon Drushos.
Literally could not part. Literally.
This
He
month,
was
the
like,
memory
I'm
of
out of
Abby's
here.
mother, Sarah,
Fucking
Brian,
nuts.
Dr.
She's
Shua
like,
Heschel,
that's fine,
Chipotle,
I go.
I got the only
But
sponsors
I
for
stay
today.
here.
I got Sarah Steinberg and Slos of
Wouldn't
Fitini
it be
Health
funny if
for
she's like,
Shuman is
love you so much,
Susha
she
and
literally
from
wanted
Ultimate
custody
for
of the kid?
Shaliba. More than the only sponsors.
Like she went to
That
court
really
and the
cover
judge is like,
in
well,
honor
ma'am,
of
what is
our
your
Father
reasoning
Dan
for wanting
Edelman,
partial
who is
custody of
making
this one? Is
Aliyah.
someone dying back there?
And Hashem.
Whoever you are, control yourself.
You have been an
Get over
amazing
it.
friend and an
Why do you want
inspiration,
partial
and while
custody?
we are
First
so
of all,
excited for
like,
this next chapter,
I
we miss
raised
you
it.
dearly.
I
Safe
raised it. I
travels,
watched it
Hatzlacha
grow.
Rava, and we hope to be joining you very soon.
It's not that you can
Dr.
live with
Uli
it,
is
but I
launching
should have
today
it on weekends
by
and
Dan and
holidays.
Russell Edelman.
That's it.
In
They
honor
slaughter
of
us.
the
Again,
incredible
59.88
Dr. Yoni Febra,
seconds.
I ask that you see as Dan and Russell continue that Aliyah journey on Allah's the Holy
Yeah, I
Land
don't blame you though
tonight.
for lashing out at that weird
We're
laugh.
privileged to be interested in being an in-person part of the precious group of Monday Torah.
Just let it out, or if you
By
want to
doing that,
let it
hope
out,
you
it's
continue
just
learning to have on Zoom, but
and never come back.
but you fulfill, and may you all continue
Whatever
to
you
grow,
need to do to make
to
sure that
become the
never
best
happens
version of
again, that'd be
yourselves.
great.
Yes, I'll be back before this, so I'm not giving up my seat. Excellent, Dr. Rabbi, was so quick.
Let it out.
Clean.
So right
And
now,
go around the
he's
entire
on
show.
very good. So
Please
honestly,
give me
like,
a sound
just
shot.
let it out. Whatever that
Not just a
squealing
good
thing
trip,
is,
but
high
an
pitch,
incredible
like you're
and magnificent and overwhelming next chapter of life. You join a very illustrious group.
When they separate the kids
Baruch
from
Hashem,
their
who
parents.
are our
Kim
satellite
Robin,
out.
you fucking destroyed. Yeah, that was
Our
awesome.
satellite here is Israel, spreading out all over Israel. And I was like, there's nothing more inspiring in this world than to see someone like
We all know about the John Biden story.
And it's just enough to make it. Some session when you like, you just find a session, get with you, papa. So there's a session, see all of you things continue. This stream here.
Was chopping dicks,
The session came for many more things. And how that is from front row seat. Here at the end of course, it wasn't dedicated to our own source. Of all of our brothers and sisters in order to show that the Prophet secured this charitable trip and security of the Prophet gave our many soldiers at Slough. Exactly, trying to hold that same day. And of course, today is also important to recognize that today is Yom HaShoah. And as much as very often we focus on the loss of the 16 million population, much more artistic about it than generally more overly collect the loss of the Israel. But any day that is dedicated to remember the precious truths and dialogue which Hashem gives each and every one of us. Take a few moments out of the day. There's so many incredible personal vital testimonies. This is a group, unfortunately, that is quickly dwindling and really one of the holiest generations of fathers. Generations, sacrifice. Nations of overwhelming carbonates. We hope that we know some of our Torah. Can show us that the 6 million nations should go even higher and higher. Really see us that mission is Hashem. They're giving up their life to please Hashem. Should be exposed for all the problems still. And how that is why the month Hashem doing that, how Hashem should erase our fears. Hashem should mend our broken hearts. The body soul should preserve the beautiful and eternal simcha and shalom that we can see through the thousand years here at the Amino.
That's your
I want to say exactly what else we need a lot of people really down ahead of us that we can't be inside the people 93. We have to hang up in there so Hashem on 93. We left on at the 2 dots. All Kabbalahs are up there to the Shmicha, Hutzi, Bachar, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lines up from the We're in a fascinating topic of Smicha. And the Gemara said that Halacha L'Maisa, anytime, so Kol Kabbalos, Kol Kabbalos, Hayachim, Turin Smicha, Hutzi, Bachar, B'Yosef, Haisam. So in general, every individual offering requires Smicha, with the exception of the heart, as your basis. Whereas the carbon, the Torah says you should do smicha and work carbon. What does that come to? Just carbon, the law of the heart, and not on the firstborn Adam. On the heart, Shiyachol, the halal giving, Umash, the Sheikh, you shall something that can do smicha. So when it comes to Shlonim, the Shlonim do not have innate right in Europe to yourself. Ultimately, the clock. The Chor Shek Dusha Similakan in the Shekha and Smicha. And I would have thought, again, in the Hallelujah, I would have thought that the Chor, which does have even Euro, so right for the Chor has been already from the room. There are a lot of women to show the Chor Smicha, and the Roma Carbon over the Chor. Therefore, the Torah says his carbon and not the Bachar. That excludes the Bachar. Carbon also will say, all this entire drasha is being from this same person. That's carbonal, so it's phrasing it in the possessive. Carbonal, but the nicer surrogate. Carbonal, and that's my name of Shiachol, what I thought. I love being here. It's much flourishing, actually, it's really a lot of it. So listen to my before. That's funny, it doesn't have to be broken to us how the statute comes before the statute comes after. And what is that referred to? By mice, right? Mice is a pet animal. Remember, I was like, I think you count mice, you put the sheep in the pen. Right? You go out, you have a small opening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's in there, 9. 10 comes a little red paintbrush, right? A little smear, and that's it. What happens if you accidentally designated 9 or you accidentally designated 11? Those designations actually work, and that animal has kedusha. Unique idea. So the Gemara says by shlamim there's no such concept of consecrating that which comes before it or that which comes after it. Yet it requires smicha. Ma'aser shem kadesh lefanav ula'akarav eredin shetal smicha. I would have thought, therefore, again, that ma'aser, which does have a thing, ultimately consecrating that which comes before that which comes after it. She certainly requires smicha. I'm a longer carbon and a nicer. Therefore, the Torah says carbon on your carbon, in other words, it's representing something that you would be yours and not nicer. Okay? Same idea, you just move on your carbon, that excludes below Pesach, not carbon Pesach. She got home. I would have the following Balo Gigu, Umash Lamu Sheino Bahamud Bahade, Smicha. Again, we'll say Spanish Lamu. There is no standing obligation to go ahead and bring that one. Yes, I'm not going to do Smicha. Pesach is Bahamud Bahade, is the public Smicha. The Pesach was a standing obligation to bring such a cargo. So this is required Smicha. I'm the one that's carbon, no, Pesach. Therefore, it is your carbon and not Pesach. Okay. It says you must also go to the drashas. Those are drashas that put the initial statement. Seek them in the clock, 1 second of the raise of your thought. Mamish Lamu Shekhin in the second. It's Mutas Chazer show. And yet again, it was that Kabbalah almost not started good. Why not? Because when it comes to Shloim, at least, Shloim require a second. Shloim also require the waving of the chest and the thigh. Which the Gemara says you're right. In reality, why I smacked the Baal. The exclusion for these three things, because let's remember again, one more time, the Mishnah made a statement. The general statement was any communal offerings are exempt from Smicha, which tells us that all private offerings are obligated to Smicha. That is a true statement. Then the Mishnah says, except for the Chayr Meiser Pesach. The Gemara then quotes a pasuk to explain these or to extrapolate these three exclusions. The Gemara says, well, the Gemara has a point, at least by from Shlomo, right? Shlomo could upside the whole thing. This one says, you're right, I don't need psukim. The psukim are enough. The Koyach is not for the Alma. So the Gemara says, rather, again, ultimately, the way you make it sound is that this is on the Torah, right? So I don't need the psukim. The Gemara says, Ella Koy, Kappa Tzadikim, 93a. The crying normally, but 1 second, what do I use the psukim for? I use the psukim execution sample. So what do I do? It's very interesting. Carbonel, below carbon chavera. I will say this is actually quite fascinating. Allah reminds that you can't do smicha on your friend's carbon. Right, fascinating. You can't do smicha on your friend's carbon. Carbonel, below carbon, obligate carbon. Only your carbon gets smicha, and ultimately again not the carbon of an apple. Even though apple and really carbon, the apple's carbon does not get smicha. Carbonel in the lab is called Baale carbon smicha. Carbonel comes to teach you that if a carbon has multiple owners, every single one of those owners has to do smicha. Interesting. So let's say, so interesting that carbonel teaches me 3 halachas. Number 1, you use smicha on your own carbon, you can't do smicha on your friend's carbon. Number 2, carve smicha only on a juice carbon, not the carbon of other optical carbons. And number 3, a carbon has multiple owners, all the owners must do smicha. Again, what's actually interesting, Rashi is amended over here, but we'll leave that as the side. Let's say this. To point out, I think it is a tremendous response to this first idea that you could do smicha only on your own carbon, but you can't do smicha on your friend's carbon. Now, we're going to see why is that unique. Actually, you know what? Let's save it. Let's save it. Let's first we'll get a little bit further. Just keep in mind the reason why this is a fascinating halacha is because we love the concept of shlichut Hershel Adam Kimoso. Generally, again, a person's agent is an extension of his subtle. I can appoint an agent to do anything. Why can't I appoint an agent?
It's a very standout problem. It's not like
so okay, if for some reason I don't get to it by 6:39, someone just blurt out shit out. Okay, because I really get this, but it actually ties into the next Mishnah, so maybe we'll just get to the next Mishnah first. Alright, let's go back there. Ayorish. So again, Ayorish, the distinction of Mishnah, Ayorish, The inheritor does smicha. He could do smicha. So then what's my own case in Yorish? So you stop right. Abram dies. He's behind his son Yitzchak. Part of what Abram even did from Abram left over in his estate.
Forget his car,
Is
don't
he
wrong.
a
Forget the
carbon?
fact that he's
His
got a
life is
dog
probably
or
going to
ice cream
as
on
long
his
as
genitalia.
that carbon is not A. Pathos,
There's a lot
you
of
can
things
go
that
to
we
his
talk
son
about
to
on the
Yorish
show.
as the ability to offer up that carbon. Now the
I
Mishnah
ended up
says
yelling
that
on
the
them
Yorish
at him
also
about
does
a
smicha
sidewalk
on
holding
that
loyalty and
carbon. So Yorish Somet.
you know,
Tony
he was
Rav
basically
Hananya
saying
Hananya
that
Rav.
he didn't want to work with you.
So there's Rav
That's
Hananya mentioned in front of Rabbi. Yorish Eno Somet. That is no, Yorish does not do smicha. So the Gemara said Yorish Eno Mema. Furthermore, a Yorish can't affect Tmura. And again, I will say, it's interesting that these two things are mentioned together. What's Tmura? Tmura means again, you have a carbon and then you decide to swap it out. For a better animal, a worse animal. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? V'hayahu Tmura so kodesh lashem. Both animals are kodesh. Like both animals are
So
sanctified.
the next day,
Interestingly
I
enough,
heard now that
so
day
Rabbi said in front of Rabbi that a Yorish cannot do smicha and a Yorish cannot affect
the iron gate trenches
that
as
Tmura. So I said, what's that? That contradicts our Mishnah. Anan Knan HaYorish Somech, maybe as the
don't
Safar,
reply. I can see
but
that
our
you're
Mishnah
so
explicitly says
so
that a Yorish,
so
as we go
fast.
to smicha on his father's
Chance of that
carbon,
happening.
as we go to bring in his son into his father's carbon, and as we go to look back at Tmura. So
Patriots always
what's going on
into
here?
one
I'm a very good fight.
yeah, I
So
guess I
so again,
always
remember, Rabbi is saying this one to Rabbi. Rabbi responded back. Rabbi is saying, okay, what do you want me to do?
The crazy thing is, 2 weeks
I'm
ago,
going to switch around right now. So it's just like you just to change the text of the rest. I said to Rabbi in the Mishnah, I'm going to say, no, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Meaning it's like in the rice, but you rice reflects the view of Rabbi. What is it? This is the sign, your age is so much to name her, because the rest is the rice says, first that we need the Tanakh says, well, first thing the rice says, that your age has the ability to do smicha, and your age has the ability to affect tmura. Like this Huda Omer, your age ain't so many, your age ain't no more. Oh,
I don't know if it's that irreplaceable. We're going to give
no,
it a
it's not
shot.
focus. It's not focus. But the Hebrews have the opinion that your age does not have the ability to do smicha, your age does not have the ability to affect tmura. So this is a fundamental focus. I said to you not a right thing or should I do that? What's that you do with life? That a your age can't do smicha, that a your age can't affect tmura. What's the logic there? I tell you, not Karbano, below Karbano. When the Torah speaks about smicha, it's not just Karbano. What does Karbano mean? Carbon. And for the your age, this isn't his carbon, this is his father's carbon. It's true, the your age has the looking to offer it up. But the Mesa, it's not his. So because it's not his, it doesn't have the power of smicha. Now you're going to say, how does that impact Tmura? Now this is it. You don't practice, you still practice. And we learn out from the beginning.
I believe he said that he'd like to lead these new Avengers into friendship.
Now, what is that? So practice, so practice refers to smicha.
I'm guessing this isn't a $5,000 suit from Norway.
That's called Tmura is called the beginning of practice. Because when it's Tmura, Tmura is very good. That's what I'm supposed to do. And if you were to do Tmura when you do it, at the beginning of the night, when you concentrate on before you offer it up. So watch this. So you put the names out. The beginning of package, the end of package. Not so package, your age ain't so many. Just like at the end of package, your age doesn't have the ability to do smicha. Now, again, why does one more time? Why doesn't the your age have the smicha? Because Allah said, carbon out. According to the level, you can only do smicha on your own carbon, and your age is not considered to be the owner. And therefore, again, if you learn out that's the end of package. When you learn at the beginning of package, tmura, from the end of package, smicha. Well, not so package, your age is just like at the end of package, your age doesn't have the ability to do smicha. Skinas Hakish Yorish Eno. Skinas Hakish Yorish does not have a nosy to affect. That's the Shita Khalifa. Rabbanon say, Hammer Yoner, the Rabban says Yorish, the double action of Torah indicates us that even a Yorish has the ability to affect Torah. Yorish is so effective with Skinas Hakish, and we learn out the end of Hakish from the beginning of Hakish. Again, we'll say, so the beginning of Hakish Torah. And in the Rabbanon's worldview, once Hamner Yomer, the double expression, comes, and Allah says, even Yorish to be Torah, once Yorish could affect change at the beginning of Hakish, all the Yorish could affect change at the end of Hakish, so it looks like this is incredible. This is incredible. Not the church, not the church. This is not just like at the beginning of the process, the Yorish can affect so Hakish Yorish. So at the end of the Hakish process, the Yorish has the ability to do smicha as well. So it looks like incredible. So it turns out even in the progress between Yehuda and Yehuda, a Yorish cannot do Torah. A Yorish cannot do smicha. Rabbanon, a Yorish can do Torah. A Yorish can do smicha. And what's interestingly enough, it's to make the Rothschild in the opposite direction. According to Rabbi Yehuda, since a Yorish cannot do smicha, how does he know that? Because you can only do smicha on your carbon, not therefore again. Since a Yorish can't do anything at the end of the Hakish process, he can't do anything at the beginning of the Hakish process. The Rabbanon in reverse, Hammer Yoner, double expression, the Yorish can do Torah. And once Yorish can affect change at the beginning of the Hakish process, he can affect change at the end by smicha as well. Incredible. Rabbanon, I cover on that. So what you Rabbanon do is like a cover up. Like you can do that just cover up. It's here, everybody. We have to see her for us to cover it. So what you do Rabbanon do is like cover up. Carbano will cover up. So look, so they learn how to look like this was the last session of the previous. To the top of the under. So they're going to have this Kabbalah teaches me that also if you again if you do carbon, if you do speech inside. Kabbalah will come on the cover of the Jew, but not on the carbon of an apple. But no, you can do smicha on your carbon, the low carbon.
It's like a Patriot War.
We cannot do smicha on your friend's carbon. Carbon, no, the rabbis told the
iron deficiency Patriot right here.
Carbon smicha. Carbon teaches me that's why.
Experience together for our guests tonight, everybody. Two guys that I've now spoken around the road now. They're really hilarious guys. You know them from their TV shows and podcasts. Put your hands together for Tom Segura and Bernie Kreischer. Well done to Kill Tony. This is both of your first time. Yeah, I know. Iron Josh is back one more time for the Iron Nervous, everybody.
So the other possibility is that halacha l'maisa, he learned down to the exclusion of akum and clay, that you can't do smicha on akum's carbon, and you can't do smicha on your friend's carbon from one place. That's clear, right? Carbonos. So that's the case. There's two more carbonos that are open. I asked the trick, right? That carbonol below carbon orange. One is the DG. You do smicha on your carbon, but not on the carbon of your father. The rabbis call a valid carbon.
Iron Josh.
The halacha is the carbon has no owners. All of the owners must speak. Good. Now let's just flip up and back and forth. How can you love me as my appetite? So you must say that was all what the Rabbanon do with Kabbalah. Because remember, we use Kabbalah to teach kids to speak up. Rabbanon will open your type of speak up what it is with Kabbalah. Okay, that's the Russian we saw. Now you get to see it up. What does that mean to do with Kanye Younger? Remember, what does the Rabbanon do with Kanye Younger? The double expression of Kanye Younger, Rabbanon used to teach that is your age can affect Torah. The Rabbanon, excuse me, Rabbi Yehuda holds that your age can't affect the Torah. Therefore, what does Rabbi Yehuda do with this double expression of Kanye Younger? My other day, Boyle, the Rabbos as Haisha. This is very interesting. It comes to include ultimately again. Comes to include that a lot of a woman could do Rabbos as Haisha. Let's say Rabbos as Haisha. First thing the Gemara says, it's the same that you should call it when you roll, we'll see at the end of the day. Sorry, not for specific Tzmura. The woman has the ability to affect Tzmura. Sorry, how many are there? The sign up. The one says this. The teacher will let me know without a Rothschild Zachar, because the entire Tzmura of Tzmura is praised in the nation. Praised Rothschild Zachar. I might have thought that therefore a woman should be excluded from the fact that she's wrong. So not something the Rabbos as Haisha. Hamar Gomar, Hamer Yomer. So the double expression of Hammer Yomer teaches us that even women have the ability to affect. I would have been following this out from, but Rabbanan Darshan make it in. Rabbanan Darshan ultimately again the in is and therefore the in, that's Russian of the Pasuk is Lo Yakni Lo Yamir also Cobra Rabito in Hamer Yamir the Hema of the Hema. So how you do is you associate so ultimately again the in that Russia, that extra word comes to include a woman as already. Yehuda the Hema Lo Darish. And Yehuda ultimately was not a Darshan. So therefore I must say it turns out that there's actually a is regarding this issue of the Yorich. Our Mishnah reflects the view of the Rabbanan. That a Yorich has the ability to both affect Tzmura as well as go ahead and move forward. And I say, interestingly enough, it turns out that these two items are linked. Right? Remember again, even though when you look at the Mishnah, we assume that Tzmura the Simcha are really unrelated because the other part of the sacrifice process. When I step here, technically unrelated. Kamash Malon were very related. Why are they related? As the lines of Chazal, they actually represent the bookends of sacrificial service. Tzmura represents Tzilas Hadish. Tzmura is illegal, but when it is done at the beginning of the sacrificial process. Before you check the animals for a while. And Smicha is right at the end of the process, right before the animal.
Exactly it. I don't see
just a moment. Therefore, there's a linkage between these two bookend processes. Our Mishnah affects the real Rabbanon, but it has the ability to go ahead and use both Tzmura and Simcha. The drasha, really what motivates that on the drasha is Haner Yamer, and we turn out the end of package from the beginning of package. Not to sustain the Yehuda holds that Yoich cannot do Tzmura and Yoich cannot do Simcha. Based on really Karbanot, like really the exclusion from Simcha, so you get the rest of the beginning of the process, feels like this from soul package. How do you not see that? Don't have to see that Mishnah. Don't have to like Rabbanan, that Yoich doesn't fast to Simcha on the carbon of his father, Norwich does have the upper end. Also,
Well,
included in this is that
before we get
Norwich
started,
is
we
in
just
stock.
need to cover one
Means
more
any
thing.
like
A fan of the Dead Squad, yeah, we did
the Norwich
go
does
on
the
some
same
videos
thought,
and
and
get
Norwich
to
does bring the Southern and ultimately
house
Norwich
burned
can
down. The house burned
the
down,
unhappy
and the
like
Dead
that
Squad
all
fans had to get
incredible,
their face
incredible.
very
Of this
happy
versus
to
we're not finished, we're
support
finished, still
and
what?
his family. And one of the things that
And
we
you
did
did this
here
year.
on Coachella, we actually donated the actual proceeds for 32 episodes to launch the Greatest Rothschild. We did that, yeah, we gave it away because one of our biggest friends of the show, Rothschild, was nice enough to change that story. We installed the image of the awesome banner that you see on the show, and he made it brand new. Whoever the lucky buyer is of the other one will get that. Yes, there is. So you will get this water box, so take a bow, buddy. It's your great work that made that possible. That's super cool that we were able to help out a friend of the network.
Now, what is that mean? We can look at finances. That should keep together. It's actually very possible.
It's so bizarre to focus.
To the right of the goal about 4 line games, you
Get Twitter starstruck.
the literal translation of sharing this stuff.
It's wild that we just go
You
by.
literally translate that?
Yep,
Like the
yep,
leftovers.
Nasty's house burned down, so water boxer helped us out.
Yep, nasty. Definitely sounds like
Like the leftovers of
He's a white non-rapper from Green Bay. The opposite.
So what she says, it's not an active cup. Means if you omit sneak on, the carbon is still a
they're like, I've seen it, and I go, oh, I don't know, but I don't really know anybody. But until I fucking know them, I called into their show.
that is a new song, but failure to perform sneak on does not invalid. Okay, I forgot that compromise the effectiveness of the carbon itself. Okay, let's finish up where it says. How do you speak it?
Water boxer was on that show, right?
How do you speak on?
Oh, yeah.
Al Roche. On the head
So
of
what do you
the
guys say we get it started? Everybody, it's Kill Tony. Volume 2 starts tonight, episode 35. Stronger than ever. You guys know how the show goes. Over 30 comedians signed up. Tonight, the opportunity just to get a hold on to about 1 minute. And comedians, you know that your time of a minute is up when you share it. Brand new Volume 2 sound marketing.
to take it with Sneak Up, and right after Sneak Up is Sneak Up.
So that's your life. That's when you know your time's up. So you might as well stop there because if you keep running your sound effect, you're going to bring out the brand new Volume 2 Angry Persuasive Bear. Wow. I said holy shit when it was halfway through. That sounds like me taking a shit.
Right, but again, but if you're looking,
Wow.
Let's point something out.
are those ratings, those
You signed up for this shit.
Right.
If you get
don't help you with all the other facilitate cheaper.
Yes.
nothing
Very
more
good.
annoying than any comedian being left behind.
Set up, further down below the afternoon. Go ahead and cut up the animal as well. So everything was done
So you guys ready to get this started? Here we go. You guys know the story. We're rolling in with our brand new Iron Head of Security.
So I understand what a shooting, like a shooting, Andrew showed that in cartels can do some why not? Because remember, the coming up in
See, the old Iron Patriot would never have done that. Drinks for her.
It almost seems like Josh was like run around producer of the show until we really went out.
any
Okay, here we go. Your first comedian doing stand-up comedy. Telling everyone else about the game you're running. Make it happen.
Why? Either carbon right carbon below carbon or again the body substance in Israel. Right, Marshall the Bus is data of the Southern Magdalene, Odin Yakin, the King Carbon on Shem, in a bam in a block of the sun, because you're going to something the whole and then the next part of the sleep. So I look at and said to Israel, I understand getting shots of the cotton aqua and send all of those sleep. That was small, nighttime alone. Why can't the blind person do sleep up? What's that? So the Gemara says, now you know say, it happens to be in general, there's a focus about whether or not the blind person is having mitzvahs. Right? So obviously, the Gemara must be holding that if the blind person would be kind in this, that's what he was asking. But just that in itself is fascinating. Okay, but that was sumo nighttime alone. Why wouldn't sumo be able to do sleep call? So it's about being associated with fascinating. But it's about you have no focus. This is fascinating. So what we say that there is a single shot of sleep from the sleeping Eva. Now what is this talking about?
Yeah. Like, if anybody's ever like, hey, they got
literally right across. Secretly, don't love soon with the minister in Marcus Pilatus leader in the boy. She said that Captain looking at the wall. They said that he got the movie bar. What's this? You notice he said the concept of sneaker by the Sanhedrin. Like, and remember again that power have a government at Seabrook, like New York Roof Offering, and the House of by the Sanhedrin. In order to see those that you have different qualities, among those is you can't have any physical blemishes. That's
I wasn't necessarily thinking you can't have any physical blemishes.
Therefore, blindness would be disqualified.
Straight guy
Or the Sanhedrin. Just fascinating. So the first thing he says, sneak up by the Sanhedrin, and it says sneak up by Columbus. Just like sneak up by the Sanhedrin, you don't need the Sanhedrin are blind, right? So again, sneak up can only be done by someone who doesn't have the blemish of blindness as well. Fascinating. That's the drug. So, the Chacham it looks like, just as an aside, telling you why can't they memorize this in the blind? Don't you think something there should be like a practical reason for that? Because in many cases of adjudication where you're going to actually see something as we deal with see. Also, remember again, this difference in general concept ultimately of movement, which is like one of the most fascinating halachas is that a Kohen can't have blemishes. There's a blemish Kohen, a Kohen woman can't say. Sounds strange. It sounds strange. It's not like what created this person. I would say it can't do the so think about human discussions because I think we do generally find that like a little bit troubling. The person has some type of physical benefit for them, and they can't release it. It doesn't. It's a good one that's really safe for everyone. So that's what it says. It's about go harder, but I think it's something with the pipe as well.
Oh, there he is. Hired waitress, everybody.
Which is confidence in yourself.
Wow.
Learn how to be a proper individual. Show me things like that. Consistency, when a person has a blemish, what do people see when they look at that person? They're distracted by that blemish. That's what they end up looking at. It's human nature, right? We always try to exercise proper etiquette. Actual never to make the person feel uncomfortable, but it's human nature that when you see someone who looks like it doesn't. Of course, that's what you're told that means that's including replicate.
Wait a second.
On the side, it's going to be a distraction. It's going to be a distraction.
You were downstairs most of that, weren't you? Okay. to be fair, Dave, what's the name of that? What's the name of that? What's the name of that Batman film? First time you sounded out in your proper way in your entire life. And it's the time that it ruins my joke. Actually, he has a speech impediment or something that you so I keep trying to get him to organically say the words.
If you walk into that Mushka Sagat, if you walk into that courtroom, you need to be focused on the fact that these are the greatest halachic decisors of the land. These cannot be distracted by anything else that is going on. That's also right. The king, like the king has to be handsome. The king has to be tall. The king has to be wealthy. Right? Because, you know, you can't have distracted king man, you're looking to the king. You know, you see, the short little Rothschild guy, like, like guys like that. So that's it. That's a problem. So I like that guy. So again, it's fascinating that because one of them understands how we operate, and then from the system that obviously forces us to be better, while at the same time recognizing sometimes our true realities as well. So anyway, that's what I think. So therefore, according to the verse that we read, it's a situation of sleepless and presence and entry. Just like we learned before, it can't be done. So here's the one that can't be sleepless. Incredible. Okay. The God that will ask you to sleep. Let's sleep on the whole last week. This is that other thing he said, and he said, Shabbat sleep on from all last week. All last week, will say, is a local away, so the cousin that you bring when you are older level. So when you come to try and base out the rules, so this is a special called Olas Re'iyah, which literally is Ola, only bird offering, Re'iyah, for when you see the Hamikdash. That Allah is who is obligated ultimately in Olas Re'iyah, only someone who has sex. About the sex over here. Aliyah Re'iyah, only someone who has sight is obligated, because again, you're using the Rothschild. The Rothschild of God. You will see someone who has sight, someone who does not, that sight is not obligated in Aliyah, and therefore like that. A person is not obligated in Olas Re'iyah. So it says sleep by Olas Re'iyah. It says sleep by other commands. Just like Olas Re'iyah, you only can sleep off your sight. So if you buy it, sleep only you sleep off your sight. So the Gemara says, well, you might not be Olas Re'iyah, might not be using it. Why they reject each other's drushes. So according to the opinion that learns it out from Olas Re'iyah, why doesn't he learn it out from the Sanhedrin on the days? Learning Yachim and Yachim, learning Yachim and Tzibos. Very simple. Because he learns out, he'd rather learn out Yachim from Yachim. I'd rather learn out the halachas of individual kabbalas. Right, so I'd rather learn out general smicha from kabbalas from Olas Re'iyah, and not learn it out from Sanhedrin. I'm not going to Yachim and Tzibos. I'm not going to learn out individual halachas from Tzibos from the Sanhedrin. We'll learn the Yodah from Zikriya Eidah, my family of the Olas Re'iyah. According to the opinion, learns out from Zikriya Eidah. Right from the Sanhedrin. Why doesn't he learn it out from Olas Re'iyah? Simple, they sneak up big pay. So again, because by the Sanhedrin, it explicitly talks about sneak-up, a carpet, and not about Fuki Olas Re'iyah, the heat from the Olas Re'iyah. Interestingly enough, Olas Re'iyah, the concept of sneak-up by Olas Re'iyah is not stated explicitly by Olas Re'iyah. Rather, again, Olas Re'iyah is learned out from Olas Re'iyah. Coming the Mitzvah forever, Vayakives Ha'olah Vayaseh Kemishpat Olas Re'iyah. You offer up the Olas Re'iyah. You do it according to the laws. And which laws? Like the laws of Olas Re'iyah. We made our Olas Re'iyah should do this Re'iyah. We learn from here that now we're already over the part.
How exciting.
Just interesting enough, the opinion learns that's in the Sanhedrin, and that's because the tumor of Olas Re'iyah is direct leader. Like the obligation of smicha by Olas Re'iyah is only learned out in comparison to Olas Re'iyah. So we'd rather have a direct structure of smicha to the marriage of the Sanhedrin. Incredible. I just want to point out, fascinatingly enough, No one's arguing on the result. Right? The result is the same, which is that halacha l'maisa, there are these individuals so far going to the list of those who's going to do smicha. So Cheresh showed that a katan easy, they don't have das. Suma, a blind person, everyone is agreeing that a suma doesn't do smicha. The machlokes over here is really learning out from. Is it learning that from the Zera Shava to the Sanhedrin, or is it learning that from the Zera Shava ultimately again to all last three? Yeah. Okay, that's our machlokes. Let's go right there. Next, so we're continuing along the list of people who don't do smicha. So listen to this. Tanrabanan, Yadol. So also the positive notes, Samach Yadol, Alo Sha'olah, and you're Samach L'chakra Allah. You shall place your hand, right? Smicha. So it says Samach Yadol, your hand. Below Yad Abdo, and not the hand of your servant, which indicates again that you, the owner, have to do smicha. You can't have your servant do it. Yadol, below Yad Shlucho, your hand and not the hand of your agents. Yado below Yad Ishta, your hand and not your wife's hand. I said, okay, I got it, right? Yado means I, the owner of the covenant, is from no one else. That is Shaila. It's called Honey Ramari. Said, okay, well, I got the point. Why do you need all of these rushes? So here we go. Three cups. You need to tell you why. Because of Rahman Echad, if the Torah would have just said one Yado, so now it says Yado 3 times, right? We would have just said one Yado. The love by mitzvahs. I would have said ultimately it's an Eved. It's an Eved, right? Because an Eved is not obligated in mitzvahs. He's not completely obligated in mitzvahs. That's why he does the smicha. But again, the shliach will say again, this is another year. So again, he is obligated in mitzvahs, and also remember, everywhere else in halacha, we do have the concept of shluchos from Adam Kimo. So, when a person's agent is an extension of himself, they will smoke. I would have said definitely do smicha. Therefore, we need another yadol. Ultimately, the again to exclude shaliach. The answer is even very tight. It would have just excluded. It would have just said. It would have excluded, right? Eved and shliach, because Eved and shliach are not. They're not like you. As much as shluch or shal adam kimos, right? Like shliach is an extension of me, and shliach is not exactly like you. However, about ishto, you can do things. You can do them. But one's wife, who's literally again like his own body. One's wife who is like himself. Ishto can do both. Isma, I would have thought ultimately again that she could do smicha. Therefore, again, smicha. Therefore, we need all three drushes. All three drushes to teach me that neither an Aton or a Shliach or an Isha has the ability to go ahead and do smicha. So let's kind of like take 1 minute to which I think is a very job. So it turns out that I love myself. No one can do smicha on my car, no one except me, which is really fascinating, especially what the Gemara just said. Shliach can do anything. Right? I want to point out, like, you can send a Shliach to Mekadesh your wife, right? Again, I would have stressed it, right? But the man wants to go out and betroth the woman, he can send her in, he can send a photo with someone else. So little the Shliach can say, you may send me our acting Kudashas to Ruve, right? The Sabah Zoom, that's most of this stuff. This is not. So, which is pretty significant. You need to give Shliach for anything, you can't do Shliach for smicha. Yes, I want to show you something amazing. In general, there's a lot of discussion about what this concept of smicha actually is. What is smicha? Right? Why do you bring a carbon? You place your hands on this animal. And so now, by sin offerings, the concept of smicha is a little bit more apparent, right? Because literally, this is going to sound strange, but there's almost like a transference of culpability. As sin offerings, there's an understanding that what is happening to this animal should really happen to me as a result of my sinful behavior. And if Rothschild gave me a mechanism of atonement, and therefore there's a certain level of transference of culpability. But as we've seen, you do speak about all types of covenants, not just sin offerings. So what's the shot? So listen this. This Kuni says something amazing. This Kuni on the summer, like early on this part, this is incredible. This Kuni says the summer, לפי הפשט, מינו בני אדם, כשרוצים להסביר ולהתעסק בשום מעשה, מזמינים עצמם לעשות כעניין הנחת יד עליו. So the Kuni says in general, when you start something in life, the Kuni says, what do? You kind of put your hands on it. Right? It's kind of putting your hands on everything, almost like it's rolling up your sleeves and getting your hands dirty, getting started with a life initiative. So, therefore, I'm bringing a carbon. A carbon is always brought for something. Right? Generally, again, a carbon can be brought for culpability, it could be brought for things.
Together, it's a nuclear weapon.
It could be brought for a variety of different things. Generally, what a carbon represents is I'm trying to get a process started in my life. Whatever that process is, a process of truth, a process of self-refinement, a process of thanksgiving. The Kuni says, if you want to get a process started in life, what do you need to do? What do you need to do? Roll up your sleeves and get your hands dirty. You got to put your hands on that carbon, and you got to get the process started with your own hands. So that's what is not teaching us. If you want to get things done in life, and you want to start processes, and you want to move your life forward, you cannot outsource that to anyone else. That should only get done by you. It's got to be your hands. So it can't be the finish shirt for the party. It can't be your edit. It can't be your truth. By the way, it can't even be your life. Your life is an extension of you for everything else in life. If you want to accomplish things in life, you have to be simcha. Your goal, your hand. That carbon says that this Kuni, which represents the initiation of some life process, it's got to be you and only you. Listen, what an overwhelmingly incredible idea. How many times in life do we want to accomplish things? Yet again, first I want to accomplish what? I'm willing to do this, Shimon's to do this, Shimon's brother enough to do that, and I want to do this, and I want to do this, but I need it to be like this, and I need this, and I need the constellations, and the planets, and the galaxy, and the universe, and all of this, and I need everything, right? I need everything to align the well, no, you want to accomplish in life, you have to do simcha. You have to get the process started. You have to take responsibility. Your success and failures in life rest within your own hands. Obviously, and you have to be Schneider. Ridiculous welcome to accomplish anything. The process is needs to set. You want something in your life? They will start. They will start. Not someone else's hands, not someone else's effort, not someone else's commitment, not someone else's resources, not someone else's time. Your hands. Your hands and your hands only. Only you could do simcha on your life karma. Only you could do simcha on your life initiatives. Only you could do simcha to move you forward. No one else. Even the people closest to you, even the people who you love more than anything, even the people who are the most important in your life. If you want something out of life, only you can do the simcha to make it happen. Incredible. That's what I think. Said the Gemara. Smicha shiar mitzvah. Then the Mishnah said that smicha literally again is the leftover from the mitzvah. Now what that means is that halacha l'maisa, that smicha is not necessary. Smicha is of course necessary. The omission of smicha does not compromise the effectiveness of the mitzvah. So says the Gemara, smicha shiar mitzvah kamabaran the samach demir tzah. Now the pasuk itself says that you will go ahead. Rosh Hashanah was somewhere for Rosh Hashanah. You will do smicha on how to be Olah, and it will affect the homing food. You know what that means? It sounds like is that a smicha that affects its elite. that it's smicha that creates acceptance of the kapara. What's that? It's smicha mechataris. Understand? Smicha is what affects kapara. In kapara and the down. But yet again, halacha l'maisa. So then again, atonement is affected through the blood service. So what's the pshat? Along with the call, so it's smicha shel mitzvah ma'ala. So the low keeper, six keeper. So I would say things like this. If you didn't do smicha, the Torah counts it as if you didn't have kapara, but you did have kapara, which is another way of saying that smicha was really important. Like all of the details of Kabbalah service are really important. Therefore, if you didn't do it, it's really not good. But if you omitted it, you still go ahead and have kapara. In other words, most of the Torah schemes like this kind of thing in both ways. On one hand, people say that something is not essential. What happens when you say something is not essential? Generally, what happens when something is not essential? Doesn't get done. That's generally what happens. So there's a danger in saying smicha is not essential because then people just aren't going to do it. So essentially, what the Torah says is to sum up the near. So no, smicha is absolutely essential, and therefore, if you don't do it, your carbon is lacking. But it's not lacking to the point that it doesn't go ahead and accomplish this designated mission. Mission accomplished. The covenant is good, right? The covenant is effective, but there's definitely a little something that's missing. The time you got it to you, but yeah, I got it. You might give a two for the way you know the covenant. The two for the kata. The Torah says that tnufa affects atonement. Is that true? The tnufa the kata is really tnufa affects atonement. The halo in kapara and look at that. It's like kabanos 101. Kabanos 101. That's was button. What affects atonement in a carbon? The blood service we got. So what affects kapara? Why did it say that? Because it's Shneimar. Ki Adam Kubenet and Shekaper. And along with the Parada, what does it teach me? Shemasal the Tnufa Shiyah Mitzvah, that if you went ahead and you literally made the Tnufa, well, like the leftovers, meaning that you didn't do Tnufa, Ma'ala Allah Bakasa Kilo Lokiber, Ichiber. The Torah says that if you didn't have a atonement, but you didn't do atonement. So another way of saying it's really important, and you definitely must try to do it. But if you didn't do it, the carbon is still effective. Incredible. Alarosh. So what do you do? On the head of the animal. Turn off on Yodo Alarosh. So again, you have to place your hand on the head of the animal and not on the neck of the animal. You have to place your hand on the head of the animal and not on the back of the animal. You have to place your hands on the head of the animal and not on the chest of the animal. The one says, okay, I got it. Like, why have to sit? Place it on the head. Why do I need all of these expressions? Because you must assume you need them all. I'll tell you why. Because of one of the low cover had no show. As if we just said one exclusionary phrase, I would have thought that it comes to exclude the neck. Why I will say because the neck is not on the same level as that. When I say level, there's no same words out of like same plane, right? That whereas the head is vertical, right? The neck is horizontal, right? And therefore, again, that's why smicha won't work over there. About Gabo, the Kaiser has the Rosh. But again, the back technically is the same horizontal plane as the head, and therefore perhaps the back would work. But right, I would have thought it's not excluded, it should work. Therefore, Tzuka. Therefore, if you didn't know, the back is not good as well. The Yashmina Hanipati, we shouldn't the lower side of the tooth. Furthermore, again, if you would have told me the neck and the back are not consistent, because the neck and the back, they're not shy to even Tnufa, the way they have a Chazay, they start with the Tnufa envelope, but again, the chest, which is subject to Tnufa, I would have thought that perhaps it is not excluded, and therefore, again, you can do smicha even on the chest, therefore I need the exclusionary phrase. And I love it. And I say smicha is done on the head, dafka, for the exclusion ultimately again of the neck, the back, and the chest. What happens if you place your hand on the side of the head of the animal? And I was saying we'll stop over here for today. pick up a Bears and show me to see Brian tomorrow. Strike, everyone.
I like how you didn't bring in a song. It's actually a pretty good group this week.
Did I miss that? Oh, I did. All right. Say something good tomorrow. Yeah.
I was like, by the way, and I meant to say this to you. I'm really proud of you. Jackson. You do a great state, right? Yeah, we really do, and that's going to take you a long way. And then what you'll find is that as longer, you'll get rid of premise-driven bits and start talking about yourself. Because someone like you will not need the future to go to like those. So these are going to be stepping stones. So on stage, stepping stones. Just don't spend too much time on these type of jokes. Because when you get into it, you're talking exclusively about you. And that's
Great. Exactly it.
All right, I'll say good morning. Please first watching week. Another week, our first full week post the session. It's been incredible and beautiful, uplifting, and wonderful. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shared thing. Our Talmud sponsors for the night of Nisan Habalino with Nova Avenue Shady Kelman. Excuse me for getting publishing instructions this month. In memory of Abraham's mother, Sarah, and Ambassador Shua Heschel is appointed the Rabbi. Our Kapuni sponsors for today, Alan Steinberg, in the scope of continued help around this kind of Susha, for ultimate enforcement and a late great in Mazel Tov. Kapuni sponsored by Mel and Karen Ron. As it's just from Malcolm from Mel and Karen Ron. Mr. and Mrs. Ringo on the birth of a grandson. Thank you, their children.
Yeah, it's great. Iron Chef's going to go down in history, by the way.
Incredible.
Grant's got over Skylar, everybody. Skylar
Champions the use of Amneville, Mano, and parents and grandparents and great-grandparents. She was over there for some of the God with Torah, with the Chuppah, and the Mason Torah. And of course, we also dedicate our own sister brothers to themselves. If we spoke from that to continue to shower them, with Shmiri Yisrael, Ashkacha Patis, may our holy soldiers be successful, the whole Maaseh Dayan, and may we still be Zilch and to continue to see the beautiful Nisan and the flows that Chodesh Nisan has to offer. We'll say to that, let us be in very darkness, Tzadik Aleph 91, and we are picking up on Tzadik Aleph on Amar Mar, which is 2 or 6 lines down from the top. Thank you to Rabbi for giving shir yesterday. So remember again, we are still continuing on the topic of our Mishnah, which is the topic of Nisach. So remember again, the Mishnah highlights the idea as to when, at what point in time, halacha l'maisa, do you reckon with karbanos. So the Mishnah essentially said, all karbanos, all meal offerings, all individual offerings require nisachim, with the exception of Bachar, Meiser, Pesach, Chatas, Asham. But even the Rama Chatas, Asham, the Chatas of a Mitzorah, the Chatas and Asham of a Mitzorah require nisachim. Okay, and again, the Gemara then espoused the rule. Essentially, the rule was anything that could be brought in a voluntary capacity, in a technical voluntary capacity, requires the supplements. Now we're just going through each of these categories. The most says 91A, Sadik Aleph, Amud Aleph, 6 lines down from the top, last 2 words on the line, Amamar. Now 7 lines down to the top. I'm not announcing every line, I'm just telling you right now. That's it. 7 lines down from the top, Amamar. Totally united. From where do we know that a Toga requires Nisachim? Talmud law, because the Pasuk says, O Zebach. See, interestingly enough, the Gemara that remember the word O is usually illegal. It comes to include something additional. But the word O comes to include Toda. The Gemara said, 1 second. Why do you need to let why change the Toda from Zeba? Because after all, again, a Toda is a carbon, which you learn. Actually, Toda a lot of stuff. Why can't you learn Zeba? Why do you learn after? Oh, it's required one. So that because I would have thought, since Toda has all of those loaves, how many loaves? How many loaves? 40, right? From how many different types of bread? Good, 4. And since I would have thought that since Toda has all of those loaves, there's no obligation for the sucking. Therefore, again, you can't put out Toda from Zeba. We learn out from the Hebrew of Umeshna now. Nazir Kabadi Lechem, writing something. Watch it being different than the case of the idol of the Nazir, like the Nazir's ram, which also has bread, but still comes with loaves, but still has a requirement for the something. I don't know if I'll tell you why. So I come here because I would have thought, Hashem Shni meaning, Haka Arbon meaning. By the El Nazir, there's only 2 types of bread. Right, but by the Toda, there's 4 types of bread. I would have thought that is such a voluminous bread offering, there should be no obligation for the second. How much more, even though a Toda has 4 types of bread, right, and 40 total loaves, Allah for the Mesa still requires in the second. I believe the Rahmana, the following the older Dava, followed by Allah. So we're going to be hard size. We're talking about the different categories of things that require the second. Why don't you just go ahead and write anything that is brought for Neder and Nidava, and then there would be no need to write Ola. But since an Ola can be brought as either a Neder or a Nidava, I would have understood that every Ola requires me something. Even plus Rahmana Ola, if the Torah would have not said Ola, Hava Amina, Basis and Isha Lashem, cloud, the Kari Neder only is of a cloud. So also this is this. Had it not said Ola, I would have thought like this. When the Prophet says, Basis and Ola, Isha Lashem, you shall offer up a fire offering to Hashem, so that's a cloud. Right? The Kari Neder only is of a, the Kari Neder only is of a, that's a cloud. The Reach Nihoa, Using aroma, Khazar the color, that's another class. What do I have now? Cloud and to cloud. Let's say first wide line, Sadik Aleph on the Aleph. Any more like cloud and cloud, Sadik Cloud and cloud. Remember again, so cloud, you did general statement, Bachman is a specific one, and then another cloud. Okay. So most I remember this is an exegetical principle. What do you do when you have a cloud with top to cloud? Remember again, generally the cloud itself is modified by the cloud. Just like the cloud is something that is not come as a sin offering. So to again, when you bring this offering, only the type of carbon that would not be brought as a sin offering. Therefore, I would exclude a katas and Asham, because the katas and Asham are brought for a faith. And what would I include? Abi Bachar Umaiser Pesach, Shein Bainachim. But I would include Bachar, right? Again, offering to the firstborn, common Pesach. And Meiser Beimach, which of course are not sin offerings. And we say that those are included for the suffering purposes. Therefore, the concept says Ola. What does Ola do? Ola excludes obligatory offerings from the suffering. That's what Ola does. So it says, Hashtag Sin Ola. So now that the concept does write Ola, 4 lines in, 4 wide lines, sorry. Now that it says Ola, Cloud Uprat Ma Marvisay, what does the Cloud Uprat come to include? So we must Ma Patmut Fulash Sheina Mukriya Bavomate. Just like the fact is talking about something that does not refer to a pre-existing obligation. So to when you bring the something, only when there's not a pre-existing obligation. What does that come to include? Having blood kachim tzmurasan va'olaham v'aminan b'saras. It comes to the following cases. Number one, the offspring of kachim. We had this a couple of weeks ago, or maybe 2 days ago, I'm not sure. Right? But again, the offspring of kachim, which is narrated, there's no focus about whether or not those offspring have residual kedusha or not. Unless it comes to include the halacha l'maisa, when you offer those up, they come with the sucking. Tmura means the illegal exchange of a carbonic animal. So in other words, what's halacha by tmura? The hayahu, the tmura, so both animals are kaddish. When you offer up the tmura, you also offer up Nisachim, but all the Habam and Akvaros, or all that's brought from residual funds. That's an Asham ultimately that was put out the pasture because let's say you lost your first Asham, you started to do a new Asham, you offered up the new Asham and you found the original one, you set out the pasture and told developed, so then you can do it. The Halas Vakim Shemiz B'Chu Shalom V'Shma, as well as any carbon that was offered up Shalom V'Shma. What's the halacha about say? This goes back to Zvachim, days of a dollar. What happens when you offer up a carbon Shalom V'Shma? What happens? What's the halacha? It works, but doesn't satisfy the owner's obligation. Exactly to that. Excellent. So halacha makes again. This is so
You know what that means, everybody?
all these animals, so most of all this whole category over here, Vlados Kachim, Tmura, Ola Babna Musara, Hashem Shemitah Beria, and any carbon offered up Shalom Yishma, when you offer up these carbonos, you offer them up with the Sachim as well. Incredible. See, one second. That's what I point out. This type of Gemara, this is what we're doing today. Right? This is going to be the flow of the Gemara. So we're going to right? And we're going to go out and say like what gets this up and what doesn't get this up. So you may say, oh gosh, when is this going to be over? So I want to tell you what this is exactly like. You know how like when you have a favorite song, like a beautiful song that you love, like the meaning, and you don't know the word. Right? You don't know the words. So what do you do when but there's something about the beautiful tune that just speaks to your Shabbat? So what do you do when you don't know the words? What do you do? Right? You just hum along. You just hum along. Why? Because the song is so great. This Gemara is like your favorite song. It's your favorite song that you don't know the words. It's okay. Because even without the words, I feel inspired and I feel good. So again, the Gemara is very understandable, but I want to frame what we're going to accomplish because then you can put yourself in the right headspace. Because like if you actually look at yourself, where is I got it for started. You know, not today, not today, right? Or you're thinking like, when are we going to get to that? Okay, now we're going to see the Rambam, but again, it's not yet Lamaisa. But again, it's all about putting yourself in the right mode. Your favorite song it's the rhythm, it's the tune, there's something about it that just touches my neshama. I don't know what the song is talking about. I don't know the words, but that's okay. This is your favorite song that you may not know all the words to, but the neshama is going to love it. Let's go. The hashtag.
I've been in that situation.
Yeah, one second. Sadik Amud Aleph, 91A, 2, 4, 6, really the last time. Lines down into the wide lines. The hashtag, the Amrit, Drasha. And you might say, why don't we use straight like the word all in the passage is being used for a Drasha?
Somebody starting to say your name.
Finally, Nega, only the Java, Lamani, the Falka. So then why don't we only to divide up the tree and the following as a result? If you're teaching that both, Nega and your double offerings are both subject to the second. Why do I do that? It's how that coming to you. You need it, I'll tell you why. How that coming to you would have gone, Hati, Nega, you would have all the suffering. It's very interesting. If you would, would not have been there. So when are you obligated in the suffering? You're obligated both when you bring Nega and the Java.
glass.
Maybe only when I bring both is during the second obligations. Shmalon, therefore the O comes in here to teach you what? Shmalon, the icy, never look what they by the second, the icy, never look what they by the second. To teach me now, that you bring the never by itself, you bring the sucking by itself. Halacha l'maisa, you have to go ahead and bring it. You have to go ahead and bring the sucking. Incredible. How do you put on Yoshia? All this makes sense to Yoshia. You have Yona's son, Ramali. But when you have Yona's son, why do I need the oath? I see neither the daily by the socket. I see Nidava the daily by the socket. How do I like this? When you bring it as by itself, that's when there's an obligation on the socket. Or when you bring it a dava by itself, that's when there's an obligation on the socket. I see nega kunidava. Tiski bin the socket the chad. I would have thought, however, if you're bringing nether and the dava together, maybe what? One is socket. One is socket satisfies both obligations. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon say that even if you're bringing two types of carbonos, which both require a socket, and you're bringing them together, it's a good habit, I would have thought one in the socket satisfy both obligations. Kamash Malon, no. Each carbon gets its own socket. Incredible. All the laws they found Ramali. So what's what the pasuk says, or the carbonos that you bring on your Yom Tov Moedeh. Why do you need that pasuk? I would have thought like this. Honey, you become I see Allah Fineder Ushmamin Binadaba. I would have thought when is there an obligation of the socket? When you bring an Allah as another, or you bring Shlamim as Nidaba. Inami Ikha, or the opposite. About Hecha the Kamaisi, Allah Ushmamin Binadar. Inami Allah Ushmamin Binadaba. But again, well, what I thought that there is an obligation for the socket. When you're going to either bring in Allah as a negative or Nidaba, or Shlamim as an old as a neder or Nidaba. But if you are bringing an Ola both as a Shlamim and a neder, Abahepa the Kamaisi Ola, sorry, Abahepa the Kamaisi Ola and Shlamim the neder, and if you're bringing both an Ola and a Shlamim as a neder, Inami, Ola and Shlamim in the Nidaba, or an Ola and a Shlamim as a Nidaba, I would have thought that's the Shabbat. So in this case over here, you're bringing two types of carbonos, but again for one purpose. So let's say an Ola and a Shlamim both the neder, or an Ola as a Shlamim both as in a double. I would have thought in that case, Shem neder echad, the Shem neder achos, is considered to be one carbonic unit of neder, or one carbonic unit of neder, and therefore it accumulates in the suffering of had, and therefore again one suffering should be enough for that carbonic cohort. Kamash Malon of the Moedeh, therefore the parts of Moedeh, you need to know we're really too much more efficiency in here, which is one the suffering per carbon. So when you bring multiple carbonos the same type, right? Or the same or Shlamim, we're bringing multiple different types of carbonos, but it's part of the same carbonic cohort. All neder or nidava, halacha l'maisa. Everything gets its own suffering. Beautiful. It sounds like in Bakar Ola Zebachman. Why are you responsible if you offer up the Bakar and you can Ola Ola Zebach? Then you got each case, I like, I mean, you need it. Because I would have thought, I need it, yes, I need it. Hey, but the Kamaisi, Ola Ushmamin Zebach. I might have thought, what is there an obligation to bring this up in when you bring in Ola or Shlamim as a Zebach? Inami, Ola Ushmamin Zebach. So let's say, maybe it's only when you bring in Ola and Shlamim as a unit. Right? A unit of Neder or a unit of Nidava. About Hecha the Kamaisi, Shtei Olos. You bring two Olos. Half of the Neder, the half of the Nidava. But if you bring two Olos, one is a Neder, one is a Nidava, or Inami, Shnei Shlamim, Echad the Neder, the Echad the Nidava, or two Shlamim offerings, one is Neder and Nidava, Eva, Shem Shlamim Achasi, right? Shem Ola Achasi. I would have thought that since they're both the same type of carbon, albeit being brought to two different purposes, it has the status of one carbon, and therefore what? the tiscilate in the second Chad, and you should be able to only have to bring one in the second. Kamash Malon, what's a same thing over the other. Kamash Malon, every individual carbon, whether even if it's multiple, the same type of carbon, multiple olos, multiple shaman, or multiple carbons being brought for the same purpose, all neder or all nudava, every carbon gets its own resafin. The following neder, all shlamim lamali. So you're going to say with the bottom fair. Following neder, all shlamim. Why do I need that? So I like Hamina, Hanimini, the Maisi, Shte Olos, Kadavan neder, Kadavan nudava. I would have thought, what is there an obligation for individual resafin? For example, when you're bringing two olos, or one is for neder, one is for nudava.
You're getting less and less crazy.
One is in the devil is in the double about become like almost in the double. But if I'm bringing two olos, right, as in there, or two olos as in the double, even if they stomach in the double, they stomach in the double, or two stomach in the two stomachs in the double, shame over FQ, the shame. Again, they have the same identity as a negative identity as a Nodava, and therefore it is delay in a second Echad, and therefore we have to bring one in a second. Kamash Malon, no. Kamash Malon again, every carbon gets its own Nisachin. I have a Yoshia. I'm in a buff. A car in that zone of Lamani. Yoshia, what does he do with this phrase? In a baka, in that zone. I would have thought, honey, really, betray me. When do we get to different stuff and two different types of animals or two different types of animals? About the Chad, you know, just you made it stuff in the Chad, but it's one type of name. Either of Kavanos. Maybe I love Kavanos or one or something. Kamash Malon, once again, every carbon gets its own something. Kaka, Tasu, Lamali, why did that also just each one? So that's I would have thought, honey, maybe exactly that. When did we say that individual kavanos require individual nesafin? It's the illuminary offering one after the other. About the class aspects for you. All the classes will have to get all these kavanos being offered up at once simultaneously. Hasanic simultaneity. What happens if this delay with the suffering the card? I might have thought that a lot of the main son, you only have to bring one set of the suffering. Kamash Malon, no. So that's how again, that's what you know what has successfully done is essentially shown us all that different variations you can come up with, right? Multiple of the same type of carbon but being offered up for different purposes, or different types of carbon being offered up for the same purpose. A lot of myself, each and every carbon gets its own nesachas. But again, the point to remember and this is not every carbon get a nesachas. So remember again, like what the Mishnah said, generally Kabbanos Tzibor and Kabbanos Yachid will get a Nisachin, with the exception of Bachar, Meiser, Pesach, Katos, and Asha, which is another way of saying that any carbon which can be brought in a voluntary capacity will get Nisachin. A carbon that only exists in a obligatory capacity will not get Nisachin. That's why generally the easiest example of this is Katos and Asham. Katos and Asham never goes ahead and gets the Nisachin. Why? Because you can't bring a voluntary Katos and Asham. Now, that being said, we're going to transition to the next. That we just got finished saying, but if Katos and Asham doesn't get the Nisachin, there's an exception to that rule. What's the exception to that rule? We taught us in Asham of a mitzvah. That's what's getting us up. So now we're going to delve into that a little bit and figure out why that is the case. So let's go. Let's check out someone said we are on top of the 91A in white water. 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom at the 2 dots. Let's check out also Shal Minnesota. The fact that selling Minnesota and the Asham requires something. So whenever so America, I know this, so understand the obvious declaring issue over here, which is the Mishnah said explicitly Chatas and an Asham normally do not get the sucking. And the reason for that is the rule, just remember, it is generally one and all. Somebody asks, what's a good rule to remember if the carbon get the sucking? You'll say, funny you should ask. You just learned that today. Anything normally that to be brought in voluntary capacity gets the sucking. If the only construct in which the carbon exists is in the regulatory capacity, generally you will not bring this up. And the Mishnah says the exception to this rule is Chatas and Asham of the Mitzvah. So how do we know this? He said at the beginning, you know how do you know this? He wants to do Shosha Son Solas Minchar, so here in the park. As it says, 3 Eslonim, a fine cloud, this is the wind of the Mitzvah. The Minchah in Isaiah Chatas Midat. So it's talking about the minchah that accompanies the carbon. I'm talking about the carbon myself. The minchah you say it's basically just coming with accompanying a carbon, or maybe it's a minchah brought on its own. Kishu Omer, the Hela Hakoyes Omer Vesamikah. The part says that the thing will offer up the Omer minchah. And the Omer minchah, one myself, Hakas in the Dagger. Because it's clearly talking about again a minchah that accompanies a carbon. I don't know. I'm not sure. Even if suck him or not. Does the covenant require to suck him or not? Or the being also the Yain Nessa, is hanging the Asa. Allah Ola, only Deva, Rekevas, therefore, the Apostle talks about explicitly the Yain Nessa, like ultimately again, Yain, the wine that comes as the accompanying sauce. So my dashin is discussing Ola. What does the Ola refer to? Zu Ola Sora. This refers to the Ola of the Sora. The Zevach Zu Chatas Sora. The Zevach refers to the Chatas of the Sora. Oh, the Zevach. The O. Right? The O is only the word. Zu Asham Mitzora. This refers to the Asham Mitzora. So what's the same purpose happening over here? Right? So just got the Ola of the Mitzora, the Chatas of the Mitzora, and the Asham of the Mitzora. And therefore, Halacha Maisa, all 3 of the Mitzora's Karbanos require the sucking. That's the drush. I learned that from this pasuk over here. The save up with the Bible means that. Why can't you learn how to pick up Karbanos just from the word Zeva itself? On the days, the other Psalm 91 be Damamar, Chatos the Asham Minayin. As a nice, right? The Damamar. From where we learn how to Chatos anyway. So Talomar. Zeva. They will say in general, we learn how to Chatos and Asham from Zeva. Yeah, okay, you have to learn how to Ola from a different place. But why can't I learn it? At least Chatos from Zeva. Who's was in the middle? How do you learn this? But idea doesn't. When can you learn out Chatos and Asham from Zeva? That's when the Chatos and the Asham are comparable to each other. So, I thought we were the same. About Eicha. But yeah, let's say remember by the Sola, the Chatas and the Asham do 2 different things. About Eicha, the Asham, the Hachshir, the Chatas, the Kata, whereby the Sola, the Asham is there to render him fit. Right? Render him fit, ultimately again, restore status. The Chatos is for Kapara. So take a look at Rashi for just a moment. So first of all, the Gemara is quoting, the Gemara is speaking about the idea of Chatos and Asham from Zevach. The Gemara flipped Nazir for just a moment. Take a look at that Rashi. The Amar Mar, Gabi Nazir Belaka as Sa'arosh Israel. The Nastan ala Eish Asher Hachas Zevach Hashlamim. In Aini Elas Hachas Zevach Hashlamim, Hachas Aduksha Hachas Vasham. Okay, so the Gemara says fine. So the Gemara comes out from even though by Nazir we learn out Chatas and Asham from Zevach from Zevach. That's different because again, remember the Karbanos of Nazir are different from the Karbanos again from Mitzvah. Rashi says over here, really, not you provide a Chatas for Asham from Nazir if you have got by Nazir, the Chatas and the Asham accomplish effectively the same thing. Chatas and Nazir, Asham and Nazir, La Shiro, they return Hixim Asir. So again, by Nazir, the Katas and the Ashram essentially have the same mission, have the same job, which is to elect Conan to once again become Conan winners. However, again, about Hotline to Rashi, first by Rashi, about that's why Rashi, about Hotline with Sola, the Ashram, the Shiva level of Nasi, the Katas, the Kata, that's not going to be so interesting. We're not fighting with Sola, it's very interesting. The Ashram and the Katas come. The Ashram only get asked to enter the camp to try to come up. That is correct. The Katas only has a Kapara capacity. So therefore, again, we need a different Russia. Fascinating. Therefore, but we don't trade right. This is interesting. So I should find things aside. Because generally, you always find that there's a lot of Nazis and Minnesota. Sacrificially, there's a lot of pluralities. Also, Kapara-wise, but it's interesting to note that by the Nazis, the Katas and the Ashram essentially serve the same purpose. That by the Minnesota, the Katas and the Ashram serve two different purposes. Fascinating. Okay, Zeba. And the Muslim says Zeba. Zu Katas and Soul. So they're both like, just to refocus yourself. What is doing? The mission said that I don't normally for a Katas and an Ashram, you do not bring the suffering. I love for the son, for the Katas, I go for the Ashram of the Minnesota, you do not. I want to point something out. Remember, from the Minnesota, we're talking three Kabbalists. Katas, Ashram, Ola, and each three of those Kabbalists would have a company in suffering. Now, for the Ola, I don't need a drush office to bring the suffering. Why not? Because Ola works. Why does Ola work? Because Ola is a carbon that can be brought in a voluntary capacity. So since it can be brought in a voluntary capacity, you bring the suffering even when it's brought in a regulatory capacity. The only thing I need a drusha for is for the katas and the ashram. Since there's no such thing as a voluntary katas and ashram, therefore, I would say there is the suffering, which is generally the rule. The acceptance that will seem to be by the acceptance seems to be solo, and that's why I'm going to use whole stuff to Russia. Let's go like that. So Zeba. And the Muslim says Zeba, Zukatas and Solo. This refers to the Katas of Mitzvah, which brings up in the Abel, Zukatas for Asham the Nazir. I don't know if it refers to Katas of Mitzvah. Maybe it refers to the Katas of the of the Nazir, long time, no, I'll tell you why. Second, because it's Samuel, because it says, in the right song, when we trust them in the skin, they're all about soul, when we show about us in the dad there. When the God says, when we trust them in the skin, he's talking about his whole little shlomim. I thought about all of the shlomim. You say he's talking about this whole little shlomim, whole little Allah, Akhidah, right? Maybe he's referring to the Katas and God. Very funny. Yes, I really love that. So again, remember, the rank of the Iran is Iron was included in the general segment of Kabbalah. So allowing access, so I was excluded. The Akish to make a Hakish. What's the Hakish? Not Iron review called and never open the double, just like an Iron review, because you can got that either and never earn the double, call the never in the double. So again, and what happens? So this refers to the Ola of the Miknola, and it's obligated to something. I, the Ema, Zu, Ola, Siola. That's interesting. Maybe it refers to the Ola. The Ola, that's how do you know that refers to the Ola of the Siola? From Rabbi, Ola, Siola, that's same but it's not enough. The older is like you don't have to do anything. Also, Samuel, Rabbi Nosson, over Rabbi Nosson says, like, when the person says, like, this refers to the older, and then, for one, Had Asar Shamaiser Shekara Shvan. So what's it? Echad refers to the 11th of Mesonerim. They say it's 11th of Mesonerim, it's 11th of the world. Mesonerim is the 10th. the erroneous designating the 11th animal as so the animal ultimately again that animal has a sacrificial designation and it is offered up as shlomim. Now it's offered up as shlomim also has accompanying the Shalom Seal of the Torah, Shilpapa Kamen is ultimately again the nearest Torah that the top of something of secondary importance should be more common than the item of primary importance. But Rabbi Amrava said, Eiji Rava, Shetzah Shalashi, Shabbat says, Rava says, what area, what topic in the Torah requires 3 reasons? I'm sorry, you see the Torah. This is the first thing Mitzvah. Why does Mitzvah need 3 reasons? Because Mitzvah has 3 kavanas, Chatas and Asham and Allah. And Allah Kalamai said that 3 reasons teach me that Allah Kalamai again, each one of those kavanas gets accompanying Mitzvah. Why does that? Why does the person say the ayah? So says, Rabos Kelo Shal It's very interesting. It's supposed to go ahead and include the Isle of Arab. So which Isle is that? This is talking about the Isle of Arab that comes on the Kippur. Now, again, this carbon requires the suffering as well. So you might say, Elo Sha'aron, the Isle of Aaron, in Moadeka Nafka. Moadeka, which means any that's offered up on your appointed times will require the sacrament as well. Watch this. I would have thought that this kind of easy. But this one refers to ultimately the communal offerings. About nothing to roll, but perhaps again an individual offering, because remember there's some of Aaron's personal land, like his personal carbon, his personal carbon. Thus, I would have thought that Allah Kalamesa, that does not require this stuff in commercial results. It should be something amazing. How auspicious this is. Today feels like the real first day that got to Pesach, right? Because the Shabbos Mamish felt like, which is beautiful, just like a Hebshir cut Pesach. So what's it pretty much on telling us today? What it's telling us? It's almost Elul. It's almost Elul. It's almost Elul. Right? And therefore, again, how incredible is it that on the first Sunday, essentially after Pesach, which Baruch says, the season of Tshuva is upon us. So let's say a year is always focusing on the next thing. So of course we have schools, about the Torah. But let's say, but all keeping aside, right? Your life is now on the horizon. And because of that, again, the worst thing we could ever do is wait until Elul gets here in order to start our journey of Tshuva. How great would it be as we're marching towards Hasina, we're not just making a march towards Hasina, making a march towards self-actualization, making a march towards self-actualization. Beginning that march, the process of Tshuva begins now, being Chodesh Nissan. It doesn't wait until the evening day for the day of Chodesh Tammuz. Rabbi is giving us this gift. The Isle of Adam. It's for Sunday, how that should be something in the journey together. We might show, all that so like this, why should be any different than the older argument, I guess. Sunday, I mean, out of the club, and we really talk.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, your final regular, your final comedian of the show. Also a Puerto Rican college dropout out of the Florida Gators to stay on the staff at where she has
I'm not small on the start. Oh, the Isle of Lame. When the bus says, oh, remember, always ends illegally. Oh, the Isle, what does that come to include? Rabos es hapalgas. This comes to include the palgas. What is a palgas? Take a look at that. Actually, just means actually very interesting topic. Actually, almost if you move your finger to the about 6 lines down. All the Isle of Lame, Rabos es palgas. Minisakin, palgas she'avra shnasol, v'labot l'chlau shanim. So that seems very interesting. So apparently a palgas is an animal in its 13th month. Right? So you have an animal that's a year old, and an animal that's 2 years old, which is after the 13th month in its second year. In the 13th month, the animal has this interesting designation called the palgas. So the Gemara said, listen to this. So all the ayah comes to include that if you're offering up a palgas, I have to go ahead and offer up the suffering along with it. To which the Gemara just honey for Rabbi Yochanan I'm a very old. So Rabbi Yochanan says that a paradas is its own individual category. So again, this makes sense to me in the Joshua. It's not the krivu, maybe I love ayo, maybe sorry, the krivu, maybe I love niske ayo, but in the older one is if you bring the paradas, you have to bring it with the same nisachim that normally accompany a ayo, but it doesn't necessarily satisfy the obligation. Rashi says over here, it's not the krivu, the paradas, here comes another ayo, okay, that's the paradas. Maybe I love Niski Isle, but in all those moments in Polish and Kovas and Dro, is that how it's supposed to be? Just to get our terms correct. Kadas means the sheep within its first year. And Ayo means the sheep 3 years old. What happens if you bring the Palgas, which is kind of like this sheep within its 13th month? So it's not, we'll say, it's like an awkward stage for sheep. That awkward stage, your voice is beginning to change. And you're not like, you no longer a Kavas, but you're not yet an idol. So again, it's interesting enough also, the Gemara says over here, the Gemara says as follows, that if you go ahead and you pledge a Kavas or an idol, but you end up bringing a Palgas. So interesting enough, you have to treat it like an idol. You're bringing a suffering for the idol, but it doesn't satisfy your obligation. Interesting. I'm going to do it. All the idol, yeah, this is the Palgas. All the idol comes to ultimately again Palgas as well. Okay, but I love so nice. It's time to go ahead and refine the system. Hello, about Palgas. Now, a nice seed. The master is a staple. Color of the Sega. But it comes to mind that I say, this is actually very interesting. But Palgas said, no, what you do essentially, a Palgas is a suffix. Is a Palgas feathers, or is it an idol? So when you buy Palgas, essentially what you do is you bring the Palgas, you make it tonight. You make it tonight, it's in the general category of 15, this is the obligation that you satisfy. You need to get actually, about Palgas. When I see Niski Isle in the sleep, Matthew in Kamasu, Yakish Sahara in the law, Kamasu in Java. If it's a Kavas, then it should utilize this and satisfy the obligation. And any additional instructed material ultimately should be in the Java. The idol having the sucker, but if it's an idol, ultimately again, there's like when you bring an idol, there's a greater amount of the suffering than when you bring a Kavas. So essentially, by Palgas is like this. Whichever one it is, if it's no, I don't agree. It has necessarily suffering. If it's a Kavas, then it has extra suffering. The extra suffering should just be in your Java. But if you think about Palgas, we said that a Palgas is a suffix. As you told me, you need a perfect reduction of the suffix that doesn't make sense. There's no reason about Palgas question. Think about Palgas can be a question. Okay. After you ask for the Shara effort, or the Ayala effort, all the step effort in all the agents, the Shara effort, not coming over. What does the part of the Shara effort? What's the lesson there? The future of the public has also been listed. I will, even if they have that, think about that before. There is a distinction between the suffering brought for an idol versus the suffering brought for a Kavas. Your network, they mistake how you say. That's what it was. Remember again. Kavas is the young, like young idol is the old. Like Kavas is 1 year, idol is 2 years. So there's a difference in the suffering brought for a Kavas versus an idol. I would have thought that when we say that there's a difference between like adult and young and old sheep. So to again, there'd also be a distinction between the suffering for a calf versus for a cow, like adult and child. Kamalomar, the Shara Echad. Therefore, the pasuk says, when it comes to the cow, the ox family, all the suffering are the same. All la'ayo matamalomar. What does the pasuk mean when I'm teaching all la'ayo? Mata, what is it going to teach me? The fish should not see you, because ultimately, again, since we learned Shechala, being escape and showing escape and Stein, the Torah makes a distinction between the Nesachim offered up. Look at the sheep, right? Torah makes a distinction between the sheep. Between the Nesachim offered up. What is Keves, 1-year-old, versus Ayol, 2 years old? Yochel Meklach being escape and Stein, and escape and Shalosh. I'm going to also look at the same distinction between the Nesachim offered up for a 1-year-old sheep versus a 2-year-old sheep. Also, this is when you also can teach knowledge. When it comes, let's say, to a cat versus an ox, no difference between the suffering for young and old. In the sheep family, there is a distinction between the suffering for young and less for young, more for old. Also, just remember that in the sheep family, 3 stages: Keves, 1-year-old, Ayol, 2 years old, Algas, that's 13 months. I'm not talking about local network. They need to be so how about the same that the distinction between the suffering between a 1-year-old sheep, 2-year-old sheep, maybe the distinction between a 2-year-old sheep and a 3-year-old sheep. Now,
that's what we're talking about.
well, I'm all Iraq, but no, there's only 2 categories: 1-year-old versus 2-year-old. But once you're above, once you're in the 2-year-old category, all subsequent ages. All the Sebak was seen not comable, right? What does it always a confusion? The fish must in Shakala Kase, they miskate Kavas, they miskate Ayo. So it makes a distinction between the Safin for a Kavas and in the Safin for an Ayo. Yo, Nafak, they miskate Kipsa. The Nick say that, I'm going to put there should also be a difference between. I don't know, the kids and the Artima between a 1-year-old and 3-year-old females. I'm a bummer, all the Sabbath lesson. If I see animals, apparently the Sabbath always going to be the same. All the easy, not I'm a bummer. What does all the easy come to teach me? The fish, I'm assuming, also, in this case, in this case, I know, since you see the distinction between, you can remember, Kavas, 1-year-old, and the Ayo, 2-year-old, Torah makes the distinction, in this case, to be, in this case, see, I would have thought that ultimately the Torah makes the distinction between a young goat and an old goat. And that young story goes a little, all together. On the right, all easy. Therefore, the concept says all easy. And by the way, when you're learning this sugya, Rabbi tested us. He gave us a look ahead. How did he fire us? Top of the page 92a. Bhagavad Rabbi, this gave a Hela the Kama. So as he asked us, when you bring in a second art on the Hela, the Hela is a 2-year-old female sheep. How much is in a second? Now, Rabbi was testing with us because Rabbi thought at the day they would get mixed up between a male sheep and a female sheep, right? Because remember, a male sheep, which is the Kavas, right, has larger in the suffering once it gets 2 years old. By female, we saw there's no distinction between young and old. So Rabbi was trying to trick us. As he asked us, how much the suffering do you bring for an older female sheep? If my sheep go on that's easily, the D, the Shamish, Nistis, so shall be golden, the shall be coming. So what's the answer from Mishnah? Now what? So by the D, ultimately again, you use the same suffering for a young sheep and for an old sheep. Shall be Aaron, the shall be Tables, we shall Aaron. But just take a quick look to the Rashi, and get you very nice. This came with him with a camera. So the island, sweet religion, it's all so, and I even have fishing brings up all the people. So again, Rabbi was testing us, or he was trying to test our knowledge to now be established that for male sheep offering, there is a distinction between a Kavas and an Ayo. So he's asking us by female sheep, is there a distinction? Of course, the answer is there's no distinction by female sheep, and the answer is very interesting. So by reloading my species in the second shot, let's just take a look at this Rashi. This Rashi explains so that's pretty beautiful. We'll have that in the first color. I love how someone's played the
Ladies and gentlemen, our head of security
tonight, put your hands together for her.
We always think about this, right? And the third thing is to look and to have seen the whole thing to operate so much similar to the way it happened before. So,
if you think about this, you do your final effort. Think to yourself, I know, it could be a little bit anxiety provoking.
Wow.
We're not getting this done.
Stronger than ever.
Like, we're getting, like,
As we can tell, there's been some upgrades.
That's the most anxiety provoking piece of the whole thing.
His advanced wireless mic system coming out of his crotch.
And I know it. It's getting like that. The kids aren't happy with this. So everyone knows. So the kids are happy. No, no, no.
Yeah, some IKEA lights on your palms. That's pretty cool.
That's right, too.
And angry. And if I couldn't get through this, I think I was all stressed out.
Oh my God,
Good
yeah,
news,
that's true.
you could purchase on site. You could purchase, so what happened? It's beautiful. Look at that.
Stay in one
I
spot.
bought my friends and makeup. Ege zaten bilgi kote bir şamışkız geçiyor. Çok so again, about that, the idea over here is you get like a coupon. You get like a coupon. And with that receipt, you pay obviously, and you get a receipt that you will then be able to go out and get in with the mistrust war. And remember, again, there's a whole chain there for this, and you get other, not just for animals, but for everything. From the knuckles, right, from the offerings, for wine, for oil, everything was available on site. Let's just finish up that actually. You go, as I said, kasaba like the ease, and you look in the second. So, baby government, baby Kitanin, baby Zikarin, baby Kibas, the Hainan, the Kipso, the Heba, the Kuman is.
It's really weird because it's like him looking over at me, really
again,
seems like
suffering for all of these animals is generally the same. Cooking Shabbat. Shalom, how you know who the shaman talk this year? Completion and shopping and suffering and that kind of cycle. The deal side, I mean, most of the stuff I love from the mindset, for all the animal animals in the suffering was the same. The distinction ultimately again was on adult male sheep versus young male sheep. There was something different. So love a track. Like the trust, love a track to test us, but ultimately again.
Well, I'm glad to have you here, Pete. What do you say we get this thing started?
But ultimately, fantastic. You know what's like?
Oh, yes. Wait a second. What is it? What is it, Pete?
Song. Beautiful song. Let me just use 2 minutes. I just want to read you just a few passages from the Rambam. Check how often I say go. So you can read those nights off and those kind of things. This is the Rambam writes. No, Ayayin Basolos in the view in the cover. In the corner, so. So that's what in general the Rambam says over here.
It's iron, Justin Martinell,
wine as well as the fine flour, right? That will bring 3 ounces from the suffering. So when you speak about the suffering really includes 2 things. Flour, trimmed by flour, and one milk. And Basolos Nevada mix meat, tough the suffering. And the flour by itself is jolly cold and meat tough the suffering. Fine. Let's keep it in days. Total the suffering. The flour only covers the requirement of suffering. Ella, Olas, Behema, Shlomim, Zobas. Again, generally, the Kabbalah's which will require the suffering are Ola and Shlomim. Whether they would pay Kayu Kat. But Sibor, they cover Yopi, Okebes, Yoleges, Zero Shakoin Rogo, holding all those to the suffering. Again, someone says, and this goes with what we said before. Generally, it's going to be almost extremely requiring suffering. Why? Because in order to be obligated to pay the suffering, it has to be the type of carbon which could be brought in a voluntary capacity, which really first to always have a suffering. Now again, there are exceptions to that rule. That's why the Rambam writes, the Keves of the Oledes. Like one of these virtues offering, or the Isle of the Coin which we just saw. The Shamas, the Chatos, and the Median in wine Nisa. So again, in general, for the offerings, sin offerings, to that sin offerings, Hashem and Chatos do not get Nisa, since they cannot be brought in a voluntary capacity. Exception to that rule, Chatos and Sora, the Ashamo, the trees. Partially stigmatized. The exception, of course, is the Chatos and the Asham of the Sora. What explicitly says that you bring the suffering in this world. Now, by the way, not just the Chatos and the Asham of the Sora. What else gets the suffering of the Sora? Is Ola. That's not the finish. Why? Because you can always bring this up and move it over. Incredible. So when it was on, the backstage, that's the synopsis. So it was on. Very beautiful, beautiful song ever. Even you don't know the words. Maybe it stirs you like what I'm saying. Incredible tomorrow. You know, because some much it's simple. That gives the song like technical deep. Yeah, well, I guess that's backwards. So a lot of technologies like ours. The team took it to our website. Have a great day.
Guys, give it up to the Iron Patriot.
Wow. Heck yeah. That was awesome. Heck yeah. There he goes, the Iron Patriot. That was amazing.
Justin Martindale, everybody.
Heck yeah. Unbelievable performance. Thank you so much. Everything come out okay, Iron Patriot?
Yeah, we're
Fantastic.
I don't know if you guys know this little bit afterwards, but this is the first episode of Kill Tony that's ever taken place during Black History Month. So, I got a lot of tweets from my female N-words about that today.
Oh!
I don't know if you guys...
Oh, wow. Very good.
You may have seen me retweet them.
You call girls Nancy's. I don't know. That's very old-fashioned of you.
Very, yeah.
Real quick before we jump into it, we are at the La Jolla. Kill Tony comes to the La Jolla Comedy Store on the road for the first time ever on March 1st. So San Diego, if you're listening to this, it's going to be March 1st. Tickets will be available online probably by the time you hear this. So it's going to be very soon. It's going to be March 1st at the La Jolla Comedy Store, the first ever Kill Tony on the road. So very exciting. Also, that's it. This is Tom Segura's t-shirt. That's available at TomSegura.com. Special birthday shout out to Marie. Water Boxers in the house, everybody. My favorite person. He's a fan of me, but I'm a fan of him. Very good. Yes, exactly. All right, so let's get it started. You guys ready? Kill Tony 36 on the Governor is heading. Just as always, it's super duper special. In no particular order, your two guests go like this. Truly, one of the first people to ever take me on the road with them or work with me. One of my favorite people, one of the funniest people here at the Comedy Store. It's Steve Trevino, everybody. And also, coming with him. From the Big Lebowski, from Seinfeld, another one of the best comedians in the fucking world. Don't everybody. Tom Herrera, Steve Trevino, good to have you. Tony. It's always fun. Actually, it's just been a couple days into your podcast.
The worst scenario is offered up as an older score. It can always be offered up as an older.
That was really good.
Right, yeah. With the cases we spoke about yesterday, so even in the event that it can't be offered up as an obligatory offering, it can absolutely be offered up as the foundation of a home.
I go to the gay gym, open to get rings. That way I said, no, I don't mind fighting. There you go. I tried. See, it's not on.
It's on. It's weird. It's
up. Again, is there ever a case of
so you guys hear us?
Super clearly. Do you guys want a drink? Josh is going to make it right now.
Josh, I'll have a beer,
Oh,
Put your hands together for my fucking guests. We're going to have fun tonight, guys. These two guys know comedy big time. Patriot, you got any questions for our guests?
Steve, you started comedy in Texas, right? Yep, Texas. And you came to Hollywood, inviting gig and opened up for Carlos Mencia.
Oh, let's keep that to yourself. I'm still trying to shake off the state, buddy.
Well, I heard you on Mark Maron's podcast. Talking about Carlos, guilty of having contact with him.
No, I haven't chosen to talk so much.
the halacha ultimately offer it up, I mean, the covenant itself works. You have to bring something, but it does not satisfy the obligation of the soul. So it's like, is the halacha ultimately again that
Question for you, how about anything for Dom?
and if the offer up to the covenant itself still works, and now that you are still around, it works, and you also have to give the company something, but halacha only starts to satisfy your obligation, and you're obligated to bring another carbon ultimately to
Say it's
satisfy
Mr.
that.
T, please.
Says in the show. So which makes out the Chamido show those how you need measures. So those are the all of the measures that you see now about dry measures. All of the dry measures inside of this measure. Remember again, there are two measures
That's a great move. So you guys know how the show goes. I'm so happy that you guys made time to come on this because I trust your opinions up there.
Clothes, you shop on the website. Now, understand what that means. What that means is that a lot of places you say that something is huge. So then what that means is that remember, the amount of flour, right, for a regular payment is how much? It's 1 ton. Remember, when we spoke about the idea of going sorry utensils. So what it means is that
I really blew that one.
if you hold that in the utensil itself, you will call it the rolls of utensils, did not contain any salt. The way that the utensil was designed is that the inside, the inlet for the color, inside of the cavity of the utensil, right, held X, but in order to solid measure, you had to higher, like you had to ultimately be dry measure. That altogether created the solid measure. Close the shotgun model, with the exception ultimately again of the gray model, meaning of the Hadithi model, she got shot in so far. This is the first model, with the exception of the one model utensil, which again is called cavity of the utensil.
Awesome. So you guys know how the show works. As always, over 30 Canadians signed up tonight for the opportunity to do 1 minute of stage time in front of our lovely guests, myself and the show. And we try to help them out or talk to them, find out information about them. They go from comedian to guest on the show. This is the minutes up, and you know your minutes up when you hear that sound of a kid. How adorable. That's when you know you've hit a minute. Now don't go longer than that, or I'll show you running the light. You'll bring out the angry myself in your hair.
What about the second over the side of the utensil?
Wow. He is extra angry tonight. Holy shit, really is furious. So, I mean, we try to teach the people, you know, you gotta do your time and get out. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, all those little whistles.
Ultimately, again,
Can you imagine that? So,
with
no further ado, what do you guys say we get into it? Here we go. I have a bucket full of Canadians. 2 of my favorites.
So overflow of liquid measures, overflow of solid measures of flow. That the Akiva already, Akiva says, Midas halach kodesh. Let me give you this piece. He says that Akiva says that ultimately overflow of liquid is kodesh. The Bichach, they say I should say this. Give it the Midas halach kodesh.
Well, here we go. Your first Canadian goes by the name of Tracy Green.
That
Wow, right there in the front.
those utensils themselves will cut. The measuring utensils themselves will cut. Therefore, because the measuring utensils are consecrated, the overflow is consecrated as well. Midas hayavesh flow, but the utensils used to measure dry measures were full, were not consecrated. Therefore, the Bichach Berutzehem. Therefore, their overflow was called as well. Rabbi Yossi Omer, so we'll say, Rabbi Akiva seems to be adding, we'll see Rabbi Akiva says. Rabbi Yossi Omer, Lo Mishum Zeh. Rabbi Yossi seems to disagree with Rabbi Akiva, and he says, Elo Shalach Me'ekar V'Hayavesh Kodesh. We'll say Rabbi Yossi is sure to say. Everyone seems to agree with the distinction between liquid and solid. Right? That liquid measures the overflow will be kodesh. Remember again, that everyone seems to be saying from the beginning. and the overflow ultimately again
Wow, okay.
from dry
37
measures
seconds.
will not
That was a lot of power.
that
But,
is to understand that that's not a
so
function of the identity
you
of
don't do
overflow.
stand up. This
It's
is
an
something
identity
you're
as a
in
function of
trying out
intensity.
right now.
Liquid measures
Is this your
themselves
first time on
as
stage?
Kodesh. Yeah, for the overflow is Kodesh. Dry measures, the utensil itself is full. Therefore, the overflow ultimately is also full. Now, the Yosef says, no, it's not
That's a
that.
difference between the
And
comedy
Yosef says,
store and the
it's
improv.
different. You need to get both parts of the utensils are Kodesh. I select it between the overflow of liquid and solid distillation. Listen, you see understand that the science of liquid is as follows. When you go ahead, see, we often understand that when you're pouring, I have a full cup, and I pour in more liquid. So what happens? The liquid overflows. Which liquid overflows? So let's say, we often assume a light bulb, right? A light bulb, like glass will break out, right? So whatever comes into the coffee cup glass, it comes out first. Now, because this is not necessarily, it's also
Great
also
on
like
the
with
calendar
liquid,
of father
when you put
advice.
more liquid in, what does it do? It churns up the entire utensil of liquid, and it's also that which was already in the utensil comes out. Listen, let's get it. See, if you tell me LIFO, last thing first out, then that means the liquid that was poured in the glass, we would
And I
never
think
use
Cedric the Entertainer did that rhyme on Def Jam in '93.
if on the other hand you hold that the key itself gets turned up,
The Def Jam where
that's right, gets turned up, and therefore again,
what do you think about doing this?
utensil comes out, and it's not going to
It's hard to say anything if you're second time on stage. So, right. The only
I'm sorry.
advice I have is don't get like that.
Right, Yaakov and Esau. Oh,
Right. Yeah, probably making fun of this. Two times on stage, I'll tell you this. Just that you did it. You want to do poems? That's great. You gotta, if you really want to be like a poem type of comedian, it's gotta hit hard. You gotta raise the stakes. You gotta start rhyming with your crazy.
money.
You really gotta go.
You know
for
you're there.
it.
So listen to
What
this.
you're basically
If
saying
you
is,
opinion
you
does
want to do
you
stand up.
reflect.
You
See
see
that
that
in there. So listen, remember again, the mission is said that all of the measures in the were all discussions, were all communities, with the exception of the says the Gemara, do that in there. Five gods of the same example of doing a poem, right? Even if it is like a cursory rhyme or something like that. So that was one utensil for regular carbon and for other carbon. Irabanan, Chada Umachu Kama. Rabbanan holds that there was one measuring utensil, but Rabbanan held that
Well, if
not.
you're going to do
But
that
ultimately
way, you
it
got to
was
start off
nothing.
at the poet side because
So
stand
these are
comedy
things that are
comics
mission.
will start beating you up.
I'm going to kiss the whole lot of you.
Right, when you say you were inspired by Attila the stockbroker, is that an actual stockbroker or is that a comedian?
So what's interesting enough and Allah
Yeah.
will make us be read as all measuring utensils, but rather again can be read as what? All measurements. All measurements that we take every 10 centimeter measure.
That tight top t-shirt, hilarious.
Ultimately, again, it was,
No, it doesn't.
because we got a lot in its input.
That's all that matters. You're second time on stage, guys. It's your first hit.
So remember, we have on one hand the kind of commentary that ultimately,
Oh, that's the fucking host of the show, man.
everyone
Oh, it's okay. No, I get inspired, man. You want to hear about fire.
overflow dry measure is called, right? So that the thought is logic.
See why I let that happen there. You don't want to wake the Petri. The Petri had only thinks evil thoughts. So probably should have just sat down myself. Should have stayed home and just sat down. But I'll tell you what, I was fat in those jeans. Oh my God, it's
מידס הלך, נמשכות, בין מבפנים, בין מבחוץ. מידס רביש,
One of my favorite things about this show is getting to watch people really finally, whatever you've been through in your life, right, you're finally now taking a chance and trying to chase it. Right? That is so hard to accomplish. Yet it's so fun and worthwhile to try.
Either on the inside of the utensil or on the outside of the utensil, Allah the liquid itself will be poured. Therefore, again, overflow, which of us again never touches the inside of the utensil, it's certainly was. The outside of the utensil will also be covered. On the other hand, you have a smooth shech on the dry
I mean, look, man, for you to get on this stage second time in front of us, that means balls and that's half the fucking battle. Exactly. Half balls and one touchdown. And then to have the balls in front of us, I mean, holy shit. That's insane. True. With the wearing a Whoopi Goldberg shirt, too. This is Whoopi. I'm sorry. Wow, guy, I'm embarrassed. I didn't realize.
Therefore, again, any kind of overflow remains uncontrolled. That is the opinion of the Pentateuch.
Thank you so much. No, you can. On your podcast, they can find it if they follow you on Twitter. It's @WFascination. He's on Twitter. WFascination. Tracy Greenwood is second time on the page. Is that poetry podcast? Poetry-based podcast? Poetry podcast.
Rabbi Akiva holds.
Oh, yeah, everybody listen and find out. Sit down,
This is
sit real cocky, daddy. Sit down, motherfucker.
Now, what is that?
Put that
If it's not
cocky up
football,
here.
then I have a bigger question and overflow. What's my question? What's my question? The
Oh,
actual
this show is fun, Tony. So,
What's
yeah,
up? So we can
no,
look
I
at
mean, we're just
have
getting
that
started. We're watching dreams. This is awesome. Let me ask you guys something. Do you remember maybe like a joke that somebody did from the very first started seeing the podcast? Maybe you were there and like you're a little embarrassed that you did. Share it with us.
the Mekadesh there. So we'll say the flour that is contained inside becomes Kadosh. Why? Because I verbally designated as the Kadosh. Hilchah, my biggest thing is lay Mekadesh. Therefore, was that only that which I need do I verbally designate as Kodesh, and if only that which is easily translated ultimately is Kodesh, but that which overflows is ultimately not going to be Kodesh. So once it's already begins to make look at. So you already see the first point that is dry and measured utensil. How much money that one is the size of the dry measured utensil? I look for a nice little Kodesh, and in this sense, the dry measured utensil is not Kodesh at all. I saw it.
5 years, I can remind you about your bullshit.
I verbally designated being Kodesh. What am I verbally designated? Only that which is necessary ultimately of itself. That which is not necessary to hide the overflow is not Kodesh. So comes along.
Wait, did you answer that?
Rabbi Yossi says,
Here's the first joke I ever wrote.
Rabbi Yossi Shita, this actually is the thing of this. Rabbi Yossi Shita is that both dry utensils and liquid utensils are both concentrated on the inside and not on the outside. So how do you account for the difference between overflow of liquid, which is considered to be Kodesh, and overflow of solid, which is not? And the reason for the distinction about that is because we assume that when liquid is poured into a clean, it displaces the liquid that was already inside of the clean, and therefore the liquid that comes out may be liquid that was already inside of the clean. Now I will say, the liquid will come up from the mice and liquids come from inside the clean. So remember again, the Yossi's model is that both liquid utensils
That's a great fucking job, man. I was an extra PNCS doing it.
So if you hold that a liquid is poured in, it displaces the liquid that was already inside the utensil. That liquid inside the utensil is already Kodesh. Therefore, again, when it overflows the clean, it's constantly overflow liquid of also the liquid that was already inside the clean. Not just the liquid that was poured glass. We don't see lipo, but rather again, also the liquid that was already inside the clean. That was already concentrated, and therefore again, we would say that the overflow by liquid will be Kodesh. On the other hand, v'hayavish eno ne'akva. We'll say by solids, there's no such thing as displacement. In other words, we'll say, so a very simple idea. If you have a utensil that is filled with flour, and you pour on a heat tent at the point of the flour,
There you go. Yeah, that's right.
there's no happens
Number
though. The
79.
flour that was at the bottom of that heat was the flour that overflowed, because that's just not very properly. It's solid. Therefore, again, we assume that that which overflowed the clean was never what? Was never inside the clean. Because it was never inside the clean, therefore what? It's not Kodesh.
All right, here we go. Your second comedian.
So it's like it's really quite a riveting level. Yes, that really, if you think about it, really centered on the very identity of the measuring utensils of the utensil. They have sensitive order. And I cannot tell you dry measures inside, liquid measures inside and outside. Dry measures inside, yes, outside, no. Rabbi Akiva, ultimately, again, liquid measure inside and outside. Dry measure, not at all. And Rabbi Yossi telling me that the truth is it's really not a function of these we can assume that these are the utensils. Ultimately, again, Kodesh, not the outsides, not the outsides. And this is really the issue of displaces. Liquid displaces liquid that was inside the utensil, therefore liquid that was liquid inside the utensil is the one that poured out. Solids do not displace one another, and therefore again, whatever pours over the side is stuff that was never inside the piece to begin with. Therefore, is that incredible. So the Gemara says, if he ne'ekar my happy, it was even if you say, "Abach in time of the last, in ne'ekar mi'avad d'manakas, v'ayom yishar." The thing that I might have, but ultimately, again, even if we say that's a look at the basis, that liquid is
Wow, he stopped talking. That is one angry bear.
Gavra might be sort of come at us. Most in general, when it comes to measurements, we have money purposes. There may be a different that was
Yeah. They did the right thing. You moved the microphone to the side.
That which I'm only going to be maximizing on the flour that I need.
Really tired? You're that tired after 1 minute?
More nervous.
Yeah, that's
Anything should be anything extra should simply not be cut. I'm not doing my shish on this thing. Did I Zosa Maris? The rice and catching from gas. So what's the reason for that? The Shari, the service utensil, has the ability to sanctify the items even without the fact that these items hitting the Shari,
Are you really going to the gym?
sanctifies them, even though Mike Das may be the contrary. Ravina says, not necessarily. Ultimately, you can say that if the charge is Kaddish only with that, only if the charge is Kaddish, if you have a premise for each so what's the issue here? Zera, Yomu will see the charge. The concern over here is that Allah will make
Right. And then you can run it like 15 seconds. Really got time.
we see
And a minute and a half.
again, that you take
I like the whole thing, that the hair, keeping the Jufro, even though you're losing it.
But rather ultimately again what people see are items in the shutters. If you go ahead and you take items from the shutters, and now you start to become even though maybe you had, right? Halacha l'maisa would run this up. When it comes ultimately again, when it comes ultimately to liquid solids, so people understand that solid is something that when it comes to liquids, it's much more difficult because people understand the halachas and the science of displacement. So because of that, once the liquid is
appearance, gotta talk about that.
even though again the overflow may have never been actually inside the cream, because it's possible that it was inside the cream, and that's not because people will come to the lowliest think something out of the cliches and use it for unconscious. So most of CBS Halak is actually a fascinating piece. CBS Halak and that's something this is a big mistake. The Halak is left about it's supposed to be placed on this day after way, on Shabbos itself. And it's supposed to remain there for the entire week until the next give it to the Kohanim, put the new bread on. Listen to this case. In this situation over here, the fact that the bread on the shulchan on Shabbos and put it there on Sunday. The Hektiar Sabbathim is Shabbos, and what's the authority of Sabbathim? This means the bread is on Shabbos. So what's the halacha psula? Bread, top, right? Top, halacha is that the lechem has to be on the shulchan for 2 Shabbos. First Shabbos that it's placed on, that means the second Shabbos will be on the same one. Sunday will come. So what's next? Keita Yaseh. Yani Chilul Shabbos Abba, leave the same lechem on the shulchan for 1 more Shabbos. Leave it on the shulchan for 1 more Shabbos. Shabilu, who are like
My question is in that gym, Joe, do you say that you didn't join, or do you say that you tested it out?
I said I was going to join it. You can tell them the decision.
It's fascinating. The Gemara says, "He's having a
Yeah, you're right. I don't see fabrics.
no problem.
I think that
You can tell one more. You can tell one more.
It's
That's the shit. It's the same left energy of the short for 2 weeks. So, but am I? So why is that? Plus some non-lima.
Like if Tracy had
Zero
done it.
Yoku. Mafkidim with these shows. So let's say again, why are certain that people from slowly giving based on that that you
Yeah, I
believe
think that's a good point. I
sacrificial
think you're,
consecrated
I think
items
you're a
being
little bit
a
on the
choice
heavy side,
go
but not enough to
for
really be able to sell the
now normally
like,
the
tell what
halacha
that
is
decision was. Like, I think it's
something
funnier
you
if you just
charge
say
for
you
a long period of time. What is that
tried,
called?
right, that you
What
took
is that called?
what you saw
Lina.
that
That's
right.
called Lina. Right,
Yeah,
that's
everybody
called
went to the
again,
gym, you get the full shit.
which is a psul. So what? So we just said beforehand they were nervous to allow you to use a slurage, right? Because of the overflow. They use some of the charges and use this alcohol. Why are they concerned to leave the lecture on the show for 2 weeks? Why are they concerned that people will say, "Oh, you can just eat concentrated stuff and you charge it, no problem." Which
Words are right out of my
name,
mouth. But I definitely, like Steve said, I'd start with the dick bait thing, then you're cooking with fire, you're already at momentum going into anything else.
Yelping right after that.
Versus
Those are the two big punchlines of the joke. And then they get the movie out stronger after he's dead.
Or say, you know what happens
Yeah, she was in some
gotcha. Again, people who see what's happening inside of it. No one sees it. So because no one sees it, ultimately, again, people aren't going to make any kind of
yeah, maybe a little more.
versus outside of the base of
I
stuff,
think lately
that's
I've
what
been
people
noticing that, like, my head, I think I'm already being obvious.
most of the stuff
actually
that
having
is
to
there.
down once a lot. Like, I know the hardest thing is dumbing it down because you should get this. You should be at least on the level that I am.
Most of the stuff on the case of
But no, like most of
left
your
shoulder
audience
upper
is
suffering
different.
is given for the search for the there. What is that? My most of the stuff. What is the left shoulder of the stuff? To my focus. If anybody else in our they lose it. Everybody else in
When you said that,
overflow ultimately again
Steve Petronio, thank you so much. He's on Twitter. He's on Twitter at Steve Petronio, Cotronio. Heck yeah. This is fun. I didn't have to crush it. Yeah. No, it's fun to start off with the Tracy Greenwood. You get that out of the way. The guy who's just starting, you know. It's good, Tracy, because you know, I mean, the $1 million question when I said we're doing this, and you got this is my second time. That means that's like the movie get out of jail free card. Right. Sometimes there has literally been times on this show where I go, okay, great, you're just starting out. They're like, I've been doing this 13 years, and that's when I'm like, yeah, shit, kill yourself. Right, exactly.
level you off anything extra was set aside
That's a good thing about your set. There's nowhere in this world.
the Yokel Amar Kosesh,
You know what I mean?
the Yokel Amar Kosesh Father.
Having it better from there. Definitely starting
The
with
Yokel
on the side of the
Kosesh.
apartment.
I love the Sapphic Sarasas.
One person came exactly perfect.
Let's say a person takes upon
That
himself
sounds about right.
to
You gave
provide
that one
flour
person
to
to
his Seek
which,
makes
which,
himself
by the way,
against
the
the
young
right
comics,
flour
of course,
and
they
pour
young
sit
comic
in
wanted like
for
your
self.
family. They want everybody to
That's
see
the that's came out of these
The bringer show
We're
shit.
sitting,
Just
we're
check that
sitting
out.
on
You know,
flour.
I don't even
For
believe in that
What
concept.
happened?
That's a scam. There's a guy trying to make money off you guys.
Price
Do
goes
not
up. It's like
fucking do that bringer show shit.
Yeah, it's better to do any
flour for a celery. For a simple salad. What's that? Let's speak it out. Because you have to provide the base of the flour and the price. When you give flour, when you put it in you lock in the price of the flesh. So even if the price goes up and they can only give
Did
3
you ever do
cents per
like an
seller,
open mic with
you still have to
musicians
go
or
ahead and give
anything?
4 cents per seller. On the other hand, on the days, we shalosh under the harbor. But let's say what happens? Now, halach and the at the time you made your promise, you can go ahead and what? Only provide 3 sit-in per seller, and then what happens was that the price goes down. So now you can go ahead and provide 4 sit-in per seller. Once the halacha, you have to give 4 sit-in per seller, not 3 sit-in per seller. What's the logic? Shiyad hektish al halal. Ultimately, you're going to say, yeah, hektish is halal. Always has a down. So we'll say, so ultimately, again,
And you think there's no way.
this would be an example, by the way, of most let's say, so here, what do you see? Let's say in this particular case, where you pledge 3, But it turns out that what? That you're giving four, because the price went down. So I said, what do we do with that extra saw? So we set that aside for most for kids up there. We put that in the issue of carbon funds,
My opinion, now back, like you can watch now one night, and then the next night you'll see the same thing. It'll be bigger.
Pega você diz que vai você when you have these additional measures, remember when you level off, wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say something, and somebody will react to the audience. Like somebody will lose their shit or look less off.
I have a lot of fun mistakes because I love looking at those faces when I say things. That's my favorite
Right,
thing.
and enjoy what they're
Look, let's see how this looks
Go ahead and use it and also you're going to offer up for cases. Holos. You know from Holos. Abbas the sheet. Holos. Abbas the sheet. We can go as a cover for but Holos of the ultimately get the high to use for the moment. Kind of come out of the advice that's supposed to happen. And the couple, I love the suffix of some the first took upon himself to provide flour for the base of the club at a rate of what we call 4 sit-in per seller for all the Shalosh within the place. Zabi will provide 3 sit-in per seller from the Saturday to Arba. Now, most things you have to still provide 4 to front. On the flip side, the Shalosh to Arba. Unless you're also going to find a seat within the price went down to 4 sit-in per seller. The Saturday to Arba. Give more wine, you got to give out alligator. Ultimately, in this meeting, and sell Shoshanino, most of the stuff like it. Also, this is the example when we say that the extra measurements ultimately again go to the dessert fund of this day. So, we're doing extra measurements. This is the example. You see in Brussels, which was the going marketplace at the time of the 19th. Price then goes down, and now I get 4 cents per seller. I have an obligation to get 4 cents per seller now, and I only pledge 3. What happens? The extra one, listen, if anything sets aside, and you get so in the event that you get dormant for some reason, I'm not going to make some this fund, we go ahead and
for all future blacklistings, you have to recreate the car alarms from the one that's been on since the 80s.
What's our life Hello, Shemitos Halak Mitzvot Shemim Bafritz. Yavesh Mitzvot Elo Process of the Halak is the
Jessica Blankenship.
On the inside and on the outside. Versus runway people, which are only possessed on the inside, not on the outside. They would say Midos Halak Kodesh. Therefore, I give us the Halak for the Mesa. Overflow from the liquid. Kodesh, because the overflow weather is coming from the inside, which is the outside of the Kodesh, will be rooted in the elevation flow. And ultimately, again, the overflow from dry mesh utensils will fall. So once the all comes together, what do you do with the additional amount of the overflow from the elevation? Even though it's cold, they would still use it for the base of the gush. For what? For the kids on his back for the dessert fund. Why not just let it go out the hole? So that's what we said before. Zero, we're concerned that people will come to think that you can take something from the sureties and just suddenly use it for one day first. So ultimately, again, the Rambam Haskins like the position of the time. Says the Mishnah. Really interesting. Says the Mishnah. Call Kabbalah Satzim. So here we go. Let's go back. So all communal offerings, Gayachin, and individual offerings, 2 million sub. So we'll say in general, all karbanos come with Yisach. Okay.
It's at 56 seconds.
All
Just
karbanos
like
come
the
with
show.
all karbanos
I can
come with
really
Yisach,
tell you're
except
brand
what?
new, right?
Except the ones that don't. Except the ones that don't. So watch this. So all karbanos and Tzibur by Yachid to Yisach. Those are all general.
That's rural fucking
Communal offerings, individual offerings requiring Yisach. Goods, can have a far, have nicer, not has.
Another dead giveaway
With the
that I
exception of
noticed
the
was
far offering,
back
the nicer offering, the Pesach offering,
slowly but
Chatos
surely
and Usher.
going away
That's
from
all.
the audience.
Like those
I
are
love
all
the premise
exceptions.
of the show.
However,
It's really
Shechatosu Shamatzor Ashon
there.
and Rothschild, however, there is, even though we just said a Chatos and Ashon only doesn't get Mitzvah, there is a Chatos and an Ashon that does get Mitzvah. The Chatos of Mitzvah and the Ashon ultimately again require Mitzvah, require life. But it says the Gemara, here we go, turn around. So we'll say now we're going to go through try to understand how we know which Kabbalah require Mitzvah, which Kabbalah turn around. He said,
And then another one at 45.
so go ahead.
Take it at 45. Second up.
And make sure that
You
fire
definitely
off
just
the
need to start
instruction.
going on stage.
So
Where you
Yachol,
definitely can tell that
although
your stage presence is very
she
shy.
coming to suck him, so
If
I
you
better
can sell it, you can probably work
that is
with
based
it.
on the fire. Ultimately, it requires
It'll
the
let all make it a little bit more sillier, less aggressive. You
I
can
feel
really live in a
it.
trailer.
Maybe
You
even
can
if
use
it's
like a right out
requires the
for
suffering.
something or something.
I was on my
Robbing
hold on.
banks.
If it was
That's what makes you great. I can tell that
It's
you
definitely all over the place. I strongly like. So, okay, so now I know that all over the place.
that makes for great
How do I know
comics.
that
It really does. The more pain you have,
I was on my Seba. If it was in the
you
place,
can tell that
it's a more generic term, ultimately, a 1 of 7. Seba,
It's true, and all that
Told
definitely
me that
gives
I
you
know that I told
perspective.
you why
And
it's
so, I mean,
I was
you
on my
gotta, if
old
you're
Seba.
interested in this, then
So
you
what's
gotta
it?
be
Old
knocking
comes
out
to
open
put
mics,
something
and there should be open mics
Your
doing
ocean
this thing,
married
just
up
burn
the
away
bar,
that muscle of
that's
the muscle of
so
how you kept
so
looking
at
down
that
at the
point,
stage,
even if
how
it
you're
was Seba,
slowly moving
maybe
back
it's
to the
Seba
stage, and all the
was
fundamentals
all
like moving
carbonos.
mics in.
So in addition,
So,
it was
so
before
when
my
I saw the first one, I thought it was great.
I'm low by the colleague,
You guys
never
are premise,
open.
yeah, you had the right idea.
You ever listen to what he says?
The
So
comparison
with
between
that there, or
baby
the dog. But
dog
that
and
there,
the
the dog is
so
something
we're on the right
yourself.
track,
So
right?
it's
The
only
only
the type of
material
carbon
is not
which
strong
technically
whatsoever.
can
It's
be brought as a measure or as
great
an
problem
example,
to have.
ultimately
For
requires
just
yourself.
be on stage.
You know, but
So you already have the right idea.
Funny, cannot come
And you have
as
a
a
lot of shit
measure
that
or as a
seriously dig
rubber.
into the shit that we're not used to. So that
You live in a fucking trailer.
tank, yeah, or like farting in
The
a
rule
in
is
everything while
a
it's
carbon
raining,
which
which
could
could point right
potentially
in
come
there, you know.
as a measure or use never requires the sun. A carbon which can never come as a measure or a double does not require the sound. So now it all begins to come together. Now you begin to understand the exclusion. You cannot bring a nether chatas. You can't say, you know what? I feel like I just want to bring a chatas. Right? I didn't do anything wrong, Baruch Hashem, but you know, I'm kind of like a team player. Someone did something wrong, so I'm going to go ahead and bring a chatas.
But that's what it is. Your life. You talk about your life. You know, when you're with your friends and you're at a party, you talk about your life. You're laughing.
Then halacha lemaisa doesn't get instructed. So mashma, the OCS is so what's this now? It's
You could go into a lot of
instead of OCS, hobos, hobos, harega. So correct. So it's an ultimately a obligatory operation which come under the because of them. Remind us, what's the ultimate all those media, what's the media,
How many times have you done stand-up? Have you been working at it, or what is it?
shouldn't go ahead and get this stuff either.
Ever
Well, my
had sex in your
old
house,
good
or
life,
like a donut on
if it
your house,
was
you
a
like
concept
to
says,
sit
or the companies which are roughly call out Bogomar, they can call this up. Ultimately,
But
against
this once
anything,
this once a week shit's gotta stop.
I can show you
Yeah,
you
but
got
once a
all
week,
this
you
media requiring this stuff.
gotta
That's
fix
what
it.
I
You have to figure it out. Stand-up's an everyday fucking thing. You have to figure it out.
If you put a black guy, you have to put the emergency brake on.
That's just race, all right. That's just race. Yeah, he's gonna pound you. Jessica Blankenship, everybody. Thanks, Jessica. How fun. Great premise. Interesting stage presence that needs to be fixed. If you've never met anybody who lived in a trailer, this is the only trailer you've ever been in.
Rashi says,
I've actually thought about that.
It's just true.
I thought about mine with a silver
therefore, again, just before that any cover that is brought from that requires something. Well, you have been talking of Sunday Kata suffering.
Well,
That's
as far
just
as
keep sucking my
I do every
sucking.
week. I
Put
think
the
for
upper
me,
which
pretty
is
safe.
says, Robert,
You do a great
so
DJ
shall you do
impression.
the
I think Amazon Prime still
Ben
did a perfect
Buck,
job.
All that stuff from the computer to the front door.
I'm a yacht star. Why is it so slow
Your
down?
next comedian, I think a new name, transfer
Not
over
Ben
Brian
Buck, I'm
Festo.
the boss of the Japanese boss. You never do the boss. But you can't come to Ben Buck to the boss of the boss. I'm so far.
Hey guys, so
Oh,
my
again,
first
social
date was also my first concert when I was 14. It was Boyz II Men with Montel Jordan. That is true. And my mom said, because I asked her before I asked my mom, okay, my mom said, yes,
then what?
I'm coming with you.
Then
So the true story. My mom bought a seat, sat right behind us, and read People magazine until the show started. And then when the show starts, everyone stands up. My mom says, as loud as she possibly can, to everybody around, why is everybody standing up? We paid for these seats. We should be sitting in them. And proceeds to get everybody within arm's length to try to sit down. That was the first and only date I had with a girl named Rachel who had long hair.
Minapaka combinação de radiosia. Se você radiosia says no, that's the minapaka minapson. Only this minapaka minapson that you get something, but ultimately again, if it's an oath, it does not get me something. You understand? Oh my, you understand? You don't need discussion. Are you owner Seba? But oh, are you owner Seba? Sorry, the person will say Seba. And what? But oh, you know Seba. Oh, it's not Seba. Seba only and offering and offering.
You're with your mom, so you're really not fulfilling your prophecy after all.
Not at that time.
One could say when you're watching Montel Jordan, you were thinking, this is not how we do it.
But he did say the parties here in Sacramento, there were lost for weeks.
Just one thing as stereotyping because there's not a party in Sacramento.
This is our second time.
Never on stage.
You do have a schedule. You're an actor or something. So you can stand up something.
What's amazing is that really interesting how really great your skill is because even Dom, and I agreed with him when you first came up, the way you moved the mic stand and started talking, really towards it. This one's not like he hadn't heard the fact that he hadn't heard the right. Right.
We have that whole Jay Moore thing going.
Right. A little bit.
Someone would be rude.
Like,
Yeah. Wait. Jay Moore would be successful.
That was funny. Why didn't you say that when you walked on stage?
We are thinking about designing the base 87B by the way. 7 needles shall not only. Also, there are 7 different mechanisms
Something I remember. Let me go back
of
20
liquid
fucking years.
innovation. 7 different
Story
different
about my
mechanisms.
mom. That's what you remember.
Then we were speaking about
Yesterday, where did you go? Where did you eat?
what were they in Katsianin, Sushasayan,
Well, I mean, it's one of the few white games that doesn't have like the biggest things here. So
what's
it's
this
like
different
it's hot.
set of measures that they had in release on English?
The
Rabbi,
idea
yes, that
of
is
sitting people down, I think
should not so how
that's
you
very like
Because
important.
those are
I think you're sitting at like a box, you have to use a box seat
and
or something.
ultimately telling
Or
us
standing up, you're just like
that
stand up. There is something that you have to play with before you can play with it.
in that console, there were markings in the utensil itself, showing you ultimately again up until this point is for a car, right? For the oil for the car, up until this point is aisle, up until this point is the camera. Most like what Charlie Ledger would tell us
Is this a wire?
Now we're talking.
No,
We're talking.
Multiple notches, and each notch shows you where you fill up the utensil for each respective Shimon Omer, the higher Shanka. Shimon says there was no king. Why was there no king measurement? If he's not how you king
that's true. What you're a little bit just out there. I know it's saying probably too much, but I think just out there, you're speaking to that Jay Moore thing.
Hello,
So I agree with you. Let's see. Right. You can always push it up. That's the story.
So what's like
Thank you.
interesting,
Thank you. It's in
Rabbi
my
Shimon
iPad
says
number.
here is
My
as follows.
notes to do.
Rabbi Shimon said there was never a need for a him
Are you going to
because the
continue
him
to do it?
measurement was
Yeah,
never
yeah.
used in the
When I'm counting
When it was the him measurement used in slaughter, it was used for production of the Shemen HaMishka for the
man,
anointing oil.
I
And
stopped
because
today
anointing oil was just
because
made once, it wasn't part of the
I
fine service.
stopped today because I have a job interview that's not going well. I need to get it all
You
out.
didn't
So
require
I
that
think
type
they
of
stopped
thing.
smoking weed to
So
stand
the
next to this
Ella
guy.
Miki Yisera
And I
shall
get
look
so high right now. I can just go for like 20
rather
minutes.
again, also in the Shimon's model, because there is no in
You're talking out of your drugs.
therefore
It's
again he wants to fill out the number of 7 as well. Like there are 7 liquid numbers. So what does he substitute instead of him? He says there was a look and a half.
khakis?
That's not like a look and a half in songs.
Oh, spare
So
tubs.
your motion,
Yeah.
your
I don't know those.
I would say this look and a half you can use to measure out for the more festival of the moon festival. Look and a half is we use a look and a half oil and water. Look and a half that are by look and a half oil ultimately again.
Second time
Good.
on stage.
Says
So
the
we had
Karabba. Sheva Midos Shalach Hayudim.
3 out of the 4 people here.
There were 7 liquid measures in the Beis. What were they? Revius Log, Chasi Log, Lulog, Revius Ahim, Shlisha Sahim, Chatzi Ahim, Vihim, Tirani. Looks like Rabbi could quoting the 7 different. The 7
Anyway, here, oh, I know this guy. Very funny one-liner.
Are you there,
Gets a good
him,
point.
Chatzi Ahim, Shlisha Ahim, Revius Ahim, Lulog, Chatzi Log, same exact measurements, just what do you notice? What did he do? He reversed the order. Whereas Rabbi Yehuda ultimately again is going from the smallest measurements ultimately to the larger measurements. Rabbi Meir goes from the larger measurements ultimately to the smaller measurements. We'll discuss what the significance of that is in just a little bit. So Rabbi Shimon is the same thing in the Mishnah. There was no measure in at all. Because they will say, what would you need a hin measurement for? Because as we said before, the hin was only used in the production of the Shemen HaMishka, and Shemen HaMishka was not an ongoing process. Top of Bechas. So if that's the case, says Rabbi Shimon. Esmi Abi Tachtav. So if that's the case, ultimately again, that there is no hin measurement. So then halacha l'maisa again, what measure should I use instead of hin? Ella mida yisera shalot u'mechza haisesha. Shebaha yomodi lechavite kohen gadol. So we'll say in Rabbi Shimon's model, there was no hin, but instead there was a measure, a utensil that contained a
Your
wood
voice was
and a
stronger this time, but you
half.
still.
That was the necessary amount of but unreload, Chatziluk has the actual Shana Chatziluk. So what's it? He's actually ready. So Shimon says to round out the number 7, but to round out the number 7, Shimon says because we're removing him, the him measurement from the list, we're going to substitute it ultimately again with the utensil which held a look and a half. So they asked, the other rabbis asked Rabbi Shimon, why do we need a utensil that holds a look and a half? After I understand the significance of a look and a half, that's the amount of oil necessary for the chavite kohen gadol in the morning and the afternoon. But I have a different idea. Everyone agrees that's what. That your work utensil is measured half a look. If there's a utensil which measures a half a look, then what? Just use that utensil 3 times. And you get a look and a half. Why do we have to start going ahead and producing a new utensil just to go ahead and get to a look and a half? So the Shimon retorts back to them and says, okay, well, even according to that logic, I could say, you know what? Don't make a chatzi look utensil. And it's why? Because you have a utensil that is a revius look. And if that's the case, we'll say, all you need is what? Use the revius look twice, and you'll get your chatzi look. That's for the Shaiber revius. Ella zah klal b'mikdash. Rather, what it says is actually really amazing. We have a klal b'mikdash, which is kli shoshinsha midazu ino mishamish mida'as. I was saying, what was the principle in the Beis Hamikdash? The principle of the Beis Hamikdash was that you had specific utensils for specific measurements. We do not use one utensil to measure something that is not its exact
You
measure.
really get
Let me
nervous.
say that
You
again.
are so shy.
The individual issue has exact measurement.
No, it's fine.
And we do not go ahead and use the utensil of one measurement to go ahead and use and measure out some smaller measurement that is actual size of the utensil. So meaning we're not going to use a revius wood to measure out the we're not going to use two centimeters up of the revius wood to measure out the touch. We're not going to use two centimeters to go ahead and measure out the weight. Why not? Why not? Because if you end up doing that, what inevitably ends up happening? Estimation. Estimation. So let's say you have to understand something.
Do you ever look at audience
Was
members
the
who are
precise
on your
size?
stage?
Was a precise size?
Does that part freak you
Everything
out
in
a
the
little
base
bit?
of English was precise. Why is everything in the base of English precise on those sides? Because halacha in the base of English was
What do you look at? What are you looking at?
how are you supposed to live your
Right in
English
their
life?
eyes.
With precision. With precision. Not with ambiguity.
I barely look at people's faces. I
Yeah,
days
and this is all right. I said, no, it's either all right or it's not all right. And if it's not sure, 9 out of 10 times you're
I look
deluding
right
yourself
at them. I
because
look
you know
deep
it's not
into their
right.
eyes,
You
and
yourself
I
yourself.
command
Because
because
by the
it
way,
wasn't always that way. When I very
says,
first started, it
Al
was sort of
Karbe
like
La'asa Amtimanos. Don't literally again, don't try by
looking
estimation.
straight
And
down.
Rabbi Yonah
I was
says
a
a
lot
lot.
like that.
He
I
says,
had
even if you're going to give
straight
more
down,
than
and since I started in the
don't
original
live
room, I
life by
had to be
estimation.
looking out that
You have to
window on the
live
right side.
life with
So I'd be looking
precision.
down, and then out the
You have to
window
know what
wasn't
you're
not at
doing.
all that I
You have
looked at the
to
audience.
how
Talk
to
in my first couple
you
weeks,
have to know
but
what you're
one thing that I started doing immediately that I'm now super glad that I started doing was not
because
giving a
inevitably,
feel
if
and a
you're walking
vibe in
around
the
in a
middle of a set, or the beginning of a set, or the end of a
and
set.
you have
That's
spiritual
how they're feeling what they
ambiguity,
want.
you're
You're
doing
like literally looking so deep
Therefore,
into
where
their
does
soul,
this all come
I sort of
from?
know
Where
what
does
they're
all that stuff
thinking
as a
is
kind
going
come
on.
from?
So if you wanted to, you could really do that. I'm sure that if it were for stage
That's
fright,
what
it's
this
to make up
entire
a point
sugya is
to
about.
really make eye
This
contact
entire
with
sugya is
people.
telling
Because
you,
looking at the
do
ground,
not
looking at
go
the
ahead
lights,
and
looking at the
estimate
sky,
and
it's
measuring
all
out.
the
But
why
this
not
Hamikdash
make it
has
work?
a specific set of measuring utensils. That every measurement should be precise. So you might go like, those are some of the Omer Shnasos Chayim it's fine. My Ika, so you're not be married like now let's go back to this one. So remember again, Rabbi Huda had a machlokas on only days. They'll say, what was your machlokas? He had 7 different measurements. So remember again, I gotta point out, the measurements are the same. The measurements are the same. They just quoted them in different words. Rabbi Huda goes ahead and ultimately quotes them in smallest to biggest, and Rabbi Meir quotes them from biggest to smallest. They're arguing about something. He says, what are they arguing about? Where we go. Might you could be Rabbi Meir like Beirut Signitos is actually very interesting. But the argument about is what you might call Beirut Signitos. So let's say right here have this whole deal about exact measurements. Look at the Gemara talks about it. Look at Rashi history at the bottom of Rashi.
Yeah, awesome job as always. That's Gabe Kelly, and he's on Twitter at
Gabriel
Kelly. That's GABRIALLIAN.
Great spoke Beirut. So we'll say, when you go ahead, so Rashi's example here is wine. Wine is the easiest illustration of this. When you go and you fill up your utensils on, you fill up the top, so almost inevitably there's some amount of spillage. That's the which goes over the side of the cake. So what happens? If you got in the Arabic level, if you pour this oil utensils to the Arabic level, then what? Rinsu the soap. And we'll say, it turns out that the larger utensil actually contains more wine than what was contained in the small utensil. Interesting idea. So remember again, if I overflow the small utensil and immediately pour it into the
I do wish I could write jokes.
the working with the large
I could release them, I'll find a way to make them
the
living
small
out.
utensil and also the overflow droplets will also come in. Therefore, again, it turns out that the large utensil will have more than the small utensil. In love, no fellow arts may relate. And it's not ultimately
Which is a
overflow
bad
droplets.
extreme, but I was trying to break the habit of looking down. Right.
Limanta Amar, Limata, Limala,
Really get
was
to
a
the roots of shit tonight.
the measurements of the base on the touch, from smallest to greatest. Asabra Beirutsi Hamidos Miskachu. He holds the most of the overflow is concentrated as well. For the Dias, Johnny Ray Lakmana Limos. And the Dias look ultimately again at the shield, and ultimately again at the 12 gave the most shocking. But Amalai Sha'ar, the Kaili Levu, was the actual. So Kasaba. So the man's got he knocked out the Mala. The Chashiv with these solutions. So that's according to the opinion. We look at the first Nida, which this is Shita Rabbi. Who looks at the Revius look as the beginning of the measurements. Rashi stay on the bottom. Hasaba Berusi Amigos Miskachu, or Revius Yohev Rahman of the Moshe Ba'amar. Who says, Ela Asay Chatzivot, Umshtei Chatzivot, Lechin Ad Him. Sha'ar Da'ari Gubirusin. Just read that next section, don't go back to the Gemara. She Hansi Godol, she Hansi Videos, Ubirusin. The Stama Haki, Shema Araki, Kadosh Revius, the Soap Godol, he goes fast. According to this first report, he holds that and the social that she didn't go up in the Sunday order, recognizing that in the court, so
straight to the bear.
So the additional droplets of the small utensil go into the large utensil.
And you're like, oh, this is gonna fucking kill.
It's just like when you pour from the small utensil, the larger receives both the contents of the small utensil as well as the overflow droplets, assuming that you pour it off immediately. That's the overflow. That's the way that one goes in and recognizes the sharing again. Was it the largest smallest? And so Rabbi would say he was converted. He was that the overflow of the vessel does not become covered. The hymn you originally left Moshe. In fact, the original measure that the Torah gives to Moshe Rabbeinu was the hymn. And granted, it gives him the hymn of the Zobakar and Mishnah. But Amalei, Sha'er Bahal, the Kanaf Beirutz. Use this as your measurement so that the Beirutz in the overflow falls off. So that was like, obviously, if you were to take your hymn utensil and what? Pour it into the next slowest utensil. That utensil, of course, would not even hold all of the content of the utensil. It certainly wouldn't what? Certainly wouldn't go ahead and hold the overflow also. So what's amazing about this is really fascinating.
I always tell comics too, and a lot of comics go, I don't want to film on. That's the best spot. You know, on the mic, that's the best spot.
So it's happening
That'd be
there
good
and
on stage that night.
they're both
Several times,
giving the list to
sit in
the
the back, not
shoe,
get on stage.
7 shoes they make as a brush. And by the way that they arrange it, they're also allowing it to serve almost as a, not mnemonic, but they're allowing it to serve as a way to remember another halacha. What other halacha? Does overflow the utensil become kadosh or not? That Yehuda telling you yes, and that's why they arrange the utensils from smallest to largest, because if you overflow a small utensil, pour it off immediately into a large utensil, the large utensil is one of those sites. The contents of the small utensil and the overflow, reminding you that the overflow ultimately again is kadosh. Versus the large utensil, the small utensil, which is like a layer, called the large utensil, small utensil, after the small utensil doesn't use the contents of the large utensil, much less. Certainly not. If we're telling us that the overflow is not kadosh, I buy you what I buy and say everyone agrees that one overflow is the equal said fully alma Beirut and just equal in my statue the equal in my loan was like somebody said that's my progress so how far ultimately again in the late man doesn't even know what about that so he would argue about is how much you fill up the interaction in the late commission with 6 shame solace related the weather of Quran man the Khashif Berisha Kasav Malayan شلو يكسر شلو يوسف بالغ ياسين من لم يفعل شامي so I'm done when you do the model of the one who says that you take the measurements from the radius to the smallest, that's the position of the air. Kasavar Malayim Shalo Yaksav Shalo Yosef. It's like you the Allah the way the measurements are is but you have to measure the kilo exactly. Do not add more and do not get so the kilo has to be level, exactly level. Not less, not more. Manda is not the Mala.
All right, good to get Mike. There you go. He's on Twitter, believe it or not. His Twitter handle is @KingMikeMuggy.
behold,
got that handle, huh? You're
Malay,
like
and
Boogie.
the custom says it has to be Malay. So yes, it means it
You
can't
got
be
it.
deficient.
Yeah,
About
Mike
Yosef,
Robertson,
Yosef,
everybody. Hell yeah, man.
that's fine. Because William doesn't have a ultimately again that will be called Malay. Fine. Other match, let's say it's
I thought the
different. It's the
only
second version
comedian
of
that
that
copies
is in this version. We're not arguing about overflow, they're arguing about they would say those not arguing about overflow, rather what they're arguing about is can you go ahead and add more to the utensil or yes, one thing you're telling me no, but then my both is really from the word Malay. What does the Malay mean? Does Malay mean full and level, or does Malay mean full and even if you appreciate more? I'm not. Well, how you have Shankin? So going back now, the Shimon says ultimately that there was no measurement called the him. Now, if you're using the whole tradition of the measurement called the him, because it was unnecessary. Because remember again, the only time everything was ever used was what it was like where the Shemana Mishra, medication of the anointing.
His name's Brandon Jeffries.
It looks like Shimon is saying, "What's Rabbi?" It looks like again.
So,
This is another
29
idea.
years old, and I work 2 shitty days, minimum wage jobs.
So whatever you
Because
need,
I dropped out of college.
or I should say, whatever you need, you have. Whatever you don't need, you don't have. So
The
the Shimon
problem
says,
is I work in these
why
kinds
in
of
the
jobs,
million years
a lot of other people are fucking like gave up on life just like me. I try to keep it pretty positive. I don't complain a lot,
nothing
you know,
in
but
temple
every now and
service
again I'll like a
which
small gripe, you
requires
know,
a hint.
if somebody will be like, "Captain Crazy," they'll be like, "You know, Ray,
Gemara says,
seems
you
like you
shouldn't
always
say this
have a
to
job,
Rabbanan,
you know,
Rabbanan say,
but
Rabbanan,
you
cover him the
like, I
other
fucking
function,
hate
so
that
I
mentality, dude. It's like,
Rabbanan say,
this
one
person's
second.
aggressive.
There
Listen,
was a
life's
use.
so hard, they try to bring me down to their
Let's not
level.
rewrite
It's like they
these
click on
things.
their
There
saying,
was
like,
a
I don't like
hint
fucking rat shit on my Cheetos,
Moshe
but
Rabbeinu
sometimes
made
it's that.
making him
You know,
utensil,
or saying like,
ultimately
I
to
was trying to, my wife slowly trying to poison me with
now watch
cyanide
this.
from my bitters,
This
but
is
at
the
least
Shem
I
and
have,
Zayis.
at least I have a
Mar
solo
Saba,
night, something, and like a meal
Mar
night,
Saba
something
came
like
with Doros, Lo Haba, sorry, came with Doros, Lo Haba, this is Shawi, the Idris, the Idol, came on the Haba,
You can't do it.
was
You
it
can't say you
is.
know.
He's actually fascinating about what so Rabbi Shimon says, listen, the hand utensil was needed once in history. For the creation of the Shema and the Shema, said, the reason why I mean
Yeah,
was,
it's pretty freaky.
remember, the Moshe didn't
I
need
had
a
it hammered out, man. That's why I never would actually get up here.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've just been doing this like open mic for myself for a while, and it's just like music, poetry, and then the other beat rap. So that's all the one I've really
I
done
did
so far.
Moshe Rabbeinu have a hand utensil? Did he have a hand utensil?
So
Yes.
this is
What happened to
your
it?
first time down in an open
Guys,
mic.
we're
First
putting
time
these or
comedy
taking away.
exclusive
We don't
open
need
mic
one
for the
now.
first time
On the other hand, that's what it's Shimon. On the other hand, that
Exactly.
Rabbanan
So you know,
came on
it's
the
like,
Hava,
you know, in
Hava. Because
Riverside,
giving
it's
the Hava Hava
basically
means
like
that's
saying
what. Once the Moshe Rabbeinu
that's
meet,
how they talk,
and it
right?
became
Maybe
part
I
of
just don't notice
the
because I'm from
temple
Riverside.
utensil collection, even though we do not use it ultimately for
I think
future
it's just a nervous
generations,
thing, man.
we still nevertheless maintain
Like, I had good energy.
the
You went up
utensil
there, like,
within
you
the
do it.
base on
Just
Amr
you know,
Mar, the Ats,
Yeah, honestly,
me
the
Adi
second I heard
Takadot,
that word,
so let's say
it's one
Gemara
weight
says,
loss. I wasn't even
Sagi the Lama Hayil,
when you were
so
on
let's say
27,
Gemara says,
they
remember,
must have that.
after Rabbi Shimon takes out the pain from his list, so they're saving a new, what are you going to substitute? Like the Shimon says, what should I substitute instead? So what did he substitute instead? The lug and a half.
What's the first thing that comes
So
to
ask
mind?
the Gemara, I don't understand. Why does he have to substitute anything? Let it just be that everyone else in the Mishnah holds that what? The Shimon of Yehuda, excuse me, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Meir holds that what? There's 7 points. And the Mishnah holds that what? There's 6. Why does he 7? Which the Gemara says, the Amr Avina, you, they see this listen, the Gemara says just like that.
And then they also
We have this story there 2 times. Let's see if he's done on communal
you
offering.
had said something
I
up and
love
you
never
sort
shall
of
see
knew that you
and
sort of
this year
knew
the
it and then you
house.
said you know.
How can that
No, we
community
don't
Sheva
know, man.
Mido
So it
Shalach
sort of made it funny because they're like,
So
we
what's
don't
the
know.
switch the Gemara answers? Because that's the
Mostly
Masor.
Mexican.
Masor it is that there were 7 liquid measures. So Rabbi Shimon can't argue on the Masora. Rabbi Shimon can maybe argue in terms of what? In terms of what the measurements were. But the nice of the concept that there was 7, that's part of the Masor. Rabbi Lozer B'Tzadok Omer, Shnosos Hayudim. The less are 7 milos. Which the Gemara said, what's the Gemara guys for just a moment? So It says
What is the
the
deal
Gemara.
with like riding boards like that that makes your
It
top
says
super
that's
white? No matter how
Gemara. Those are some Omer. So let's do Shem Midos. Let's do not do Shem Midos. Let's like you guys email my Shem Midos. Shem Midos. So it's interesting enough. The Gemara presents an alternate possibility. The alternate possibility is that maybe Shem Midos doesn't necessarily mean 7 different things. And maybe you have a negative model, or a Rothschild model. Ultimately, again, what are Shem Midos? Shem Midos. They will say there are 7 different dimensions that could be. That is, in the Rothschild model, it says Sheva Knessos there were 7 notches. 7 notches. So it could be that it's one utensil ultimately again with 7 different notches. And therefore, again, what do you do with the Mishnah that says Sheva Midos? So in Rabbi Rothschild's model, you have to say it says Sheva Midos. Not Sheva Midos, 7 different measurements, but rather 7 different measurements, 7 notches within the same utensil. That's what we asked him. There were 7 different utensils. So which order? So what's the real thing? 6 out of 7, everyone's in agreement. What does he do about the hint? It's actually very simple. You need to know. So was there a hint? Wasn't there a hint? And it wasn't what's fascinating about this is, but and everyone agrees on the Ritzias. What's the Ritzias? Was the hint used in the Beis HaMikdash? Was it used? No, right? It ultimately again was only used once in the Beis for what? For the Shabbat Mishpah. So it's clear that it's not used with every day of the service. And Halacha L'Maaseh wasn't going to say or not, for which the Rambam Haskins, the Eva L'Gavar Lindor Bohin. The Rambam says, we have nothing that we need the hint for. The Lama Hayashah. So that's what he says, the Rambam, why was it in the Beis HaMikdash? So ultimately, again, says the Rambam, Halacha L'Maaseh. Rambam says because it was used by Moshe Rabbeinu, along with the Amas and the Mishkat of the Malachos, Shamita Shama. Rambam Haskins and Halacha L'Maaseh Moshe, the hint utensil was in the Beis HaMikdash. Why? Because the Hava, once Moshe Rabbeinu used it for the Shema Mishpat, even though it was like the touch just the sacred gathering dust. Because no one used it for anything, nevertheless, Halacha L'Maaseh, there was a hint measurement in the utensil. Let's go back to Rabbi. Now we're going to go through. Now that we established the list of 7, now that we established the list of 7, so now we're going to go through what unit of liquid measuring is used. So I can see Rabbi. Listen, Rabbi just understand. Rabbi is a quarter of a loaf. Rabbi is a quarter of a loaf. What was it before? Mice in the Shemshas, Rabbi is mine in the soda, Rabbi is Shemshas, it was used for the Rabbi is look of the soda. That says over here. It says, you can say the Shachas and Zipra Hakas are two carrots.
Every single episode,
what's the name of soda? His process is
it's always fun, it's always exciting, and we're going to do it again right now.
Minus time, like with water. So how much water do you have to use in the soda process? Quarter of a loaf. Rabbi is Shemshas. There's also a quarter of a loaf of oil, quarter of the nasi. This was the oil before. It was used for the lesson, for the loaf offering of the nasi. So a quarter of a loaf for the water of the Mitzorah, which is the Mayin Chayim, quarter of a loaf of the Shemen for the nasi. Chatzi look Mahayim Shemesh. What did you use the Chatzi look for? So the Gemara says, Chatzi look Mayim was Sota. There was a half a look of water used for the Sota. Remember again, that's where the parchment is dissolved for the Sota, and she drinks it. The Chatzi look Shem on the Toda. And also there was a half a look of oil used for the Lach Toda to mix into the Toda. Ubeluk Hayamodi V'chalaminachs. The look was used also for all other miracles. Afilu mincha shasamech isaro. No sin or samech look. What the now look is it was one look of oil for the syrup of the flour. Let's say you brought a massive mincha of 60 syrup. So we'll say how much oil does that require of you? 60 rupees. So let's say so what's the look? The only thing you had for your use in the Beis HaMikdash or the oil for the mincha was what? The one loaf. You filled up that loaf. You filled up with 60 times. There was no like bingo, jumbo loaf thing for a large mincha. It was always the one Rabbi Yaakov Omer, Hafidu Mincha Shel Samech Yisar, Ina El Luga. So we'll say Rabbi Yaakov disagrees that we're not having utensil but a mincha. He holds that it is one lug of oil per mincha, no matter how big that mincha is. So what we're going to discuss is fundamental machlokes in Hilchos Karban Mincha. Is it one lug of oil per sanon, or is it one lug of oil per mincha? Shnehmar lemincha v'lug shemen lemincha v'lug shemen. Shisha lepar za'arba la'ayu v'shlosha lekeves. So again, here we see there are 6 lugs for the par, 4 for the ayo, 3 for the keves. Shlosha mechzim l'medorah, 3.5 lug for the menorah. There was that we saw that yesterday. That's a half a lug per candle for pakus. Chatzi lug for the whole there. Ultimately, you're going to have a lug for each and every. We call that we can't have translating this candle, or what it really means close. Yosef Rabbi the compassion. So Rabbi was sitting, he was learning Mishnah and Passion. Rabbi is Lamah. What was the Revius measurement? What was the Revius measurement? Even Torah, if you want to say it's Torah. So it's like Chutzu. Remember again, I don't need a shorts. I don't need a consecrated Torah. And the use of the soda whatever site. Because the entire purification of the soda is done where? Foot. Rashi points out, was that the Torah was purification process took place outside of the base nation. We actually learned this. It took place actually in the actual gate by Shari. Because it's outside of the base nation, I don't need a consecrated utensil. Being Nazir, and if you want to say ultimately again, the Revius, the quarter load utensils used to measure out the oil for the loaves of the Nazir. So not Lechem Nazir, B'Shchitas Heil B'Tu Kaddish. We'll say the loaves of the Nazir only become covered later on through the story of the island. So the loaves are already made even in a non-Kaddish form. Because they made a non-Kaddish from your what? I don't need a consecrated measuring utensil for measuring out the amount of the loaves of the rock. And so of the rock of the Nazir. And they are here off. I'll tell you why. Shekbah on your load is because you keep putting it. You use the Revius utensil, but also with that Revius the oil for the special mincha of the Kohen Gadol. Revius shemen l'chol challah v'challah. Ultimately, again, because the Chaviti Kohen Gadol used quarter of a lug of oil for every loaf. So that's what you use the quarter of a lug for. A Revius for every single loaf. Kol yalei me'eretz me'echad ish atzah. That's actually quite beautiful. So remember again, this was Rabbi who was sitting and pondering this. Rabbi Chia gave him the answer, and Rabbi said about Rabbi Chia, quoting the passage from Yeshayahu, Me'eretz me'echad ish atzah. From a faraway land, a great man came and gave him counsel. Rashi points out, Rabbi Chia made Aliyah. He used to live in Badal. He moved to Eretz Yisrael. Rabbi was living in Eretz Yisrael. And he said, a man from a faraway land came and gave him counsel. He's praising Rabbi Chia for his what was to happen with these four? Yosef the Bashir and Hashimei. Katzi look the man in shop. What was his number again? I just want to point out. Measuring the presence of the was a these were consecrated utensils. This is not sound measuring utensils. They were consecrated. Now, the ones I still over here is I understand the need for measuring utensils, but I'm trying to understand why I need consecrated utensils. What purpose of consecration? So here we go. Isota. If you want to say soda, again, the fact you look measure out the water from soda, but that's not true. If you my kiddush is what's the number again? Where was the water on the soda taken from? So in fact, interestingly enough, you can take it from the sink in the base Hamikdash. It's like that water was already consecrated. Because it was consecrated, it was not used as choice. It was not used consecrated measuring utensils. To measure it out, it was already consecrated. If you want to take the measure out again, you have to look. of oil from Lachmi Toda. Lachmi Toda Bishvitas Toda Bishkachi. Was that the loaves of a Toda only become consecrated later on during the time when the actual Toda is shechted. Which means that we're saying, I don't need the oil of the Lachmi Toda to be in a consecrated utensil. Because when it's in a consecrated utensil, the loaves themselves do not become consecrated until later. So Rabbi Shimon Rabbi, says, I'll tell you what we need it for. We need it for Shebo HaYimachalik Chatzi Lug Shem L'Chol Ner B'Gad. Most like the half lug measurement was necessary. Why? To measure out half a lug of oil for each and every receptacle. On the low, there you stuck half a lug. So it says, so again, so beautifully. So Rabbi, once again, comes up this time of Shimon the Rabbi says, there you strike, calls him the Ner Yisrael. You are the light of all Israel. Half a lug. This indeed is what was done. Okay, it's a good Rabbi piece. I'm going to be open. I'm going to this is fascinating piece. This is amazing, Rabbi. So, just had it this time. So this is amazing. This is not Hilchos Hanukkah. This is Hilchos Beis Hamikdash. But Hilchos Hanukkah is not right. Again, Beis Hanukkah is not Beis Hamikdash. So here we go. There shekafsa nichna sham nichna tzina. What's this interesting piece? You have in the menorah. So what happened over here is one of the wicks go out.
I think it would be the biggest left turn ever, knowing you as well as I know you, seeing all the minutes that you put together. Just big
Seashells to
wherever the biz, the Play-Doh, what ends up happening is all this nice
technically rendering oil unsafe.
all us guys do that.
In the base of the book, which went out prematurely. So watch this. So what's that? So what do you do next? So you go ahead and let's say wash it. Clean it out. Clean it out. All right,
There you go. Center line shank.
What should you do? What should you do again when you walk
Did it again. Do you want to do a minute?
So you put in a requisite amount of oil and you go ahead and relight it. So Rashi says over here. Look at regular Rashi just a moment. So there's a chapter, the Chassid Halayla, or called them on Halayla.
Auditioning here was the club opened in 1972. He's very close to being passed. Put your hands together for Ray.
So we'll say, presumably, what do you do over here? You go ahead, clean it out, you relight it. So if it goes out, you relight it. So watch this. You also speak of anybody. Fascinating. Shinosim Hashem, Kamida Rishona, or Kimo Shechasra. So let's say it's near the Shaila. Remember how much oil was placed in the nair? How much oil was placed in each nair? How much oil? So remember, what was the amount? Where do we get the amount from? It's the amount that was necessary to allow it to remain lit throughout the night. I now have a nair that went out. So what do I have to do? Relight it. What's the Shaila? How much oil do you put back in? Right? You go ahead, do I put in a full half load? Oh, Kimoshe Chasra. What I'm going to say, do I go ahead and put only back in essentially the necessary amount? So you guys think, like, look at the amount ultimately again. That was used up. And put in the amount of oil less than amount. So, what that's going to be is, do you put in a full measure? Or do you just put in enough to get the
I'll tell you, Razor, I know you've been doing this a while, and that you're almost to the past, but you have these stage presence of a guy that's number 79 in the world, and
how does he know when it went out? So let's say, so therefore, again, the Gemara says, obviously it has to be the menorah, putting the full half of the oil. How can you measure how much is left? So I can't measure. If he came with a Mishai, one says, no, I absolutely can't measure. I can take the half look pour out the oil into the half look and wash, see how much oil was left in there.
arena.
Oh, him King, he wants to know you can't. Sheva Midos, nothing true. Midos Kimos. What's it? I'll tell you why you can't. Because the goodness doesn't make me have something else to watch. And it turns out to be a more than 7 measures. See, what's the first such a process measuring out residual oil, then it turns out it's no? Yeah, so it turns out that's what the most that you can have many more than 7 measurements. You can have multiple different measurements because you can be measuring out residual oil. Therefore, you know, most different has to be that blood. You have to get a local of stuff. When the menorah goes out, the place oil, the place to wait, you pour out all of the old oil. And what's that? This is that case where the oil that's left up gets that up by the whiskey side of it. And I'm not going to say the oil was still fine if something happened with the wind. You could replace the oil, you could replace the main oil, and ultimately you can just put in there a new wick. But as soon as the oil itself gets messed up, empty it out, replace it with a full half load. Kari Alesha was saying, this is all Rebbe. Once again, Rebbe says about Rebbe Srika, and he says ultimately the following, this is Rebbe Srika sitting and says, Rebbe Yirmiyah says, Kari Ale, Bahad, quotes over here the passage from Tehillim. Va'darachad slach, ultimately again, your hadar, your duty, should go on to be successful. Rachabal Dvar MS, Va'anvat Tzedek, so he praises Rebbe Yirmiyah for his incredible wisdom. Itmar Nami Rabbi, another verse that supports this idea. Am Rabbi Avo, Am Rabbi Yochanan, Am Rabbi Ava, Am Rabbi Chanina, Am Rabbi. There she comes up. Let's say it's a candle, it's a light, fire the menorah goes down. Yishar Hashem, and the oil becomes unusable. That's not the Sira. So we'll say, I am ridiculous stuff becomes unusable. What do you do? You set my food up and rotate and send it to you, and you start to my food. We'll say, I'm not big. You empty out the content of the particular receptacle. You fill it up with oil and you reach it. We'll say, and that is Allah. I'm going to have to read you a short break and Ruda. I'm going to have Shishas. There, Shema Mikdash, Shal Prakim. We'll say another amazing Gemara. So once it comes on a person named Ruda, name of Rav Shishas, the menorah in the base of English was Shal Prakim. We'll say Shal Prakim literally means pieces. Now, what does that mean of pieces? If you look at Rashi, the bottom Rashi, 6 lines up about Shal Prakim, Shal Kuyos. Go Shal Kuyos, man. The Shal Kuyos, and the Shal Kuyos told from a mountain of the children's club, what they get ready to do is wife. Comes on the Shulmi Jim Shul, says this college. The menorah in the base of English was malleable, which means it's supposed to take the branches and you can bend them down. Why do you need to bend them down? They're malleable. We'll say not detachable. And it's malleable the right word? Right? Malleable. Right? They're malleable. You can literally move them in order to go ahead and do amazing. Hasava seeks it. The Miksha on the note of the Nero says. And we'll say no. And when the pasuk says the Nero has to be made Miksha means what? Out of one black gold. What does that refer to? That refers to the menorah as well as the branches. The menorah has to be one solid piece of wood. Because of that, one covers it with needles, which are the actual branches of the menorah, cannot be detachable. But they can be what? They can be movable. The line of people will allow you to keep sieve. Once it's given to me by a taba, since you have to clean the bowls, you have to clean the receptacles, you're allowed to crush them if they are not movable, if they are not malleable, but how many times you never clean them sufficiently? How do you go ahead and clean the menorah? This salzon, you actually remove the branches. And you use them with the brush, mechanically with the sponge, no sin but shemen, and then you put oil in them. Wow. So what do you see from this rice up? What do you see from this rice up? That the branches were detached. So that's like a fundamental historical is about the menorah. Was the menorah one big piece with malleable branches? Or was the menorah again made up of multiple parts? The base being one piece, but the branches being detachable. It's over Kiaitana, was the only function of the Samuel. Coming over, Rothschild season also in Kova. Come saying that we do not move the branches from their place. Now, the boy later has to say, was this way. It wasn't like you just have to come to tree, do not move the branches from the base. What does that tell me? What does that tell me? That if I wanted to, I could. It's not like the branches are technically detachable. Gemara says, Ella ima lo haisa zoza min koma. No, when today it should be read is the branches were not movable. They could not be moved from place. Man chachamim, or the chachamim. The velozim would just sign your velozim and tell it for them. And then as shalzav ayola al gabo. What's the ultimate way of today? They're also using a gold plate on top of the cups of the banana. When he wanted to bring out the cups, go grab a beer. He puts it so that the flap outside. The flap on top of the coming inside. When he was bringing it out, go grab a beer. He would put the flap towards the opening of the utensil of the cup. You should know too much that he wasn't having a shot. When he wanted to put in oil, he would put the flap back. When we put the honey tonight, once it opens again, we're going to see that the hope of the myself, we will put the honey tonight. That this is going to be a focus annoying about the nature of the mess. We'll have to stop here for today. But again, you don't want to miss this. I can fundamental my focus about how the menorah itself was fashioned. Was it one piece? Was it multiple pieces? Was it one piece with immovable branches? Or was it one piece with malleable branches?
Things are now content, even if I don't get it, because I have so much fun here on Monday nights. And, for those of you that followed the show a few weeks ago, our head of security for 34 episodes, the Iron Patriot, quit the show. Said he got too big for the show, that when Comedy Central wants to have the show, they will come back, they will be waiting by the phone. But until then, he quit the show. And so what we decided was that we were going to start having replacement Iron Patriots each week. We had the Iron Josh, we had the Iron Patriot, our friend Pete, and this week's no different. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you our first ever African-American Patriot. It's the Dark Patriot.
All right, good morning. He writes, I will not Riva Shemin Revika, which means that the Revik hollows, or the Revik hollows, you have more oil than the rest. How so? Hot pizza, maybe Katsi. Being a happy with the bottom of the everybody's established. So what do? You can't say the Katsi of the Revik. This is very interesting. It's a happy with the what he's doing is to go out for work. Of that, he used the phone, the power phone, and the other hand is used for the vehicle. Like the vehicle. So you see from here that lots of other stuff in the vehicle gets more oil than the other two types. Okay, interesting.
It really is interesting to me. Like, I always think,
Right, I'm going to go to the Nadaria. So the rest of the Nadaria says, Ego. Ego. You're not telling me that all I should do about Sherman, any Jamaica. So let's say this is good. This is good. I don't say that way. So of course that has to be okay. Another sweet kiss work on the far for a kiss to hide. We don't know how much it is. It's actually really good. So we're going to Nadaria and now you have Ego in one line. We're going to Nadaria, I don't need to then shouldn't show up. So he teaches the Amri Kiss and Nadaria, that you have Ego, or you're going to lead in that incredible city in Geneva. And we did that one in the first of your fever. You were at that like Michael said, everybody was in Geneva, that he was the only one of that group who was in Geneva. They all came to him and stayed with us. So we kind of
signed up with a chance to give us
and then you see what this is how it is. So those are the guys that are Eva. Then also now they come here to the same in Jamaica. So he was going to make he was drugged up by Shannon. So those are the guys that said that he even if you're not, but even if you was a whole not listening to Hello, Taxi was Shannon program, or he is Shannon in Nigeria. لا هذا كان يوم شبه نيجا على فرما ما كان بس موجود. الرجل الجاي says it's not possible. It's all up to what you do. It's a story that's very simple to draw. على فرما ممكن يسوي يوم يكون جالس أحد. That's it. That's it. It's not a drama. It's simply one guy is على فرما ممكن يسوي. It's not a drama. So beautiful.
Well, guys, you guys can do 60 seconds of your pick.
But on the great application, as you know, officially, well, we already started officially, but now, as supposed to begin our march towards years, what do you have over here? You have Lopa and then Lopa. Lopa is the the reference has Sunan, Sunan, a reference to things that the Lopa and the guy and the Akiva, all countries will have a things that actually developed, and then it turns out recently, one of the guys in the Akiva is perfect. That it holds is a half a load of oil, and not the classic full of the wood of a regular cover. Using a local in the it's the same as that. There is a lot of emotions, you know, that is like the entire body of law. Literally, you can live in summer for the fall, and 2 months job in the high sea, right? And then really keep while you sell. It's not just pouring in the finish, like go to the other parts of the Torah and then it's really sweet. That will be so really go back to the list. To have a little bit of oil for your buildup, there is years of oil for another, which will touch on, and to be 11 days between you and you. There was a picture of the this one, which is the other which is something actually very interesting. That it's also subject to a lot of disputes. Because of things like this, that there are essentially 11-day intervals between when bleeding is considered to be menstrual blood, which is when it's considered to be solid blood. There's this concept that depending on when a woman bleeds, interestingly enough, that the distinction between solid blood and Libra and menstrual blood is not as big necessarily in the type of blood, but rather when the bleeding occurs. So women creates a cycle, and then again we assume that cycle in between 11 days of those cycles back to Shivas. That's about this one. Okay, you know, just kind of have up in the location. So the beautiful part about this is everyone agrees on the bottom line. What's the bottom line? That it's so low, hard to just say half a year of oil. is currently the distinction for a typical covered mincha, where the mincha gets a full mug of oil. How do I know that a mincha only gets a half a mug of oil? So apparently, again, this is in the focus for the yeshiva and the Rothschild and Azariah. The yeshiva, Hashem Bashanem, Liboy Achaliboy, and Liboy Achaliboy, Elam and Mari. Okay, and the Rothschild and Azariah, Hama on what we see. Incredible. That's also kind of interesting. About a halakha on what we see. Which is interesting thing to say. So if you see examples of this, sometimes it isn't a focus in Minnesota. In Minnesota, yeah, the beautiful part is the bottom line, everyone is agreeing on the halacha, but there isn't a focus. Is this what is saying in the class? Can you get more good by yourself or not? Okay, different in Minnesota. Yeah, but look how you might be. So what's the next part of the Mishnah? The next part of the Mishnah was Ubeluk Hayat Moge Lachol HaMinachas. Right, you use 1 river oil for every single meal. So again, after you kind of talk about Toga, which is an extent of the school, the Mishnah that reinforces the rule, but in general, for every other meal, you use a load of oil. Now, the Mishnah that goes on through the Mishnah, because I think the Mishnah does Samach Yisrael, not for a Samach load. So for example, if you bring a mincha that is made up of 60 Yisrael, and normally you're going to need for that 1 Yisrael of flour and 1 mug of oil. If you were to bring a mincha that was made up of 60 Yisrael, you would bring 60 mug of oil. Now, the rest of the Yaakov disagrees with this, and he's putting the mincha of Samach Yisrael in the oil you draw. The word that the Yaakov disagrees with this, he said, a little bit oil is the amount of oil you use to let it how much flour is. Even if you bring a mincha of 60 Yisrael, you will still only bring 1 mug of oil. Nehemah lamincha v'mod shana shisha kol. So again, that's our focus. It's not our focus. The Mitzvah and so let's say if the person is an impoverished Mitzvah, what does the Torah say? Yisrael bundling the work. He uses these 3 expressions. Yisrael, which is like the flour, bundle, like mixed together, and look, oil. Meaning of Yisrael, so how we look at it, what we say is that in this phraseology here, you learn a very important principle. What's the important principle? That every Yisrael of flour requires a load of oil. Okay, so therefore, every mincha is a Yisrael of flour, and therefore every mincha is a load of oil. And therefore, again, by extension, if there's a direct ratio between the Yisrael and the mincha, so you bring 60 Yisraels for a mincha, you'll bring 60 loads of oil. And you have to Elijah, and then you have to take a line, and you take a line, and you have to go and what can we find in the Brazilian after what do they do with the common Russia? How do you sell on the problem which you might imagine? Abu the Gupay. This is coming to teach us about the Ka'amar Akmana, life sees solo. But the point is so long, simply one solo. Anyway, husband preaching in the Kalafa is that an impoverished solo only has to be in the one solo. So you must be the group of solo. The other thing is, I don't read the process of teaching at the Kalafa Hawaii. Because we got one of God in soda, you can cover sodas. So the fact that when you come and speak to that, you give it to soda, I cover it. Okay, so you that is 3 cover of the sodas. The fact covering the common soda, and you got every honey, and you this soda, give it 3 cover of the sodas. Then you only put in 1 cover and 1 soda. So if I get like 3 just a half of Russia, and we this is just a buy and it's always in pockets, right? Correct. And I would have thought, all of the stuff, well, I lay like 2 others. Ema Lomi Boy Unit about. And I thought like this, since it's clear that in general the Torah has compassion upon an accomplished individual, and therefore the only diminishes his sacrificial responsibility. I never thought that in the case of an accomplished Torah, maybe he doesn't have to do and then crack his he was under this obligation. Is that an obligation? No. He has a diminishing obligation, but he still has an obligation. He got one down there. There's no such thing. Even if the individual accomplished, there's no such thing as having no liability. I am the new call. It is clearly my obligation. What I want to do is the possible depending on the weather. And that part of the new call is children. I mean, in the smack is new call, so the new calls me together are trying more. With Constitution, there was someone pregnant in the car, coming about in the car, and he said not to do something less than mind you. What does this mean? What's the amount of flour? The least amount of flour that the car is going for, what the mind you? He's selling that again, the minimum amount of flour that you're going to bring with a load of oil, ultimately is what it's going to be. That's everything. How do you try to make example of these concepts ultimately from the same possible? Think about that. The point of the whole article over here is fundamental to Kimu Kakamim. On one end, and the rest of the Yaakov on the other. Namely, is the minimum maximum amount of oil brought within the car. So, is the minimum that becomes right that comes of that. No, I think that. So, how do you say that every rich corresponds to one starring of flour? Therefore, for every starring, we're going to drink another amount of oil. So, the rest of the Yaakov, and now, you might have to come to know. The word is not sent out of oil, irrespective of the number of the starting of the being of flour, and therefore the way to one leg of oil on that stick. Even if you run your head and you are bringing a unit of 60 sorrows, you're only going to bring one leg of oil. You got it. That's not like it. Next, you should have I bought the iron close like that. That's so there was this last part of the left hand of the was the final unit was that 6 to the pie. So we're going to go ahead and do place 6 to the pie, 4 for the iron, and 3 for the cheddar, which is from the sun. Like we love the flour, we're going to do in the pot. Okay, there's more left. Let's not try to do that. So teaching about our social care, we know the social things. In this case, that's here in the other part. So this I like this. The boss says when it's here, that's here in the other part. In trace certain will be happy. So in ultimately again is 12 words. It's here, Shannon is Jairus here. Shannon Mishkas Kodesh here. That Lilo Sefer. That is perfect in Russia. That the Gematria trace of happy. So that in Gematria is 12. So from here you see ultimately again that is 12 more. Okay, fascinating. Alright, interesting. Shlosh Metro Menorah, Katsi was Makom Rabbi. The next thing which was said was Katsi was Menorah. I'm sorry. Was 3 and a half for the Menorah, 3 and a half load of oil for the Menorah, and 3 and a half load of oil for the Menorah. Total means a half a load for every day. It's about this is very important. We know to focus on this. So a total allocation of the menorah are 3 and a half loads for the menorah. Divide that of course by 7. That gives you a half a load for every lamb. Okay, so the American is follows. So to answer the point every day. You know how you do it. Yeah, look at this is very interesting. It's kind of like on the first question you ask me is, we come up with that much. Like, why is the half a load per layer, why is that the magic number? So this is really interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. Not only, we kind of have a lot. The Erev HaGoger, so it says again, remember, the menorah must be named the Erev HaGoger from the evening until the morning. Right? So this was yesterday's shot. Then you saw the premiere gets extinguished. you have an obligation to receive it, right? How much oil you have to replace that was enough to replace. But when I say again, you know, the must be in the error at both, and you need to tell them. So you might what is this? You know, that which is the logic, go like this, all that. But the error by both. This is like, how much oil do you need in the oil? How much oil do you need? You know, the oil necessary to allow it to remain single from the evening until the morning. Go back, right? There was another, it's going to come back. I'm sorry, it's never okay. The error about that, okay? English to Avoga, Shakira, the error about Avoga, Ella, Zoo, Gilbert. Furthermore, you know what I'm saying? And before we go on, there's a tremendous Mr. Haskins also. Because the error about Avoga means if we know the muscular weight from the evening until the morning. We know it's all. If we know the muscular weight from the morning, we then what? Then what? Then what? How much oil do you need? How much oil do you need? Enough to remain lit from the evening till the morning. We weren't teaching us that halakha l'maisa, if you want to be successful in life, you need to plan. You need to plan. Like, in other words, you might have thought, what people are, right? You have to plan. Anyway, there's always something that is in a touch. You have to, what you do, put some oil in, and you see, you know, it's really pour a little bit more in, it's really pour a little bit more in, well, so what? But I don't have to worry about how much, no, that's not the way it works. If you want to be successful in life, if you really want a particular result, you need to plan for that result from the beginning. So the Torah says, you need to learn to remain the Arab advocate okay. From the outset, put in enough oil from the beginning to go ahead and allow it to remain within the way it is. Now, if you plan, does it always mean that your plan is going to come to fruition? No. Like yesterday's Gemara, sometimes the air goes out. But the fact that my plan may not come to fruition does not exempt me from planning. Listen, too often you live life by the seat of our parents. And when you do that, you hope. Sometimes you're successful, but most often than not, you're not. Halakha l'maisa, if you know you want something, you want your elevator, plan ahead and put in the requisite amount of oil. Put in the requisite amount of effort. Have a clear vision of what you want to accomplish and how you're going to do it. It doesn't always mean you're going to be successful. If you certainly heighten the probability of your success with a good amount of pre-planning. Incredible. Because, okay, this is what we miss with the basic English. All of these incredible and beautiful life lessons that you just saw by simple observation. Just by looking what's going on around you, you pull away from your wish with how to lead a successful life. Another thing. Okay? In the Kabbalah, furthermore, again, what's unique about the no-life is that there is no other avodah in the Beit which was done from evening to morning. Because remember, again, in the Beit in general, there was no avodah done at night. Always done at night. Always done at night. Burning of the sacrificial rites, statues. So the only avodah that was done from evening until morning. Yeshua Chachamim Chachamim Arkat Chachamim said, how much oil do you need from morning until evening? Ultimately, again, it's a half a loaf. So don't say, look, we're putting it up, this seems to be suggesting what we're doing. This is what the Torah didn't give us the name. What did the Torah give us? The Torah told us how long we need in order to remain with the Torah. And then what's our job? Figure it out, you know. Figure out, you know. So let's get this down. This is expensive. The Chachamim came along and said, how much oil do you need to remain late? From morning until evening. How long? How much oil? A half a loaf. Which also is such a tremendous mitzvah. The Rebbe tells us what he wants from us. And then what does he tell us? To tell us, figure out how to get the job done. Figure out how to get the job. So God is not going to scream success for us. He's not going to tell us, do this, and do this, and do this, and this, and what he doesn't. He gives us mixes. And what are mixes? What are mixes? Mixes are expressions of what comes out of love. When you see this stuff, this is what God likes, and what they tell us to do. And in order to be successful in life, I'm going to give you a general set of like, I'm going to give you a general roadmap. And I'm not going to explain to you how to be successful. I have to figure out for yourself how to be successful. This is a metaphor here. Hashem says, I need you to create life from evening until morning. Let's think about that. when it's light outside. The issue travel with you is that's the right time. When things are difficult, when things are stressful, when the rest of humanity is ready to hang it up, the Father says to his children, I need you to create light wherever I focus. Okay, how do you do it? He's all right? Figure it out. Figure it out. Figure out how much oil you need. Sure, just tell me, how much oil do you need, right? How much effort do I need? Tell me what I have to do in order to create light. Make error cause book. Prophet says, no, I'm not telling you how much oil. You figure it out. Because I believe in your ability to figure it out. That's what he said. That's the most incredible thing. Number one, the picture of a Jew is to create light. May error cause book. Fine, I know you do it. Just tell me what I need to do. How much oil? Well, work my time. You figure it out. You figure it out. So you better have an interest in trying to check. And try to say, what's the time? I was going to say, so again, I talk about that. In some sense, the first mitzvah of our mitzvah is how you do this. Right? The first mitzvah of our mitzvah is what? First mitzvah? Yes, not for others. Nice. Nice mitzvah, nice. The first mitzvah of our mitzvah. Why? Because the mitzvah of the other you, the moment you join the race of Rabbi, is the ability to form a relationship that can be powerful even at night. Even anyone can have a relationship that can be very easy. And you become by mitzvah, basically you have a direct to form a beautiful relationship, even like everything is difficult. You can have a relationship with you is life wherever I is focused. And a simple mission is, I go, wow, how do I do it? Hashem says, figure it out. Figure out how much I need. Figure out what you need. Figure out strategies you need. That's how much Hashem believes in us. But he believes that we are able to try to discover, to figure out, of course, what the things to do this. How to create light, even in the darkness of times. Incredible. So let's eat it. I mean, the fact that this came from Chazal indicates that you feel like you try and error. No one knew, right? In between, no one knew how much oil do you need in order to go ahead and allow the Lord to remain with you from evening until morning. So they experiment into this. If you can't remember the matter, not this year, some say they started first with a lot of oil. So like they first out with a lot of oil, and then again they realized they didn't need all of that oil, and they slowly diminished the measure until they got to a half a loaf. So the Gemara says, that will be good. You think I mean not obviously no. They started with small oil, and then again when they started with the oil, they slowly increased it, but when they got to the small of the milk, and you like you got to open up with the milk. The one said that they started with a minimal amount, and they're staying equal to the half a loaf. But it's powerful who has compassion for our resources, and he didn't want us to waste. But the one who said they started with a lot, and then diminished, Gemara says, there is no poverty in a place of love. Meaning what? So let's say the big Semitic is a place of gravity. The big Semitic is the home of the Father. No expense is spared. So we need to say, when it comes to our life, like in our homes, in our ritual and spiritual practice, then it comes to us to use all these sources. Right? When it comes to us, the whole essence is land. Aim and means the knuckles of Jesus. There is no poverty in a place of life. There is a place of love. There's a place of grandeur. So the truth is that a little bit of water, all you know, start with a lot, and ultimately again diminishes until you get the requisite amount. So this beautiful idea of being a meal of the muscle of Jesus is also so beautiful. Also, every Jew is wealthy. Why? I'm not doing this to anyone. I'm just saying like that. Even all of the videos of the greatest university ever because each of us is so profoundly spiritually wealthy. Don't walk around like a pauper. Don't walk around like nothing. Recognize this gift. Can you imagine like the rich person has all the money in that walks there out of clothing? realized that he had all this money, right? He's got some bank account. It's all in the bank account. They don't have any access to it. Of course they have access to it. So anybody should have an ATM card. And it's like whatever you need to buy yourself. But the person, the reason person who thinks that's not in my pocket. It's not in my pocket. I don't have it. It's in the bank. So it's not my closest thing. It's not to access it. So spiritually, you walk around life thinking that it's so accomplished. It's like you walk around life like spiritual and meaning without recognizing that there is this beautiful and incredible spiritual trust fund. That is ours to be accessed. You just have to access it. Don't walk around life spiritually poor when you have access to the greatest wealth fund of spirituality that you've ever seen. Incredible, incredible. You also find out the first time for perspective as well. And really interesting, by the way, that perhaps certain halachas that happen when you become the standard of the oil that they use for the land. Now, it's interesting that they use Erev Adbeka is not the same duration throughout the year. And remember, again, it's summertime, wintertime. It's just interesting enough the way that they experience for the difference in the length of the night versus the sickness of the year. Shorter nights, quicker winds, longer nights, thinner winds. Right, because this way, again, the week would draw up the oil fast. So interesting enough, always the same amount of oil. Half a look per land, but the one valuable was the size of it, depending on the duration of the night. Beautiful. Mishnah. Next, Ma'adim is calling the Mishnah Evening, the Mishnah suffering, the Mishnah plus. So you can go ahead and look at it. Now, again, we're assuming over here that the suffering means the general, we see on the suffering. The suffering means two things, right? The suffering can mean minachos, right? Like water, like oil, flour, and also wine. So we're assuming for purpose right now, first all of these things. So you can mix together the Nisachim of Harim with the Nisachim of Elim and the Nisachim of Kvat with other Nisachim of Kvasim. And you know, say the logical is that they actually came correctly because with Kvasim and Kvasim, actually both have the same consistency. Both of them have to be lost on Naka. They both have a loose consistency. Therefore, there is no problem going ahead and mixing them together. Same thing that Allah recommends with the Nisachim of Harim and the Nisachim of Elim. The upper the Shatzibor, you can mix together the Nisachim of the Visual, the Nisachim of Tzibor on the days, Shel, Yom, Bishal, Hamesh, similar again to today's Nisachim, and yesterday's Nisachim, should all be mixed together. However, what they should do, maybe the most recent mixed together is feel that they offer up in that way. However, even if I have the mistake plus and the mistake pattern, so if I was to change the you can't mix together the Nisachim of Kvasim with the Nisachim of Harim and Elim, because the Nisachim of Kvasim has a looser consistency, and the Nisachim of Harim and Elim has a drier consistency. That you can't mix together, because then the problem is that you're going to throw off all of the ratios. In the Babylon, Elim with Me'at and Elim with Me'at, in this addiction, wherever again, if the individual groups are mixed together, that's the same as Babylon. Niske Harim with Me'at Small, and Niske Kvasim with Me'at, and Shubin is addiction, wherever again, each individual together. Then after they say, then you can eat them together. Also, if you identify it, they're not fundamentally because in actual bubble again, if before they were mixed on their own, they were mixed together with these other sites, they will be hostile. The Kevin had one of the application versus Kumo, so hiding yourself up. That was brought with the owner. Even there again, it has a double mean cost, like almost a double mean cost. Ultimately, again, the suffering will not cover it. Okay, beautiful. 79. I need to catch them. The part is two rules. Shloi are kalavim, you know, in general, about this you shall offer it. You shall offer it in general, that when you have kabbalas are not mixed with each other. You don't mix kabbalas with each other. That's it. Each covenant is offered up. Yet here the mixing seems to be giving an allowance for mixing the knuckles or mixing the suffering together. What's going on here? And when you're on doing this as a father, let's be clear. Ideally, one should not mix the suffering with each other. The other reference that the need to say in the suffering if they mix together. They should not be mixed together. When mixed together, ultimately, again, depending on what liquid was, it could technically be touched. He also advanced the case that in Ma'adim mislay Kvasim, the mislay part of the Elim, Vafilim is Arbu Namilo. say that's the case, then he said that you can't mix together. When you start from a cross and you primary them, what is it? And it sounds like even if they were mixed together, it's invalid. The heart is the type of the level of everything for us when the everything else one. Yeah, look at the same thing. What is it in this, right? So if you mix each type with each other, and then ultimately you're going to mix either when it was subsequently mixed together, then it is kosher. The father ratio of hakila kama. And if you say like in the ratio, ultimately when you hakila, they can be mixed together. And on Rabbi says, no, hakila. Na'arvin yenos. Oh, we're not talking about again the mixing of the suffering of the mincha, right, of the oil and the flour. Rather, again, what are we talking about? The mixing of the wine like this. Oh, so now that's a different story. In this, what did you know about it? Na'arvin yenos, in this Ari Salsa Shmona. So ultimately, again, if the respect to the knuckles made up of oil and shemen, all of these components was already mixed together, then you can go ahead and actually mix the wine itself. In other words, if the new element of the supplement is mixed together, then you can mix the wine. You gain a hakila low. So what's that? I thought you could actually mix wine with hakila. Right? So if you have a second wine, you can do the same by every carbon. I thought you could practically get you good hakila mix that. I thought I know either America or none of these sellers the sugar. When it comes to the flour and the oil, about young in the army. In other words, when do you say that Allah for myself, you can't mix this up in? That's talking about the mincha, like of the supper. But wine, you can look at people mixed together. And I'm not using this talking about it. If the whole salsa each moment, now I bring young in the fact people mixed together. The new stuff of the supper is already off the top. And so again, when the soul and the family has already been offered up, now everyone is young in the fact. And you go ahead and mix their respective wines with hakila. If on the lower hookah, however, again, it's halacha l'maisa, the sodas and the oil, like the oil side. The sodas and the shemen has not been offered up in this hara, in this hara sauce, where it's one of the adonai. If they can mix the ladies, then you can mix the wine. The imran, in the oven, but if not, you can't go ahead and mix it. Why not? Sodas the shemen of hakila. Because you may come to go ahead and mix the oil and the shemen l'chachila. Yes, I was something really very interesting. But halacha l'maisa, ideally you should not mix the knuckles together. So like in the suffering together. If it turns out that the suffering were like the knuckles of the suffering were mixed together already burnt, you're allowed to l'chachila mix the water together. If, however, again halacha l'maisa, the knuckles got mixed together, then you can go ahead and mix the water together as well. But you can't because you will mix the water together, lest you come to mix the knuckles together. Okay, beautiful. Last part of the show, tell us about an Omer. Then again, the sheep that came with the Kavan Omer. What's that? Kavan Omer. Okay, so right, we've got the Kivan, the Lazar, the Isaiah, Allah for the Most in the Sinai, Kavan Omer, all under the Kavan of his life. We shut his head. That's how good this is. You can't find it. That's how incredible this is. So the Mission said, Sevens have one Omer. So remember, you're going to what it said. The sheep that come one with the Omer, even when the new heart of the covenant Omer is doubled, then the suffering will not double. Okay, so we know. But here's the so, so again, what's that? The new crop, normally, it's about this where you started. How much flour you only need to cook on a how much flour, one cell, how much oil you only need to cook on how much oil? One log. Covered Omer is unique, and that's Minchasol, Shneas Yonim. It's two something from the crop. We need Alteves Havoim Omer, Shminchasol Kul. This teaches us that again, when you bring the Teves for the right, so it has a unique Mincha, which is Kula, which is two essence. Your interpretation because of Kula, half the Yale or Hopper, I'm going to thought, but the same way that there's two sellers for the crop, so too again, there should be the wine, right? The wine like this is part of it should also be doubled. And the Roma, the Nisco Yamin would be the signing. Therefore, the Rothschild is Questa fa vuoi, di stare, jako ludzie nie kaposzy, nie go in console. Avash monoka portion is on the console. The one is not called why, because the one itself, the ligation by the one is not together with the flower. But the oil is mixed together with the flower. Should have a couple of places. On the low mount, in this flow, hold the front side, will be new therefore, the people that don't know all of this is something to only see the months of lifetime without very exactly on the level of skin of the skull, the arena in the skull. It's ready to read as in the skull, but it's primitive, but read it as in the skull. Okay, so the skull, the new ball, the new step in the island, the north step of the cotton is reference to the oil is ultimately again like the nasa of the wine. Not this as shaman non-Europeans. Just like the wine is Europeans, so the oil is going to be Europeans as well. So that's interesting enough, the only thing that is going to be doubled and gone, or again going to be doubled ultimately again by the cover owner, is going to be the flower part of it, but the other part ultimately again remains. There was another stop of it for today, to keep it the next part that actually does a different part, as to do as if you're going to look like. So those who haven't put on equipment since Colombian, so again, that is the next step. Remember to this opportunity they say that the living center of the region, especially like in arenas, did not go to sleep. I'm not the young kid. Why? He was so excited to perform the mixture of children that he literally couldn't sleep being playing that. Okay, so that's I don't want you to stop. We're going to sleep enough. We're enough. But again, together we have this opportunity about that. I was giving the first little bit of a mixture about that. In a couple of days, for many of us, I love to be looking at the person who gives the mix up. I think it's happy for excitement, but we're going to start for a second. So,
This is Rodney Dangerfield.
Yikes. Now, hoping to get those impressions like inside people to the point to where you make them famous. The person that you're doing an impression of.
You're doing a great impression of a guy who comes up on stage in a shirt that says pothead on it. That is fucking nailing it. Did you make that yourself?
No, this is my buddy's shirt.
Oh, it's Bill Cosby. And he sounds a little like
or the next good morning, let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this little show. Hey, our sponsors for support.
I know who he is, and I'm just having fun.
Hello, I'm being told to give you all the things that I do this month. You know, we have been published on the back of the show. I think I was our sponsors for today are our site for the skills. As we do the house of Shivani, so that's social and for also institution. But so to get people in the system of going to the show. For the years, we do share community service upon them. We have all the soldiers who will be successful and not safe. But with that, let us begin today's topic. Really good that one of us ready to fight. We're actually putting up on cyber power and the big men for the front and going up from the bottom. Which is really, really unique. The reason that's going to is about the shape of the left and half hundred. The left and half hundred is that if we need to call it like a box. Or the left and half hundred as a real world called it the new single header. Like that, again, real essence of the masculine ultimately again is going to be a lot more related to how to touch what the masculine is having better shape. Like we already began to see a stage of many institutions in terms of how the children is constructed as well. Which some of the minds are unlike in fear of that. So when you're doing like that, that's like a fast shape. So how do you think what you want to do? That's why you may be sleeping. And you're going to be sleeping as essentially that's the image that's sent to you on the chat yesterday. Those are the home-like teachers on the side of the children. Because again, obviously you need to have it as a, because it comes to its point at the bottom, you need to sleep in order to be able to see that it's it's a flat bottom. So essentially, why can't everything just simply rest one on top of the other? So let's see, when it says, I was using the left block. So ultimately, again, remember the judge is one on top of the other because of the weight. Because of the weight, ultimately, again, is they would crush each other. This one that I know is in season in the red place. That's how it's doing right there. Look at it. Even though that was still coming up. So it's like, when you see the red place, exactly, that's not how it was like the back and forth. Then you see the thing was situated on the second. Which, if you remember again, when you say it, that essentially gets to your attack. If you want to write this down, let's put a moment. So again, if you notice, so the what we call the sleepers and the ratios are on the side of the table. Now, what we call the shorthand would be either this picture here that we put on, but there'll be two like bottom, right on the shorthand. That's what we call the shorthand. So the word is like this. This one is identification. So you have to understand that not in a kind of like a plastic boat, that the institutions were placed on the table themselves, right? Because remember, spread as a plastic boat, but the roll is way less wide, and therefore it really need to put the holes actually on top of the table. However, and remember that we live on pizza, sleeping in a mountain. Essentially, being like that, that's not how it was, that's an open top. And also, that would essentially the width of that roll would essentially then turn exactly flat at the edge of the shore. Because at the edge of the shore, when it is what puts the sleeper, I'm not even like, well, I'm not doing that. I'm actually just put the sleeping on the floor. Would you want to change? Yes, you will. Then at the other one, I'm going to do that and make the sleeping on the sleeping on the floor. How do you do that? So do that and make the pizza, sleeping on the that's like the reference between the today on the chat. You'll notice that here the picture from the future there, but I guess like your particular position from it. And if you notice that we're going to be working like this, the lens is like a fast shift, and therefore again, feeling a little less, with a little less width. Then come up to the right side, the sleeping will press to be situated along the edge of the table. However, again, it's like an open box for water. It would be really easy to sleeping on the edge of the table. The sleeping must have been situated on the ground, kind of adjacent to the table. That's going to require, if you look, if you see those sleeping, those two like the sleepers, if you notice in the images on the chat, they are placed flush at the edge of the table itself. Okay? So now we're back there. You might have a lot of that. So we just need the fucking calling statement. However, none of this has to be sleeping on the inside. Anything that says that the rest of the bread itself holds up the sleeping, and the sleeping holds up the bread. Which the one says Kiman, who's the thing with that? Kiman the Amas funeral over. But the thing that says it was a fast. So why I was thinking this is the only rest of that. He's going to hold that. If you go back to the left hand, it was a fast shit. Then when you had the sleeping, you get outside first. Remember the Rothschild had? You had the same circle mold that were in there as well. Because remember again, the bottom of the mold seems more like a bead-like. So you need a semicircle mold on each side to be able to hold it in place. If that's the case, then interestingly enough, what ends up happening is, sure, the sleeping holds the bread in place, but the bread also holds the sleeping in place. Why? Because the semicircle mold on the bottom of each bread attached to the sleeping also anchors the sleeping. So the sleeping is helping the bread is helping the sleeping. So the sleeping thing is that reflects, that's the opinion of, but you don't know that it was like a fast shit. Okay, incredible. Top one strategy, 95A, first one. Next stage, where is the Kasha? Means that is higher than the camera. So also there was like a Kasha says me, Kadash, or the camera is that. Kadash moves usually is fast. Because the fact is here where you do the first one was a mold, and there was one Mishnah. But there were three different molds used for like an oven. One in which you place the dough, one in which you place it in the oven, and then upon taking it out of the oven, you basically curve more. So we want to basically have a kind of camera. There was a type of basketball mold inside of the oven. The donor didn't have what made us. So the donor didn't have what made us. And again, we had the shape of the mold was like an open box. Or literally like an open box. So it was like, so the point was recording it. You can still be supposed to be cleaning up and that the recommend how it was like open box. It was maybe not too long. We could have done it in the top of the box. Maybe something that we opened up again, which is even in the case of the zero headers, ultimately again was open on top as well. We have to look at it. Okay, how do you know numbers zero headers? So we got lots of things to do with the back. So the same young, I bought a simple shell saw. How you show me the four years speaking nowadays. We solving what I say in mode. You know that running how you just something behind us how that and so for the way look at that. Anyway, say the race it describes something themselves that normally again like cut but ultimately against the policy bread. And again, most of the events explicitly said what did the bread look like? Really, look at it. The crisis has exclusively that it was a fast ship. So you're just thinking of that's the end of the Gemara. So we'll say, what's the halacha right? So first of all, what we're going to do obviously to kind of give you a little bit that the constant light, so that halacha right again, the lesson upon it was like a potato pizza. That was halacha right, so that it wasn't open back. That was we could look at the Rambam. The Russian of the Rambam.
I can't imagine raising this kid. Hey, what do you call it? Their sport, huh?
So we get to Russian of the Rambam. Russian of the Rambam. Russian of the Rambam. That's like the Rambam. That's Russian of the Rambam. That's the whole thing. Russian of the Rambam. Russian of the Rambam was like, okay, that's how long I sometimes now. Again, it wasn't in that. There is still some further dispute in all of this. And the further dispute in all of this is when we say kinetic theories. So again, the Rambam asking, goes to medium in suffering, goes to medium in suffering, okay, halacha test. And the Rambam writes in the problem. The Rambam writes, kol kala miyudas. And I left on that problem, sha'ayu v'chanim rabbi. And then the Rambam goes through all of the different dimensions of it. But interestingly enough, the Rambam points out that when you look at the dimensions of the left hand, so remember again, the lobes were placed side by side. So two stacks of six, two placed side by side. The Rambam points out something very interesting, which is when you look at the dimensions of the left hand, which goes through, the left hand will overlap the short right hand two chocolate. Which is why the Rambam says first of the sides. Hence this idea, so it's interesting. So hence this idea of this open box. The open side says the Rambam was necessarily based on the sheer size of the road. It would overlap the shofar. And again, we also overlap the shofar necessarily. It takes the side. Now, there's a part of the whole for other words that we flat bottoms, flat sides. So the issue of cultures towards where the front working temptation of that. Like was it like flat bottoms, flat sides, and then a little bit of like squeaking on top or not. That's enough for again, that's enough focus and inclusion as well. We're going to get inside for our purposes today. We passed in how about like that. So and therefore again it's not a fast mode, but that again was like an open box. Metaphor is like some additional weapon upon the shyness which will be quite fascinating. Sadiq here was 95 days, 6 lines after the attack, divided weapon upon him, with some of ourselves, ultimately some of ourselves. So this is fascinating. We'll say the English obviously we travel. When we travel, the weapon with the weapon upon him becomes also as a result of the travel. Now, what's the shyness here? Take a look at Rashi. Like I said, only one Rashi is exciting. Last wide line in Rashi. After some of ourselves, we should also result in Miklan. When clouds over our ancestors we travel in the desert, ומפרקים המשכן, ונוצרו השולחן הלכה. And we take apart like this is some of the Mishnah, we can take the Mishnah and carry the shulchan. Now again, I will say, we're going to talk about this as well. Normally, when they deconstruct the Mishnah and carry the shulchan, the lechem remained on the shulchan. Okay, so now watch this. So now it actually says over here, ונוצרו השולחן הלכה, and you can see that our shulchan upon you pursue, you'll say, oh no. So this is fascinating. There's a term for Yotze. What's Yotze? When something is supposed to remain inside of the pieces of the Mishkan, from the Mishkan, and you take it outside of its community area, then what happens? It becomes disabsorbed, called Yotze. Taking something out of its designated place invalidates the item. Here's the Shaila. When we travel with the Mishkan, so by definition, the shulchan is being taken out of the Mishkan. Does that invalidate the lechem or not? But it's fascinating Shaila. So you know, so this is this. Oh, no, someone else. That's Shaila. But you're going to be the Lord is only a discussion about this, which is really quite brilliant. And you're going to show them not hold us. Have our mitzvah. The Chayda Reina mitzvah. Not hold us. Not hold us. One said this possible, one said this possible. So I kind of like this. Man got me this. So one said that it's possible. It's sick. Hashem Yahanu. Came so. The Pasuk says, as they can, so shall they travel. So going up to place. Carriage with travelers, right? So again, getting with travelers. What does this mean? Not the kind of your soul. Nifsal, Yotze. After you see this on Nifsal, Yotze, the same way that when the Mishkan is an establishment place, if you take the lesson apart of how tight it's getting in the area, then how much what else is possible. So doing the travel, if you take it out of this getting in the area, ultimately again it's going to be possible. And even again, the act of carrying the shulchan, together with travel, is just being taken out of this getting in the area, and therefore it becomes possible. Non-drama physics stuff, the other thing that they say, no, it's not possible. See, the left hand comes above here. The pasuk says that the bread shall remain on the shulchan, which means they're both saying, bread is not, the left hand upon the front is going to be always correct, but we need the shulchan. It's the shulchan. As long as it's on the shulchan, and the shulchan is being carried in accordance with the word of God, the ultimate is that it's so good. So essentially, but you know, really essentially, the part of the significant is Yotze defined by the Mishkan, or is Yotze defined by us? These are the direct lines. Is Yotze defined by the Mishkan, or is Yotze defined by the Shulchan? That's really what it comes down to. Because here it's clear that the bread is being taken out of the Mishkan. Right? So therefore the first thing it says that it's Yotze. Second thing is that the first place is the Shulchan. The bread is not the Shulchan. Even if the shulchan is moving, bread is good to go. The guy is not going to ask how to check in bread could be other opinions possible. The Zapani Haksi, Kasher Yitni gave you so. Or if there's something to do with the project that says, Asher Yitni gave you so. As they get, this is how they would travel. So there's a really so do service it the opposite way. Not the Kani song, Kilo Yata, Komo Nipson. Just like the Mishkan is at rest. If the bread doesn't need to designated area of the Mishkan, it's not possible. After this yourself, Kilo Yata will come over Mishkan. So to again, when Mishkan happens, as long as the bread does not leave its designated area, what is its designated area? The Shofar. As long as it does not leave the Shofar, it won't be possible. Leave that money. But what does the second one? The first that money had to sit. The left hand had something above. What does the first do? The first opinion says that it's possible. What does he do? This person says, indicate that as long as the bread is on the shulchan, it's good to go. Ella, the one says, Ella doesn't answer that. Everyone says, yeah, you have to be bread to smoke focus. Ella, you also have to do that. You have to understand what they're doing. Everyone agrees that the bread is arranged on the shulchan. Then ultimately, again, the bread is not to be back. Like the bread is on the shulchan, and ultimately, again, we see the punishment. That one is the bread on the shulchan. Everyone agrees that the bread is not possible because the bread is on the designated area. It's where it needs to be. I so much for my progress. I will keep with you in the soul. It's very interesting. So I will say, what's my focus? And my focus ultimately is what happens if you put the load off of shulchan in order to travel. So again, what I was telling you right now is that halacha myself, if you went ahead and you kept the bread on the shulchan, you kept the bread on the shulchan, then halacha myself again in travel like that, everyone's going to agree bread is good to go. The shaila is if you go ahead and take the bread off the shulchan and travel like that, does the bread become possible? So let's analyze. Non-dominant of the opinion that says that it's possible. Can you solve it? The opinion that says that it's possible quotes this pasuk. The same way that we can't, that's the same way we travel. What does that mean? Not that kind of yourself, just like when we go ahead and we camp, if we take the bread out of this particular area, ultimately again it's going to be possible. So too, when we go ahead and we travel, if you take it off this designated area, which again is going to be the shulchan, the bread is going to be invalid. The manga on the English song, the that says that it's not possible, it says it's not soft on our marriage. The process is this, which is incredible. The process says we all know it will travel. Even though it travels, ultimately, right now, people's factor in travels, it still has the status ultimately of our so which is very interesting. Just remember, it's important to understand, even when we traveled and deconstructed the Mishkan, we traveled in formation, which means that interestingly enough, the camp formation was preserved, which means that nothing in the right there would be the sun world, nothing in Shekhinah, right there in the Mishkan was still there in the world. The Mishkan wasn't there because the Mishkan was deconstructed. But the area was there. So what's fascinating is this second opinion holds the following: that halacha l'maaseh, even when we deconstruct the Mishkan, the kedusha of the Mishkan is still there. It is still called Oral Moed, and it goes into this. Even if the breads, even if you look upon it, was taken off the shulchan, ultimately, again, it is not contained as if it has left the Oral Moed. Now, granted, let's say you were to take the lechem and you were to travel with the external part of the camp or somewhere else, that might be something totally different. But assuming that the bread is remained in the center area of the camp, what would have been Malcham and Shina, the area where the Mishkan would have been, Allah for a that is not called Yotzei. That is not called Yotzei. So what I'm saying is pretty incredible. There's also, I think, a tremendous profundity in that line. But then look at that line to understand the profundity of it. The next all Moed, the passage says that the all Moed will go ahead and travel. Afa Pisha Nasa Oral Moed. Even though it's travel, and again, it's not just that it's travel, even though it's deconstructed, it still retains the status ultimately of the Almighty. They'll say, during the power of the Jews, the power of the Jews is the ability to transport your spirituality. See, the moment that a person says, I can be whatever it is, inspired, religious, committed, as long as my life circumstances are like this, as long as it fits into the paradigm that I need, that is going to be a very unsuccessful Jews. The power of our people is the power to pivot, the power to adapt, and the power to bring your own knowledge with you wherever you go. That's, you ever wonder to yourself, see, we understand why did Push Baruch give us a Mishkan? Like, why did we start with a Mishkan? Why not just start with a basic English? Okay, so it's going to be technical, it's the English service, we'll be back. But there's a little bit of profundity. Imagine for a moment our national journey began because of Hamikdash. You could have easily thought that spirituality is a fixed process. Where do you need to be holding? You could be holding there in Israel. Where, and specifically, where's the epicenter of all Kedusha? Yerushalayim, Harabais. Now, that's true. The epicenter of all Kedusha is Yerushalayim, is Harabais. That's an unquestionable fact. So let's think that that's the only place you can have Kedusha. That's false. That's false. So what does HaKadosh Baruch Hu start us off with? He starts us off with a mobile Mishkan. Why? To teach us where can you have Ruchnius? Where can you have Ruchnius? Anywhere you want it. This is a famous Piaget film in Conscious Yisrael. So we never liked the idea that why did HaKadosh Baruch Hu give us the Torah in the middle of nowhere? Middle of nowhere. Why not choose a more distinct location? And we had a sense so beautifully. The Torah gave us the Torah in the middle of nowhere to teach us that we could find God anywhere. the power of the Jew. And I will say this is not just geography. This is emotional circumstances. This is financial circumstances. This is family circumstances. The power to create a strong religious identity, no matter what your life circumstances are. That is our Moed is mobile. The mission of the Torah is filled with so many different examples of this, right? You can't to start with Moshe Rabbeinu to translate your land. To give you a part of Torah. And what does Moshe Rabbeinu do? He translates the Torah into 70 languages. Why? We only read it in 3, like English, Yiddish, and Hebrew, right? What else do we need, right? What else do we want? 70 languages. 70 languages. Why? But when you such a religious speech again in yourself, because most of them are saying, Klal Yisrael, you're going to be dispersed all over the world, and you're going to be speaking all languages. And just understand, wherever you are, wherever you're holding, spirituality and God is accessible to you. Healing, which we put on every single day, Kotapos, we learn this, right? Kotapos mean in Hebrew. What does it mean? We don't know, because it's not a Hebrew word. It's a contraction of 2 different foreign dialects. Kaf and Kapsi. What? A mitzvah that we do every single day that signifies our covenantal relationship with God is made up of foreign words. Doesn't make any sense. And the answer is yes. Because every single day, I cement my covenant with God, with putting on children with a foreign dialect highlighting that no matter where I am geographically, no matter where I am emotionally, I am in this. I am ready. I can build something beautiful. There are no excuses for non-performance within our workplace. Why? The Nasa or Moed, Apakish, Nasa or Moed. Wherever it is, we have the ability to perform. Wherever it is, we have the ability to do something beautiful. Wherever it is, we have the ability to create, destroy spiritual identity. You know what the big problem with being Jewish is? The biggest problem, there are no excuses. We have no excuses. We have no excuses. We have no excuses because of thousands of years of history, or we have no excuses because our Father, our Shepherd, the Rebbe told us that wherever and whatever is going on, you got this. And you can perform. Your all knowing is mobile before you in 70 languages to help us. No matter what is happening in our lives, we have the ability to make something beautifully spiritual of ourselves. Incredible. I'll see Kashayach thing, so I was at the other end. Like what the season with this passage, Kashayach thing, so which you left to some Yakin purposes and get opposite way, not a honey or so, Shilomatic way, so just like ultimately again when you finish at rest. If you don't take it off the table, ultimately again it's not possible. After you also certainly in travel, Shilomatic way, ultimately again if you don't take it off, as long as you leave it on the table, it's not possible. Either you don't know how to say it, then that's all noise. I want to see everything to do with the bus that the all noise will travel. Which you might say, Kahu will be done with the outside. That's not there to teach me doing in Michigan. It's actually there to teach me about how we travel. In other words, you might have thought that when we travel, we break camp. We could just travel randomly and just reassemble in the camp again. No. Even when we travel, we must travel in camp formation. The other thing you raise that out on the Pasuk that says that Machana Levim will be in the Machana. So even when we travel, the position of Machana Levim is still there. Incredible. So next thing is the catch up. The shots is such a very interesting. The shots see myself. Question with someone be say. The Zabin of Israel is starting to put in the pizza. When we travel, something like when we travel in the desert, what happened? Any carbonos that were extant in that home, right, at the time of travel, would become toxic as a result of milk because they were moving gas from the areas. Take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says, Kachim Yisrael B'yotei, She'im Lahem Kilayim, because there's no more curtains. Yafa Pikin, Machane Kadosh, the Zabin of Mitzrayim, Mishtakim, Tesim, Mitzason, Mitzorah puts the Machane Yisrael, but are you Ma'alkim Yisrael, Machane Kidama Rulachos? So listen to this. When we would travel, right, when the camp would travel, so the following would happen. Any carbonic meat or any carbonic parts that was still left over would become possible. Because once the Mishnah was deconstructed and the curtains, which represent the demarcated area of the Mishnah, were rolled up, so there's no more space, there's no more Mishnah space, and therefore everything is effectively, any rabbinic material that's left over is effectively outside. Once it's outside, it becomes prohibited. But interestingly enough, the space itself is still covered. Like I said before, the space itself still has the designation of not in a shkina. Like the Torah like I spoke, I defend that and therefore as a result, so Zovim, Mitzorayim was in Tzitachah, Mitzorayim, and Mitzorah, so Zovim, those who were coming, were not permitted to be in the area. In other words, you would have thought that once the Mishnah was deconstructed, and therefore by definition it's not there, so for example, Kabbalah, and our also going to be outside of Mishnah, and therefore also that the area has no residual to be felt, and therefore even those who are coming is coming back. Much more than no. Once the Mishnah is folded up, so any Kabbalah are compromised, if there's going to be outside, and therefore going to be possible. But the space itself still has residual pollution, and therefore those who are coming are not permitted to be there. And now it says, now my Rabbi is now when you say that function of muscle, does that not mean? Doesn't that also include Rabbi? You see the real what are you doing now? You're trying to figure out what happens to Rabbi when you can't travel. Was the Rabbi muscle or not? That was the fundamental shayla. So it's not that if you're saying Kabbalah will possible by your say, does that not also include, doesn't also include Rabbi? When she went to low, find the Rabbi. No, actually, not Rabbi. Rabbi is far. No, that's what you're saying. The Illinois doctor, if at the end of the day, that it's still called Illinois, right? If it's called Illinois doctor, if it's called Illinois, even at the time that the can travel, after the Kashanami, then even Kabbalah should still remain Kasha. The Illinois laptop, but if it's not called Illinois, when the can travels, then the laptop should be possible as well. What's asking over here is, Lechem and Kabbalos should share the same fate. So if you're going to tell me that once the Mishnah is deconstructed, it's not called Illinois, and therefore any leftover Kabbalos are going to be possible, then by definition, Lechem should be possible as well. But if you're going to tell me that Lechem is still considered to be that it's inside the Mishnah, when the Mishnah travels, then Kabbalos should be fine as well. Let's see, so Rabbi Amar, the Mesilah. Amar Amar, the Mesilah, well, if you wish to be right, you're right. At the end of the day, we're talking about two different things. And Allah Ta'ala says again, everything depends on is the weapon still on the shore. If the weapon is on the shore, then Allah Ta'ala says even when it can't travel, the weapon is going to remain good. If the weapon is off the shore, then the weapon is going to become invaluable. Take a look at that to be just a moment. Allah Ta'ala Amar, our Lord left that thought with the guns in the Asa, who might forget the message. Never turns out that when we say that it's called the Lord, even when it travels, the impact of that statement is for camp formation. That's the impact. It's not as much a halakhic statement as much as it is a travel statement. That's because it calls it an Oromoy, right? Even when you go to the Nasa Oromoy, tells you not that it retains the status of Oromoy when the camp travels, but rather to tell me that the camp formation must remain in place even when the camp travels. So what about the kashrus of Rechanaphalim? What does that depend on? That depends on it on the shofar. If it remains on the shofar at the time of travel, the bread is kosher. If it is taken off the table at the time of travel, then ultimately the bread is going to be kosher. Incredible. So we're looking at no contradictions. On the Rabbi is mostly very interesting. Shranina, Yeshua Masal's Kalayva. This is fascinating. Rabbi says, interesting enough, now Rabbi coming back to one interesting detail, which was when they deconstructed the Mishnah, a lot of the Leinslav, any leftover Kabbalic material was automatically possible. Automatically possible because it effectively was yoke-day. It was considered to be as if it left its committed pieces. Rabbi says, you see from here that he traveled at night. But you can break down the pants and travel at night. I really see that, so listen to this. These are like, see with myself, That they don't travel at night, they don't travel by day. Amos not eat, so therefore again, when would we go ahead and roll up the curtains? Rolling up the curtains means deconstructing the shine. Now again, I'll say the idea over here is rolling up the curtains was going to my desk because once you roll up the curtains, then there was no demarcated Mishkan area. Once there's no demarcated Mishkan area, then by definition, any leftover carbonic material, by definition, is outside. No shade. So listen to this. So much of these are like into the house on Balayla, if you think that you don't roll up the curtains and travel at night, Amos not. We when we roll up the curtains and travel, it's after in the morning. If that's the case, you also listen to this. My day in the Shinote, and now when carbonic material will become constant, that morning when you travel, it's not going to become possible because of Yotze. Why is it going to become possible? Take the place with Ipsile Golina. And we'll say, if you have carbonic material left over until next morning, save a few types of carbonic you could eat for 2 days and 1 night, but most carbonic again by the next morning are possible. So that's the case. If you only travel by day, and now that morning, Thursday morning, you're rolling up the curtains, any leftover carbonic material in the machine is not going to be possible osmosis. It's going to be possible as what? Yeah, because it's been left overnight. Listen, the practice of the Gemara said before, when you go ahead and you roll up the curtains with a crush, that any leftover carbonic material becomes partial osmosis, indicates to me what? That you need to travel at night. You know, it's cheetahs, you know, so therefore again, people in this little unit, therefore again, it must be that you can travel by night. Oh, so if you roll up the curtains at night, and then you begin to travel, and you have carbonic material there, that carbonic material is virtually fine until the next morning. But once you roll up the curtains, anything is going to be possible because it's Yotze, because it's considered the outside of the incredible. Which thing I said, our friend about this, Shuta, Lalachas Yomam Balayla, right? The Pasuk says that you can travel by day and by night, so, and obvious. If you want to magic came up, I'm going to talk like this. The travel itself must begin by day. And once you begin by day, you can continue to travel by night. But I'm going to talk again that the travel did not start by day, it started at night. How much more money is this time? I'm not sure what the travel is even start. Rabbi, where the enemy is married to Tasha, Hobun Raparokas. It's so it's very interesting. What the parokas, now again, I won't say parokas in this context, means the outer curtains, not the parokas between the Polish and Polish collection. Right? Once they went off the curtains, they Zodin and Mitzvah and were permitted to enter into that area. Interesting. Amravashi. So again, I won't say, but that contradicts what we said before. Right? Because remember, we said before that what? Even once the curtains are rolled up, the face, so the space, residual kedusha, and Zodin and Mitzvah must be sent outside of the court. So what's that? Before we go on, the Gemara seems to settle on this idea, just a number of very interesting ideas. Let them up on it, as long as the bread remains on the short ones, even when you travel, you're good to go. By other kabbanos, if you once you roll up the curtains, if there's still leftover kabbanic material, that part, it's possible, osmotic, which is considered to be outside of its permitted part. As a result of that halacha, the Gemara says, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? That you see masal balayla, which you can travel at night. Right? Because otherwise, if you couldn't travel at night, you would never have a Yotze issue, you have a legal issue. So you can travel at night. So let's evaluate a tremendous musafasco in that line as well. I'm going to advise a shmani on what's an important lesson to learn. You should see what masal balayla. It is possible to travel at night. Night is always a metaphor for adversity. Right? The Hadith Baboker Hasefa Da'unas Kabalayla. I can speak about we speak about the fact that beautiful things, Baboker in the morning after the beautiful everything is great. Da'unas Kabalayla. But I need amunas, I need strength, I need belief in me at night and life. Rabbi says it also. So a lot of times in life when we encounter difficult situations sometimes paralyze us physically, but they paralyze us spiritually as well. It's important to understand that Bible says, Yesh Silek Masos Paralyze. Even at night, even in difficult times in life, you have to figure out how to travel forward. So there's no such thing in life as staying in place. It always has to be really ability to advance oneself. If not, if I can't change my external circumstances, I can always change my internal circumstances. I can always change my lookness. I can always change me. I can always develop me. But life is so difficult. So my circumstances are so overwhelming. But I feel like I'm living in one big life. It might be true. Sometimes life does feel like one big nighttime, one ongoing night. But even at night, Yesh Surah Masalas. It is the ability to move the head. So whether you're fortunate enough to find yourself in a poker state of life where everything is good, or unfortunately life is a lot of light love. Either way, move the head. Move the head. The head never stays in place. The head always has to move forward. The great cause that Rothschild has given us is the ability to self-advance even in the most difficult circumstances. You know, like, Rothschild has done on Joy Ganeshan, or Rothschild has a contradiction of Rabbi Eliezer Halabor. It's a fundamental mathematics. Pisanya is what we know about Pisanya on the days Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Yoko, Dr. Zabin Mizar, Nicholas Azar, Hamad Tzolot. Yoko, you tie up into what is actually very interesting. From this situation of the air. So let's get a situation, remember again, where it's how luckily the majority of Israel was coming, so you offer up common seconds to them. Right, that's the concept of Shimon, which was the Tziva. Right, and this is 58% of the crowd was coming, so you go ahead and you offer up anything you offer to the Shimon. So the Lord said like this, let's see how it plays out. Where more than half of the crowd was coming. Therefore, now we're going to offer up currency. You might have thought that if the Zavin and the Tzora'im push their way into the Asar, push their way into the Flush, you might have thought that Allah on the side, they should be higher colors. Allah, they were softening the Makana, called Sariyah, the Kolah, and the Kolah. You know, the Kolah, you know the Kolah, we shall send out of the camp any Yisrael, like Yisrael, Yisrael, and Haminis. Anyone is Haminis. So those are ready to meditation. The Shah, Shekhnei, Mishtalkin, Yahweh, and Mishtalkin. At a time that those who are coming are sent out of the camp, that's when Zabin and Mishtalkin are sent out of the camp as well. However, in Shnei Mishtalkin, there was a situation where Shnei Mishtalkin are not sent out of the camp. That's too much for the Shibur. The aim is Zabin and Mishtalkin and Mishtalkin. And ultimately, again, Zabin and Mishtalkin will not be sent out as well. So look, it turns out, and you should get it. Here's the fundamental message. Is there a reason between Shumas Nates and Zabin and Mishtalkin? That's really good. Zabin Torah, that's probably the shot always exists. Those guys are always together. Some of the is always grouped together. Coming late is usually less than separately, also because it's really two different types of football. So the shot over here is, is there a linkage between the two? Coming cohorts or not? And the Lord says, yes, there is. And therefore, interestingly enough, at a time where those who are Tamei and Mason are permitted in the Azara, when would that be if someone who's coming in Mace is permitted in the Azara? When would that happen? In a case of Tumot Shabbat Sibar, so too again, Zabin and Mitzrayim will also be included. That's the opinion of Rabbi Eliezer. The Rabbana, on the other hand, disagreed. And the Rabbana of the Halacha said there is no linkage between coming Mace and ultimately again Zabin and Mitzrayim, because ultimately again the Zabin and Mitzrayim really never have license to enter into the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash. Even when you say Tumot Shabbat Sibar. Okay, incredible. Says the Mishnah. Let's go back to still. This is really exciting Mishnah is because a lot of really interesting halachas about all of the lechem. So again, achas shtia lechem, the achas lechem apanim. So listen to this what we'll say. So what do you talk about the shtia lechem or the lechem apanim? The shasan ba'arichasan b'chutz, the apiyasan b'pin. This is very interesting. When it comes to lechem apanim and shtia lechem, it does not matter where you go ahead and you knead the dough or where you arrange it. Right, where you arrange it, that can be done inside of the Beis Hamikdash, inside the, now when we say inside, really again, talking about the chutzah, right, the inner chutzah of the Beis Hamikdash. So again, halacha l'maisa, so the Mishnah says, shtia lechem apanim, nishasan kneading, arichasan arrangement of the law for chutz, to be done outside of the chutzah, va'apiyasan b'fnim, but the baking itself was done in the chutzah, in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. Furthermore, the Inon Dochos is a Shabbos. And again, I want to say, as important as the Lechem Apanim is, the baking of Lechem Apanim is not Dochos Shabbos. It's very interesting. You can't, now remember, we don't have a problem doing certain types of malacha on Shabbos. We do like Isha on Shabbos, which is one of the 39 malachas. But the couple times we check for yourself. But we don't understand the fixing of Malach Napani is not built for Shabbos. That must be done before Shabbos. When Yudah really says, come on, sing it, he says, no, everything associated with Shki'alakim as well as Malach Napani is done in the chutzner in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash. And so Jimmy says, you know how they have a lemon, first is going to custom themselves the same. Malach Napani, Shios, Ba'azara, and Shios, and Beis Hazi. So this is just like the same. Like what's the same? Shki'alakim, Malach Napani, you could do it in Ba'azara, and you could do it in Beis Hazi. And then what's in the same reference to Beis Hazi before. Rashi says that Beis Hazi means the whole Yerushalayim, because Sava Achiyasa Nani B'chutz. This is incredible. So Beis Hazi just means Yerushalayim in general. But he should hold, so what's that? It says, what is the focus? Tanakama holds that Allah Himself, leading an arrangement of the dough, ultimately again, can be done in there. Baking must be done inside of the cluster. When you go, everything must be done inside of the cluster. When you shouldn't, everything can be done outside, including the baking. Including the baking, which is really incredible. That's awesome. It's a good question. We have an inherent contradiction. What's the contradiction? Unlike the Shastra Bali Chassan of Cooks. So we say that ultimately again, the medium and the arrangement is outside the Beis Hamikdash. Alma Mubas Yavish from this Hacha. Those are guys who can do now again. Remember, we made this enough to know that when you're talking about lechem upon and shki'alakim, so remember, you're already measuring a flour. What are you measuring a flour in? Utensils. Utensils. Now, the utensils out of the cup, those utensils have the size of the clisharis. Once the flour is in the clisharis, then what? It becomes covered. You shouldn't be able to do it outside of the clisharis. Yeah, it says, they just had a comma, right hand comma, that you could do the kneading and the shaping and everything else outside of the clisharis. Which indicates to us, therefore, that the dry measuring utensils used for the flour does not consecrate the flour. The letter says, that we also need it, which have to take it in the chutzner. Oh no, you need that. So which is kasha. Therefore you see, therefore you see what? That the oven is in the kadosh shalach. So because the oven is in the kadosh shalach, and therefore it's going to kind of come, according to the Bible, you have to bake it inside the chutzner. So the Gemara sees this as a contradiction. But because the Gemara understands that either all of the utensils in the separation of lechem upon should consecrate the lechem, or none of them. Which, by the way, that's the iteration. But we shouldn't hold it. We could do everything else like this. Why? Because essentially the shouldn't says, do you know when the lechem becomes covered? When does lechem come over?
So if you guys know anything about the show, you know that
so then it doesn't have to do shot.
security
So you want to prepare the whole thing. It's not even shot. But if you want to read the whole time, go for it.
devastating move. He said that he got too big for the show, and then he wanted to move on to bigger things, and then
you can measure it,
when
right?
Comedy
Outside
Central
of
picks up the show, they'll be waiting by the phone, which I'm guessing don't. All right.
Utensils
For
are in the
those of you
cover ship or
listening
not in
to
the
the
cover ship.
podcast,
Which they
Ryan
are
just poured water on a doll, and now he is tapping it up with a battery.
Should crush it by itself. So it's a good
People in the
source.
front
A
row
great
will
man,
love this.
or I should say, a
And
tough
anyway,
man,
since he
has
quit,
a tough
we've
question,
been
and
replacing
this
each
man
week
is
with
as
a
tough
different
as
kind
steel.
of patriot.
Okay, what an intro,
Our
right?
first
Right, and here's
patriot
this
has
nice
speech
model
impediment.
of Shishas. So this is a
Iron
very good
Josh.
Shishas question. So again, Rabbi
Our
say,
second one
tough
was the
man, right,
first
a man
ever
as tough as steel, ask the
Oh
tough
yes,
question,
Iron PSC was great.
and ultimately, again, he's as tough as steel. Who is this man as tough as steel? Ask the question as tough as steel, the Shishas. And then we'll get back to that discussion in just a minute. My passion is saying, what's the big contradiction over there? Dilma, Sarah, and Mordecai, which one of them? Why don't we treat all the utensils the same way? Maybe the measuring utensils do not consecrate, but the oven does consecrate. It's not like a crazy distinction to make. Kasha hakasha. That again, if you're not present the question. That's nothing with it, right? The Unitarian says that you have to keep the bread inside of the box. I'm not part of the coverage. Therefore, so let me just show you that it is the oven that sanctifies the loaf. There is no close of such others. There is just enough. We have to say that the baking is not for the Shabbos. Now watch this. If the baking is not for the Shabbos, then we have to bake. What do we have to bake? Right? Friday.
Not yet.
They're going to say that is now, but once the local get their consecrated, if they're consecrated on Friday, and they sit, and remember again, last week, when do they get this on the short one? Right? Shabbos. That means they sit overnight, not on the short one. Well, if they're consecrated by the oven, and they sit overnight, not on the short one, shouldn't they become apostle?
Is that a gun? You have a gun?
Clean up by the next morning, right? And when you leave over, consecrated sacrificial matter overnight, by definition, you become apostle. So again, remember, if you say that Rabbi said that the oven doesn't consecrate it, right? It's only once it's placed on the table that it becomes consecrated. Take it when you want, take it when you want, it's not a problem. But according to the Tanakh, if the oven should consecrate the oil, and you put it big on Shabbos, so you take it on Friday, the oven's going to be left overnight, shouldn't it become pasa al tzmina? Kasha. To which the Gemara says, Amar Rabba, a man who is strong is like a tough man, right? A tough man, as tough as steel, asks a tough question. And he was asking Manu, but she says, I'm Rabashi, in my question, that's not what's the question. You know, so Dilma might have been the Muslims using. Hopefully, the Rashi says, I understand what the problem is. Even in the kind of conversation that you have to bake the bread inside, it doesn't really mean inside. Rather, what is it inside? Inside is a metaphor for Kohanim. For Kohanim, right? Because who operates inside? It's the Kohanim. So maybe what the kind of conversation like this.
Looks like you have a pretty extensive list.
Right? Why? Because ultimately, the Kohanim's reason. The second part is silly stuff. We're going to say that we take five additional engaged in punch, and then the race up. If you leave it, it's not as much about location and reasoning, but again, the Muslims reason in a place with the Kohanim. And again, that's when the Kohanim was the comments. Well, the comments you have to make know that did not become comments, which is a pretty significant thing. So it doesn't mean that the teachers means people. The Russian doesn't make any sense. But on the Rashi, that's a mistaken statement. I'll tell you why.
Let's get this thing started. Thank you. Patricia, the next week,
Because if baby requires vigilance and Kohanim results, then again, when the meeting in the shape, it also requires time.
And every week on this show, I always have two of my funniest friends sit in with me as guests. And this week's no different. Two of my funniest pals, everybody. For the last comic standing in his own party Central 1 hour special, it's Chris Porter.
Also tomorrow, I owe you an understanding of Rabbi's description of Rothschild. Who is this man who is described as tough as steel, who asks difficult, classic man, like the original man of steel? Who is this original man of steel? Why does he get that description? I'm here to stay tuned for tomorrow.
I got locked out of my apartment. Not that I wasn't going to come, but that I'm going to come. Someone in there? Did someone lock me out? Okay, I left. When I left part of the door, it came off in my hand. Would you leave angry? I mean, no. I'm just strong. I've been in the gym. What happened? Did somebody help you? Came off, and I was like, well, I was put that thing on. Which I did. And I was like, problem solved. Left. Came back 6 hours later with friends going, let's write some records. Cool.
I think we have a special art as we are on stage.
I'm pretty sure it looked like my place. Nobody could help you at the well, this is like was there.
In fact, that was season actually. Is the manifestation of the people's spiritualness. You might discuss his values and their status in the Hebrews.
I thought of anyone who's just going to pop the signal. It's not as easy as all of
In
this.
this respect, Sanas was the truth. Should be often looked at life.
Well, I'm so glad to have you guys.
I was like, in other words, if I was
You guys, some of you guys know the deal.
I guess people are showing it. I come across a problem for my job with you. how am I
Any
doing?
questions for our
What
guest?
will be a fair, core, excellent meat standards, seed standards, whatever you say, bonus, no, what, how am I doing in this incredible, beautiful, and holy event? And the incredible part is, we often don't know. We think we know how we're doing spiritually, but it's not like I hear, I get that communication from others, how I'm doing, what I'm doing well, what I'm not doing well. How I'm doing the yoga. So it's kind of a gift that's at us. Is it was clear divine indication about how you were doing. Because if you were speaking with Sarah, that was an indication of and in fact, again, like I said before, we use the potatoes, which somehow connected with Sarah. So in that respect, well, of course, no one feedback most no one really wants feedback. No one really wants especially if it's quote unquote constructive or in any way critical, but when you get it, it's a tremendous gift. Because it's a control-free way of telling us, listen, you're doing fantastic, you're doing good. But you need to include this, you need to work on this, you need to focus on this. And as such, the tree wasn't pulled up. This is why remember the content, the incredible amount of time discussing what is Saras, what type of learning, what type of illusion, when is it problematic, the process, the waiting process, the checking process. But then the Torah says the following. This is it. All right. Chapter 13, verse 45, consequence. So again, the Sarah, the person afflicted with Saras, who has the Saras affliction, because of you, he has to carry clothing. For Rothschild,
You can hang him anywhere.
he has to let his hair grow. He and he should cover. Literally means he should cover himself with his cloak up until his upper lip. The tummy, and he has to call out tummy to announce to the world that he is covered. So obviously, this is very reminiscent of morning practices, wearing his clothing, Creole.
Well, let's get this thing started. It's episode 38 of Kill Tony. You guys know how the show works. Give me the insight of the chance to get 1 minute on a stage to get some kind of in any way from us. And you know that your 60 seconds is up when you hear that meow of the kitty.
So they would cover their eyes, so they really wouldn't be able to see anything.
So adorable. You should wrap it up right around then, because if you run your time, then you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear.
That is the person in the morning practice. He's what we should say. Listen, the son is to walk around, not just he's in a state of mourning. Because he has done something. He has required the child to bring the supernatural event. Not only that, his actions have distanced himself from his family. Because you can't really see how stressed the family outside of the care. His actions has distanced himself from his family.
I'm pretty sure he made an elephant come at the end of that.
But
Anyway, so let's get it going.
and this is dramatic. So remember again, this is not simply a small distraction. This is something nature and literally out of fabric of your daily life. That is cause for you. And that is a cause for incredible. Just like taking a step back. I'm distracted. I'm looking at how am I living my life? What am I doing? How do I need to do better? How did I get here? And what do I need to extricate myself from this situation?
They should have a zoo where it's only
And
animals
never
that sport.
get back to this spot. An incredible, it's not just moments, it's days, potentially weeks, of profound and intensive soul.
We got momentum. Let's get our first
What struck
comedian
me in my
up here.
soul is
And
this
they go by
practice,
the name
taking
of
yourself into the moment.
Gian Whitney.
This is the academic energy. That is not the morning practice. The one thing is so. Like the carrying of his children when he's letting his hair grow up, and even more, he's coming from the Yibra, he has to announce his
So I realized I can't call my family for 3 weeks now. One time I did an open mic and I just next day I called my brother and it was like, James, maybe.
Torah speaks about the halachos of kashrus. Torah said,
And he goes,
for
yeah,
holy
maybe.
al-gachor, whatever lives on its stomach,
Maybe you're
for
only
holy
funny to like your
al-arba,
family.
anything
It's like,
sinking
okay, thanks.
sex,
Can you
like
put down on the
that
phone?
walks on 4
So my
feet.
dad gets
Again,
on,
the
he
Torah
goes,
says,
hi Gene,
you
how are
can't
you
do
doing?
it so cool,
He's like, I'm okay, but
for
You got a
50
speeding ticket. He
shekels.
goes, what?
He called me
You are screwing your life up,
They're
aren't you?
not-
Son of a bitch, are you
What
an
is this
porno?
thing?
I was like, what?
This
No,
holy
I'm not a
halacha. What
porno.
is this thing that's slithering?
You need to come home, damn it. You need to come home and be a nurse.
This is something very interesting. He says,
So now when I'm feeling down, I just keep my feelings inside. I don't call them.
Right? In other words, snake has a lot of qualities. Bites, slithers, but it's not shuts. It's skin.
Exactly a minute.
What? Bites it. It'll never be told refers to snake.
Okay, how long have you been out here?
As called
I've been out here about a year. I've been doing this for about 6 months.
Where are you from?
It never says something absolutely.
Southern Indiana, Evansville.
Evansville, I've been there.
So it says, no hush, the
I know it's so bad.
whenever you see the snake is always
There's a comedy club there.
There was, it closed. Because it was
And the reason Zohar understands in a very beautiful way is because one of the things Zohar gets
Yeah, I'm very sorry that you had to experience that.
material,
you
carnal,
go to that, I did, and one of my worst experiences, I showed up to this gig, and there was a giant, like, wheel of
Zohar says,
fortune.
come on, worry about
What's
keeping
that
your
all
stomach
about? They
full,
said,
worrying about the stuff
everyone
on the
here
ground, worry about the
is in a
earthly,
raffle, we're
material,
gonna take you to the Super Bowl.
pleasurable, carnal
And
stuff.
right before
And then
you
when
go
you do
on
that, it totally
stage,
distracts you
they're
from
gonna
focusing on
select
spiritual
for you.
pursuits.
And I said, you mean after? They said, no,
Something
before.
absolutely.
So right before I go on
Rebbe
stage,
says,
they give this guy the Super Bowl tickets,
He says,
and
this is
everyone
a
else is in a shit mood. Because they just lost. So two get Super Bowl tickets with Bills. And I walk up, and I'm a dick, so I just went, what's up, Blazers? And it was an uphill battle.
always have your always have.
So it's really good that you started comedy out here and not
Now
there.
the Nutty Shiny says, look upwards so you can remember who the creator was. Look upwards so you can have God awareness. Look upwards so you can see Hashem and you summit. Because when you have God awareness, when you're constantly looking upwards and who created all of this the world, all of this me, who created all of this, and I know that it's HaKadosh Baruch Hu that keeps me on the right path. But again, remember to consider it's not just about God awareness. Rather, remember to say something amazing. He says, Sha'adam sarech lamos rosh. A person has to live life with their head always looking upward. Why? Because Omer Yitzhahar of Adam, the holy rosh, the real foolish self, by the death, Yahweh Yitzhahar of the Yitzhahar says one thing, look downwards. Now, of course, looking downwards, look at the physical, look at the material, look at the carnal. Pay attention to the spiritual. Meanwhile, the other says, always look upward. But it's not just about material versus spiritual. It's about looking downward means all you see is what is in front of you. And looking upward represents looking towards potential. What can be? You know that expression, the sky is the limit? Well, like everything else that is good in this world, we had it first. It's the Navi Shai. What is the Navi saying? Not just look upward to create and consider constant God awareness, of course. But look upward because upward, that's where you can get to. That's your potential. There's no ceilings in life except the ones that you create for yourself. Yes, there are external circumstances that are visited upon us. But in terms of your self-actualization, in terms of who you want to be, what you want to be, the sky is the limit. So listen to this. There's a constant tug of war. And I'm in the middle. The Yitzhahara, the Nachash, is saying, look down, come on, stop it. And that's why the Nachash is always up. You know, when you slither on your stomach, you're very low. Right? When you slither on your stomach, really what you didn't see is what's in front. The Yitzhahara, the Nachash says, come on, holy Chagach, slither on your stomach. What you are is what there is right now in front. Right? And enjoy. Maximize it, make the most of it, because this is what you are, this is who you got. So I got the Nachash, I got the Yitzhahara, telling me just to slither on my stomach and just deliver me here and now. And then I got the Navi Yeshaya whispering right, and not just the Navi Yeshaya. I got the Baruch Hu whispering in my ear. Look up, do you know what you can do? Do you know who you can be? Do you know what you can accomplish? The sky is the limit. Yes, cultivate a constant set of God awareness. When you have God awareness in your life,
And then you could even have
That is, you see on the screen, or at least has a better chance of being on the screen now. But live life with full cognition of your awareness. Live life with constant awareness of what you have the ability to do, your potential to do. And I'm in the middle of this life for. Beats are enough telling me just lay on your stomach. That's look down here and now. Cartesian, look in the back, right? Just, eat, feast, live, die, whatever. Just maximize what you got. All you have is what's right in front of you. And ultimately, again, it's not shy up. I know it's probably
That's true.
I get popped to 130, I'm playing after 25.
To be honest, sometimes the same is, and sometimes the shy.
When they're like, oh, you can't leave.
Just depends on
28 minutes.
Just depends on
That's
depends on
I
every single
don't know what to do.
But here we tell them
I've never been to a club where they're like, you went to.
There is 28 minutes stretching.
I
know, I heard a story once about a woman who was 30 minutes and they
this whole process, whole purification process, it's not right again. It's hard.
No, it's one thing if you're doing 45 and you bail at 30, but in 2 minutes, listen, it's one thing if you're doing 1 minute, you can try and get out in 50 seconds. Yeah,
That's all.
but yeah, comedy club waitresses have drug problems. They want to get the fuck out of
That's
there.
my business.
So it's like 2 minutes earlier, great, that's too low.
Why did I allow
6 months in, you're really comfortable on stage. You look at the
Because
back
I
there,
allowed
theater
myself
background or
to
something.
Yeah, I went to Access.
I allowed myself to become a hustler. I just saw what was in front of me.
There are plenty of them. There's a lot willing to take your money. I have been to Adam.
Says to them, is that
I'm a thief.
the part of this true. You just gotta walk around and focus.
You have nice lips.
There you go. There's Ryan always has Ryan's the chairman of wisdom
I
over
got
here. Gian, thank you so much. That's
I got
Gian Whitney, everybody. Her first time on Cody. She's on Twitter. Gian Lenora?
I got
What's that? What's that last name? What is that?
as opposed to
Oh, what is that? Your last name?
That's part of the true process.
Leonora?
What's wrong with your last name?
That's the question. That's the shine. That's the trick.
Oh, yikes. Gian Leonora.
Just change it.
Where you gonna listen to?
Gian, first name, middle name. What's
myself.
better?
My name, I've already told you. I've been on before. I swear to God.
Just focusing on the now. Finding ideas and listening to material.
Maybe she isn't. Maybe her dad's right.
Just kind of like eyes down, focus on what is.
Yeah, I love the point that you hit, and I think that's definitely something worth noting on this show because I feel like that's often something that I hear people say is, oh, I think I went too fast. Often the note is that people are going too fast, and there's nothing worse than trying to squeeze in a minute and 20 seconds worth of jokes and punchlines into a minute and having nothing hit because nobody really knows. Because you feel robotic, and so then we don't even get to really absorb the punchline. So it is very important to take your time on this. You know what I mean? Like a 45-minute, 45-second.
The truth is, I think that if you don't get to your punchline in your minute, you're gonna have a minute on the chair, and you can even say, "Hey, here's where I was trying to get to."
I mean,
As long as it's a real conversation, I think.
yeah.
I think in life we should just talk about it and say, "Fuck, I didn't even get to my punchline." Well, maybe you were a little slow. It's better.
That's what the bear is for. The bear comes out. Okay, your next comedian, everybody. Here we go. Amir Khalil. Amir Khalil. Coming from the back. There he is. He's already wiping the sweat. Love it. Amir, everybody,
Everybody, thank you for coming. I apologize for being a little late today. I heard most of you at least got word that we were starting at 9. Our dedications are, as always, especially now, once again, praying for the lasting unity of Am Yisrael, leading to victory, and for all of those whose health has been affected by terror, to the Tachon of all the Chayolim, against protection for all of Kol Yisrael, for the Geulah Shalema very, very soon. And this is a special invitation to Mr. Heiko gratitude to our brothers for honoring us with your presence and for serving as the Masada tradition at our wedding. We are especially grateful you were able to do so during the war. This is a very, very nice couple, Esther and Jonathan Kronman. Some of you might know Jonathan's first wife, who worked for the OU for many years, and Baruch Hashem, he has gotten a zivug sheni, and Baruch Hashem also it's a wonderful, wonderful, beautiful shidduch. It was my honor to participate. Okay, so today's parsha, this week's parsha, this really tests how much you really love the Torah. Because, it's easy when you're reading about the sin of the tree of knowledge or Yosef and his brothers. Of course, those are such interesting stories, vivid stories, family drama. Okay, that doesn't mean you love the Torah. You just like nice stories. But now we come to the technical aspects of leprosy and tzaras. And that really, I was going to say, separates the men from the boys, but I have to be more inclusive. Separates the adults from the children. And this is a part of the Torah that, frankly, is very, very difficult for many of us to grapple with. Just in terms of basic pshat, even if all you wanted was to understand what was going on, it would be quite confusing. I still have this memory, an occasional nightmare, when I came to the Nerizah Yeshiva in Baltimore as a ninth grader. I was 14 years old. So our job was, we were supposed to learn the parsha of the week and take a test Friday. We didn't have a class. We were supposed to do that all right. So I usually waited till like Thursday, do the Thursday, parsha, then took a test. What wasn't the parsha? So then, the parsha's Tazria is all about leprosy. I realized that abject terror Thursday night, that there's no possible way I'm going to understand what is coming off here. And I had all sorts of fears, right? They're going to kick me out of yeshiva, and I will wander the streets, and my parents won't take me, whatever. They won't take me back. So, Baruch Hashem, I think that the Rabbi himself said that the parsha was so hard that he exempted us from the test. But still, it's very, very rough. But before we get to Torah, because I do want to talk about Torah actually, the Torah is prefaces discussing the Torah with a very interesting thing that a woman after childbirth is obligated to bring a sacrifice in the Beis HaMikdash. This is a korban of a yoledet. And it's an interesting thing that for a giving birth to a boy, she brings the sacrifice the 41st day after birth. And if she gave birth to a girl, she brings a sacrifice the 81st day after birth, meaning the period is double. 40, and the next day, 40, there's a high, 80 for the Teva. In addition, there's kind of a two-track system, and that is 7 days after the birth of a boy, she is forbidden to be with her husband, like Anita. For a girl, it is 14 years. Now remind me, if this sounds totally unfamiliar to you, it's because we don't practice these time periods at all today. Today, typically, for various reasons, a woman after childbirth is generally not able to go to the mikveh until around 2 or even 3 months after. So these periods are very, very unfamiliar because they're not practiced today. We have a much stricter regimen. But according to the Torah, 7 days after the birth of a boy, a woman goes to the mikveh, she can be with her husband. 14 days after the birth of a girl, so she goes to the mikveh, she can be with her husband. But there's no korban that's there until 41 or 81. Now, it's an interesting point. The first has a point. Why is the period for a girl twice as much as the period for a boy? Both in terms of the restrictions with marital intimacy, 7 versus 14, and in terms of when you bring the korban, 40 versus 80. So it first points out that when a woman gives birth to a child, because blood comes out, etc., she is tameh, right? Ritually impure. She can't go to the Beit HaMikdash and the like. And ritual impurity, what first says, is always a connection to death. Because death is a reenactment, we spoke about this a number of times, death is a reenactment of the expulsion of Gan Eden, and therefore you get expelled from the temple, and therefore you need to purify by the ashes of the Torah and Duma, which is humility, and the mikveh water, which is a return to the womb, etc. All Tumah is connected to death. In the case of a dead body, that's obvious. A seminal reason is also a potential death because it could become alive. A dead animal has a level of Tumah. But the question becomes, in what way would childbirth be connected to death? Childbirth is the opposite. Childbirth is bringing a new life. Why would there be Tumah that's connected with the birth of a child? So one answer might be that childbirth is connected to death in the sense that every childbirth, we don't have to think about it this way, is a brush with death. Because childbirth is a very dangerous condition. We violate Shabbat and take a woman to the hospital and the like. So its connection to death is the risk of death that can exist in a childbirth. But your first offers another explanation, which is really quite striking. He says every child's birth is the death of the life that was within the person's body. It's a strange way of looking at it. There was a life in the woman's body. That life no longer exists. It exists as a separate life. So therefore, childbirth is considered to be the death of a life within. Now, in that sense, the loss of life is double in the case of a woman because a man or a boy is born, and all you have is the boy, one person. With a girl, the girl at birth contains all of the eggs that she will need for her life. So therefore, a girl represents not only her life, but all of the lives that can come out of her. Therefore, that's signified by doubling the contact with death. In fact, it's an amazing thing that they have developed in vitro fertilization technology. They can harvest eggs from aborted female fetuses, like 1 million eggs. So as a result, it's possible for a person who is never born, to be the mother of many, many children. So, where did your mother live? Well, she never lived. She wasn't born. She was aborted. But that's the idea, that even an aborted fetus, within a late term, the ovaries are already developed. And there are eggs. So it first says that is why there's a double loss of life. Now, why does a woman in childbirth bring a korban? Now, the instinctive response you might give is, it's a Thanksgiving offering. She's expressing thanks. But in truth, that's not true. The korban is not a Thanksgiving offering. The korban is a sin offering. Why a sin offering? Why should you bring a sin offering? And Rashi brings to the Gemara because the pain of labor might be so great that perhaps she made a shavua. She took an oath. I'm never going to do this again. And as a result, that would be sinful. So she needs the atonement, so to speak, of making that. And that's why the halacha is. It's a very interesting halacha. The chiyuv, the obligation of a yoledet, a woman after Shabbat, to bring a korban, is not only if it's a live birth, it's even if it's a stillbirth or a miscarriage, because it's not a Thanksgiving thing. It's a question of atonement for things that may have been not properly expressed. Therefore, in the time of the Beit HaMikdash, if there was an abortion even, either spontaneous or even if it was a medical abortion, it would still have to be the korban of the yoledet after the 40 days, or after the 80 days, which are part on the case. So that's the idea of korban yoledet. Now, in addition, when the Torah describes the yoledet, it mentions, as an aside, for 7 days she can't be with her husband. On the 8th day, we do circumcision. This is the second place in the Torah where there's a mitzvah of Rothschild. The first place is Abraham. And this is the second place. This is the post-Harshina mitzvah bris milah, the Yom HaShmini Yimo B'Sorah lesson. And the Gemara gives a very, very interesting drasha. There are many, many reasons why a bris milah is on the 8th day. But one of the reasons is that it's not right to have a joyous occasion when husband and wife have to be separated. And since for the first 7 days after the birth of a son, man and wife are not able to be physically together, so their joy is not strong enough to justify their brit milah. We want the brit milah to be at a time when husband and wife can be together. Now, that logic totally fails today, given the fact that our periods of separation are much, much longer. As at least as far as the Torah is concerned, relations would have been committed after 8 days. Okay, or after 7 days, right? On the 8th day, you have relations. Okay. So that's the first thing that's discussed in the parsha. But then the Torah moves to a totally different topic, and a topic that's extremely detailed, and actually gets carried over into much of the next parsha as well. Tazria and Mitzorah. This week actually will be 2 parshas. So you're going to read the Torah in one week. And Sarah is commonly translated as leprosy, but that may not be a very good translation. In fact, the best translation for Sarah is psoriasis, because it really comes from the Greek. Comes from that, because the disease, the medical disease that used to be called leprosy, that name is not used there anyway, is Hansen's disease, and that has nothing to do with white splotches on the skin. Psoriasis actually does, right? So psoriasis is a skin condition that involves discoloration. And according to the Torah, the particular of psoriasis is not a contagious disease, but it is a physical manifestation of a sinful behavior that a person engages in. It is a manifestation of sin. And it is dealt with a spiritual, although it is a physical manifestation, but it's spiritual. For example, the Rambam writes that some people think, and the Rambam himself was a doctor, some people think that the reason why a Mitzorah is quarantined, he goes outside of the camp, is because he has a contagious disease. The Rambam says that's absolutely not the case. Psoriasis is not a contagious disease. Psoriasis is a spiritual blemish. It's contagious only in the sense that sinful behavior can be spread and can be imitated and the like. And the Rambam says the fact that every aspect of psoriasis is managed by a kohen more than a doctor shows us you're dealing with spiritual afflictions. Okay, so there are many different types of psoriasis. I want to take us through what you might call, no pun intended, plain vanilla psoriasis. And we'll see the exact steps and what those steps do. The simplest psoriasis, because there are many, many different types. There's different psoriasis on a person. And then there's psoriasis on garments. And then there's psoriasis on houses. So there's person, housing, clothing. And then within a person, there's psoriasis on the flesh. There's psoriasis on hairy areas like the beard or the scalp. Right? There's psoriasis that comes after burns or injuries. Each of them has different levels. The amount of detail that the Torah gives to psoriasis is absolutely amazing. If you think about the amount of sticking the Torah devotes to Shabbos, or kashrus, or Taharat HaMishpacha, that we consider to be the fundamental observances of Judaism, psoriasis is either double or triple those areas. Even though you would think it's a relatively marginal area. You have to put those into detail. It's still very obscure, but it gives us much more detail than virtually every other mitzvah in the Torah. So the Saras I'm going to talk about tonight is called Saras or Basar, or with an iron. Saras on the skin, not on the scalp, and not coming from bruises or burning, which is a separate thing, but regular Saras on the skin. So what happened? A guy wakes up in the morning, guy or a woman, man or a woman, wakes up in the morning, and they notice a patch of white on their skin. Now, at that point, they're not yet in the soda. What is the saying of baseball umpire? It's not a strike until I call it a strike. You're not a Mitzvah just because you have the condition. You're not a Mitzvah until a Kohen announces you having that condition. And after they talk, but in fact, this is another truth that you're not dealing with a contagious disease. If you have a medical condition, you're sick whether the doctor announced you didn't or not. That's a fact. Saras is very unusual. You're not in the Saras until the Kohen declares you to be in the Mitzvah. And because of this, we have a very odd rule that there are certain times of year that a Kohen is not allowed to declare a person to be a Mitzvah. Yom Tov and Chol Hamoed. The person has a white spot. The Kohen says, we'll talk about it after Yom Tov. Shabbat Brachos, Chassan and Kala get married during the 7 days of rejoicing. Right? It's an interesting point. The Kohen is not supposed to talk to him. Okay. But let's assume if you have the spot, you got to go to the Kohen. So the Kohen looks at the spot. So there are two things the Kohen is looking for. First of all, he's looking for the shade of white. Now, this is something that, we just know white. There has to be a certain brightness of white. There are many, many different shades of white. And a lot of shades would not be so that. And there's nobody today that really is an expert in this area. But the Kohen is looking for a very bright white. And number two, it has to have a certain size. It has to be the size of, that's around, well, if you're the old half dollar, that is replacing the old U.S. Kennedy half dollar. Right? So, if the person either doesn't have the requisite shade of white, or it's not big enough, he goes home, nothing happens. If, however, there is both the requisite shade of white and the requisite size, so the Kohen declares him to be a provisional Mitzvah. Meaning he goes into quarantine, and he remains in quarantine for 7 days. On the 7th day, the Kohen examines him. And the Kohen looks to see what happens. So here's the thing. Again, I know this is a technical, I promise you there is going to be a spiritual message at the end of this. You're going to have to bear with this for a while. So, step 1 is quarantine, if there is the requisite size and color. Step 2 is first examination on day 7. So the Kohen looks for one of 3 things that might have happened. Either the nega, the saras, expanded, it grew a little bigger, or there had been a black hair in the area of the nega, let's say on his arm, and that black hair, the 2 black hairs turned white, or, this is counterintuitive, in the middle of the nega there's some clear flesh that had been totally covered, and then a part of it looks like it seems to be getting better, but that's considered to be a bad sign. These 3 things are called simane tuma, and again, they are either pisayon, expansion, or 2 hairs, black hairs turned white, or michya, healthy flesh in the middle. If any one of those 3 signs happens on day 7, he is no longer a provisional Mitzvah, he is a definitive Mitzvah. And as a definitive Mitzvah, he remains Tameh until the nega goes away. Then he has to count another 7 days. And then he has to bring sacrifice. Now, what if none of those 3 signs materialize? He still has the nega, but these signs didn't materialize. He then is quarantined for another 7 days. And on the 14th day, he undergoes a second examination for those 3 simone tuma. If one of those simone tuma are there, he is upgraded or downgraded to be a permanent mitzvah, meaning until it goes away, he's tameh, and when it goes away, he has to count 7 days and bring a sacrifice. If, on the other hand, after 14 days, he still has the tzara, but there's no sin in tumah, he just goes home. So he can go home, even though he still has the tzara. If there's not a sin in tumah, by day 14. Okay, if there is a sin in tumah, he's upgraded. He remains a penei dika mitzvah until the nega goes away. Then he counts 7 days and brings a bunch of sacrifice. Okay, this is the basic halacha of tzara. Now again, there are other types and other halachas and other waiting periods and other signs. And the Chumash itself is complicated, and there's a whole tractate of Mishnah that's extremely complicated with Sefas Negoim. I just want to go over this because this is the relatively most common. So the question is, what does all of this mean, and what particular methods can we get from all of this? So remember that the idea of tzara, that's why today, by the way, there's no way you can become a tzara, because even if you have a splotch that might be identical to tzara, you have to have a base of mikdash, and they come in and you can declare it as such. So that's why one doesn't have to worry today if they have tzara, right? Is it tzara? But tzara is a message that God is sending a person, that there's a sin in your life that you need to correct. And Chazal say there are many different things which tzara can come for. But the most well-known is Lashon Hara. Lashon Hara is when you speak derogatorily about other people, even if it's true. And one of the punishments of Lashon Hara is tzara. How do we know this? We know this that when Moshe Rabbeinu said to God, the Jewish people are unworthy of redemption, at some point when he was arguing with God, so God said, put your hand in your chest, and he pulled it out, and his hand was leprous, tzara. And we also find it with Miriam, that when Miriam said Lashon Hara about Moshe Rabbeinu, she became a mitzvah. Now granted, both Moshe and Miriam, their tzara did not follow all of the halachic protocol that the Torah lays down, because it was a special divine type of thing. But it does show you that there's an association between tzara and Lashon Hara. And the very word mitzvah means that, because mitzvah is motzi ra. It's a composite of 2 words. He who brings out bad about other people. Either Lashon Hara if it's true, or motzi shame if it's false. So you eat your faith of tzara is Lashon Hara. Now you might ask the obvious question: if the ikar fate of tzara is Lashon Hara, since almost everybody occasionally speaks Lashon Hara, how come everybody wasn't speaking Torah? I mean, how many people were in Torah? We don't have numbers, but we have to assume it was never a large percentage of the population. At any given time in the temple, maybe only a small group were in the Torah. It certainly wasn't everybody was in the Torah. There is a Lashon Hara. How come only so few people were lepers? And the answer has to be two possible answers. They move in opposite ways. Answer one is you didn't get saras because you spoke Lashon Hara once. Saras was for people who were really habitual and addicted to it, and over and over and over and over and over again. It was an extreme punishment for extreme abusers of Lashon Hara. And it certainly did not apply to the average person who once in a while would say something wrong. That's answer number one. Answer number two might actually be the opposite. That it was a punishment only for the very, very righteous, meaning the average person committed these sins. There was not necessarily the same accountability. A righteous, great tzaddik committed the sin of Lashon Hara. The consequences might be much, much greater. Be it as it may, Rabban actually knows that saras correlates with prophecy. Now, people often say, when I used to teach law school, so in law school, typically you don't get exams during the semester. You only get one exam at the end of the course. Sometimes at the end of the semester, sometimes at the end of the year, if it's a year-long course. So students who are used to periodic quizzes often have a sense of anxiety. They say, I'd like feedback. I'd like to know how I'm doing. I have no sense how I'm doing until the end of the course. So all of us, we like feedback. And we'd like Hashem to tell us, how are we doing? Usually we don't get those report cards. The Ramban says, as bad as saras is, it was kind of a divine gift because God was telling you exactly what you have to do to fix yourself. And as a result, Ramban says, saras existed only in the age of prophecy. When prophecy existed, so God was giving direct messages to man. So saras, you might say, is an inferior type of prophecy. You're not good enough to be a prophet, but you'll get your messages this way. So it's an interesting thing that saras, which we would see as negative, was seen as a form of prophecy sometimes. Feedback. Telling a person what he needed to do to rectify it. And that's why saras is so much connected to the Kohen. Because what is the message here? When a person speaks Lashon Hara, they often introduce animosity and hatred in a community or in a family. Like I'll go over to you and say, oh, do you know what's going so good about you? Would you like to know? Right? So Lashon Hara creates machlokas, creates dissension, creates disunity, can create hatred. And the like. So, what does the Kohen represent? The Kohen, Aaron HaKohen, represents the lover of peace and the pursuer of peace. Pirkei Avos tells us, you shall be like a disciple of Aaron, to love peace, Ohev Shalom, to Rodev Shalom, love peace, pursue peace, Ohev Esabriel, to love all of Hashem's creations, and the Karvan the Torah, and draw them near to Torah. So what do we tell the Baal Lashon Hara? You have used your speech to foment hatred, resentment, and machlokas. Go spend time with the Kohen, who exemplifies Ohev Shalom for Rodev Shalom. And that is why the Mitzvah is quarantined. Right, the Mitzvah is the only Tamei. Like, even a Tamei Meis, he's not allowed to go into Beis HaMikdash, but he can remain in regular society. But a Tamei Meis, he remains with his family. The Mitzvah is isolated. Why is the Mitzvah isolated? People can visit him. It's not like, again, in the leper's hospital, they often didn't allow you to visit because it's contagious. And the halakhic Mitzvah is quarantined outside of the camp. But people can visit it. His family can visit it. It isn't like an old leper's hospital. But why is he quarantined? So it's good. One is, we want him or her to recognize that negative speech is so destructive that we have to keep you away from people. So you shouldn't create the animosities and resentment. That's one idea, meaning it's really reinforcing to a person. You think words don't make a difference. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me, as the saying goes. It's sometimes very much the opposite. The sticks and stones that break bones, the bones heal, especially if you're younger. The words don't always heal. The words create damage and hurt and harm that can remain forever and ever. You know, I remember seeing an interview with Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon, a fascinating person, there's no question about it. And, you know, he had an interesting relationship with Israel. And he was a strong defender of Israel. And he's not, but obviously he went through the ringer. I mean, he had to resign the presidency and the like. And he was being interviewed. And I was that was kind of rehabilitated. He became part of a former president. But he was asked about the difficult experiences in his life. So he could have talked about a million things. He could have talked about starting with, Eisenhower wanting to drop him from the vice president, to losing the presidency to Kennedy, to Watergate, and resigning. Yet, the thing that he started talking about was he started talking about playground taunts when he was in the 6th grade. And how he said, you never really get over it. This is a very frightening thing. The world leaders to control nuclear weapons. Some of their decisions are being motivated by playground slights that they had when they were in the 6th grade. Right? You don't grow out of it. It's very, very frightening. So if your kids are bullying something, so you never know what that guy's going to do. Okay. So one reason why he's quarantined is to tell the person your behavior represents something that is so socially destructive and hurtful that you got to be away. You got to be away from it. It's a symbolic gesture. There's another aspect, which maybe is the opposite. Did you ever read this? Is often a story they assign in the United States in middle school. The Man Without a Country. Did you ever read that? It's a famous short story from the 19th century about a guy who was tried for treason with Aaron Burr. Okay, this is also Aaron Burr, the early years of the United States, tried to overthrow the government when he was very small, and he got caught, etc. And this was a guy who was collaborating with Aaron Burr, and he was sentenced for something. And he declared, I hope I never see the United States again. And the judge was so shocked that the judge created a certain prison sentence that the guy would go on a boat for his whole life, guarded by American soldiers, but he will never see or hear the word United States his whole life. So the newspapers would cut out the United States, etc. And he lived like for years and years and years and years without ever hearing the word United States, without ever seeing the word United States. And he talked about his existential loneliness, how much he yearned to be connected to his country, to his nation, to his people. So, okay, that's a story. The story that they give middle school kids to read. But the thing is that, in a sense, the Baal Lashon Hara, who doesn't care about the social breakdowns that he engenders. So we tell him, you think poisoning relationships is not a big deal? He'd like you to live without relationships, live alone, live in isolation. Feel what it's like not to have friends, not to have connections. And then you'll think twice before you do something that creates that disunion. Okay, so far the idea here is the sin that causes saras is Lashon Hara. He goes to the Kohen because the Kohen is Ohev Shalom V'Rodev Shalom. And that teaches him to use his power of speech in good and positive ways instead of negative things. He is quarantined both to reinforce the danger of his behavior in society and to let him feel the loneliness of social breakdown. So he'll understand the serious consequences of what he is doing. And finally, the whole idea that Saras is so dependent on the Kohen saying the right word. He's not on the service of the Kohen says the word. The words create you. What does that remind the person? Don't think that words are insignificant. Words create realities. Your whole halachic condition depends on words. Okay? And this is the Rambam's point. In the case of a sickness, that's certainly not true. If a person got breast cancer, whether the doctor said the person has cancer or not. Look, for example, if a person were to say, I don't want to go to a doctor because you may find something wrong with me. That's kind of a stupid attitude, because if there is something wrong with you, it's wrong whether the doctor says it or not. But in the case of Taras, there actually is a logic to it. Until I go to the Kohen, I'm not in the service. Now, the person cannot say that because there's a mitzvah to go to the Kohen, but nevertheless, this would be a logic for not going to the Kohen. Okay. So, if we understand that the whole experience of Taras is designed to awaken a person to a level of introspection and tshuva, you can understand the meaning of the quarantine rituals and the 3 simanim. Right? The guy has a splotch of light. God is telling him, you have an avera that you gotta fix. Go to the Kohen. The Kohen quarantines him for 7 days. Now, if you think about this, when a person has an avera, a big avera, and they have to do tshuva, they have to rectify, they have to fix. So, if one can fix it, one tries to fix it. But we often have defense mechanisms. We often have rationalization. We often have escape hatches. This is true for everybody. Meaning, we don't like to confront our guilty self. And there are 2 reasons why I don't want to confront my guilty self. One is, I don't like to feel guilty. I prefer not to feel bad. The other is, if I confront myself honestly, there'll be a lot of work I have to do. And I don't want to do work. So there are 2 different motivations why people seek defense mechanisms. Either to avoid the guilt or to avoid the work. But that's the way it is. We always have a plan B. We always look for a way out. And the Mepharshim says that's psychological. When a person is confronted with averos, there might be 3 types of excuses that they will provide to themselves. We're not talking about excusing yourself to other people. To yourself. What narrative are you going to tell yourself to change the story? So narrative 1 will simply call denial. I really didn't do anything so bad. Not so bad, it's not a big deal. Or the person deserves it. Let's take Lashon Hara as an example. Now this analysis is not going to be limited to Lashon Hara, but since Saras is about Lashon Hara, we'll use that as an example. We'll use this Lashon Hara as an example. A person said really nasty Lashon Hara, and they realize they got to do truth. But they might tell themselves, what I said really wasn't so bad. Number 1, everybody knows it already. And these are not halakhic excuses. These are the excuses of course. Everybody knows it. Number 2, he's a lot worse than I said. I could have said it a lot worse. Number 3, he deserves it because he did worse things to me. So we'll call this denial. You deny either the commission of a sin or you deny the magnitude of the sin. You give yourself the excuse of denial. It's not so bad. It's true. Now, of course, it's true. It's not at all a defense for Lashon Hara, because the very definition of Lashon Hara is even if it's true. But psychologically, people give those statements. Psychologically, the person says, "Yeah, it's true." So what's the problem? And there's even a saying in law, by the way. The greater the truth, the greater the libel. In many ways, saying bad things about somebody that are true are even worse than saying bad things about somebody that's false. Because if I say bad things about somebody that's false, I can make an announcement, "Oh, it's false, it's false, it's false, it's a lie." Hopefully people will believe me. But if I said things that are true, what am I supposed to say? Am I allowed to lie? That's a halakha question. Can I lie and say that what I said as true is actually false, even though it is true? Interesting question. Okay. So, defense mechanism number one is denial of wrongdoing. Either denying it, by justifying it, or by minimizing it. We'll subsume all of those things under denial. One of the English terms we use for denial is whitewashing. You whitewash it. So the first synonym of tuna is, I mentioned the second charge, the two black hairs turn white. Meaning that the person goes into quarantine for 7 days to do tshuva. At the end of the 7 days, the Kohen examines it. And the external synonym of tuna are God giving you the report card. How is your tshuva progressing? You see? So if the black hair turned white, what is Hashem telling the Kohen? He's telling the person, you are not seriously engaged in tshuva because you are still in the process of whitewashing and denial. You're going to be primary until everything goes away and you complete your tshuva. The whole mega goes away. So that's symptom number one. So the reason why the black hair is turning white, upgrading or downgrading to be a full-fledged mitzvah, is because it represents denial. Whitewashing, denial of sin, or justification of sin, or minimization of sin, all of that is denial. That's excuse number one. Excuse number two may actually be in the opposite direction. And that is, a person is so hypersensitive to their avera that it crushes them. And they're surrounded by a sense of despondency, hopelessness, inability to change. And they're able to say, I'm so far gone that I might as well continue in this path because there's no way I'll ever get better. This is actually the opposite of denial. Denial is the person telling himself, I did nothing wrong. This is the opposite. This is hyper, excessive, obsessive guilt and self-loathing that paralyzes you and makes you unable to change because you feel there's no way I can improve. That is the second symptom. The saras grows bigger. Growing bigger. What is the attitude? I've already sinned, I might as well keep on going. Because there's no exit ramp. There's no way out. Okay, so once again, what is it telling the Kohen? This guy has not done his tshuva because he is seized with despondency and depression and hopelessness. See what's going on, meaning these are markers. These are external markers measuring, gauging the person's tshuva. The two white and black hairs turning white. He's denying his wrongdoing to himself. The nega growing bigger is the other way. He is so hyper-consumed with remorse that he's unable to change. So he simply says, I'm just going to keep on going. What's the use? And that's an attitude that can be very common. A person may say, why should I even try not to do a certain behavior if I know I'm going to fail over and over and over and over and over?
Are you happy where you're at?
Who am I fooling? What am I pretending?
Would you like to work?
That comes from a hopelessness. That comes from a despair.
I do.
And that represents Pisayon. Pisayon is the Yaga expanse. Now, there's a third response to faith. And that is a person simply doesn't want to think about it. Now, often it's precisely because he's the type of personality that if he thinks about it, he'll get despondent. So instead, he simply doesn't think about it. I mean, it's not in my mental space. Symbolically, that's represented by the healthy flesh, meaning you're surrounded by the wrap of Sarat, but there's some healthy flesh in the middle that indicates you don't allow yourself to be affected by these negative thoughts. But not in the positive sense that you're going to change, in the sense that I don't think about it. So the Kitzur, the Neda itself indicates a sin which needs correction. The three Simone Tuna are measures of how well the tshuva is proceeding or not proceeding. The two black hairs turning white indicates the man is in a state of denial, justification, rationalization, denying the wrongdoing, minimizing the wrongdoing, justifying the wrongdoing. The expansion of the nega indicates hyper-grace, in which the person feels change is impossible, change is hopeless, and therefore I might as well keep on going. And the third is emotional distancing and inertia. So if any of these three signs are present, the Kohen's message is, go back into quarantine. You have not completed your tshuva, and you're going to be at Sarat until the whole nega goes away. If, on the other hand, after 2 weeks, the nega is still there, but you don't have one of the three simanim of tshuva, so that means he's in the process of tshuva, although he hasn't completed it yet. He can now become an outpatient. He can go home, he can complete it at home, meaning he's on the right track. He doesn't need the quarantine anymore. So you see the meaning. It's a very meaningful point. The technicalities are quite powerful because they do indicate, even though we're talking about Lashon Hara, they apply to everything in life. The different types of strategies we have to evade responsibility in life. Whitewashing, hyper-guilt, paralyzing guilt, or emotional inertia, in which I just don't think about it. And although I will say, there is room for that third category. The third category is actually sometimes legitimate, but there are times in life in which we're not yet ready to start something. And it is legitimate to put things on the back burner. But you don't leave it on the back burner. In other words, there's a time and a place, and eventually you got to do something. Think about the alcoholics prayer, the AA, the 12 steps. Like you kind of make an inventory of the people that you've hurt, and you try to make amends. Now that doesn't mean you do it in one day. It takes time. You've got to build yourself up. You have to build up your strength, your spiritual muscles, for sure. So we're not talking about you got to do it right away. But there has to be a point in life in which this is confronted, honestly, openly. And then you go home. You don't need the parenting, you don't need the korbanot. You go home because Hashem sees that you're truly going through the tshuva process, even though it's not complete yet. Because you still have the tzara. If you don't have the simanei tuma, you're doing okay. You're doing all right. Now, it's interesting that in a non-leap year like this year, right, in the Jewish calendar operates on a 19-year cycle, and then it repeats. And in the 19 years, 12 years are non-leap years, and 7 years are leap years. It's a very intricate, amazing calendar, actually. So this is not a leap year. So when it's not a leap year, we obviously have 4 fewer Shabbos in the year, because we don't have an extra month. That's why a lot of parties are going to be doubled up. Because then it's a leap year, you split them, and it's a non-leap year, you got to double them up. But in a non-leap year, Tadriya and Mitzvah, the Parshias of Surah, are always read either right after Pesach or the 2 Shabbos after Pesach. This year, so it'll be 2 Shabbos after Pesach. And it's interesting that there is a connection between the 3 simanim of Tumah, the 3 signs of Tumah, and different meanings of chametz. Right? We just had a period where chametz is no good. Now we know chametz represents the Yosef HaRabbi. But it's interesting that there are 3 different ways that chametz represents the Yosef HaRabbi. The most common understanding is chametz, which is puffed up, represents arrogance and pride and gaiva, conceit, as opposed to matzah that is flat, and matzah represents humility. Although the modern Pesach rolls that they make, if you eat sharuya, it's hard to tell the difference, because they can make a Pesach roll that's just as puffy as a chametz roll, but at least traditionally, right, matzah is flat, chametz is puffed up, and chametz represents arrogance and gaiva. There's a second association with chametz, and that is chametz represents spoilage. Rabbi points out bread spoils. It gets moldy. Matzah is not spoiled. Matzah is not. You can stare at it. You need matzah that's 1,000 years old. I think I'm eating matzah that's 1,000 years old. Right? So, chametz is gaiva, arrogance. Matzah is humility. Chametz is spoilage and wrath. And matzah does not spoil. And the third, that chametz represents inertia. Why? Because if water falls on flour, even without yeast and without starter, if you do nothing for 18 minutes, the fermentation makes it chametz. You don't need to do anything to make something chametz. Right? There's a common misconception. You do not need yeast. You do not need a starter, water, hitting flour. It will become chametz. So chametz represents inertia and inaction, as opposed to matzah, that you got to do something for matzah. Meaning matzah doesn't happen automatically. When the flour hits the water, or the water hits the flour, it is going to be chametz unless you put it in an oven where the heat kills the fermentation enzymes. So these are 3 different aspects of why why chametz represents the Yetzer Hara. Arrogance, wrath, inertia. So let's correlate the 3 associations of chametz with the 3 negative simanim that makes a person a Masorah. So to upgrade or downgrade from provisional Masorah to complete Masorah. Arrogance correlates with pride. When a person is a conceited, arrogant person, they will never want to admit that they're in the wrong. They will always seek justification for whatever they do. Their self-image does not allow them to contemplate that they've made a mistake or an error. So therefore, the sin in Tumah of the black hair turning white with whitewashing denial correlates to the comment of the time of arrogance and guidance. Now, the second association of comment, which is rat or spoiler, that corresponds to the expansion of the nega, and that is the notion of hopelessness. The person feels so consumed by guilt that they feel they can never change, so they keep on going and going and going. I've sinned and I'll sin again. So there's a correlation between the expansion of the nega and the rock and the mold. Anyway, this is encapsulated in a very powerful message. The Medrash tells us that Hashem said to Adam, did you eat from the fruit that I commanded? And Hashem knew, but he wanted Adam to own up to it. Did you eat from the tree that I commanded you not to eat from? So the Medrash has Adam Harishon saying to God, I ate and I'll do it again. Talk about chutzpah. I ate, but the answer is this is not chutzpah. It's bad all depends on how you say it. The word doesn't convey the both the time. No, I wasn't done. I can't say I know what the both the time was. But it seems to me that the Medrash is conveying the difference. He's not arrogantly telling God, I did it, I'll do it again. That was stupid. He is crying. He says, I sinned. And I know it's not going to be that long. It's the helplessness of feeling. You have no way of getting yourself out of the predicament. That's the expansion of the nega, and that's the rock of the chametz. Now, the third association of the chametz is inertia, and that corresponds to the emotional distance of the healthy friend. Inertia basically says, I don't want to get involved. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to penetrate my consciousness. That represents inertia. So the point basically is that the three aspects of chametz, as they connect to the Yetzer Hara, correlate pretty well to the three simonei tumah that make a person a Mitzvah, which is essentially God's report card. God's report card. That the person's teshuvah has not really begun yet. Therefore, they have to be in quarantine until the nega goes away. Okay, so this is a lesson, I think, that even the hyper-technical parts of the Torah contain very, very important lessons in how we build our character, how we build our strength, how we grow in our mitzvah and the like. Today, of course, was Yom HaShoah. Yom HaShoah, everything in Israel becomes a controversy. Yom HaShoah, maybe not so much today, although people could argue over it. But back in the early years of the state, the early 1950s, this was a very, very controversial commemoration. One reason is a technical halakhic reason. The month of Nisan, you're not supposed to have sad commemorations. So it's a funny thing. Yom HaShemot gets knocked, I can't win. Yom HaShemot gets knocked because during Sfiras Omer, you're not supposed to have happy celebrations. Yom HaShemot. And Yom HaShoah gets knocked because in the month of Nisan, you're not supposed to have unhappy commemorations. So either way, if you reverse Yom HaShemot and Yom HaShoah, this would be accepted. But there was another deeper reason why Yom HaShoah was a very controversial holiday. Yom HaShoah is linked to a very specific date, and this is the fall of the Warsaw Ghetto in 1945. And this day was chosen not as an accident, and that is, in the early years of the state, the founding father, founding mother, I don't know if there was more than not a single woman, but there was the mayor. They had a lot of problems with the 6 million Jews who died in the Holocaust. This was a paradigm of going like sheep to the slaughter. They couldn't understand the passivity, not fighting, just accepting your fate. The whole idea of the state of Israel, we're going to have a new Jew, not a Golos Jew, not a Golos Jew, a Jew that fights, a Jew that's strong, a Jew that is heroic, a Jew that's tough and doesn't get pushed around. And all of that is good. I'm not saying that that's not good. But as a result, there actually was, on some level, a lack of respect for those who went to the slaughter, so to speak, passively. So to memorialize the Holocaust, they chose almost the only instance of armed Jewish resistance against Nazi persecution. That, of course, was the Warsaw Ghetto. And obviously the people who died in the Warsaw Ghetto were very, very heroic. And they deserve to be remembered and admired. But you have to understand, in the atmosphere of the time, and remember, in the early 1950s, there were many Holocaust survivors who were still alive. Not like today. And many felt this was a deliberate slap in the face, in which those who didn't fight because it was impossible, they had no resources, were somehow inferior and were not worthy of being remembered. And that's why Yom HaShoah, linked to the Warsaw Ghetto, was very, very specifically a very controversial decision. You can look it up. You can look this up. It was a very controversial decision. It hurt the feelings of people who felt that their spiritual resistance was not being respected, and they were even being denigrated that way. So in Israel, everything has these political overtones. But as far as we're concerned, we obviously admire and remember with love and with reverence everyone. Those who died by fighting, and those who died in the dignity of going to their deaths when they knew there was no choice. And they still went. Many, not all, went with belief in Hashem. Many went without people Hashem. So we don't need, I'm bringing you up because historically it's interesting, but we don't need to get involved in what the dichotomies between who was a hero and who was not a hero.
My dad did this trip
They were
one
all
time where he
heroes.
vanished.
But the thing to
That was the
remember
whole
is,
fucking trip.
as Rabbi used
He
to say,
just vanished.
that
I
how
mean, he
you
was around
live
for a
your life
while,
is even more
but
important
then
than
he
how you
decided to
die.
switch careers, and his
And
friend
we
introduced
sometimes
him to
think about the
fishing.
Holocaust, we think
You know
only
that
about the
saying,
deaths.
give a man a fish,
And
cook
we
for a
need
day,
to
and
remember.
teach a man to fish.
But we also have to remember the lives. The lives that they had before the war, during the war, and the lives the survivors built after the war.
My dad didn't let me watch
The
rated
courage
R
that it
movies
took.
because he thought they were too violent.
Because
But he
ultimately,
didn't have a problem hating my mom.
we're not here to just remember death. We're here to remember
But
life.
I think there's
And when the
advantages to
Torah
growing
says,
up in a household with
"Ubacharta
domestic
b'chaim,"
abuse. Because
you
now
have
I
to
have that
choose life.
reflexes, you know?
It basically is
Anytime anyone
communicating a
starts
message.
yelling, I run to the nearest
That no
TV
matter
and
how
put the
dark
volume.
the moment is,
Oh, an
that
extra
you
loud.
choose this life. And that you affirm life.
That's awesome.
And strangely enough, although Baruch Hashem, we are very far from the Holocaust. We're not facing a Hitler right now. But we are facing somewhat analogous situations in the world. And we have to remember to choose life, choose the good path, choose the good way. And that way may all of us be so far.
He was a good magician. Like, he was such a good magician that in fact he made himself
That's the question I asked her. I was like, if I had never seen that movie, were you not going to tell that joke? I'm like, no, don't ask me. Just go. Yeah.
That was an awesome minute. I can't wait to see what you and Sarah Weinshank do down in La Jolla on March 1st when we take this on the road to the La Jolla Comedy Store. That's Kimberly Congdon. She's at Kimberly Congdon on Twitter. Thank you guys so much for being on the show. Anything you want to promote coming up? Thanks for
Hey everybody, I'm sorry a little late today. As always, we are praying for the victory excuse me, of our soldiers in all the fronts of the war, the last community of Am Yisrael, and for all those whose have been affected by the war, the safe return of all the hostages. Many before Shlema, for Yishai Ovio, Daniel Lee. I would also like to add another name, Hadass Batsanina, who's a young mother that has a very aggressive brain tumor, and she's undergoing some major surgery tomorrow, and Bezos Hashem, she should also have her full Shlema. Aliyah Neshama, Moshe David ben Pinchas Yosef, and Mendel ben David, and Yitzchak, Mendel ben David Yitzchak, Jeremy Bernstein's late mother's yahrzeit, the 26th of Tammuz, and it is the 22nd yahrzeit of Mr. Jack Gazo, a Yudah Chaim ben Yamin, a Holocaust survivor, by his son, Dr. Mitchell Gazo, and Jeffrey Gazo of New York. Jeffrey was a friend of mine, and he sent me a very, very beautiful short video about his father. His father was a printer in the one of the day schools in Queens, and someone, the principal and the assistant principal asked him, why do you spend all your time with all of these kids? And he said that he was a child during the Holocaust, and he thought there were no Jewish children who were even alive anymore. And he dedicated his life to working with these children because this gave him the greatest comfort in the world that Am Yisrael had. And finally, Aliyah Neshama for Sarah, Bat Aliyah Halevi, and all of the Divrei Torah be refuah Shlema for Kol Cholei Israel, and Aliyah Neshama for all these people and all the needs and all these. This week we actually have the largest parsha in the Torah. We have a double header. We have Matos and Masai. So when they are together, not always together, it's the largest number of psukim. It's hard to choose a topic because there are many, many topics in these parshiot. But first, I want to start with a general observation about the 3 weeks that we're in, and then we'll move it over into the parsha itself. The 3 weeks, which started from the 17th of Tammuz through the 9th of Av. These are 3 weeks in which we focus on the destruction of the Beis HaMikdash and the tragedies of Golos, and we pray to Hashem to rebuild the Beis HaMikdash, and we also focus in our own lives what we can do to merit the building of the Beis HaMikdash. But Rav Tzadok is a very interesting observation in which he focuses on the respective haftarahs of the 3 weeks. Just by looking at the first word, more or less. The first haftarah of 3 weeks that we read last week is called Divrei Yirmiyahu, the words of Yirmiyahu, at the beginning of the book of Jeremiah. This week's haftarah is Shinu, also from Yirmiyahu, Shinu Devar Hashem. Hear, listen to the word of God. And the haftarah next week, which is right before Tisha B'Av, the day before Tisha B'Av, is the haftarah from Yishayahu called Chazon Yishayahu. So look at the 3 functions that are being encapsulated in the haftarah. We have speech, we have hearing, we have vision. As if to say, speak no evil, hear no evil, see no evil. There are 3 functions we have to correct. First and foremost, we have to correct our power of speech. Now again, the goal of speech is not to be silent. Hashem gave us speech for a reason. And they tell the story, the Chafetz Chaim wrote the whole Sefer and the laws of Lashon Hara, what you're allowed to say, what you're not allowed to say, Lashon Hara. So people used to want to test the Rebbe time. They wanted to kind of get him into conversations and see what he would do. It was almost a surreptitious way of gotcha, which was a phenomenon even with the Rebbe time. And somebody went to the Rebbe time for Shabbos. He was sent on this mission to kind of infiltrate the Rebbe time. And he reported back Solomon and said, you know, I think the Rebbe time son-in-law was much more righteous than the Rebbe time, because the Rebbe time was talking and telling stories. The Rebbe time was constantly conversing. But his son-in-law remained totally silent, except for learning Torah. I think it's a greater accomplishment. Son-in-law guards his speech. The Rebbe time wasn't guarding his speech. Then he realized that what the Rebbe time was doing is much, much greater. The son-in-law simply didn't talk. So when you don't talk, you're not going to see anything wrong. The Rebbe time talked quite a lot. But in talking, as much as he talked, it was always for constructive reasons, to build people up, to give them feedback, to convey a Torah message. And that's really the goal. All of these consciousness-raising ideas of guard your tongue, control your speech, that's important. But the ultimate goal is not simply to be quiet. The ultimate goal is to recognize that speech can destroy and speech can build up. This is the pasuk in Mishlei. Hamadas v'hachayim, biyad halachon. Death and life is in the hands of the tongue. It doesn't just mean physically, although indeed, you give away military secrets, people can die, etc. But death can be many different ways, and life can be many different ways. You know, a kind word can build a person up, can give them hope, can give them courage. And a harsh word can destroy them. And that's a form of death also. Death and life is in the hands of the tongue. And when we think of the power of speech, we're not just looking at the next picture. We're looking at the confidence of speech to uplift, to give chizuk, to give courage. So the first Torah is focusing, the last week, is focusing on the power of speech. This week's Torah and the next ones, I'm not going to talk about so much now, I'm going to talk about it later. Talk about the notion that you also should try to control what you hear, because that is the news that you take in and the like. And of course, the last one is perception. How do you perceive the world? Now, in many, many ways, all of these laws of Lashon Hara, we think it's about controlling speech. But on a deeper level, it's about changing the way you perceive reality. Meaning, instead of saying, oh, I have such a desire to talk about all the bad things in this guy, but I'm going to bite my tongue. You kind of change the way you look at it. And at some point, you have no interest in that. It's not even a struggle. I mean, why do I want to degrade somebody? Why do I want to embarrass them? Why? I don't look at people in that negative way. So what starts off as controlling your speech ultimately turns into redefining your perception of reality. And people say about words, sticks and stones may break my bones, but names will never hurt me. We were told this as children, but that's absolutely not true. If anything, the words can hurt more. The bones, when you're young especially, can heal. The hurt from words can be so permanent. So permanent. I remember years and years ago, when Richard Nixon had the Rothschild out from the state, and somebody got rehabilitated a little bit, and he was talking about what formed his personality. The interview was asking those types of questions. And here was a man who was the president of the United States for 2 terms, vice president, and he went through Watergate and Vietnam War. He went through World War II as a soldier. He went through everything. But what was in his mind? He was talking about the taunts, playground taunts, when he was in 6th grade. and they still had an impact on him. Those things make a big difference. Right? You tell your kids, you got to be careful who you make fun of, because these guys might become presidents later, or whatever it is. You never know who you're messing with. And the like. So, speech is reality. Speech is powerful. God created the universe with the power of speech. The yomer of the things, God said, God said. And in many ways, we are in the image of God. So just as God creates and destroys by speech, we create and destroy by speech, by the power of words. Good words. So I want to point out that the power of speech emerges in a few different places in these parsha. The parsha begins with a very detailed halachic analysis of making vows. These are called nadarim. You make a neder, you gotta keep it. Now today when people say a neder, they usually mean a pledge for charity, but that's actually not the neder the Torah is talking about. The Torah is talking about a person who makes a vow to prohibit something on himself, for whatever the reason. A person might say, apples are forbidden to me. Chocolate is forbidden to me. And it can take many different forms. It could mean all chocolate is forbidden to me. Or it could even just be, hey, any chocolate he gives me, I'm not going to eat. You can make the neder in any type of form. You know, you could say chocolate or raisins, whatever it is. But a neder is a person takes a vow, and the Torah says you're not allowed to violate the vow. Now, if you think about this is extraordinary. If I make a neder not to eat chocolate, the chocolate is just as prohibited to me as if it would be a piece of pork. So a neder represents an extraordinary power that is normally reserved to God alone. It's God alone who decides what is permissible, what is not permissible. And yet, through the power of my speech, I can create the godlike function of making something as prohibited as a piece of pork. And not only can I do that to myself, I can do that to you, because the halacha is, I can make a neder prohibiting my property to you. I could say, for example, all of my possessions are forbidden to you. Whether it's chocolate or fruit or all of my possessions. And if you violate my vow, you are sinning because I made my house forbidden to you. So to grasp this example, that's what a neder is. A neder is the power of human speech to create divine prohibition. That is a godly use of speech. Now, Lamaita, halachically, we very much discourage the making of vows. As Shlomo HaMelech says in the book of Kohelet, better that thou shalt not vow than to make vows that you're not going to keep. So, generally speaking, we strongly discourage making vows. But there may be extraordinary situations where, for example, if a person is facing an illness or whatever, so he might make a vow to do a certain thing. But generally, this is why in common Jewish speech, people who make commitments will typically say, believe neder. I'm making this commitment without a vow, because you don't want to, God forbid, make a vow that perhaps you will not keep. That's a very, very serious avera, not to fulfill a vow or to violate a vow. Again, if your vow is the affirmative, I will give $1,000 to tzedakah, then you violate the vow by inaction. if you made a vow that for whatever reason chocolate is not taken, you violate the vow by accident. So you can violate the vow by doing something, or you can violate the vow by not doing it. So nether, I think, is a very interesting example of the co-op conceiving. But now, let me give you another example. This is not from the first of the Parshas, but the second Parshas, Parshas Masai. And at the end of Parshas Masai, the Torah, for the third time now, talks about the institution of Ir Miklat, city of refuge. What is the city of refuge for? It is for accidental homicide. That if one person kills another person with a lack of premeditation, a lack of intention. So the Torah says a very interesting thing. The Goel Hadam, the closest relative to the deceased, actually has the power to be a blood avenging. It's a very difficult question of how the Torah legitimate that type of blood avenging. But the Torah gives us designated places in Eretz Israel that are called cities of refuge, or Rein Miklat. And if the homicide perpetrator, I will not call him a murderer, can reach the Ir Miklat, he is now in a zone of safety. And if the Goel Adam, if the blood avenger were to kill him in the Ir Miklat, the Goel Adam would be guilty of murder, etc. And the Rothschild, however, as long as he remains in the Ir Miklat, he is okay. And even if he leaves the Ir Miklat, but if he is within the Tachon, if he is within a radius of 2,000 amos from the city, he is protected. If he takes one step beyond the 2,000, he now becomes vulnerable. Right? This is the Ir Miklat. There are actually a total of 48 are Rein Miklat. There's a primary group of 6. I'll discuss what I mean by primary, and a subordinated group of 42. And it's very important to know that the 48 are Rein Miklat are exactly the same cities as the 48 cities given to the Levim. Remember, Jacob Levi did not get a designated portion of Eretz Israel, but they were given 48 cities that are scattered in all of the tribes. The 48 cities are the Rein Miklat. In other words, the Rothschild, the came to the Ir Miklat, they shared that city with the Levim who lived there. So the Rabbi is a very interesting essay about this. He was discussing the role of a prison system. And why are there prisons? Now, there are different reasons for prisons. A prison can protect the public from dangerous people. A prison can be a basis of punishing people for their bad deeds. But the Rabbi suggested that one of the roles of a humane prison system would be to rehabilitate and try to bring people to a place of tshuva. In fact, one of the original words for a prison is penitentiary. You know, the very word penitentiary comes from penitence, which was supposed to give a person time to reflect and perhaps change their life. In that sense, the prison system is largely a failure. Because what it often does is to take minor criminals and make them real criminals. And the recidivism rate of people going back is like 85%. But there are some cases of people who literally turn their lives around. And the Rabbi was talking about the idea that should be the goal. That don't give up on the human beings. Try to, again, maybe not 100%, but try to build people up, try to make them productive, try to make them better than they were when they entered. And he pointed out that in the culture, there really is no prison system, but the closest we have to a prison system is the Ir Miklat. Now, the Ir Miklat is not really a prison because the Rothschild cannot leave the Ir Miklat, but it's a regular city. They have stores and probably not movie theaters, but whatever you would have in an Israeli city, so to speak, you have. So an Ir Miklat is not really a prison, but it is a confinement. And why did the Torah indicate that the Ir Miklat should be a city of Levium? Because the truth of the matter is, the accidental homicide that goes to the Miklat, they're not talking about a pure accident. If it's a pure accident, Mamish, an uncontrollable accident, the Rothschild doesn't have to go to the Miklat, he's not responsible at all. So here the Miklat is not for intentional homicide, but it is for what we would call in legal terms manslaughter. A person is careless, a person didn't stop at a red light, a person threw a heavy rock outside of his window, not knowing there were children who were playing there. In other words, it is for what is called negligent and callous disregard for life. So it is a sin. It's not a sin that warrants the death penalty, but it's a sin that warrants the Miklat as an atonement. And where do you put people who don't have enough respect for life, who act carelessly, who don't have responsibility? You put them with the greatest and best of the Jewish people, the Levians, who are the teachers of Torah and the spiritual leaders. In other words, you don't put them only with bad people, you put them with good people, in the hope that things would rub off, things would influence them. The Rabbi was suggesting that there should be some way to create a prison system that would somehow expose people to good influences, to beneficial influences, to influences that could bring them to some level of sugar and eventual productivity of life. You know, sometimes it's a real shame. Sometimes you see kids as young as 14 years old that can be tried already as adults. They're given life without parole. And you think about, well, what could be done for a 14-year-old? I don't know. I mean, some might be so evil that maybe there's nothing you can do. But it would seem that in a lot of these cases, there's something that can be solved. Now, yes, I understand. A 14-year-old killed somebody's 4-year-old daughter. Little thing. There's a very strong desire for revenge and vengeance. But as I said, is that truly the goal of it? Or should it be rehabilitation? The Torah kind of accommodates both of these ideas. It gives the goal of Adam the right of blood of vengeance, but at the same time it gives the request of protection of the Yom So the Rebbe used the Miklat as kind of a paradigm for what a prison system might look like in some situations. But there's a very unique peculiarity of the Miklat. How long is the Rothschild sentence? That is the Rothschild to Shogeg, inadvertently, negligence, manslaughter. He is sentenced to go to the Miklat. How long does he stay? So it's an indeterminate sentence. He stays until the death of the Kohen Gadol. How long is that? Okay. If the Kohen Gadol dies the next day, he goes free. If the Kohen Gadol dies 20 years later, he goes free after 20 years. If he dies before the Kohen Gadol, he was buried in the Miklat, and when the Kohen Gadol eventually dies, he's assumed to be buried in his family. Okay? So it could be a day, and it could be decade, and it could be never, meaning he'll die in the Miklat. A very, very strange type of sentence in which the sentence is totally indeterminate, it's unknown. The Gemara has some fascinating shilas. The Gemara says the following. Imagine this question. A person could be a Kohen or even a Kohen Gadol and then discover he's ineligible to be a Kohen. For example, if a Kohen marries a divorced woman, which he's not allowed to do, the child who is born from that marriage, even though genealogically he's a Kohen, he is called the Chalal. He is a desecrated Kohen. He is not a Kohen. He's not a mamzer. I mean, he's a regular Jew, but he's not a Kohen. So the Gemara discusses a very, very fascinating question. What if a Rothschild is sent to the Yer Mikvah, and then a day later, the Kohen Gadol discovers for the first time that his mother had been divorced before his father had married, so as a result, he's a Chalal. So he's actually not only can he not be Kohen Gadol, he's not even a Kohen. So how do you analyze it? According to one opinion, we treat it as if the Kohen Gadol died, meaning yesterday he was a Kohen Gadol, today we know that he's not a Kohen Gadol, so the Kohen died. So the Rothschild goes free. So even though the Kohen Gadol is alive, but he's no longer a Kohen Gadol, so that's called the Kohen has died. The Rothschild goes free. There's another opinion. We're going to wait a second here. This is very different than a Kohen dying. When a Kohen dies, he was a Kohen Gadol yesterday, and he's not a Kohen Gadol today. Here we have discovered there never was a Kohen Gadol. The law there is much stricter. If the Rothschild is sentenced to Yer Mikvah at a time when there is no Kohen Gadol occupying the office, he never goes free. So according to one opinion, if a Kohen Gadol is discovered to be the son of a divorced woman, we treat it like a death and he goes free. According to the other opinion, we treat it like a retroactive invalidation of kahuna, in which case there was no Kohen at the time of his sentence. That's the other way around. He stays there forever. Now, the Mishnah says in Maseches Makos, an interesting thing. The Mishnah says that mothers of Kohanim Gedolim used to bring food treats to the inhabitants of the Yer Mikvah, care packages, in order that they shouldn't pray that their children would die. And I would have been a little more cynical. They shouldn't hire hitmen. But the Gemara, the Mishnah does not say they would do that. The Mishnah says they shouldn't. Now, the Gemara asks the following question. The implication is that the Kohen Gadol was kind of vulnerable, meaning if they needed to buy off the Rothschild, that they shouldn't pray that the Kohen Gadol would die. What is the implication? That if they would pray, hey, oh God, please let this Kohen Gadol die, the prayer might be answered. So the Gemara says, why should that be? If I pray, I hate a certain person who's actually innocent of any sin, and I pray that God should kill an innocent person, one would assume that prayer would not be answered. So why would the prayer against the Kohen Gadol be efficacious? The Kohen Gadol didn't do anything wrong. This is the Gemara's question. So the Gemara's answer is not really true. The Kohen Gadol is in a vulnerable, compromising position. Because as the spiritual leader of his generation, he should have prayed that these homicides not occur. And if murders are taking place, the Kohen Gadol is responsible. Because through his koach of tefillah, he might have prevented them. And therefore, the abdication of his responsibility makes him vulnerable to the prayers of the Rothschild, and that's why they had to be bribed. Because it starts with the Kohen Gadol being culpable, because he should have attempted to stop these tragedies through the koach of prayer. Now, this raises actually an interesting philosophical question about the limits of the power of prayer. You know, we can say occasionally pray, maybe it will be answered, maybe not, that we should be spared from natural calamities. May there not be a tsunami, may there not be an earthquake. But it's harder to pray that we shouldn't be spared from man's inhumanity to man, because that is a function of human free will. And we have a famous quote in the Gemara, Hakol b'yedei Shamayim. Everything is in the hands of heaven, except the decision to fear God, to obey God. God determines, are you rich, are you poor, are you healthy, are you sick, are you short, are you tall? That's God. But God does not determine if you are righteous or evil. You determine that. And this is what is called Bechira Chashuv, free will. The Rambam addresses free will extensively in the Philological Sentence. And the Rambam argues very logically that without free will, there is no logical basis for reward or punishment. Why should God reward me if my goodness is automatic pilot? And why should I be held accountable?
So I went to go see my grandmother. She's like, wow, you're a whole different person. You know, I like the way you are. You're not.
If I'm pre-programmed,
You're a nigger. You're graduated.
like a computer,
I was like, wow,
predestined
like, yeah,
to be evil.
Smell like Riesler or anything. Everything
Human accountability is predicated on moral autonomy. This is just a fancier way of saying free will. So, you can't pray to God, please God, don't let this person be a Russian. That's their decision. That's not God's decision. So given the fact that the people who scared the Shogeg, it's not a true accident, it's not an act of God, it's an act of their negligence in not stopping at a red light or not looking out of the window. But God is not going to, you can't say, please God, stop that man from going through a red light. God's answer is, that's his free will. I don't stop that. So the question is, what is the Kohen Gadol supposed to be praying about to stop these events? But of course the answer might be very precious. God is not going to make the careless driver careful, because that's free will. But God can determine if they'll be chosen in the interesting. So there are plenty of people who go through red lights. But Baruch Hashem, there happens to be nobody in the interesting. So you see the difference. You cannot pray directly, please God, let the careless driver be careful. God says, I don't stop. That's free will. But you can pray to God. Please God, let people not be harmed. Protect people who will be harmed from the consequences of those actions. You see? So that's the subtlety where the Kohen Gadol put it there. Now, there is, of course, another answer to this, which is very interesting. You remember, this is a very famous Gemara in the Masechet Brachos about Gloria, the very wise wife of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir had enemies. We don't know exactly what his enemies were doing. And he wanted to pray to Hashem that they should die. And Rabbi Meir's prayer presumably would have been efficacious in some level. So Gloria, his wife, told him, that's not the right attitude. You should not pray that evildoers die. Pray that they do tshuva and they're no longer evil. And Gloria proved it. from a verse in Tehillim, Perek Kuf Dalet, this is in Borshinashi that we recite every Rosh Chodesh. Yitamu Chatoyim Minoret. May sins vanish from the world. It is Shayim Odin, and then there's not going to be evildoers anymore. Now the word for sinners is Chodim. Gloria does not say, I'm sorry, Gloria points out, the pasuk does not say, Yitamu Chodim. She does not say, let sinners. It says, Yitamu Chatoim, let sins. So Gloria says the famous, pray that they should be true. Now, here too, you can ask the same philosophical question. How can I pray that another person should repent and become righteous? God is not going to make that other person become righteous. Because whether a person is righteous or not is once again a function of their free will. This is very practical. A person has family that's not religious. You have a brother, you have a parent, you have a child, goes off to bed. So you want to God and Hashem bring them back to you. And we do, we commonly do that with this. But we pray, please, bring them back to you. I don't want to take away the heartfelt prayer, but the question is a good philosophical question. How can you pray that somebody be tshuva? Isn't that mama, what the Gemara says? Everything is in the hands of heaven, except for the decision to fear God. How do you do? So the Marsha asks the question, in the case of Gloria, how could Gloria say, pray that we find you? So the Chazon actually says that that's the power of prayer. Prayer is so great that prayer can override the free will system that is foundational in the universe. Remarkable. Because when it says this is the power of prayer, prayer can override even free will. And that's how we understand the Kohen Gadol praying, that the drivers be safer. And that's how we understand Gloria pray that they be true. This is the power of prayer. You pray for your child to keep the mitzvahs. You pray for your parents. You pray for your brother. Feel a break. Now, there's another answer, which is a bit more rational. It's also a very good answer. Rabbi Yosef says the following. Rabbi Yosef says, no. If you look at people who, let's say, were not raised following the Torah, but they come to it in later life, teenagers or even older, it's always connected to people they met or experiences that they had. I mean, I see this all the time. I mean, college kids come to us from there, but a lot of their classmates don't come to us. So what exactly is the difference? Why do these guys come and the other guys don't come? Same background, more or less same family. The argument is, well, I met this rabbi or I had this experience. It's kind of, although everything is from Hashem, but we would describe it almost as the luck of the draw. Some people encounter experiences that direct their life along a certain channel, and other people, for reasons I don't know, don't have those experiences. So says Rabbi Yosef, when Bruria says, pray that they do tshuva, he actually said you can't directly pray that somebody does tshuva. But you can pray that God put into their lives the experiences and the people that are likely to inspire them. Now, it's going to be their decision, and they could decide. What up, dude? But at least give them the opportunity. So we have, in effect, I think, two
Zoo.
closely connected but distinct explanations for why you could pray that
Zoo, can
somebody
you hear me?
does tshuva. Either the Chazon Ish, who says explicitly that the power of prayer is so strong that it overrides the foundational principle of free will.
Are you ready to
Or we
lose?
have a second explanation, which is you can't pray directly that another person is
Shit, do whatever makes you happy.
You pray that God gives them the experiences in life that are likely to inspire them. And again, this is actually
Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
Great. Why do some people get those experiences?
Dude,
They happen
you're
to
doing
be
your thing
the
with your
right
teacher.
person
You're just
at the
asking
right
questions.
moment. And the other guy took another bus.
Are you ready to lose? Are you ready to lose?
Now, some say, by the way, that's connected to prayer too. Because this kid's great-great-grandmother prayed for him lighting candles 100 years ago. You know, some connected, some earlier prayer that has that effect. All of it's connected to the power of prayer. So I'm just, and then I'm going to another point, but I want to end with, again, prayer is also the power of speech, the power of saying words to God. Sincerely, of course. And getting all of these blessings, all of these benefits.
No.
You know, it's really a chaval, that we don't treat prayer
You're in a very easy
as
spot.
a privilege that it is. We look at it maybe as a little bit of a burden, saying words all the time. In fact, we even use it as a pejorative comparison to other things. You know, in yeshiva, when we talk about learning Gemara in a superficial, unthinking way, so the expression we use is, he just davens up to Gemara. In other words, davening, prayer, is used as a synonym for unthinking, superficial, going through the motions. So that's not just an insult about somebody's learning. That's an insult about somebody's davening.
You're short.
The Kuzari actually
Just barely
says
short.
that just as a person needs 3 meals a day, you need 3 feet. The neshama needs nutrition. And tefillos are the meals of the soul. And he says it should be, I'm not in this madrega myself.
That's all right.
That's a really
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, my shots.
Yeah, that's all right. Making any pretension, but it should be the most enjoyable part of the day. It should be a pleasure of connecting to God, talking to God, pouring out your heart. It should almost be a sadness that you finished davening.
Oh, what a shot.
That you don't
Dude,
have
what a shot.
connection.
What a shot.
That you had. Let me tell you an interesting story. It's a strange story, but the Gemara Kedushin says the story. The Gemara Kedushin has a story about a certain city that was inhabited by a fearful 7-headed beast. Now, whether these are literal or not,
Not just stop it.
I'll give you the story. And people were afraid to walk the street because this demon could attack them. Now, the demon inhabited a ruined, abandoned building, but it would terrorize people. So the rabbi of the city said, well, I have a solution. I know a certain visiting eminent rabbi is going to visit on his fundraising, whatever it is. Nobody should offer hospitality, so he'll be forced to sleep in this abandoned ruin, and I know he'll take care of himself. So this great rabbi shows up.
What'd you say, big man?
Everybody refuses to give him a place to sleep.
You don't freeze yourself. There are like different medications that you perhaps take.
And lo and behold, this 7-headed monster comes to destroy him. And he utters a prayer, and each prayer severs one of the monster's heads. 7 prayers, monster
You need
dead.
one of the best shots
Next morning, the city is liberated from the dragon.
Dude, you haven't won it. You haven't
This
gotten a
rabbi
single point.
this miracle. He goes over to the rabbi of the city and said, I could have died in there. I mean, you're setting me up to be in an extremely dangerous
Look at this shot,
situation.
dude.
He says, what gave
Look
you
at the
the right to
brilliance.
engage in my life? And the answer was, I knew you'd get joy out of it. I knew your tefillos. I had faith in you. I knew your tefillos would be effective. But the Marsha, great commentary Marsha,
do you do like the ball from Pong?
even if we assume that the rabbi who gave the instruction not to give us God was so sure that the tefillos would work, it still wasn't the right thing to do, because the Gemara says in Masechet Tainis that when you benefit from miracles, then
They
it's
should
taken
add the
out
ball
of your
from
own
Pong.
If you get God's blessings
Oh, Sonic the Hedgehog?
in a physical way, you
Oh,
make
Shadow the
that
Hedgehog?
does not come out
Why
of your
Shadow?
Olam Haba. Because Olam Haba is spiritual, this is physical. Physical does not diminish your spiritual requirements. But if you're getting the supernatural miracles of God, that partakes of the spiritual blessing. So that comes out of your Olam Haba.
Make it. Let's see you make
so
it.
even if they were Batuach,
Oh, that is beautiful.
that he would be answered, but they're
But it's
putting
still
him in a
impossible for me to
situation where
win.
he's going to lose some of his
So I'm
Olam
not
Haba.
sweating it. And you're bad. And you're
Mice
bad.
and Nisim, things you get from miracles.
And you're bad.
Remember, the Gemara says this by Hanina ben Dosa.
Oh, bro, I
who was
did
a very
terrible.
great miracle worker, and he and his wife were very, very poor.
Yep.
And his wife complained once, and he told his wife, "Well, listen, I could get you a whole bunch of gold right now. I could bring gold out." But then he showed her that in Olam Haba they would be sitting on a throne that only had 3 legs. Meaning, yeah, I'll get you the gold, but it will come out of the throne of Olam Haba. So the Marsha's answer is the following. Listen to what the Marsha says. It's true that whatever you get from miracles comes out of your Olam Haba.
No, you lost.
But whatever you
There's my
get from prayer
1500th
is not
win.
called
That's a big win.
miracle.
I have
It's part of
1500
God's
wins, dog.
It is the nature of work. So therefore, he wouldn't lose anything through what he got. It's reminiscent of a story, which is almost certainly not true, but it's a cute story. They tell a story of the Ger Rebbe.
Zoot, be careful, the timer's on this.
Who escaped the Warsaw Ghetto and eventually came to Israel. So that is
time is on.
He died in Israel.
Making you right. The
In
time is on.
1948. In fact, he's buried in Machane Yehuda, but he's not buried in cemetery. I think this is a tourist attraction that's very little known. That is, in 1948, people who died back during the war, they didn't have access to Har HaZeisim, and Har HaMudas wasn't invented yet. So there were a few great people who were actually buried in downtown Jerusalem. And among them, right across the street from Machane Yehuda, is the kever
That's a big
of the
challenge.
Ger Rebbe, who died in 1948, the Yebrei little
That's
house,
how you say it, dog.
and you can dive in there, you can tell them there, right? So this is all true. The story that's probably not true is it says before the Ger Rebbe came to Eretz Israel, he arrived in England. He arrived in London, and he met in Churchill. Again, probably not true. They have an interpreter because the Ger Rebbe was a holy man. Churchill was about Britain. Churchill was looking spiritual
I
help.
was aware of something.
And through an interpreter, because Yiddish English, Churchill asked the Ger Rebbe, "What can we do
That guy
to
with
get
the
God's mercy
girl in his
on our
Tesla.
struggle against the Nazis?" So the
Took
Ger
them long
Rebbe
enough.
said
I'm
to
surprised they didn't
us,
arrest him like
"Do you want to hear the
a
miraculous
week,
way
within a week.
or the natural way?" So Churchill said, "Well, I want to hear both. Give me the miraculous way.
It
The
took him like a
miraculous
year.
way is that your army and your navy and your air force are strong enough to beat the Nazis. That would
It
be a
shouldn't take him
miracle."
that long. He had
So
the
what's
body
the
in his
natural
car.
Open up the book of Psalms and say, "Tehillah, that's going to be
That's the
the
best
normal way
evidence you need.
to win with your military might. That would be the supernatural miracle." It's mamish what the Marsha says, that what comes through tefillah
Teslas
is
have
not even
cameras.
considered to be Maisa Nisim. Okay. Again, obviously, there are a lot of questions we're leaving
What are you
open
going
for
to do with this
now.
full house?
Because everyone knows
Cameras all
that
over.
not every tefillah will be answered. There are tefillahs for the ill in which people do die, etc.
Dude,
But once again, the Panavich Rav used to say,
what are
every
your
tefillah
thoughts?
is answered. Sometimes the answer is no. And this is not just a verbal game. There's a very big difference between God saying no and God just ignoring me. Every tefillah,
You
God
need
listens.
five.
God connects. God wants to give you strength. God then makes decisions that we don't understand. But it's a decision. It is not being ignored. It's not that I don't matter.
No.
It's not that I don't count. And then can give a person a lot of reason. My prayers matter. Then there are cheshbonos. Some say as well that every prayer is stored. If it's not used for the immediate purpose, it might save another. I mean, it's a strange idea. I pray for this person. Okay,
Yeah, it is.
Hashem doesn't give me this. But this prayer may work for some other person. I never know.
That's great.
It's stored up. It creates a certain kedusha in the world, and a certain power of mercy that Hashem will make available at various occasions. And of course, even the answer no is an answer. A person suffers a tragedy. He thinks God has abandoned him. God has forgotten about him. But if a person is able to get up the next morning, go back to work, rebuild, step by step, that's also God answering, giving a person the strength to go on. That doesn't come out of nothing. That also comes from Hashem answering our prayers, not in the ways we hope.
I don't know, big man.
But it's still a reality. So in this connection, I want to go backwards a little bit and go to the very beginning of the parsha. Now, the very beginning of the parsha is very, very interesting. It is a travel log. Right? The parsha is called Masai. Masai means the journeys. And it gives you all of the stops that the Jewish people made over the 40 years of the desert, till they got to the plains of Moab, where Moshe died. So that's the list does not include crossing the Jordan, because that didn't happen till Moshe died, but it completes all of the journeys that they made in the lifetime of Moshe. These are the journeys. In fact, among many Ashkenazim, there's actually a custom, although in Eretz Yisrael, as much, that the Baal Koreh, when he reads the 42 stops, there's a certain festive trup that's used, similar to the Song of the Red Sea. Shiva Singam, the same type of festive trup. I think it's mainly an Ashkenazi custom, and in the yeshivas, they don't always follow it, but if you go to a Yaki show, whatever it is, that they'll certainly do this. Now, it's interesting
because I have 2-5.
that there's a total of 42 journeys. 42. Now, here's the interesting point. And by the way, it's interesting. If you study the journeys, you actually see, we get the impression that the Jewish people were wandering around in the desert for 40 years. The truth is, in some of those stops, they stayed 20 years. Meaning, they weren't always moving around over there. There were times that they stayed for very long times in the desert. Okay, so it wasn't like every day wandering around with only a rest stop for lunch. But be it as it may, there's a total of 42 stops. And the Or Chaim and other Mekubalim say that this is a very highly symbolic passage.
Give me 5.
It's describing the sojourns
I took a big risk
of the soul through all of the vicissitudes and difficulties of life,
It's cold there.
until the soul comes to the promised land, which is Eretz Yisrael. Life itself is seen as a journey from Mitzrayim to Eretz Yisrael. Right? I'm born into a world in which I'm enslaved. I'm enslaved by my Yeshua. I'm enslaved by the Chesronot in my Midah. I'm enslaved by egotism, selfishness. And all of life is a journey to get away from the Mitzrayim.
Come back in an hour and I'll play.
Get away from that inner slavery till you finally reach Eretz Yisrael, which is Kabbalistically seen as Olam Haba. You've completed the game of life. I think there's a board game, that game of life. Used to be. I don't remember. But you've completed the game of life. And you qualify for Olam Haba. So again, in the Zohar, there's a very deep idea that all of these places represent the symbolic. So based on this, it is said that the 42 tachanot, the 42 stops, actually correspond to the Ir Miklat. Because a city of refuge, as we talked about from the Lubavitcher Rebbe, is a place where you reflect, where you think, where you regroup. So as we travel through the desert of life that is full of hazards, spiritual and physical, we need to create safe spaces in which we can contemplate and meditate and reflect. And that's why it corresponds with the
You have 10 seconds to accept the
Now you may say,
invitation.
well, wait a second here.
9 seconds to accept the invitation. 8 seconds to accept the invitation.
For murder,
7 seconds to
or
accept the
homicide.
invitation. 6 seconds
We
to
have
accept the
different areas,
invitation.
they're not necessarily
5 seconds to accept the
Well, the
invitation.
short answer is
4 seconds to accept
that
the
every
invitation.
time we sin,
3 seconds to accept the
there's a certain
invitation.
aspect of murder going on. Because God gave us a soul to serve Him.
Yeah.
Every time I don't use my soul to serve God, I've squandered that aspect of my life.
Let's see what you're
Wasting
doing.
time is a form of suicide. Not using our time in positive, good ways.
What do you do?
We say kill time.
Yeah.
Kill time is killing you.
You
Right? I killed life, aspects of my life. So I need the Ir Miklat.
That was an amazing shot. Oh, why didn't that count? Oh, I scratched.
When he came to the United States in the middle of World War II. So he didn't really start his yeshiva. He was really involved in trying to rescue students from Europe. But when he eventually started his yeshiva, in Lakewood, he spent very little time in Lakewood because he was on there collecting money all the time. We're talking about the 1950s and 60s, early 60s. And people were not so sensitive to yeshiva. They didn't think it was that worthwhile. So either they didn't give him anything and they gave him $1 or whatever it is. I mean, he spent virtually the entire week collecting money. And one time, he was in Miami collecting money, and he had one of his students with him. And in an elevator, and he never broke down, he never got depressed. He understood this was his mission, but one experience broke him. He was in Miami, and in the elevator, somebody walked in a bikini. He was not dressed sanias. And for someone like Rav Aaron, who never exposed himself to any of those things, it kind of broke him, and he started weeping. He started crying a little bit, just crying. And the student said to Rav Aaron, he says, Rabbi, I don't understand why God puts you through all these things. You're such a tzaddik, such a Talmid Chacham, such a gadol b'Torah. Why do you have to go through humiliation after humiliation after humiliation? Why doesn't Hashem give you a yeshiva? You stay in the yeshiva, you teach Torah, you learn Torah. So Rav Aaron said the following. The Torah says, when you kill somebody b'shogeg, You have to go into exile. That's the term that's used for near miklat. Exile. That's the technical name of the sentence. So he says, every teacher of Torah
She's kind of been into some weird
is
stuff. So I
potentially
don't
an
know.
unintentional murderer. We didn't stick a knife in anybody's heart, but our words could destroy a person. It's not premeditated. We didn't do it on purpose, but accidentally. How many lives did we kill? So as a
I'd
result,
say, well, I wouldn't read Sharia like
a Rosh Yeshiva has to go into exile either because of the victims that he killed in that way, or as representative of his yeshiva on behalf of all the other teachers in the yeshiva. May ascend. Goes back to what I said at the beginning of the share. You can
Look at
murder
this
people
shot.
in a lot of
Look at
different
this
ways.
shot. You ready for
With
the
a gun or a knife.
winning shot, dude? Winning shot.
So be it as it may, it's a beautiful
Impossible to miss.
Impossible to miss.
that
Game
life
over.
is
I'll give this
envisioned as Yitzias Mitzrayim
impossible
to
to miss.
Olam Haba.
Impossible to miss.
And the 42 tachanot of the Jewish people are the
That's gonna
42
be very absolutely.
tachanot
I'll see you in an hour,
that give
dude.
us time to reflect, to contemplate,
I don't want to talk about it.
I want to
talk about
do mitzvot. And it's through those higher mitzvot that we eventually get to the finish line of Eretz Yisrael. So now that I want to share with you a thought from the Ored Yisrael, the afterlife. He points out,
Okay.
so if you look at the first paragraph of Shema, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad.
When does
the words?
It's
They
good from
correspond to the
episode
year.
one.
There are 6 on the Miklat, primary, which I'll define that in a minute. So Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu Echad,
People
corresponds
say
to
the one
the
is
6 primary on the
funky.
Miklat. And then the
Whatever that lady's
Parsha
name
after
is,
Baruch
funky.
Shem, you'll have to, it's 42. And that corresponds to the 42. So the first Parsha of Shema, not counting Baruch Shem, which is not in the Torah, is 48 words. Right? They are connected to the Aron Mikvah. Shema Yisrael is connected to 6 Aron Mikvah. And the Ahavta is connected to 42 Aron Mikvah. Now, I want to explain this. I alluded to it before. What is this division between the 6 and the 42? I did mention all 48 are Levite cities. But what is the nafkamina? What is the difference between the major 6 and the other 42? So the Gemara in Makos does explain it. There is a difference. The 6 cities protect their own site, even if he is not aware he's in a mitzvah. Meaning, let's assume he's running away from the Gola of God, and he wanders into the city, and he gets a hotel room. He doesn't even know where he is. He might be in Tel Aviv, which is not in the But the halacha is, if Lamaisa is in one of the 6, they protect him whether he knows that he's in there or not. Meaning if the Rothschild were to kill him, the Rothschild would be guilty of murder. The other 42 are more limited protect. Now, I don't know how you prove this. I prove it a factual question. But the 42 only protect him if he has awareness. Not if he doesn't have awareness. Now, if you remember, in the Parshat Masai, where we talked about the Tachanot, the stopping point as Oren Mikvah, we're only connecting them to the 42, not 48. And it makes a lot of sense, because if you looked at the Oren Mikvah as a place where you need to contemplate and meditate, to think, then you understand it's only going to work if you have awareness that this is what you're supposed to do. Now, we come to Shema. So we divide in the Shema, the Shema Yisrael are the 6. and the Ahavta, the 42. So the Shema Yisrael represents the Pintel Yid. Pintel Yid is the spark, meaning even the Jew who's ignorant, even the Jew who doesn't know anything, even the Jew who does not consciously think they're serving God, but in it, the neshama is emblazoned Shema Yisrael, and God will show him mercy. And that's why Shema Yisrael is connected to the 6th Arei Mikvah, because he gets protection even without conscious knowledge, because it represents the subconscious connection to God that every Jew has. Now, the Ahavta is already the imperative of learning to love God. That takes thought, that takes contemplation, that takes work. So that's why it's connected to the 42. Those are the Arei Mikvah that protect you only with consciousness and mindfulness. And that's not an automatic process. But there's a certain level of divine connection that goes beyond your awareness, it goes beyond your mindfulness, it goes beyond your external commitment. You are hardwired. That's it. Right, that's the Pinterah, that's the Pinterah Yid, that's the Pinterah puts it. And you can't escape that. You're a Jew whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not. That's the mitzvah of Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad. So, as I say, I also want to point out that some even say that the 42 stops represent the 42 day-night portions of the 3 weeks. That's a bit of a stretch. The 3 weeks is 21 days. 21 days can be divided into 42 days and nights, and they make the point that the 3 weeks as a whole are therefore the Arei Mikvah that give us the ability to focus and concentrate in terms of our avodah. And this is a very, very holy, elevated time, a time of contemplation, meditation, thoughts, Ahavat Yisrael, of course, and may HaKadosh Baruch Hu help us all to utilize this precious time, and in that way we be agents to bring the Ula Shlema B'nei Rabbi Yameinu.
But until we are up to a higher production quality and not on the Death Squad network, he will not be working with the show. These were his words. At which point, I'm on the sidewalk. I took the calls outside the coffee shop. At this point,
there she is.
On the sidewalk, yelling
There she is.
like a crazy man. And I was thinking, that you have that third eye. It's sort of like, man, I bet you have one of these cars.
What's going on, Miss Aquarius? What's going on, Miss Aquarius?
Okay, hi everybody, thank you for coming. And today's shir is dedicated for Raya Bat Chava and Bat Sheva.
Yes, ma'am. Apologies, I missed you.
And in addition, the Shama.
All right, you have an invitation.
For Tzvi and Avram Halevi and Sarah Bas Eliezer Halevi. Her yard site is the 26th of March. That is the mother of Jeremy and Jillian Bernstein. We can very much appreciate the Hafsakas Torah, and may the learning be
Miss Aquarius.
Nishmata. This is Parshas Masai. This is the very last parsha of the book of Bamidbar. Most years, Mato and Masai are read together, and indeed in Chutz La'aretz, They are going to be read together, and this is the great catch-up in which all of the Parshios, Eretz Yisrael, will be at the same page after a break of 3 months ever since Pesach. But since the vast majority of years, Matos and Masai are read together, most of the Hebrew Torah, if one look up some Torah on the internet,
I'm in
the
this
Parsha, you will find it on
community,
Matos.
and
Masai,
I was talking to him about putting out a
the
press
truth of the matter
release.
is, it actually is not
And
so
basically, I said, I'll write the press release if you allow me to plug myself in it. And they're like,
And
sure.
still though,
And
you'll see there's some
Thank
very,
you.
very profound.
And so I did. It's going to be out in the next like 12 hours or so. And it's going to be in the Boston Globe and next Drive. And a bunch of other newspapers,
Sometimes when you have two
which will be
parshiyot
really
that are read
cool.
together, the second parsha gets shortchanged, and in truth, that is not justifiable. The same thing is true in Gemara. If you go to any yeshiva based medrash and you pull out a Shas volume, you will always see that the first half of the tractate is very, very well learned, and the second half is barely touched because no one ever gets there. That's why I have a little Mishudas. When I learn a Masechta, I start in the middle, because I want to be sure I do the second half. Then I go backwards. I do the first half later.
What a bad role. Thank you, man. What a bad
But
role.
as it may, the Parsha starts off
Role here.
with a listing of all of the places the Jewish people stopped from the time they left Mitzrayim till Arvot Moav, the plains of Moav, which is the last stop before Eretz Yisrael, which is what was, of course, will be after Moshe Rabbeinu dies. These are called Masei B'nai Yisrael, Masei Nisiyah, the travels, the journeys of B'nai Yisrael. And some of the places are very familiar. Mentions Har Sinai, for example.
Get this. Take the lead.
We know nothing about,
She just
other than the fact
took
that
the lead back. She's got the lead.
Happened there, or whatever we should do. But all of them, of course, we're really going with this, starting with the Zohar. Talk about the idea that there are 42 journeys, there are 42 stops
Oh, that was bad.
that the Jewish people went through over a 40-year period. Now, what's interesting is, if you look at Rashi, you will actually see that many of the journeys were in the first year, and many of the journeys were in the last year, meaning we tend to think that for the 40 years in the desert, they were wandering around constantly. That was not the case. They actually spent more than 20 years in certain locations. The vast majority of the wanderings were year 1 and year 40. In the middle, they were kind of positioned in the desert, and they remained relatively constant. This is, if you look at Rashi, you will see the cheshbon that Rashi makes. And in fact, Rashi points out that the reason for the enumeration of all of these stops is to show us God's compassion, that when you add everything together, they were not moving around that often. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave them a certain amount of repose and rest in the midbar. So it's, I think, very different than the common picture that we would normally have. But the number 42 is very significant, because the Mefarshim point out there are a number of correlations. 42 is a significant number in a few ways. 42 journeys through the desert. There are 42 cities of refuge, which are also in the Parsha, for the one who kills B'Shogeg accidentally and he goes to the Ir Miklat. There are 42, now this is already maybe a stretch, but the Mefarshim bring it. We're in the period of the 3 weeks between the 17th of Tammuz and the 9th of Av. 3 weeks are 21 days, not counting Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av is the 22nd day. 21 days, each day has a day and a night. So consequently, there are 42 day-night periods in the Bein HaMetzarim. Bein HaMetzarim means the between the boundaries, between 17th of Tammuz and Tisha B'Av. So look at the 3 correlations. 42 journeys in the desert, 42 Levite cities, which are cities of refuge, although I'll qualify that, 42 periods of Yom and Laila during the 3-week period. What does all of this mean? What would the significance be? So first and foremost is the important insight of the Zohar, that the 42 journeys through the desert are symbolic of the journey of our neshama as we go through life. What the Jewish people did as they go from Mitzrayim to the Promised Land is the process that we go through from the time we leave the womb. That's called Yetziat Mitzrayim, leaving Egypt, so to speak, till we get to the Promised Land, which is Olam Haba. We go through these various stages. The Baal HaTanya writes that the desert is symbolic of emptiness. The desert is symbolic of trial and tribulation and deprivation. And a sense of sometimes being distant from God and not finding your way. And not really knowing
I win Miss Aquarius.
But what is our
I win Miss Aquarius.
through the deserts?
Undefeated in bowling.
And we don't always have clarity. We don't always have understanding. And eventually we reach Eretz Israel. We hopefully complete our lives in a good way. And we go to and therefore, in a very deep level, now again, I'm not going to be able to spell out.
See you guys, Lily. I'll see you in the morning, God willing.
But the 42 levels of going through the desert, the Zohar says, is the neshama struggling
Best
through
wishes
the
with the
core of
covenant.
Olam Hazeh to reach the Kedusha of Olam Haba, which is symbolized in this world with Eretz Yisrael itself. And indeed, the Mefarshim also point out that the four Goliaths, we know that from the book of Daniel and from the book of Zechariah, and from many Midrashim in Chazal, that the Jewish people are going to undergo, or have undergone, and will continue to undergo until Mashiach, the four great exiles. The exile of Babylon, and which destroyed the first Beis HaMikdash, and then Persia, which was the genocide of Haman. And that's when, after Haman, the second temple was built. And then Yavin, the Greek rule. And then eventually the Roman rule, which is called the Golus of Esav. And the Golus of Esav destroyed the second temple, and we are still in that Golus until Mashiach comes. These are called the four Golios, the four exiles. And I think I spoke earlier that even though there is no Roman Empire, we are still in the Golus of Edom, because number one, Rome is the progenitor of Western civilization. And number two, the Korban that Rome created hasn't gone away yet. So yeah, maybe there's no Rome, but we're still suffering the Golus of Edom. Now, I did mention there in the portion, but talk about the fact that the final stage of Golus will be the Golus of Yishmael, which will connect to Edom, and that does connect very much with Islamic fundamentalism. And the Kirkid Rabbi Eliezer says the Golus of Yishmael is going to be the most dangerous of all, because Yishmael has a spiritual power. They're the only nation besides Israel that has God in their name. Israel, Aleph Lamed is God's name. Yishmael, and Yishmael comes with a certain spiritual power, the power of Bismillah, the power of Tznius, the power of prayer, whatever it would be. And as a result, it's very difficult to defeat Yishmael. Edom comes with brute physical force, so it's a double pashut. But brute physical force to be defeated ultimately by spiritual means. But he who comes with spiritual forces, albeit dark spiritual forces, is much more difficult to defeat. But even so, Chazal do not look at Golus Yishmael as a separate, autonomous Golus. They look at Golus Yishmael as part of Golus Edom, which makes perfect sense, because when you think about it even politically, the Jewish people are not under Yishmael domination. The Jewish, except for very, very few, I mean, there are very few Jews in the country. As Jews in Galut, we are under the domination. So we are still laboring under the Golus of Edom, but the influence of Yishmael, both in terms of oil and in terms of terrorism and fundamentalism, is all pervasive in its acting upon the Golus of Edom. So the typology that Golus Yishmael is not a separate Golus, but it is an aspect and an enhancement, so to speak, of the Golus Edom, actually describes the reality that we're living in, because Jews are not directly under the Memshalah of Yishmael, but Yishmael is having an effect on the entire world, not just Israel, of course, but whether it be Europe, England, Germany, France, whether it be the United States. That people say, oh, how can you condemn all Muslims as terrorists? Most of them are law-abiding, peaceful people. Even if it's true, but when you're dealing with 8 billion people, so let's assume 95% are tzaddikim and wonderful people. I'll give you 97%. Okay, 3% of a billion is a pretty large number that's already larger than the entire population of Jews in the world. But be it as it may, we have these 4 goliots, and the Medrash Rabbi says that the 4 exiles are merumaz, they're alluded to, at the very beginning of the Torah, where the Torah talks about Eretz HaYisrael, the world was desolate, low, confused, in a confused jumble. The Choshech, and there was darkness, al Panei Tehom, on the face of the depths. And the Ruach Elokim, and the Spirit of God, was hovering over the water. That's the pasuk, right? That's the second pasuk in the Torah. So the Medrash says this is an allusion to the 4 golios that were built into the fabric of creation. The world was desolate. That is the golos of Babylon. Vayu, confused, is Persia. Choshech, darkness, is Greece. And Panei Tehom, the depths, is the golos of Edom, because it is so long, it never seems to end. It's like an infinitely deep ocean that you never hit the bottom. But the Spirit of God hovering over the waters, never says, is the Spirit of Mashiach that will bring Geula. So the concept of the 4 exiles is a very fundamental idea in trying to understand Jewish history, what the exiles represent. Obviously, different nations come from different spiritual forces. There are nations that get their power from Yishmael. There are nations that get their power from Esav. But we have these 4 golios. So the Meforshim say that since Parshas Masai, the journey of the Jewish people through the desert is symbolic of the journey of our neshamas through the desert of life, and symbolic of the Jewish people's journey through the desert of Galut. The 4 exiles are merumaz at the very beginning of the parsha. The first 4 words of the parsha are Eile Masei B'nei Yisrael. These are the journeys of the children of Israel. Look at the first letter of the 4 words. Aleph is Edom, the golos of Edom. Mem is Madai, which is another word for Turkish, because Paras and Madai were co-kingdoms. B'nai, Beis, is Babel. Yud is Yava. Now, for it's out of order, I'm not sure how you explain the change of order, but the Meforshim point out that the Dalit Golios are kind of our desert struggle. And of course, Mitzrayim is our own inner Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim means our limitations, our boundaries, our constrictions. But when we talk about leaving Mitzrayim, we're talking about leaving the Mitzrayim that enslaves us, our own inner enslavement. So you can see that there's a very deep symbolism. The journey of the soul, the journey of the Jewish people through those. Now, let's talk about the other associations. I had mentioned 42 cities of refuge. I need to qualify that a little bit. In truth, there are 48 cities of refuge. Let me explain how this works. The Torah says that when someone kills inadvertently, shogeg. Now, inadvertently does not mean an unavoidable accident. An unavoidable accident, there is no punishment. But if one is negligent, one is careless, one committed what might be called manslaughter. They didn't look when they went through a red light. They didn't stop at an intersection. They threw something out of their window without looking who would be passing by. So they don't get the death penalty because it was unintentional. But there is a certain circumstance where they go to what are called cities of refuge. Now, it's important to understand that a city of refuge called Ir Miklat has a double function. There are two separate functions that are assigned to an Ir Miklat. Function number one, which I think is the one that most people are familiar with, is it is a protective function. Because the halacha is that if I kill somebody, the Goel Hadam, a relative of the deceased, is allowed to kill him. Right? It's kind of a vigilante, and yet it's not some explanation, but the Goel Hadam can kill me, but when I'm in the Ir Miklat, I'm in a safe zone. So if a Goel Hadam were to, number one, there's security in the Ir Miklat, and number two, if the Goel Hadam would breach the security, he would be a murderer. So one aspect of the Ir Miklat is it gives you a kind of protective custody so that the Goel Hadam cannot get you. Now, if that would be the only function of an Ir Miklat, then you would think that the Rothschild could waive it. Let's assume the Rothschild is a rich guy, he has a nice house, he has his own private security guards. He might say, thanks, but no thanks. I'd rather stay in my mansion, and I'll have my guards, and I don't really need to go to the Ir Miklat and elect. But you have to understand that that's not going to work. Because the Ir Miklat is not only protection and security. The Ir Miklat, you can call it punishment, you can call it atonement, and that is, it is a mandatory atonement process that a person must go through. You don't have the choice to stay in your mansion and hire your guards. You must go to the Ir Miklat, and you remain in the Ir Miklat until the death of the Kohen Gadol, which might be a day later, and it might be 50 years later. You don't really know how long you're going to stay. We talked about last week that the mothers of the Kohen Gadol used to bring food packages to the Rothschild, so they shouldn't pray that the Kohen Gadol would die or whatever it would be. Or I would actually say they should hire a hitman. Perhaps that might be the more probable outcome, and the like. So the Ir Miklat is not just security. The Ir Miklat is atonement. And why does one need atonement? After all, it was an accident. Because the answer is there was a callousness, there was an indifference, there was not caring enough about human life, and therefore you need to have an atonement. Now, the Lubavitcher Rebbe made a very, very beautiful observation about Ir Miklat. And he says it really reflects what the Torah's view would be on a prison system. It's very well known that you study the Torah and you look at the different punishments that are in the Torah. Imprisonment is not really one of the standard punishments. There is death penalties, there is lashes, there is compensation for damages, there are fines like double for stealing and the like. So if you steal, you don't go to jail, right? You return, you make restitution, and you pay a double fine. But there is no imprisonment. Now, prison is mentioned, besides Cairo, prison is mentioned, but only as a holding pattern. So when Moshe didn't know what the halacha is for the guy that cursed God or the guy that gathered wood on Shabbos, so the guy was put in some type of prison cell until Moshe got the answer. But that's a holding cell. That's not a sentence per se. So the closest thing we have to a prison is an Ir Miklat. Now, an Ir Miklat is not really a prison, it's a whole city, but the Rothschild is confined to that city. And if he leaves the city, his life is vulnerable. The Goel Hadam can actually wait outside the city. Technically, by the way, he has a radius of 2,000 amos outside the city, meaning 2,000 amos from the city is still a protected area. If he takes one step out of that 2,000 amos, then the guy can shoot him with impunity and the like. So one could imagine certain vengeful Goel Hadams might constantly be waiting out there to see if the guy gets lost in his morning walk outside of the city or whatever it would be. So it is a kind of imprisonment in the sense that his mobility is limited, but it's not really a prison system. But the Rebbe makes the following point. Orei Miklat were not just inhabited by prisoners. Orei Miklat were Levite cities. Remember, Levium did not get regular portions of land in the land of Israel. Unlike the other tribes, Reuben and Shimon, Yehuda, Yisachar, Zebulun, they had sections of the land of Israel. Levium did not have their own land, but they were given 48 cities that were dispersed throughout the land of Israel. The 6 primary Miklat are all Levite cities. So if I murdered the Shogeg and I go to an Miklat, I am living with Levium. That's who I'm living with. I am living in a town of Levium. Who are the Levium? Kohanim and Levium. They are the teachers. They are the rabbis. They are the spiritual guides of Am Yisrael. So here's the Rebbe's point. If somebody goes off the derech, they go off the straight and narrow. They show a callousness, an indifference to life. They don't care enough. Their moral code has been compromised. What do? Do you put them with people that are worse? Or you put them with people who are righteous, who are good? We get influenced by our environment. Everyone knows that the recidivism rate for prisons is extraordinarily high, meaning the 17-year-olds, I know more about the United States prison system than Israel, although for sure I have not been in Geneva. Although, I'll tell you, I was a communal, I was a communal rabbi for 25 years, and unfortunately, I know more than one young person who did wind up in the prison system. But okay. But be it as it may, a 17-year-old gets in there for a drug, for marijuana, or whatever it would be, the likelihood that they'll come back for worse and more violent crimes is very, very high. And the reason is, who are their friends? Who are their colleagues? What is their environment? What influence are going to be upon them? So what does the Torah say in the one institution where the Torah does have a prison system, or something close to a prison system? What do? Put the guys with the people who are the best about Israel and not the worst. And then the person will learn, the person will grow, the person will change. And therefore the Rebbe's point was that we ought to try to create within a prison system. Now, again, we're not talking about extremely violent, dangerous offenders, that may have to be a special category. But we're talking about tax evaders, we're talking about careless people, we're talking about shooters. No, non-violent people. But they need to learn, they need to internalize values and ethics. You put them in a good environment, not a bad environment. And that's what the Year Miklat teaches us. Now, let me explain one thing. I'm going to come back to the journeys, you'll see the correlation. There are 2 categories of the Year Miklat. There's a 6 and a 42. Remember, the total number of Levite cities are 48. 6 of them are called primary Arei Miklat, and the other 42 are called secondary Arei Miklat. So all 48 are Arei Miklat, but they are divided into a 6 and a 42. So the Gemara in Marcus explains, what's the point of this division? If, after all 48 cities are Arei Miklat, what is the halakhic difference between the first 6 and the remaining 42? So the Gemara in Marcos explains that the first 6 operate as Arei Miklat, even if the Rothschild is not aware that he's in the Miklat. The other 42 only protect him if he has awareness. So let's imagine, for example, that the Rothschild doesn't really have a sense of direction. He finds himself, actually, Hebron is actually one of the Arei Miklat, one of the 6 Arei Miklat. He finds himself in Hebron, but he doesn't know he's in Hebron. He doesn't know. And the Goel Adam kills him in Hebron by convincing him that he's in Tel Aviv, or whatever it would be. So according to the halacha, the Goel Adam is innocent, because since the Rothschild, Hebron is one of the 6, okay. Since Hebron is one of the 6, even if he doesn't know, the Goel Adam is guilty, because the 6 protects the Rothschild, even when he's not aware. Masha'en and the other 42 protect only when there is awareness. Okay, so the 6 protects even when there's no awareness. The 42 protect only when there is awareness. This is the halakha in the Gemara. Now, to take this a little further, let me share with you an insight from the Apter Rebbe, one of the great Chassidish Rebbes, the Rebbe, Yeshua Heschel, the Rav of Apto. His sefer on Chumash is called Ohev Yisrael, because it's a lot about Ahavas Yisrael, and he himself is often called the Ohev Yisrael. And he said an interesting observation. Even though we don't have a mere mikvah today, we can get the spiritual atonement and protection of a mere mikvah by our recitation of Shema. Kriya Shema gives us the protection of a mere mikvah. And it does it in 2 ways. The first pasuk, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, contains 6 words. So the first pasuk of Shema corresponds to the 6 primary Mikvah. The next parsha, the Ahavta, you shall love God with all of your heart, all of your soul, contains 42 words. The first parsha of Shema, and that corresponds to the 2nd level of the Mikvah. So Shema and the Ahavta gives us the spiritual protection of the 48 Orei Mikvah, broken down into the 6 and the 48. So first of all, what does that mean, the spiritual protection of Orei Mikvah? Why do we need the spiritual protection of Orei Mikvah unless we killed somebody? Who did we kill? I mean, Orei Mikvah is for a particular sin. The sin of unintentional, negligent homicide. We'll call it manslaughter, would be the legal term. I didn't do that. So what do I need? The spiritual atonement of your mikvah. So the Apter Rebbe doesn't explain it, but I think there's something very, very crucial. That is, number one, first of all, maybe we do murder people in various ways. Right? Chazal say, if you humiliate somebody publicly, you might be guilty of murder. You're right, so it could be we murder people in different ways. I don't remember if I said this last week. Forgive me if I'm repeating something I Mama said. I don't think I said it, but I don't know if anyone will remember. There's a story about Rabbi Cutler, where when Lakewood started, when the yeshiva of Lakewood started after World War II. Do you remember that I said this story? No. You don't remember? Okay. If you don't remember, I'll say it. That's the advantage of people not remembering sometimes. I can get a chance to repeat. It's a very powerful story. When Rabbi Cutler started the Lakewood Yeshiva, it was very small after World War II, because during the war he was actually very involved in trying to save people. So he didn't start anything until after the war. So the idea of Torah Lishma, the idea of a place just to learn Torah, was very, very foreign in the United States. There were a few yeshivas, very, very few. There was YU, Yeshiva University. There was Torah V'das. There even was my alma mater in Eretz Israel. But basically, few and far between. And Rav Aaron, who had already been a great gadol even in Europe, great genius, brilliant Talmudic scholar, spent most of his time collecting money. He was only in Lakewood on Shabbos, and most of the week he was collecting money, and he was not getting big donations, $5, $1. Okay, in 1945, the dollar went further than it went today, but not so much. A dollar was a dollar. It wasn't a huge amount of money. And, he realized that it was a job to build up Torah, a very difficult job, and he did it. But there was one experience that broke it. He was in Miami collecting money, and in a hotel elevator, a woman entered who was not dressed properly. And at some point, this really kind of broke his spirit. And he started like weeping to himself. He started crying to himself that Hashem had to put him into such a situation. So the Talmud that was with him said, Rebbe, you're such a Gaon, you're such a tzaddik, you're such a Talmud Chacham. You could be giving shiurim to hundreds or thousands of Talmidim. You could be writing svarim. And God gives you a mission to collect $1 here and $1 here. And to be humiliated and exposed to all sorts of things that you spent your whole life trying not to be exposed to. Why does Hashem put you into this? So Rabbi Aaron said the following thing. You know the halacha that when you kill accidentally, you have to go to the city of refuge, and that's called exile. You have to go into exile. He said, every teacher of Torah might be guilty of killing somebody accidentally. Not by taking a knife or firing a gun, but by harsh words, by not building somebody up, by saying even an offhanded comment that could crush their spirit. We talked last week about the pasuk in Mishlei. Life and death is in the hands of the tongue. So Rav Aaron said, the reason why Rosh Yeshivas have to go into exile is because maybe they killed somebody b'shogeg. It wasn't on purpose. And since the Rosh Yeshiva represents the whole institution, so he may bear it for all the Rabbeim as well. So the individual Rabbis might not have to go into Gullus, but the Rosh Yeshiva will. So, in a sense, going back to the After-Rav, when the After-Rav says you need Kriyas Shema to give us the atonement of your mikvah, it might be because all of us, to some degree, may have killed part of the human spirit in another person. Might be our child, our student, our spouse, our friend, our co-worker. Right? It's not so clear that we're not murderers in one way or the other. We need your miklat. And says the After-Rav, Kriyas Shema can give you some of the kapara of your miklat.
Why?
Huh?
Why Kriyas Shema?
I'll get to it. But this is what he said. This is why Shema is 6 words and the Hafta is 42 words. But there's another way that we need the kapara of your miklat, and that is we murder ourselves. We might be guilty of partial suicides. Because what is life but a succession of moments? Time is the raw material of life. So when we waste time, we don't use our moments in good ways. And even use the phrase sometimes, I kill time. We're not killing time, we're killing us in some ways. We don't use our lives in a good way. Now, again, that doesn't mean there's not room for recreation. I mean, the Rambam writes, but even recreation and vacation and looking at beautiful things can be part of a spiritual life because they give you energy and they give you serenity. I'm not suggesting that every time you take a walk in the park, there's some sin here, the other way around. That could be a very, very good thing. But the notion of using your life in a meaningful way, seizing the moment. So in a sense, all of us are murderers of ourselves. And therefore we have to connect to the Ir Miklat to give us that kind of kapara that the Ir Miklat gives us. Now, there was, in the 19th century, there was a Magid, an itinerant preacher. And Magidim were of many, many different qualities. You had Magidim like the Dubner Magid, who were very, very great Talmidei Chachamim. I mean, the Dom Gaon was a friend of the Dubner Magid. You can imagine that the Dubner Magid must have been a first-class Talmid Chacham, and the Dom Gaon would invite him to give him private Musar talks. But then there were other Magidim that, they just had to make a living, so they would go around giving drashas, etc. Sometimes the same drasha in every place. Okay. So Magidim had a wide diversity of quality, from the great Talmid Chacham to people who just, this is the job that they made. But one of the famous Magidim, who was a very, very great Magid too, was the Maggid of Kelm. Now, don't confuse him with the Alter of Kelm. The Alter of Kelm, the old man of Kelm, Kelm was a city on the German-Polish border, on the Polish side. The Alter of Kelm was Rabbi Salanter's great Talmud, and the Alter of Kelm developed teaching Musar and teaching ethics and morals and character building and the like. The Maggid of Kelm happened to also have been a Talmud of Rothschild, but he didn't have a yeshiva. He was an itinerant Maggid who would go from place to place, giving Musar and guidance and the like. Now, he was a very dramatic person. His style was extremely dramatic. So I'm going to go over a particular sermon that he gave. On a particular day, he comes to a Tehillah, and the show is right next to the cemetery. The town cemetery is next to the show. And he says, a miracle happened one day that all of the bodies came out of the graves, and they were given a half an hour to fix whatever they needed to fix in their lives. And in a much more dramatic way than I could possibly say it, he was describing how those people were running around like chickens without a head. They were running in a panic. Like one person went to ask Mechila and make amends for all the people they hurt. And another person took it to Hillel, and another person took it to Mara, and another person went to his wife and went to his children. And every moment, they're keeping one eye on the clock. 10 minutes gone, only 20 minutes left, 15 minutes left. And as they're approaching the end of the half an hour, they're getting much more and more frantic because they know this is the end. This is the last chance. This is where they could fix it. Then finally it's 28 minutes and 29 minutes. And then countdown, 60, 59. And then it comes, and the altar come was it's recorded, very dramatic. People were crying, people were going crazy, people were saying, oh yes, and then it's all over. And then they go back, and there'll never be another chance to fix it. Because everything is based on what you do in this life. No other chance. Putting aside reincarnation, the altar come was not done with reincarnation. And as everybody is so excited and moved by this, he then says, and Rabbi, what is so bad if God has given us more than a half an hour to fix things? And then he said, and who said God has given us a half an hour? It's a scary thought. I don't want to depress anybody. I don't want to depress myself either. But the truth is, we never know. We really never know. And if we never know, Chazal would say, try to live every day as if it's the last day. Not in the sense, chas v'shalom, of being depressed, but in the sense of wanting to make it count. Don't put off what you can do today. Make that phone call to the people that you have grudges with, your kindness with. Fix it up. I mean, all of us, when we have times with the Achameya of Yosef Shana and good health, are going to have unfinished business. That's kind of the nature of the human being. But we can try to leave as little unfinished as we're able to. Take care of things. So, in a sense, all of us are murderers. We need the Yer Mikra. Now, and this is the Kriya Shema. Again, I'm going to segue back to the 42 stops. We'll connect it now. But note that the Kriya Shema is broken up into those two segments. The Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad corresponds to the 6 primary Arei Mikvot, and the Ahafta corresponds to the 42 secondary Arei Mikvot. Why would it be divided up in that particular way? So here too, we know that the difference is the 6 protect you even when you're not aware. Like the 6 Arei Mikvot. There's a beautiful passage in the Tanya Tanya points out an interesting idea, a very powerful idea, that you will notice often that even a Jew who is very unconnected to God, who doesn't keep mitzvahs, doesn't go to shul, eats chazer, doesn't keep Shabbat, maybe even says he's an atheist. When push comes to shove, they will be willing to give their lives for even the God he thought he didn't believe in, and the Jewish people. A Jew will be moser nefesh to die for God and the Jewish people, even if they're a person who doesn't even practice Judaism and never seemingly cared about it. And says the Baal HaTanya, that's because this is the source of the idea of pintalayid, the point of the Jew. In his godly soul is already implanted a love of God and a reverence for God. He gets covered up. He loses connection to it. He loses awareness of it. He loses awareness. So he thinks he doesn't have it. But in moments of stress, in moments of tension, something comes out from the inner resources of the depths of his neshama, for which he has no conscious awareness until that moment it breaks through. That's why the Baal HaTanya says a Jew does not really have to learn how to love God or revere God. A Jew has to uncover and connect to what is already there. That's the inner meaning of tshuva. Tshuva, which we translate as repent, really means to return. Now, returning implies you're going back to where you were. Return to God, return to the Jewish people. But one might say, returning to you. See, we use with tshuva the vocabulary of changing. We talk about, I can change for the better. And that's true, behaviorally. I can change. But existentially, tshuva is not about changing. It's about becoming what it is you already are. You're not changing. You're returning to your true identity. And that's why the Baal HaTanya says every Jew is going to be willing at some ultimate moment to be moser nefesh, even though we can't even know why. Do you remember the Wall Street Journal reporter Daniel Pearl a few years ago? Very, very tragic story. I don't remember if it was Al-Qaeda or before that, but he was kidnapped by terrorists, and he was literally beheaded on YouTube. They took down the video. They didn't leave it up. But they put like a sword or a knife to his neck, and they wanted him to proclaim his belief or allegiance to Islam, and he said, I am a Jew. They slit his throat. They killed him. Now, Daniel Pearl was not observant, and I believe he was even intermarried. But that is a person who died al Kiddush Hashem. Indeed, when Chazal say a person can get his olam haba in 1 second, this would be a classic example of that. He gave his life rather than deny his connection to the Jewish people. In spite of the fact that he wasn't observant and mitzvahs were not part of his life. Where does that come from? Says the Baal HaTanya. It comes from the godly soul that is within you, that yearns to be connected to the Creator. So, here's the idea. Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, talks about the unity of God. And the unity of God means the notion that I am connected to God because my soul is a chelik of God's breath. Now, Hashem Echad doesn't just mean there's one God. It means I am one with God. That's going to work even without awareness. That's why Shema Yisrael is mechuvan to the 6 already that give you protection without awareness. Because that refers to the Pintel Yid that is in your neshama on a subconscious level that will come out. You see the correlation? The Shema Yisrael is the Pintel Yid, and therefore it guides you, it lifts you, it inspires you, even without conscious awareness on your part. Now, however, God gave us a mission. Yes, it's wonderful to have a Pintel Yid, but God also gave us a mission through Torah, through mitzvah, to bring it out from the subconscious to the conscious. And that's how we express our love of God. I express my love of God by serving. But by definition, service of God requires awareness. You can't be serving God unless you're aware of Him and aware of His commandments. So consequently, the Ahavta, I love God by serving Him with my heart and with my soul and with my life, with my might. That corresponds to the 42 already that give you the kapara only when you have awareness, right? So it's kind of a beautiful thing. In other words, this is adding to that direct. The direct simply says, Shema Yisrael is connected the 6 already miklat. The Ahavta is connected the 42 already miklat. But he doesn't go further than that. So what we're adding is that the 6 already miklat protect you even without awareness. That's the Pintel Yid. But the Ahavta, loving God and serving God, requires awareness. But be it as it may, the common denominator of all of this is the Abdur Rav's idea that the 6 and the 42 of Kriyat Shema correspond to the Arei Miklat, and they give us the kapara, they give us the atonement. Now, once again, how does it do that? In what way does it do that? The answer would be that if we understand that the Ir Miklat, like Lubavitch Rabbi said, is designed to heighten your awareness of spirituality and become more sensitive to the meaning, the purpose of life. Right? That's why we take the Rothschild who is careless and we put him in an environment of Kohanim and Leviim. So when we don't have the Ir Miklat, Kriyat Shema can do the same thing. Kriyat Shema heightens my awareness, my sensitivity, the priority of my life to serve God with all of my soul and all of my heart. So in a sense, it can do the same thing that Ir Miklat does. Now, obviously, I don't mean this in a halachic sense. Meaning, hey, Rothschild couldn't get out of going to the Ir Miklat. If I say, hey, I'll just daven Ma'ariv, I'll stay home and daven Ma'ariv, that's not going to work. But in a spiritual sense, the Kriyat Shema B'Zman Hazeh takes the place of the Ir Miklat. So, in a sense, we look at it this way. We are making 42, right? The Jewish people are going through 42 journeys in the desert on the way to the Promised Land. Those journeys are a metaphor for the neshama struggling through the journeys on this earth, which are often a desert, empty, barren, devoid of meaning, devoid of purpose, confusion. But we keep on going those journeys. They are the journeys of the neshama. They are the journeys of the Jewish people in the 4 exiles. Right? Edom, Elam, Maseh, Bnei Israel, Edom, Madai, which is Persia, Babel, Yavam. But like the cities of refuge, there are ways in which we can, in those 42 stages, we can achieve a communion with Hashem, a reflection with Hashem, right? The 42 cities of refuge, meaning to say, precisely in our confrontation with the desert, we can connect to God, be elevated by God, heighten our awareness, and that in turn also corresponds with the 42, the 6 and the 40, but here it's only the 42. I don't know why the 6 gets out of here, but it does correspond with the year Miklat, which is corresponding to the 42 stages of awareness, love of God. And finally, I think the last correlation I mentioned was the 42 day-night periods of the 3 weeks. Now here, you might question that the analogy seems to be breaking down. Because here, you seem to be journeying in the wrong direction. You're going the wrong way. Meaning, the 42 journeys through the desert is I go through the desert to get to Eretz Israel. My neshama goes through the nisyonos of this world to get to Olam Haba. The 42 Orei Miklat are the avenues of behavior and meditation that can refine my neshama and give me atonement. All of these are destinations towards something positive. But the 3 weeks, which we say the 21 days corresponds to 42 day-night period, you're moving from the 17th of Tammuz to the 9th of Av. You're not moving towards redemption. You're not moving towards life. You're not moving towards atonement. You're moving towards destruction and mourning. So why would we correlate the 42 journeys towards Eretz Israel to the 42 stops towards the 9th of Av? The answer is, again, a point that we made last week, and that is that, in a sense, there is closeness to God achieved by closeness, and there is closeness to God achieved by distance. As we become aware of how far we are from Hashem, that creates within our heart and within our soul a tremendous yearning to be close to Him. And therefore, the further away you get, it's like a circle, right? If you have a circle and you're moving away from the point on a circle, the further away you move from the point, the closer you get on the other side. See, it's not like a line. If you have a line, so the further you move away from the point on the line, the further you are. If you have a circle, so my point is here on the circle. So I'm going here, further, closer. And that is the very, very important idea. That the 3 weeks, which again are represented as 42 periods, are also taking us to the promised land. They are taking us to a journey of reconciliation. They are taking us to a journey of closeness. It is the closeness of being aware of how far we are. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. The notion of knowing and yearning for redemption is the most powerful motivating force that will bring the redemption. I think I mentioned this is the meaning of the Chazal, that Mashiach is born on Tisha B'Av. Famous Chazal, Mashiach is born on Tisha B'Av. Maral says that doesn't mean necessarily that the man that will be Mashiach's birthday has to be on Tisha B'Av. Mashiach can be born any day of the year. But it means the messianic power of redemption enters the world based on the magnitude of our mourning for the Chorban Beis Hamikdash. If you don't feel the loss, then there's nothing that God feels He has to restore. You feel the loss. That creates this connection with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So thus, all of these correlations actually fit. 42 journeys through the desert, 42 transitions of the neshama, although we didn't really enumerate them specifically, struggling with the deserts of the world. 42 are mikvahs, which are connected to the awareness that allow me to navigate my awareness of thinking about God. And then finally, the 42 periods of the 3 weeks, which is also a journey, and it seems to be a journey away from God. But in that journey away from God, we can find God in a very, very deep and meaningful way. There's a verse in Eicha where it says, Kol Yosheha Hisiguha Ben HaMitzarim. This is an Eicha. Kol Yosheha, all who pursue her, meaning the enemies who pursue Jerusalem, Hisiguha, they captured her. Bein HaMitzarim, between the narrow walls, meaning he's describing a scenario where Jews tried to escape and they were just trapped. But in the Sifrei Chasidus, they offer a little bit of a homiletical interpretation. Instead of reading it Rotfeha, those who pursue her, you break it up into 2 words. Rotfei Ka, all who pursue Yudhai, all who pursue God, Hisigua, were captured. Bein HaMitzarim. Now, Bein HaMitzarim is also the term for the 3 weeks between Shiva, B'Tammuz, and Tishrei. They're called between the narrow walls. So what is the pasuk telling me according to this drush? If you're seeking Hashem, this is a time when Hashem can be found. You find him through distance as well as closeness. And sometimes finding him through distance can even be more powerful. I think I mentioned last week, forgive me for repeating, that Footner's famous statement that he said the one thing he missed about Aliyah was the yearning to live in Eretz Yisrael. And there's something, actually something that resonates very true there. You know, the person's in Chutz La'aretz, and they're dreaming of when they can come to Eretz Yisrael. And they think about it day and night, and they have such a love for the land. And then they come here, okay, they come here. And then we have to deal with, everyday life, the frustrations of everyday life. And we don't always have that same passion. We take things for granted, we take everything for granted, right? So this is Bein HaMitzarim, to learn not to take Hashem for granted, not to take Eretz Yisrael for granted, not to take the Beis HaMikdash for granted. And through that yearning, we can achieve an incredible closeness.
Sometimes things that make sense to you will translate it to an audience who confused them. For instance, I got confused if I strip club with their VA. Because I was like, I don't
Hi everybody, thank you for coming. And let me just read our dedications. As always, we pray to the victory of our soldiers in all fronts of the war, throughout the unity of the people of Am Yisrael, and for all those whose health has been affected by the war, and of course for the safe return of all of the hostages. Also a refuah shalema, in gratitude for 6 months, Tova, the lawyer is ongoing refuah shalema. Happy to hear that. And then it mentions Joey Riders is unflagging energy and dedication in sharing his Torah, knowledge of Torah, and guiding people. I will accept the unflagging energy as a bracha. I can't say that it's a reality, but there's this attempt. It should be Mukuyim. 2, anonymous contributor. It is supposed to be quick, meets a home at the Chayolin, that you all come home physically and mentally safe, the safe return of the Chatufim, and very important, the zechus that all those who are struggling with shidduchim should find their basher b'kavod, with clarity and without admat nefesh name. And finally, by Alex and Masha Sherman, for the unity of the Jewish people. Again, as always, we're very grateful for the Hafsakas Torah. I want to wish everybody a Chodesh Tov. Our last year was before Rosh Chodesh. Now we're in the month of Elul. And as I mentioned last week, Anilu Dodi V'Dodi Li. I am for my beloved is for me. Shira Shira. The first letters are Elul. Elul is the month of love. And as I said last week, again, the theme will be repeated over and over again. One does tshuva not out of a sense of inadequacy, but out of a sense of feeling Hashem's love. As you feel Hashem's love, you want to give Hashem nachas. You want to give Hashem pleasure. So you'll want to be a better person simply because you feel Hashem's love for you. It's a totally different motivation. It's not the motivation of I'm bad, I'm broken, I'm deficient, I'm defective. The tshuva comes from a recognition of your greatness and your worth and how precious you are in the eyes of God. It's the old commercial used to say, a life is a terrible thing to waste. It was commercial from the 1960s. And that's the sense. A person has a hakara of the preciousness of existence. Then they want to use every moment. That just to digress for a moment, Chazal, Mesechus Brachos, talk about something, well, in Latin it's memento mori, which means Zechirat Yom HaMoreh, that one should remember the day of death. Remember the day of death, and that will keep you righteous. So for many people, maybe most people, that sounds a little depressing. Remember, when you're going to die. You're saying, nobody gets out of here alive. That's right. That's the nature of life. But the truth is, Zechirat Yom HaMoreh can also be seen in a very positive light. Meaning knowing that we are not going to live forever. And knowing that we never know really when our last day is. We want to make every moment matter. We want to make every moment count. We can give a person an enhanced sense of the preciousness of life. And therefore they will use their life in good and positive ways, precisely because it's not going to be forever. Therefore you want to make the most of it. So it should actually be a motivator, something that gives a person energy and chizuk. And that's the idea of Zechirat Yom HaMoreh in a positive way. So this parsha, as all the parshas of the Torah, this parsha is very, very interesting. In some ways, you might summarize it as a parsha that creates authority structures, creates legal structures of the various ways. Now, for example, it talks about the establishment of courts, a judiciary. It talks about Melech, which is the executive, like the king. It talks about Navi, the prophet, which is the spiritual leader. Now you have to understand that this notion of division of function, separation of powers, is really something that is the gospel after Moshe Rabbeinu comes. Moshe Rabbeinu himself was a one-man show. Moshe Rabbeinu himself combined all of these different roles within one persona. Moshe Rabbeinu had the din of a melech. The Gemara actually describes Moshe Rabbeinu as a king. He was, of course, a political leader. Moshe Rabbeinu was the greatest of the prophets. And Moshe Rabbeinu, at least until he anointed the 70 elders, Moshe was the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin of 70 was really a Sanhedrin of one, and that was Moshe Rabbeinu. So Moshe Rabbeinu embodied all of these different functions. But once we are coming to Eretz Yisrael, there now will be a division of labor. So, for example, a Navi, a prophet, is not the halakhic leader. In fact, this is very interesting. According to the Gemara, a Navi is not allowed to decide halachic matters based on prophecy. This is the pasuk Lo b'shamayim, the Torah is not in heaven. So the role of the Navi is to provide spiritual, ethical guidance. The Sanhedrin of 70 are those that provide halachic rulings. Interestingly enough, the Sanhedrin was, to use both the American and the Israeli secular example, the Sanhedrin was a combination of both a legislative function and a judicial function. They were both. Imagine you had a combination of a Supreme Court and a Knesset or a Parliament or a Congress. They did both because the Sanhedrin enacted legislation and they also interpreted the Torah as judges. The Melech would correspond with the chief executive, right? So the Melech is the political leader, the Navi is the spiritual leader, the Sanhedrin are the halachic leadership. So I want to speak briefly about these different sources of authority and what lessons we can derive. First of all, this parsha is a very, very important source of a fundamental concept in halakha, and that is the concept of rabbinic authority. And every student of halakha understands. When you learn halakha, so we use two terms. Some things are d'oraita, some things are commanded by the Torah, and some things are only midrabanan from the rabbi. In fact, if you were to factor out, take out of the Jewish religion all the things that are midrabanan, you'd have a very, very, very different religion. So, for example, keeping the Lord every night in the Malachos of Shabbos is a Torah. On the other hand, not handling mitzvah, certain items you don't handle in Shabbos, that's Rabban. Right? Lighting Shabbos candles is midrabanan. Lighting Hanukkah candles, reading Megillah, reading the Torah. Reading the Torah is a rabbinic requirement. Now, it's a very old rabbinic requirement. Kriyat Torah and Shabbat is as old as Moshe Rabbeinu himself. But Moshe Rabbeinu was not given a commandment from God. Moshe Rabbeinu enacted it as being the Sanhedrin that would enact these things, which means an interesting anomaly. You can have rabbinic laws that are actually older than Torah laws, because certain Torah laws were not given to Moshe until the day of his death. Right? So I don't know what year Moshe enacted the reading of the Torah, but the point is, the rabbinic law might have been earlier than the Torah law. So the big question that one needs to raise is following. What is the source of rabbinic authority? Why do I have to listen to Rabbanim? I mean, after all, does not the Torah itself say, do not add on to the Torah? It says in fact, do not add to the Torah and do not diminish. Now, if the rabbis give us all sorts of rules, are they not adding to the Torah? And what is my obligation to obey rabbinic laws? Right? Why do I have to keep it Rabbanim? So the Rambam answers that the Torah itself commands me to obey rabbinic laws. In this portion, the Torah says, when it's describing the Sanhedrin, first there's a positive commandment, and then there's a negative commandment. Al pi ha-Torah asher yorucha, in accordance with the Torah, the instruction that they give you, ta'aseh, you shall do. And then it says it in the negative. Lo tasur mikol asher yagidu lecha. Do not depart from whatever they tell you to the right or to the left. One is tempted to maybe apply modern political categories, meaning don't go to the right of Chazal, don't go to the left of Chazal, follow Chazal. So here's what the Rambam says. In the negative commandment of Lo Tasur, as well as the positive, Al Pi HaTorah, the Torah, Hashem is commanding you to listen to the laws that are Chachamim enact. Therefore, Every time you light Hanukkah candles, even though obviously the Torah does not say thou shalt light Hanukkah candles. The whole story of Hanukkah happened way after this. But since the Torah said you shall listen to the takanot of the Chachamim, then every time you listen to the takana of the Chachamim, you are obeying a Doraita. And if you violate the takana, you are transgressing the Doraita. And the Rambam says, again based on Gemara Masechah Shabbos, that this explains how I can make a bracha on a rabbinic. Look, I like Hanukkah candles. So what does the bracha say? Baruch atah Hashem, blessed art you Hashem, Elokeinu melech olam, our God, the King of the universe. Okay, so far so good. Asher kiddushanu b'mitzvotav, He has sanctified us with His commandments. Vitzivanu, and He has commanded us lahadlik ner shel Chanukah, to light the candle of Hanukkah. Question is very obvious. God has commanded us to light the candles of Hanukkah. Where does God say I have to light the candles of Hanukkah? This was a takana of the Chachamim. So the Rambam explains, again based on Gemara and Shabbos, indirectly by God commanding you to obey the ruling of the sages. So whatever they enact now becomes obligatory and they go right to left. See? There's Heicham Sivana. Where did God command us to light Hanukkah candles? From the pasuk Lo Tasuk. Now again, let me just explain a few points here. It's very important to understand that number one, when we talk about listening to your rabbis, who are your rabbis? It's kind of a live issue right now and a lot of other things, but technically it's very narrow. Technically, we are not referring to any rabbi. We are referring to the Sanhedrin, which we don't even have today. That when the Sanhedrin makes a takana, we are halakhically obligated to obey that takana, and that takana becomes a doraisa. Okay, so we're not talking about any rabbi right now. The Torah specifically is talking about the Sanhedrin, also called the Beit Din Agadol, the supreme Beit Din, which is given the authority over the Torah Shabbat. That's point number one. Point number two is, it's very important that we differentiate different types of things the Sanhedrin does. There is, as I said before, both legislative activity and judicial interpretive activity. Legislative activity is quite literal when the Sanhedrin, by a vote, passes a new law. They enact, they make a takana that we should light Hanukkah. They make a takana we should read the book of Esther. This is legislation. This is the Chachamim are adding to the Torah, and the grant that gives them that power is Lo Kasor. Lo Kasor is the constitutional grant in the Torah that gives the Chachamim the power to make takanot. Now, the legislative activity of the sages, we take 2 terms. One is a positive, one is a negative. And this goes by the phrase takanos versus gezeros. These are both rabbinic legislative activity. Takanot, or takana is the singular, that refers to positive things like lighting Hanukkah candles, reading Megillah, and the like. Gezeros are the very familiar negative idea of making a fence around the Torah. Don't do X, because if you do X, you might come to do Y. A classic example would be the rule that even though under Torah law, I'm not allowed to eat meat that is cooked in milk, but under Torah law, I'm allowed to eat chicken that is cooked in milk under Torah law. But Chachamim made a gezerah, do not eat chicken in milk, lest you come to eat meat and milk. This is the famous rule of making fences around the Torah. So again, rabbinic legislative activity can fall under either takanot or gezerot, but it's only rabbinic. But then there's a whole other role of the Sanhedrin, and that is they have to interpret Torah law. Whether it's a certain issue of whether something is covered. I mean, let's imagine a shaila. It can even happen today, although we don't have a Sanhedrin, so we don't have definitive resolution. The Torah says you're not allowed to have fire and make fire on Shabbos. So you immediately have a question, well, is electricity fire? So theoretically, a Sanhedrin would adjudicate that. But when they're adjudicating it, they're not legislating. They're not passing a new law. They are interpreting and applying the Torah. Now, it's important to understand that when we say some laws are rabbinic and some laws are doraisa, rabbinic, the term rabbinic only applies to Takanos and Gezeros. When the Chachamim interpret the Torah to cover a certain situation, that is a doraisa. That is not a okay? So the dichotomy between doraisa laws and rabbinic laws will be the difference in takanos and gezeros versus judicial interpretation of what the halacha is. That will often be a doraisa. That's a very important distinction. But the point that the Rambam is making is that even in the legislative area of takanot and gezeros, it becomes doraisa because of lo sasor. Now, the Rambam articulates this idea in two places. One in the Sefer HaMitzvot, the Book of the Commandments, which is an abbreviated treatment of the 613 mitzvot, where the Rambam discusses how every rabbinic law becomes a Torah law, and he also discusses it in the Mishnah Torah, his larger code, in Hilchos Mamrin, when he discusses those who rebel against the Sanhedrin. The Rambam makes the point that takanot and gezerot that people sometimes dismiss as only with rabbinic, they're making a big mistake because every rabbinic law becomes a Torah. Now, on the Sefer HaMitzvot, which was written by the Rambam in Arabic, by the way, translated into Hebrew, so Ramban, Rav Moshe ben Nachmanides of the next generation, wrote extensive, long comments on the Rambam Sefer HaMitzvot. This is a very, very fascinating limud to kind of learn the Sefer HaMitzvot of the Rambam with the commentary of Ramban and his criticism. The Brisker Rav said, said that he became a Talmud Chacham by analyzing these receipts. They're filled with depth, and again, just to see the two titans of Judaism arguing, because they're not speaking face to face. They didn't know each other. I mean, the Ramban, I think their lives did overlap. The Ramban was very young when the Rambam died, so they didn't know each other in that way. But just the debates are very, very beautiful. And on this rule in the Sefer HaMitzvot that every rabbinic law is a Torah violation, the Ramban has a long series of questions. And let me just mention one of the questions that the Ramban raises. Everyone knows that there is a fundamental principle in Halacha called Sofek D'Oraisa L'Chumra. That means any doubt that pertains to a Torah law, you have to err on the side of stringency. Conversely, Sofek D'Rabbanan, if there's a doubt about a rabbinic law, a doubt, L'Kula, you can err on the side of giving yourself the benefit of the doubt. Let me give you a tangible example. Let's assume I don't remember if I davened mincha today, and it's still time. I still time to daven mincha. I don't remember. Since the requirement of 3 prayers a day is a rabbinic requirement at best, so if I'm not sure if I davened mincha or I didn't daven mincha, Sofek D'Rabbanan, Lakula. I'm lenient and I don't daven. And I'm not allowed to daven because it might be a blessing in vain. Now, let's assume that I don't remember if I said the Shema of the morning or the evening. I just don't remember. Now there, the recitation of Shema is a Torah. So if you're not sure, you have to say it possibly a second time. Because when it comes to Torah laws, you have to be strict. If it's a rabbinic law, you're lenient. If it's a Torah law, you're strict. Bracha. A bracha before food is only rabbinic. And we spoke about this a few weeks ago. So if I'm in the middle of a meal and all of a sudden I don't remember, I'm exempt. Because I don't remember. If, however, I ate my bread and I don't remember, let's say if I bench, now why I should forget these things, that's another question. I shouldn't. But these are theoretical questions. I don't remember if I bench. So in such a situation, you got to bench again. Because Birkat HaMazon, at least if you're full, actually if you ate bread but you're not full, it's midrabanan, and that's also subject drabanan. You better eat some more. Okay, that would be the answer. Yeah. So this is a well-known principle. This is stated in the Gemara, codified by the Rambam himself. Safek d'oraita l'chumra, safek d'Rabbanan l'kul. But Frek the Ramban asks a very beautiful question. If you're telling me that any time the Rabbanan made a takana, if I violate that takana, I'm transgressing a Torah law. Then let's take the example of mincha. You're telling me if I don't remember if I daven mincha, so I can be lenient. Well, why? If I didn't daven mincha, I will transgress the Torah commandment of lo tasur because he had evil. So how could there, the Ramban asks from the Rambam, how could there ever be a law of Safek D'Rabbanan L'Kula if every D'Rabbanan gets transmuted into a Dorata? So every time I am in doubt whether I kept the rabbinic law, I am in doubt whether I'm possibly transgressing the Torah commandment of lo tasur because he had given it. And this is the Ramban's Hashem, the Rambam. Good question. The Kesef Mishnah. Now again, just to be sure everyone knows what this is. The Kesef Mishnah is a commentary on the Rambam, and it was authored by quite an illustrious person. The Kesef Mishnah was the last book authored by Rabbi Yosef Karo. After he wrote the Beis Yosef on the Torah, and after he wrote the Shulchan Aruch, the last thing he wrote was a commentary on the Rambam that is called Kesef Mishnah, and it is printed in virtually every edition of the Rambam. And the Kesef Mishnah does many, many things. He also gives sources. One of the big problems in the Rambam is the Rambam gives you no sources from it. So the Kesef Mishnah and other commentaries try to show you the Talmudic source, which you can check. In fact, it's interesting, just a little digression. The Rambam himself expressed regret that he didn't supply sources because there were times he couldn't remember. We have in Shuvot, the stanza of the Rambam, that somebody said, "Hey, I see this law here in the middle of somewhere." Says, "Where did you get that?" Now, sometimes places are obvious. Like there are certain places in the Talmud that devote themselves to a particular topic, so it's going to be there. But the nature of the Talmud is such that anything could be anywhere. Meaning, there may be a law of Shabbat that's all the way in Urim, or Nida, or Kedushin, or Gittin, right? And to know all the laws of Shabbat, learning the Second Shabbat is not going to tell you everything, right? So there were times where the source was not so obvious, but the Rambam himself says he didn't remember, he couldn't remember where he got it from, and he says he regretted not footnoting the Mishnah Torah and the like. So the Kesef Mishnah gives sources. But just to show you that the sources are not complete. The search for sources for the Rambam's rulings continues even today. The Chaim Kanevsky wrote a book supplying sources that were not given by earlier authorities. And there are people even after Chaim Kanevsky who are still looking for different sources. There are a number of rulings in the Rambam that are very, very obscure. So that's one thing. But other things that Tosafos does, which is an example I'm going to give you now, is he tries to answer different questions than commentaries ask on the Rambam. And here he actually tries to answer this question. Again, what's the question? If, as the Rambam states, every rabbinic law is, if you don't keep it,